Sunan, having perished unexpectedly in modern times, finds himself reincarnated into the body of a boy bearing his name in a small southern town in 1962. As he assimilates the memories, he learns of his parents' divorce. His father, deemed a rightist, has been taken away for re-education through labor. His mother has remarried and vanished without a trace, leaving him to care for his 5-year-old younger brother, Sube. The family is destitute, their situation exacerbated by societal disdain due to their unfavorable status, and their food supplies have dwindled to nothing. His younger brother, Bebe, cries out in hunger. Sunan is engulfed in bewilderment and despair, reluctantly coming to terms with their grim reality. Chapter 1. A terrifying dream returns to 62, a home of bare walls and a brother in need. The corporate drone Sunan of the 21st century recalls his last moments, staring at an endless stream of code on his computer screen, coupled with the agonizing sensation of cardiac arrest that seized him in a final, suffocating grip. He believed he would descend into hell or ascend to heaven, perhaps even partake in a bowl of mangue soup. After all, he had neither committed heinous acts nor amassed remarkable virtues in his lifetime. Yet paradoxically, he found himself going nowhere. His consciousness felt as though it had been tossed into a tumultuous washing machine, spinning wildly. Countless fragmented images and cacophonous sounds battered his senses. Ultimately, everything faded into darkness and tranquility, leaving behind an excruciating chill and hunger that felt horrifyingly real. Struggling to open his eyes, he found that his vision remained blurred for quite some time before gradually sharpening. Before him lay a low, dark wooden beam ceiling, adorned with tattered cobwebs that swayed gently in the cold breeze, seeping through unseen crevices. The air was saturated with an indescribable mustiness and dampness, intermingled with a faint whiff of fish and a scent of despair. Where am I? He attempted to sit up abruptly, but felt an overwhelming weakness, his head heavy as if filled with lead, throbbing painfully. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he lay upon a hard wooden plank bed, covered by a patchwork quilt that was stiff and carried a musty odor. The room was minuscule, its walls a mottled earth tone, plastered with old newspapers that had yellowed and begun to peel. In the corner stood a severely chipped wooden cabinet, a lopsided table, and several tattered burlap sacks stacked haphazardly. Beyond this, the home was truly bare, a stark embodiment of poverty. The windows were wooden-framed, their paper patched with multiple holes, allowing the cold wind to whistle through. This was a far cry from his tidy rental apartment, which, despite its modest size, cost him $3,500 per month. At that moment, a tumultuous torrent of chaotic memories surged into his mind, forcefully intertwining with his original recollections, tearing at the fabric of his identity. A small coastal town in the south, Wanhai. Sunan, 18 years old, parents divorced. His father, a secondary school teacher, had been persecuted for his words and labeled a rightist. Taken away 3 months ago, his fate unknown, rumored to be dispatched to a desolate region in the northwest for re-education. His mother, that beautiful yet timid woman, had been estranged from his father before the incident. Less than a month after his father's departure, she hastily remarried a petty cadre from a neighboring county whose wife had passed away, leaving without a backward glance. She left him with a 5-year-old brother, Sube, affectionately known as Bebe. Their status was abysmal, akin to pariahs. Neighbors avoided them at all costs. Anything of value in the house had long been seized or sold off by his mother, leaving only this dilapidated shack and an empty rice jar. The last memory of the original owner was of collapsing to the ground in a fit of anger, desperation, and hunger after 2 days of starvation. Damn it, Sunan. No, now he is the Sunan of 1962, could not help but utter a curse. His voice was hoarse and dry, tinged with youthful clarity, yet overwhelmingly frail. Reborn? And into such a hellish predicament. Orphaned? No, worse than orphaned, it was a dual absence. With a dismal status, a home bereft of possessions, and a 5-year-old burden of a brother. This is a narrative even the most mediocre of tragic novels would shy away from penning. Just as he was drowning in a torrent of absurdity and despair, a faint, kitten-like whimper emanated from beside the bed. He struggled to turn his head. There, nestled on the floor beside the bed, was a frail little boy with a head of disheveled, straw-colored hair, clad in a noticeably ill-fitting, tattered cotton jacket, his small face streaked with tears and grime. He gazed up with large, hollow eyes that appeared even more exaggerated due to his emaciated frame, looking at the awakened Sunan with a mixture of fear and dependency, his tiny nose quivering. Brother, you are awake. Bebe is afraid. Hungry. The boy's voice was weak and laced with a whimper, clawing at Sunan's heart like a tiny paw. This was his 5-year-old younger brother, Sube. According to his recollections, this little fellow had subsisted for the past few days on the meager, stolen scraps of thin porridge occasionally provided by their neighbor, Grandma Lee, while anxiously guarding his comatose brother, likely terrified beyond measure. As he beheld the boy's clear yet terrified and hungry eyes, Sunan's momentary bewilderment and grievances stemming from his rebirth were instantly overshadowed by a more potent surge of anguish and responsibility. His own demise might not matter, but what of this child? If he, as the elder brother, were to vanish, how long could this 5-year-old survive in this damned era? No, he absolutely could not resign himself to such fate. He, Sunan, the unparalleled king of competition in the 21st century, had survived late-night work to the brink of death. Could he possibly succumb to the hardships of 1962? Summoning all his strength, he struggled to rise from the rickety bed. His body felt alarmingly weak, and darkness blurred his vision. He leaned against the cold earthen wall and slowly made his way to the crooked table, trembling hands lifting the lid of the only rice jar. Indeed, the bottom of the jar was cleaner than his own face. A mere swipe with his finger revealed not even a speck of dust. He rummaged through the tattered burlap sacks, but aside from a few utterly worn-out garments, he found nothing. A profound despair enveloped him. The harshness of reality was more biting than the winter sea breeze. Brother, hungry. Little Bei swayed unsteadily over, reaching out his small hand to grasp Sunan's pant leg, his tear-streaked face tilted upwards. Those tears fell like scalding oil onto Sunan's heart. He inhaled a deep breath of the cold, musty air, forcing himself to regain his composure. He was now the sole pillar of this household. Don't cry, Bei, I'm here. He crouched down, adopting the gentlest tone possible to soothe his brother, wiping away the tears from his face, only to make him dirtier, rendering him a little calico cat. Brother, I will find a way to get food. But where was the solution? To borrow? Who would lend anything to a rightist brat? To steal? To rob? He, Sunan, had at least been educated in the 21st century and still held onto his principles. And what about Bei if things went awry? Just as he cradled his famished brother, staring at the dilapidated roof, on the verge of madness from this insurmountable predicament, a cold, emotionless voice abruptly reverberated within the depths of his mind. Ding. Detection of host strong-willed to survive and protective instinct confirms binding conditions. Daily sign-in system binding. Binding successful. This system aims to assist the host in survival and development. The host may sign in once daily to randomly obtain knowledge-based rewards or minimal survival supplies. A system? Sunan's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. As a fan of online literature from the 21st century, he understood precisely what this entailed. A golden finger. The heavens had finally opened a window for this unfortunate soul. No, a lifeline. Sign in. Immediately sign in. Right now, he screamed internally, fearful that this life-saving straw might vanish in the next instant. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a knowledge capsule on basic fish identification and angling skills. Additional reward. A small portion of universal bait. As the notification concluded, Sunan felt a refreshing current flow into his mind, an abundance of knowledge regarding the appearance, habits, active water levels, and foraging practices of common coastal fish, along with various angling techniques, location tips, and tackle crafting information, all instantaneously imprinted in his consciousness, as if he had been born with this expertise. Simultaneously, he could vaguely perceive the existence of a misty space roughly 1 cubic meter in size, within which lay a small package of seemingly ordinary dark red bait. Knowledge. Practical knowledge. An extra bait. While it hadn't directly provided him with a hefty loaf of bread or a pound of pork, this was far more exhilarating than mere food. Teaching someone to fish was more valuable than giving them a fish. In this coastal town, equipped with the skill to fish and a little bait to start, how could he fear starvation? A tremendous joy surged through him like waves washing away his previous despair and coldness, nearly bringing him to tears. Brother? Little Bei seemed to sense that his brother's body was no longer so rigid, and that his emotions had shifted. Though bewildered by the change, he timidly called out once more. Sunan lowered his head, gazing into his younger brother's eyes, which were filled with dependence and hunger. A smile, albeit pale, yet brimming with hope, graced his face for the first time since his rebirth. He tenderly ruffled Bei's withered hair. His voice, though still hoarse, resonated with strength as he said, "Be good, Bei. Just endure a little longer. Brother will fetch you something delicious. Fish. Tonight, we shall savor a steaming bowl of fish soup." With that, he rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the worn bamboo poles in the corner of the room and the sewing kit left behind by their mother. He recalled the fresh fishing knowledge that lingered in his mind, as well as the packet of bait stored in his spatial realm. Suddenly, the plan crystallized in his mind. He retrieved the thickest sewing needle, carefully heating it over a flickering flame in the faint light filtering through the window. Clumsily, yet guided by his knowledge, he bent it into a somewhat rudimentary but absolutely functional fishhook. He then detached a few sturdy strands of hemp twine from a tattered sack and tied them to the bamboo pole. Thus, a rudimentary fishing tackle was born in this desolate abode. "Bay, wait at home. Brother will return shortly." Sunan grasped the makeshift fishing rod, securely stowed the packet of bait he had summoned from the spatial realm, took a deep breath, and pushed open the creaking, drafty wooden door. Outside lay the low, dilapidated eaves, a narrow and slippery stone path, and a distant murmur of crashing waves intertwined with the heavy atmosphere characteristic of this era. The cold sea breeze brushed against his face, yet he felt invigorated throughout his being. 1962? Poor status? A bare home? What did it matter? With a system at his disposal, albeit a modest one that provided knowledge in exchange for daily check-ins, he possessed the greatest assurance for survival and a better life for himself and his brother. From this day forth, he would chase the mountains and the sea, fishing and gathering shrimp. Soon he tightened his grip on the bamboo rod and strode purposefully towards the coastline etched in his memory. His silhouette, in this dilapidated and somber alley, stood remarkably upright, radiating a vigor that starkly contrasted with his surroundings, and an urgency fueled by hunger. Chapter 2. The system's first signature, the fishing technique, is exquisite, and the rocky shores reveal their prowess. The morning sea breeze was exceptionally biting, akin to sandpaper laced with ice shards, stinging the cheeks painfully. Sunan tightened the tattered, empty cotton jacket draped over him. The frayed hemp rope cinched at his waist could likely infuriate a 21st-century fitness enthusiast who had labored diligently for a sculpted physique. His stomach was performing a desperate symphony of hunger, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. The knowledge of elementary fish identification and fishing techniques danced in his mind as if it had sprouted legs, merrily leaping about. He envisioned where the grouper might hide beneath the rocky outcrops, which tidal movements would usher in schools of mullet, and how to discern underwater topography by observing the color of the water and the patterns of foam. All these details clear as if he had been a seasoned fisherman nurtured by the waves since childhood. Not to mention the universal bait resting quietly in the corner of his consciousness, exuding an inexplicable confidence that even he found peculiar, as if it could surely deceive the most naive of fish. In a home devoid of furnishings, the only semblance of equipment he possessed was this sleek bamboo rod and the meager fishhook fashioned from a sewing needle. The fishing line was a coarse hemp rope salvaged from a sack, and as for a float, he had no need for such luxuries. It was all about the feel. Yet this did nothing to dampen Sunan's fighting spirit. Knowledge is power. He now held within him the wisdom of the East Sea Fishing Compendium and the guide for the economically disadvantaged fisherman. What was there to fear? Turning down a narrow alley, the landscape opened up before him. A stretch of slate blue sea unfurled, its waves not particularly tumultuous, yet imbued with a wildness unique to this era, untamed and fierce. Nearby, jagged black rocks jutted out, partially submerged by the tide, and on several prominent boulders, shadowy figures were already bustling about. The tide gatherers had arrived. Sunan's presence was akin to a small stone cast into a relatively tranquil pond, stirring tiny ripples across the surface. The women, bundled in headscarves and heavy cotton jackets, and two seasoned old men, cast him glances, their expressions betraying unabashed surprise, scrutiny, and a subtle hint of disdain. Is that the boy from the Sioux family? The offspring of that rightist family? What is he doing here? He has never been seen around these parts before. Look at him. He could be toppled by a gust of wind, armed only with a bamboo rod for fishing. Has he lost his mind? In this weather, with these tides, even seasoned hands struggle for a catch. Murmurs floated through the air, carried by the sea breeze, disjointed and indistinct. Yet Sunan understood the implications. He pursed his lips, disregarding the gazes upon him. In the face of survival, pride is of no consequence. His mind was consumed with thoughts of fish, succulent, hearty fish that would satisfy both his and Bay's hunger. He cautiously selected a spot to settle. Knowledge informed him that the water level was just right, and below lay a few interspersed large rocks, likely to form a fish lair. He clumsily pinched a small portion of the universal bait from the packet, carefully attaching it to the hook, making sure not to waste it. This was now a strategic resource. Then came the casting of the line, which was merely a matter of throwing it out. His movements were awkward, almost comical. The bamboo rod drooped, the hemp line was uncooperative, and the bait splashed noisily upon the water's surface. In the distance, a few suppressed chuckles could be heard. Sunan's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hastily focused his thoughts, adjusting the tension of the line slightly, attuning himself to the subtle movements beneath the surface. Time ticked by slowly. The biting sea wind penetrated deeply, nearly freezing his runny nose. His stomach burned with hunger, while nearby. The sounds of other successes reached his ears, a woman exclaiming in delight over a sizable oyster she had discovered, an old man seemingly reeling in a small fish, eliciting a ripple of envy. In stark contrast, Sunan's spot remained utterly still. "Hey, I say, Sioux family boy," a voice called from a nearby rock, laced with mockery. "You've had that rod standing there for ages. Are you trying to be the Dragon King's anchor, or are you waiting for a fish to volunteer? Don't starve the foolish fish with that nonsense." Sunan didn't need to turn around to know it was Wang Laowu, the notorious scoundrel of the street. In his 30s, he was a ne'er-do-well, skilled in petty thievery and bullying the weak. In the past, he had often mocked the original host, even stealing the pickled vegetables hung out to dry at their doorstep. Sunan remained silent, unwilling to engage. Arguing with such a person was a waste of breath and could easily reveal his changes. His current persona should be that of a taciturn, downtrodden, slightly foolish rightist youth. Seeing his lack of response, Wang Laowu assumed he had cowed him, and his taunts grew bolder as he sauntered closer, his beady eyes darting over Sunan's pitiful fishing gear. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? With that pathetic excuse for equipment, do you really think you can catch fish? A bamboo rod as a fishing pole, a hemp rope as a fishing line. Why not use a sewing needle? Oh wait, you actually did. Haha. Truly, the son of a hero is a hero himself. The son of a rightist is just a fool." This was a particularly vicious remark. Even the nearby women furrowed their brows, though none spoke up to intervene. In this era, having a poor background was a sin. Those who associated with such individuals only invited misfortune upon themselves. Sunan tightened his grip on the bamboo rod, cursing inwardly, yet maintaining an expression of numbness. Endurance is key. A small concession could jeopardize greater plans. The bait was still in the water. Perhaps his silence emboldened Wang Laowu. Or perhaps the universal bait truly began to exude its mysterious allure across time and space. For suddenly Wang Laowu's eyes lit up. He seemed to spot the surface of the water near Sunan's hook, where a fishtail flickered. "Oh, there's really a foolish fish eyeing that rubbish of yours." Wang Laowu chuckled sinisterly, reaching out his hand. "Let me take that. I'll teach you how to fish. The fish ought to pay homage to your brother Wu." This was outright theft. Sunan's gaze sharpened. The hunger that had been simmering, the frustration from the mockery, and his disdain for this scoundrel surged to the forefront of his mind. Starving was one thing, but losing a fish was another. This was food for Bebe. Just as Wang Laowu's hand was about to touch the bamboo rod, Sunan abruptly raised his hand to evade him, finally speaking. His voice hoarse from hunger and cold, yet imbued with a youthful obstinacy. "Wang Laowu, what do you think you're doing? This is public sea territory. The fish aren't yours. I'm fishing here. It's none of your business." His shout drew the attention of all around them. Wang Laowu, taken aback that this usually mute boy dared to resist, was momentarily stunned before his face flushed with rage. "Hey, you little brat, dare to talk back? I'm doing you a favor by wanting your fish. You should be grateful and get lost. Why should I give way to you?" Sunan retorted, stubbornly puffing out his chest. "Chairman Mao said that labor is most glorious. I earn my keep by fishing. What is wrong with that? Why should you obstruct my labor? Isn't that hindering the construction of the new China? Isn't that a sign of backward thinking? Such a grand accusation. What crime carries the most weight in this era? Ideological issues." Wang Laowu was taken aback by this sudden escalation, his face turning beet red. "You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me, you rightist brat. Whether I'm slandering or not, everyone has eyes." Sunan refused to back down, though his stomach growled. He would not yield in spirit. "I'm just here to labor. You're trying to rob me of my tools and my hard-earned gains. Isn't that obstructing construction? Do you have something against the new China? Do you disagree with Chairman Mao's teachings?" He spoke fervently of labor and construction, each word aimed at the highest ideals. The onlookers began to shift their perspectives. This Sioux family boy, usually so reticent, had unexpectedly displayed such verbal agility. The words spoken were indeed astute, yet terrifying. Wang Laowu trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Sunan. You. What about you?" Seizing the moment, Sunan raised his voice even higher. "If you're so capable, go fish for yourself. What right do you have to snatch food from a mere child? The neighbors are all watching. If you dare touch my rod today, I shall march to the neighborhood committee and the street office to inquire whether this new society permits the plundering of the fruits of labor from the people." Wang Laowu was utterly silenced. As a petty man, he could bully the honest, but when confronted by someone who dared to reason with him, especially on ideological matters, he immediately cowered. If this escalated to the neighborhood committee, he would surely face dire consequences. Just you wait, brat. Humph. I'll see how you catch anything. Wang Laowu spat out his threats, retreating back to his side, feeling the searing gazes of those behind him. Sunan let out a sigh of relief, silently grateful for his luck. In this era, certain words still commanded a natural reverence. He had successfully transformed a potential physical confrontation into a verbal debate, triumphing over his opponent with righteousness. After this commotion, he found himself more focused than ever, his entire being immersed in the subtle sensations conveyed by the hemp rope. Suddenly, a distinct tug, unlike the gentle pull of the waves, resonated through the rope, reaching his fingertips with clarity. Almost instinctively, the knowledge in his mind propelled his body into action. With a swift flick of his wrist, he struck. The bamboo rod bent into a breathtaking arc. It was hooked. Sunan let out a low roar, feeling invigorated. Disregarding the cold, he gripped the rod tightly and began to cautiously coax the fish. The commotion instantly captured the attention of everyone around. Had he truly caught one? Judging by the rod's bend, it was no small catch. Wang Laowu's eyes widened, his face shifting colors like a painter's palette. Sunan was wholly absorbed, employing the newfound knowledge swirling in his mind, alternating between tension and relaxation. Using the rod's elasticity to counter the underwater creature's struggles. The fish was strong, pulling the hemp rope with a creaking sound, making onlookers anxious, fearing the frail bamboo rod or the rope might snap at any moment. Minutes later, a shimmering sea bass, nearly the length of an adult forearm, was laboriously pulled from the water by Sunan. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere. The fish flailed desperately on the rocks, its scales glistening enticingly in the morning light. What a magnificent sea bass! In this season and at this location, it was indeed a rare find. For a moment, the entire rocky area fell into stunned silence. Only the sound of the waves and Sunan's heavy breathing could be heard. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the still flopping fish. Then at the frail boy whose face glowed with an unusual flush from excitement and exertion. Could this foolish lad truly have caught such a large fish? What extraordinary luck! Sunan gazed at his trophy, his heart racing, the overwhelming joy and sense of accomplishment dispelling hunger and cold. He quickly unhooked the fish, threading prepared hemp rope through its gills to secure it, lifting it like a treasured prize. The heavy weight in his hands nearly brought tears to his eyes. Meat. Actual meat. He cast a glance at Wang Laowu, whose face was ashen, filled with envy and disbelief, and inwardly chuckled, though outwardly he feigned surprise, muttering to himself just loud enough for those nearby to hear. Oh, what luck! A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. This fish is truly foolish. With that, he dared not linger any longer or attempt to catch a second fish. Grasping the still wriggling sea bass, he hastily packed away his meager equipment. And with the complex gazes of the crowd upon him, he walked away with a somewhat unsteady yet resolute stride, quickly leaving the rocky shore behind. Behind him lay an eerie silence. After a considerable time, someone murmured, "This kid from the Su family is quite uncanny." Wang Laowu spat viciously into the sea, his eyes dark and brooding as he stared at the direction in which Sunan had vanished, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Sunan could only think of returning home swiftly. "Bebe, wait for me. I'm bringing fish back. Warm fish soup." His pace quickened, almost breaking into a run. The biting wind against his face seemed less frigid than before. Chapter 3, Culinary Skills and Fortune Awaken. Sunan dashed home, nearly airborne, clutching the struggling sea bass. He flung open the rickety wooden door with a bang and shut it just as swiftly, as though fleeing from an unseen pursuer. Though Wang Laowu was hardly more fearsome than a dog, brother, little Bebe, curled up in a corner, was startled awake. Upon seeing his brother return, his eyes instantly sparkled. When he noticed the thrashing fish in Sunan's hands, his mouth fell open in astonishment, nearly drooling. "Fish! Such a big fish!" The exclamation, filled with incredulity and joy, dispelled any remnants of fear and tension from Sunan's journey. "Yes, a big fish. I promise to make you something delicious." Sunan lifted the fish high, unable to suppress his beaming smile and sense of pride. This primal satisfaction derived from laboriously obtaining food was incomparable to gorging on takeout in his past life. He placed the fish into a battered wooden basin with a missing edge. Bebe immediately squatted beside it, extending his tiny fingers, eager yet hesitant to touch. His eyes wide with wonder as he circled the basin, muttering, "Fish, fish. Brother is amazing." Seeing his brother's excitement, Sunan felt that the cold endured and the scolding received on the rocky beach were worth every moment. However, amidst the joy, practical concerns quickly arose. Now that he had a fish, how would they eat it? Steamed? Braised? grilled? Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Yet, glancing at their earthen stove, he saw a grimy iron pot. The oil can nearly scrape to sparks, and only a smidgen of salt remaining in a small clay jar. Other seasonings? Soy sauce and vinegar? Those were luxuries. Scallions, ginger, garlic? Mere dreams. A clever cook faces a daunting task without rice. Must he truly resort to primitive methods and boil it in water? That would be a disservice to such a plump sea base. Not to mention an affront to his culinary soul, honed in a land of gourmet delights. System, oh system, lend me some strength. Soon mused, instinctively calling out in his mind. He hadn't signed in yet today. Beep. Would the host like to sign in for today? Sign in. Absolutely. Beep. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining basic seafood cooking skills knowledge capsule. Boom. A rush of information flooded into his mind. How to preserve the seafood's original flavor when steaming. How to utilize common coastal plants to enhance freshness in the absence of seasonings. How to fry fish fillets crispy on the outside, yet tender within using just salt and a touch of lard. Even how to simmer fish heads and bones to create a milky white, utterly delectable broth. The simple yet effective cooking techniques suited to his current conditions coalesced seamlessly in his mind. Sunen's eyes lit up. Truly, it was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he yearned for sleep. This system was reliable, though it hadn't directly provided oil or sauces. This knowledge was far more precious than mere seasonings. Bebe, wait. I'll show you something special. Sunen's confidence surged as he rolled up non-existent sleeves and set to work. First, he needed to prepare the fish, scaling, gutting, and cleaning it thoroughly. The tools were cumbersome, yet the newly acquired knowledge made his movements much swifter. Bebe followed closely like a little tail, watching his brother with curiosity, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. Indeed, the household lacked a plethora of seasonings, yet knowledge whispered to him that wild scallions might be discovered within the crevices of the coastal rocks. He instructed Bebe to stay indoors and watch the fish, then swiftly darted outside. As fortune would have it, he unearthed several slender wild scallions from a familiar nook of his memory. Without oil, frying was out of the question. Steaming emerged as the most effective and effortless method to showcase the fish's freshness. He cleaved the sizable fish into several substantial chunks, arranging them in the only somewhat intact coarse pottery bowl, sprinkling a modicum of precious salt, and adorning it with the freshly washed wild scallions. Water was added to the pot, a grate was set atop it, and the bowl was placed inside, covered with a slightly deformed wooden lid. Starting a fire was a task of its own. The firewood at home was scant, comprised mainly of splintered twigs and dried leaves. Relying on the vague recollections of the original owner and a surge of determination, Sunan toiled for quite a while, blowing and fanning until he was covered in soot. Finally, igniting the flames within the stove. The thick smoke stung his eyes, yet the sight of the flickering flames filled his heart with warmth. Time flowed slowly in anticipation, and the dilapidated little abode gradually filled with an indescribable aroma of freshness. It was the inherent delicacy of the sea fish, mingled with the pungent fragrance released by the wild scallions under heat. Though simple, it was pure and commanding, inciting a fervent rebellion in their bellies. Bebe could no longer contain himself, leaning over the stove, his little nose twitching eagerly, gazing longingly at the steaming pot. Brother, it smells so good. Is it ready? Almost there. Sunan found himself swallowing hard. The aroma was more enticing than anything he had experienced in a Michelin restaurant in his past life. Hunger is indeed the finest seasoning. At last, sensing that the time was ripe, Sunan cautiously lifted the pot lid. An even more intense, white steam burst forth, carrying with it an astonishing freshness that enveloped the entire room. Within the coarse pottery bowl, the large chunks of fish were pristine and firm, the wild scallions had softened. Interspersed among them, with a small pool of clear, glistening fish juice accumulating at the bottom. While the presentation might have been rustic, the fragrance was absolutely divine. Sunan deftly picked up a small piece of belly meat, the most tender part with fewer bones, gently blew on it, and offered it to Bebe's lips. Here. Bebe, give it a taste. Be careful, it's hot. Bebe eagerly opened his mouth, chomping down and exhaling sharply from the heat. Yet unwilling to spit it out, his little mouth chewing rapidly, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes of bliss as he mumbled incoherently. So delicious. So good, brother. It's truly fragrant. Observing his brother devouring the food with such abandon, nearly swooning from satisfaction, Sunan felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment swell within him. He quickly grabbed a piece for himself. The fish was fresh, tender, and smooth. Just a hint of salt and wild scallions had elevated the sea base's inherent flavor to its zenith. Simple cooking, exquisite enjoyment. He nearly swallowed his own tongue in delight. The siblings, oblivious to the heat, huddled around the stove, taking turns to eat, perspiration dripping from their foreheads, their mouths glistening with oil, indulging in a culinary euphoria. A fish weighing several pounds was reduced to nothing but a complete skeleton and head. Bei, patting his round little belly, let out a satisfied burp, his face radiating unprecedented contentment and rosy hues, chiming in his baby voice. Brother, Bei is full. So good. Will there be more tomorrow? Sunan chuckled, ruffling his hair. Tomorrow, I'll find a way. As he tidied up the fish bones, preparing to simmer the head and bones into a broth for the evening. Footsteps and voices suddenly echoed from outside. Oh my, what is that delightful aroma? Who is cooking so splendidly? A somewhat sharp female voice chimed in. It was the gossipy Aunt Zhao from yesterday. It seems to be another woman from the Su family, a lower voice murmured. Su family. Aunt Zhao's tone rose incredulously. That rightist family? What could they possibly have that is good? Is that the scent of fish? Quite fresh. Where did they get the money to buy fish? Surely not. Before she could finish her thought, the rickety wooden door of Su Nan's home was unceremoniously pushed ajar, and Aunt Zhao's face, brimming with gossip and suspicion, poked in, her nose sniffing eagerly, upon spotting the remnants of the sizable fish skeleton on the stove, along with the traces of oil around Su Bei's mouth and the lingering aroma that had yet to dissipate. Her eyes widened in shock. Well, Su Nan, you've got a lot of explaining to do. Aunt Zhao burst in, pointing at the fish bones, her voice sharp enough to pierce the eardrums. Where did this fish come from? Given your circumstances, how could you possibly have fish? Such a large one at that? Are you involved in something unsavory? Did you steal it? Or rob it? Her outburst attracted the attention of several neighbors, who gathered at the door, peering inside, their faces etched with astonishment at the sight of the fish bones and the Su siblings. Su Nan felt a tightening in his chest, but was prepared. He immediately donned the original owner's somewhat timid, yet defensively anxious expression, stammering, Aunt Zhao, please don't speak nonsense. I caught this fish this morning by the seaside rocks. Caught it. Aunt Zhao scoffed, as though she had heard the grandest of jokes. You? That dullard? Fishing? You must be joking. Who doesn't he know your father is an inept old fool? How could you possibly have such skills? It must be stolen. Probably from someone at the market. It truly is my catch. Su Nan's face flushed with indignation. Right by the eastern rock beach, many people witnessed it. Wang Lao was there too. Not only did I catch it, but I nearly got into a scuffle with him. He deliberately dragged Wang Lao into the conversation to bolster his credibility. A voice murmured from the crowd. I think I saw that Su kid with a bamboo pole heading toward the sea this morning. Wang Lao? He is not a good sort, another neighbor commented. Aunt Zhao remained skeptical, yet her relentless questioning faltered. Even if you did catch it, it was merely luck. Look at how greedy this child is. As if he has never eaten before. A single fish wasted like this, not even sharing with the neighbors, shows a complete lack of community spirit. Your ideological awareness is clearly problematic. Su Nan inwardly cursed, realizing Aunt Zhao had a knack for spinning narratives. However, he maintained an even more aggrieved visage. Aunt Zhao, Bei and I were on the brink of starvation. After such a hard-fought catch, we remember what Chairman Mao said about self-reliance and ensuring ample sustenance through one's own labor. How is there anything wrong with that? Besides, this fish was simply foolish. Swimming right into my hook. He once again summoned the twin virtues of labor and luck, painting himself as a pitiful figure barely scraping by. Indeed, as he spoke, the expressions of several neighbors softened. After all, a half-grown child caring for a younger sibling, starving and catching a fish to eat, though somewhat greedy, did not seem like a grave offense. Aunt Zhao's aggressive stance began to feel like bullying a child. Aunt Zhao, momentarily at a loss for words, especially with Su Nan invoking Chairman Mao's words, could only huff in frustration. Humph. Good luck? We'll see how long that lasts. With your background, your luck can't be that great. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving a room full of mixed glances and the lingering scent of fish. Su Nan let out a silent sigh of relief. He had managed to navigate through this ordeal. The excuse of luck was indeed quite useful. However, relying solely on luck was hardly a sustainable strategy. He observed the neighbors gradually dispersing from the doorway, deep in thought. Meanwhile, little Bei clung tightly to his shirt, clearly shaken by the earlier commotion, yet feeling an overwhelming sense of security as he patted his round belly. Chapter 4. In pursuit of livelihood, venturing into the deep mountains. Encountering a venomous snake, signing for aid. The exquisite flavor of the fish soup lingered on his palate. Yet the fullness in his belly reminded Su Nan of a harsh reality. One cannot simply consume without replenishing, especially when he had no mountains to rely upon. The energy and joy brought by that sea base sustained the brothers for merely a day. At dawn the following day, the growling of their stomachs and Bei's pair of yearning yet understanding eyes acted as two whips, compelling Su Nan to once again toil for their livelihood. He was hesitant to venture to the seaside daily, The bloodthirsty jealousy reflected in Wang Laowu's eyes yesterday, coupled with Aunt Zhao's scrutinizing gaze akin to that of a detective, left him feeling uneasy. A stroke of luck once could be deemed miraculous. However, to rely on fortune daily would be tantamount to courting disaster. With the potential for misfortune lurking around, he feared he might prematurely experience the harsh realities of his father's labor reform life. A new battleground must be established. Gazing towards the sea, framed by the mountains, the azure expanse before him was not the only bounty. The lush, rolling hills behind him had begun to transform in Su Nan's eyes into a treasure trove brimming with possibilities. What treasures lay within the mountains? Mushrooms, wild vegetables, and perhaps even the chance to unearth a bird's egg or encounter a foolish roe deer. Although he understood that with his current gear and stamina, pursuing large game was a mere fantasy, surely foraging for mountain goods was within the realm of possibility. He recalled that the original owner had once accompanied friends to gather firewood at the mountain's outskirts, but beyond that, he had not ventured deeper. It was said that wild boars and even wolves roamed the deep woods. Was he afraid? Certainly. The prospect of hunger leading to being carried off by a beast was all too real, and Su Nan resolutely chose to first address the immediate pangs of hunger. Bei, I shall venture to the back mountain to see if I can find something to eat. You must stay at home, secure the door, and do not open it for anyone until I return, Su Nan instructed with meticulous care. There was little of value in their home to steal. His main concern was the potential for scoundrels like Wang Laowu or Aunt Zhao to return and frighten the child. Bei's small face tightened in determination as he nodded vigorously. I will be good and wait for my brother to bring back delicious food. The little one had developed a blind faith in his brother's foraging abilities. With a smile, Su Nan ruffled the child's hair. He found a sturdy stick to serve as both a cane and a makeshift weapon, securing the only rusted hatchet he possessed at the back of his waist. Although it was cumbersome for chopping wood, it could serve to scare off intruders or sever a vine. After a moment's thought, he wrapped the leftover fish head from yesterday's soup in a rag and tucked it into his pocket, just in case it might prove useful. Preparation complete. He took a deep breath and set off along the winding path behind the house that led up the mountain. The deeper he ventured, the more artificial traces faded away. Towering trees cast shadows over the ground, where a thick layer of fallen leaves muffled his steps, the air infused with the refreshing scent of decaying vegetation and moist earth. The chorus of birdsong echoed, enhancing the serene stillness of the forest. Su Nan widened his eyes, striving to identify the flora surrounding him. Unfortunately, the knowledge from his memory of basic fish identification and fishing techniques and fundamental seafood cooking skills proved utterly unhelpful. He gazed at the plethora of mushrooms and wild vegetables, unable to distinguish the toxic from the benign. A knowledge gap. He could only try to gather a few plants that appeared familiar or had been nibbled by insects, carefully uprooting several and binding them with grass stems. He also sought wild fruits, but in this season, ripe ones seemed scarce. Finally, he spotted a sun-drenched slope with a few clusters of low shrubs adorned with small, red fruits. Just as he picked one to taste, a sudden flash of wariness surged through his mind. Wasn't there a chance that consuming this could lead to an upset stomach? Alarmed, he hastily discarded it. Indeed, the mountains were fraught with peril. After laboring for a better part of the day, his harvest was disheartening. A small bundle of wilted wild vegetables, a handful of exceptionally tart hawthorn berries that contorted his features in distaste, scarcely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. His strength waned rapidly, hunger gnawing at him. Disappointment and anxiety began to seep in. Clearly, foraging in the mountains was far more challenging than at the sea. Lacking relevant knowledge meant relying solely on luck. And fortune had evidently not favored him today. Unwilling to yield, he clenched his teeth and pressed deeper into the woods. The trees grew denser, the light dimmed, and an eerie silence enveloped him. Just as he prepared to abandon his quest and return home, his eyes were suddenly drawn to a peculiar cluster of plants nearby. It was a type of fern, its leaves exhibiting an unusual shape, exuding a subtle sheen unlike the surrounding flora in the dim light. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he approached, pondering whether this might be a rare, edible, or medicinal herb. However, as he bent down to grasp a leaf, a swift, dark green shadow erupted from the pile of leaves beneath the plant, lunging at his outstretched wrist. Su Nan barely registered what it was. All he felt was a rush of cold air and a sharp, agonizing pain radiating from his wrist. He cried out in distress, instinctively retracting his hand and staggering back several steps before collapsing onto the thick carpet of leaves. Upon regaining focus, terror gripped him. A snake, as thick as his forearm, its dark green body adorned with irregular black patterns, raised its triangular head while flicking its crimson tongue, its icy vertical pupils fixed on him. Blood was still evident on its venomous fangs. On his right wrist, two clear bite marks rapidly reddened and darkened before his eyes. A venomous snake. He had been bitten by a venomous serpent. The excruciating pain surged upwards from the wound, enveloping his entire arm in a throbbing numbness. His heartbeat quickening as an icy dread seized him. He would die. The venom. Being bitten by a poisonous snake in this desolate wilderness was tantamount to a death sentence. A wave of immense panic and despair made him tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring from him, more frigid than the mountain breeze. Thoughts of Bei waiting for him at home flooded his mind. Along with the realization that he had only just been granted a second chance at life, was he truly destined to perish here in such a pitiful manner? No. He absolutely could not allow that. A fervent will to survive ignited within him, nearly overwhelming his capacity for rational thought, leaving only instinct. Yes, the system, the sign-in. He had yet to sign in today. Grasping at this last lifeline, he summoned every ounce of willpower to internally scream, "System, sign in. Hurry. Save me." Ding. Would the host like to proceed with today's sign-in? The system's prompt resonated coldly and steadily, devoid of any emotion. Yet it felt like a divine revelation in this moment. Yes, yes, yes. Quickly. Sunan sensed his vision beginning to blur. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained basic herbal identification and first aid knowledge capsule. Additional reward, cooling detox powder. Boom. An influx of information surged into his mind. This time, it was a wealth of knowledge regarding the characteristics, properties, and effects of common herbs, particularly those effective for snake bites and external bleeding, as well as methods for quickly treating wounds and delaying the onset of venom. As the knowledge flooded in, Sunan's gaze instinctively darted around him. Yes, just a short distance behind him, near a crevice in the rocks, he identified several plants with serrated leaves blooming with small white flowers, snakeberry, cooling in nature. It could alleviate snake venom when mashed and applied externally. While it wouldn't completely neutralize the toxin, it could buy him some time. Further away, beneath a large tree, he spotted a cluster of thick-leaved plants with tiny thorns, spiny thistle, another effective antidote. He even recognized the snake that had just bitten him as a common local venomous species. He couldn't recall its scientific name, but his newfound knowledge revealed that although its venom was potent, its effects manifested relatively slowly, and timely intervention might prevent a fatal outcome. Hope reignited. The instinct to survive unleashed tremendous potential within him, ignoring the searing pain and numbness in his arm. He scrambled toward the rock crevice, frantically uprooting the snake berries along with their roots, shoving them into his mouth and chewing them to a pulp, disregarding any concerns about cleanliness or taste, before applying the mixture directly onto the wound on his right wrist. A wave of coolness momentarily soothed the searing pain. He rushed towards the cluster of plantain, mashing it with fervor and applying the pulp around his wound. After completing this arduous task, he found himself nearly incapacitated, leaning against a grand tree while gasping for breath, his heart racing as if it might explode. The numbness continued to spread slowly, though it appeared to be diminishing in intensity. He promptly summoned the package of cooling detox powder from his mind, a light green powder that emanated a refreshing aroma, reminiscent of mint and herbs. With utmost care, he sprinkled it over the wound, which was already smeared with herbal concoction. A more potent cooling sensation seeped in, seemingly alleviating the pain and numbness to some degree. Effective. Sunan exhaled a long, trembling sigh, his cold sweat thoroughly soaking his tattered cotton coat. He slumped beneath the tree, gazing at his gruesomely disfigured wrist, smeared with a verdant muck, feeling both a sense of dread and relief. It was a close call. The venomous snake responsible for his plight had long since vanished. The forest remained eerily quiet, yet Sunan found that this silence no longer struck fear into his heart. Instead, it buzzed with a myriad of information. His gaze swept over the surroundings once more. Those once unfamiliar flowers, grasses, and trees now seemed to bear distinct labels in his eyes. Was that the hemostatic rhizome of Imperata cylindrica? Were those the leaves of loquat, known for their cough-relieving properties? Was that the sour yet edible sorrel, a silver lining amid misfortune? He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. The price of this fortune was rather steep. After resting for a considerable while and feeling some semblance of strength returning, he noted that while his arm remained swollen, painful, and numb, at least it showed no signs of further deterioration. He dared not linger. Hastily bandaging the wound with a scrap of cloth and carefully tucking away the remaining plantain and a few identified useful herbs. This venture into the mountains had truly cost him dearly. He had found no food, nearly lost his life, yet at least he had gained knowledge that could save him. Leaning on a wooden staff, he dragged his weary body down the mountain, step by careful step. As he neared the foot of the mountain, he unexpectedly encountered an elder bearing a hunting spear, with several wild rabbits and pheasants hanging from his waist. The old man's skin was darkened by the sun, his face etched with wrinkles, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. He was the renowned hunter from the village, surnamed Zhang, colloquially known as Zhang the Hunter. Upon seeing Su Nan in such a disheveled state, his face pale and his arm bandaged, Zhang the Hunter paused, particularly surprised by the herbs peeking from Su Nan's arms. "Is that you, the Su lad? What brings you to the mountains? Oh dear, what has bitten your hand?" Zhang's voice boomed. Su Nan's heart tightened, and he quickly concealed his injured hand, forcing a bitter smile. "Grandpa Zhang, I merely came to forage for wild vegetables and accidentally got bitten by a snake." "A snake?" Zhang furrowed his brow. "What sort? You've got some luck, don't you? And you knew to find herbs to apply? This plan is just right. Who taught you this?" Su Nan's heart sank. He sensed trouble brewing. Yet he continued to feign ignorance, tapping into his self-taught knowledge. "And no one taught me. I just remember some things from the tattered books my father left behind. There were some illustrations. I'm not sure if they're accurate, but it hurt terribly." Zhang scrutinized him, skepticism evident in his eyes, before snorting. "Consider yourself fortunate. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Is this mountain a place for just anyone? Remember this next time. Hurry home and rest." "Ah, thank you, Grandpa Zhang," Su Nan replied, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly nodding and hurrying home, despite the pain. Behind him, Zhang the Hunter watched his retreating figure, then glanced down at his own catch, muttering to himself, "The Su family's boy recognizes herbs? How strange." Meanwhile, Su Nan was drenched in cold sweat. His ruse of the pig playing the tiger nearly turned him into a dead pig. Chapter 5. Trading medicinal herbs for ration coupons. Wit and eloquence in a heart-stopping exchange. The aftereffects of the snake venom proved to be more stubborn than Su Nan had anticipated. In the ensuing 2 days, his right arm remained swollen and painful, rendering him powerless, with intermittent waves of soreness and numbness. This completely extinguished any thoughts of venturing into the mountains or the sea in the near future. To make matters worse, the meager energy derived from the fish soup and sour wild fruits had long been depleted. In the corner of his dilapidated home lay only a few wilted wild vegetables, nearly unrecognizable, and the increasingly frequent yet stifled sounds of little Bei swallowing hard. The little one was quite understanding, no longer complaining of hunger, but his large eyes often gazed longingly at his brother, filled with silent yearning and a hint of barely perceptible fear, fearing that his brother might collapse again as he had a few days prior. This silent torment weighed heavier on Su Nan's heart than any reprimand could. No longer could he wait. Even if his arm was not fully healed, he had to find a way. His gaze fell upon the few herbs he had brought back from the mountains, particularly the few relatively intact plantains. Since Zhang the Hunter recognized this herb, it must possess some value. In these times, Western medicine was scarce and expensive, while traditional Chinese herbs still held a market among the people. Perhaps he could barter them for some food? But where could he trade them? The supply and marketing cooperative? They would not accept items of dubious origin, and given his circumstances, he might face extensive questioning upon entry. A legitimate pharmacy? That would require a letter of introduction or a household registration, neither of which he possessed. The only avenue left was that hidden black market, lurking in the corners of urban and rural areas, operating in a gray zone. He vaguely recalled hearing that near the riverbank at the edge of the county town, on evenings of the 3rd and 8th days of the lunar calendar, some individuals would covertly engage in barter or monetary exchanges, trading items of uncertain origin or those they were reluctant to use themselves. The risks were immense. If caught by the municipal enforcement team, one might face confiscation and fines. Or worse, public humiliation. To go, or not to go? Looking at Bei's emaciated little face, Su Nan gritted his teeth and decided to go. Starvation was still death, and if caught, perhaps he could take a gamble. At least he now possessed basic herbal knowledge, allowing him to discern the quality of herbs and avoid being duped with fakes. He meticulously arranged the plantains, checked the meager amount of cash left from his previous fish sale, and took a deep breath. Bei, I'm going out for a bit to take care of some matters. You stay home obediently, and remember, do not open the door for anyone. Su Nan reiterated, his heart racing. Be careful, brother. Bei seemed to sense his tension, his little face taut. Seizing the early twilight, Su Nan wrapped a tattered scarf around half his face, lowered his head, and cautiously navigated towards the riverbank at the county's edge, relying on his memory and the vague information he had gathered. The closer he got to his destination, the faster his heart raced. Along the way, he occasionally spotted a few hurried figures, similarly concealing their faces, carrying baskets or cloth bags. They exchanged fleeting glances before swiftly averting their eyes, silently moving in the same direction. The terrain around the riverbank was complex, overgrown with reeds, and several abandoned boats lay half sunken along the shore, providing natural cover. At this moment, shadows of figures began to emerge deeper within the reeds, yet an eerie silence prevailed. Hardly anyone spoke above a whisper, and transactions occurred through hushed murmurs. brief glances, and subtle gestures. The atmosphere was stifling, tense, permeated with an invisible panic and a yearning for trade. Sunan felt as if his heart had lodged in his throat, his palms slick with sweat. Mimicking the others, he sought a slightly secluded corner to crouch down, revealing a corner of the plantains wrapped in cloth, then lowered his head, stealing glances at the passers-by. No one paid him any mind. Their focus lay on the goods others brought: eggs, coarse cloth, a few pounds of grain, a small piece of cured meat, each a valuable commodity in dire circumstances. His meager herbs appeared particularly pitiful and out of place. Time ticked away, and as the sky grew darker, the market seemed to show signs of dispersing, causing Sunan's anxiety to escalate. Was today to be a fruitless endeavor after all? Had he risked so much for nothing? Just as despair began to engulf him, a middle-aged man, dressed in a somewhat worn cadre uniform and sporting glasses, hesitated before coming to a halt in front of him. The man's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and he occasionally suppressed a cough, yet his gaze brightened slightly as it swept over the herbs before Sunan. "Comrade, are these for barter?" the man inquired, lowering his voice with a hint of uncertainty and anticipation. "Yes, they are fresh, effective for clearing heat and detoxifying, and they can also alleviate coughs." Sunan quickly replied in a hushed tone, his heart racing. The man squatted down to examine the herbs closely, nodding slightly. "They seem acceptable. How do you wish to exchange?" Sunan took a deep breath, striving to appear more composed. "Perhaps you could spare some grain coupons? Even coarse grain coupons would suffice." He hesitated to directly ask for money, believing that grain coupons were the most tangible currency at present. After a moment of contemplation, the man scrutinized Sunan's frail frame and his faded clothing, then glanced at the herbs once more, as if arriving at a decision. "I don't have many grain coupons on me. How about 3 pounds of coarse grain coupons plus 50 cents? Would that work for you?" Sunan's heart raced. 3 pounds of coarse grain coupons. That would be enough for him and Bei to enjoy several hearty meals. And 50 cents. This vastly exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought he would be fortunate to exchange for just 1 pound of grain coupons. Yet he forced himself to remain calm, unwilling to reveal his eagerness. He feigned hesitation and murmured, "Brother, these herbs were not easy to procure. I nearly got bitten by a snake while gathering them. Would it be possible for you to add a bit more? Or perhaps exchange for fine grain coupons?" The man's brow furrowed, seemingly displeased. But he couldn't suppress a couple of coughs before ultimately conceding. "I don't have fine grain coupons. How about 4 pounds of coarse grain coupons and 50 cents? That's the best I can do. If not, then so be it." "All right. Thank you, brother." Sunan quickly nodded, eager to finalize the deal. The two swiftly completed the transaction. The man shoved the grain coupons and the rolled-up cash into Sunan's hands, while Sunan handed over the herbs. The entire exchange took less than 10 seconds, both parties moving as if they were thieves, hastily concealing their items in their clothing before immediately parting ways. Mingling into the thinning crowd. Success. Sunan felt the satisfying heft in his pocket, his excitement making his hands tremble. The overwhelming joy diluted his fear and anxiety. He dared not linger, immediately lowering his head and quickening his pace to escape this perilous place. However, just as he was about to exit the reed marsh and set foot on the path back to the village, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Stop! Don't move. City management team inspection." The sharp command rang out like a thunderclap, shattering the tranquility of the riverbank. In an instant, the entire black market erupted into chaos. The crowd surged like a disturbed nest of hornets, filled with cries of alarm, the sound of fleeing footsteps, and the clatter of dropped belongings. Sunan's heart sank into his stomach. He saw several individuals donned in red armbands, wielding flashlights and clubs, charging from multiple directions, attempting to intercept the panicking throng. "This is it. If I'm caught, it's all over." Sunan's mind went blank, leaving only the instinct to flee. Young and nimble, he darted into the dense thicket of reeds like a frightened rabbit, disregarding direction as he plunged deeper. The sharp reed leaves stung against his face. But he paid no heed. Behind him, shouts rang out, the sound of pursuing footsteps, and the pleas and cries of those who had been caught. His heart threatened to leap from his throat. The grain coupons and money in his pocket felt like scalding iron. He must not be caught. Absolutely not. Relying on his small stature, he twisted and turned through the reeds, leveraging his vague recollections of the terrain and a fierce determination to run as hard as he could. Several times, beams of flashlights swept nearby, causing him to immediately drop to the ground and hold his breath, drenched in cold sweat. The sounds of pursuit gradually faded, but he dared not stop, stumbling onward until he could no longer hear any commotion behind him. Only then did he lean against a crooked tree, gasping for breath, his lungs burning, his legs feeling as weak as noodles. Turning back, he saw that the riverbank had returned to silence, with only the rustling of the reeds in the wind, as if the harrowing chase had never occurred. The moonlight cast a cold glow upon his pale, bewildered face. Trembling, he reached into his pocket to confirm the grain coupons and money were still there. A wave of relief washed over him, mingled with a profound sense of dread. He slid down the tree trunk to sit on the ground, unable to quell the rapid beating of his heart. This black market is truly no place for decent folk. Would he dare return again? He looked at the grain coupons in his hand, recalling Bay's eager gaze. Sunan let out a bitter smile. Chapter 6. Fine grain brings joy, envy breeds trouble. Sunan practically tumbled back home, hastily securing the door behind him, leaning against the cold wooden panel as his heart continued to race. The echoes of the city management team's shouts and the panicked rush of the crowd still ringing in his ears. The small cuts from the reed leaves stung fiercely, yet they paled in comparison to the intense warmth of the 4 pounds of coarse grain coupons and 50 cents he held. It was worth it. Damn near scared the life out of me, but it was worth it. Brother? Bay's timid voice came from the corner. The little one had not yet fallen asleep, straining to listen for sounds at the door. Seeing his brother in such a disheveled and startled state, his small face turned pale. Sunan took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his lingering fear, and managed to smile. It's nothing, Bay, I'm fine. Look what I got. He proudly revealed the crumpled, yet immensely precious grain coupons and cash. Bay did not recognize the grain coupons, but was familiar with money. Upon seeing the bills, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth formed an O. Money. Brother, you have money. In his limited understanding, money could buy sweet candies and delicious cakes. Yes, money. And grain coupons. Tomorrow, I'll buy you something tasty. Sunan lifted his brother into his arms, feeling the light weight against him, his heart swelling with bittersweet hope. The risk was worth it. For this little one, it was all worth it. That night, Sunan's sleep was restless, filled with dreams of those in red armbands chasing him. Yet, the feel of the grain coupons in his pocket provided an overwhelming sense of grounding. At the break of dawn, Sunan, with grain coupons and money in hand, wrapped himself warmly and sneaked to the supply and marketing cooperative's distribution point at the street corner. He dared not purchase too much, only weighing out a pound of precious fine cornmeal. Exchanging coarse grain coupons for fine grain required a little extra money, but he wanted Bay to enjoy something good. The remaining coarse grain coupons he carefully stowed away, as they were to be his future sustenance, not to be squandered in one go. Carrying the small bag of golden cornmeal back home, Sunan felt as though he were cradling a bag of gold, his steps considerably lighter. Upon arriving home, he immediately boiled water and stirred together a pot of thick cornmeal porridge. The golden hue and rich aroma of the grain filled the dilapidated little room in an instant. Bay hovered by the stove, his eyes wide as saucers, inhaling deeply, his little nose twitching as he swallowed repeatedly. Brother, it smells so good. What is it? Corn porridge, something tasty. Make sure to eat a lot, Bay. Sunan replied with a smile, carefully stirring to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. Once the porridge was ready, Sunan ladled a generous bowlful for Bay, golden and steaming. The little one couldn't even wait for it to cool. Scooping it up with a small wooden spoon and shoving it into his mouth, blowing on it to cool it down, yet utterly delighted. His face filled with satisfaction and joy. So good. Delicious. Brother, it's delicious. Watching his brother devour the porridge with such relish, Sunan's sense of accomplishment surged once more. He also served himself a bowl, savoring the thick, coarse cornmeal that was rough on the throat. Yet the pure sweetness of the grain was a flavor he had never experienced before. This is what it means to live like a person. Just as the brother and sister were enjoying their meal, a loud banging on the wooden door interrupted them. Sunan, open the door. You little rascal from the Su family. Why is the door bolted in broad daylight? What unspeakable deeds have you been up to? The sharp, penetrating voice of Aunt Zhao echoed once more, accompanied by murmurs from several other women. A wave of dread washed over Sunan's heart as he realized the source of the overwhelming aroma of cornmeal had summoned this old busybody. He hastily signaled Bay to eat quickly while he ambled toward the door. As soon as he opened it, Aunt Zhao squeezed inside, her nose twitching like a hound's, scanning the room with her eyes like searchlights. She immediately zeroed in on the 2 bowls of half-finished golden corn porridge on the stove, along with the small cloth bag containing the remaining cornmeal. Her eyes turned red with jealousy. Well, Sunan, you wastrel, Aunt Zhao exclaimed, as if she had discovered a monumental scandal, her finger nearly poking Sunan's nose. You dare to indulge in fine grains? Cornmeal. How much did that cost in tickets? Tell me, where did you get the money and tickets? Did you steal again? Or have you engaged in some nefarious activities? Her outburst drew whispers from the women gathered at the door, their gazes filled with suspicion and curiosity. Fine grains. In these times, which household isn't struggling with coarse grains? Given the Su family situation, suddenly consuming fine grains seemed utterly anomalous. Sunan cursed inwardly, but put on a facade of innocence and grievance. Aunt Zhao, please don't slander me. I traded for this. Traded? What did you trade with? What precious items could someone from your destitute family possibly offer for fine grains? Huh. Speak up. Aunt Zhao challenged, hands on her hips, her spittle flying as she raged. Well, a few days ago, I went into the mountains and collected some herbs to trade by the river, Sunan half-heartedly explained, deliberately vague, hinting at a private exchange while avoiding any mention of the black market. Herbs? You? Do you even know about herbs? Who are you trying to fool? Aunt Zhao scoffed, her voice growing sharper. I bet you stole them. Or perhaps you secretly sold something valuable that your parents left you. You unfilial wretch. Wastrel. Everyone, come and see. This rightist brat not only has questionable thoughts, but also dirty hands, stealing and indulging in fine grains. She began to throw a tantrum, attempting to incite the crowd. Bei, frightened, hid behind Sunan, clutching his shirt tightly, too intimidated to even sip from her bowl. Sunan's temper flared. This old hag just wouldn't he quit. Once or twice was bearable, but she kept coming back for trouble. Did she truly believe him to be a soft persimmon to squeeze at will? Taking a deep breath, he resolved to no longer endure her provocation silently. Playing the fool could only go so far. He could not always play the fool without retorting. The semblance of grievance and meekness vanished from his face, his back straightened slightly, and his gaze brightened as he met Aunt Zhao's stare. His voice calm, yet crystal clear. Aunt Zhao, I must express my displeasure with your words. Chairman Mao taught us that without investigation, one cannot speak. Which of your eyes saw me steal? I labor for my sustenance, venturing into the mountains to gather herbs, nearly bitten by a venomous snake. He raised his slightly swollen right arm as evidence. This is proof. I risked my life for this food, to fill my brother's belly. Why is that a crime? How did it become theft and robbery in your mouth? He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the onlookers by the door, his tone laced with mockery. And you? Aunt Zhao, you keep a watchful eye on our stove every day, rushing over at the slightest whiff of something good. More intrusive than the old matriarchs of the old society. You mock us when we eat scraps, yet when we have something decent, you cry foul. I wonder, are you genuinely concerned for your neighbors, or do you simply despise seeing others enjoy a little goodness? If you truly cared about national property and had such awareness, you should be reporting enemy agents at the commune or catching those sabotaging production in the fields. Why do you choose to tussle with me, a mere half-grown child? To showcase your prowess? This sharp-tongued retort stunned Aunt Zhao into silence, leaving her momentarily flummoxed. The expressions of the neighbors shifted subtly. Indeed, although the Su family's background was dubious, what Sunan had just articulated held merit. He had risked his life gathering herbs. What was wrong with trading for food? Aunt Zhao's reaction seemed excessively bitter. Her face flushed with a mix of red and white. Aunt Zhao pointed at Sunan, sputtering without a word. She had not anticipated this usually silent boy to suddenly wield such a sharp tongue, each word laced with barbs. You little sharp-tongued brat. How dare you speak to me this way? You've crossed the line. Aunt Zhao ultimately resorted to asserting her elder status in an attempt to intimidate him. Why should I fear? I have done nothing wrong. I do not fear the ghost knocking at my door. Sunan replied boldly. But you, Aunt Zhao? The next time your family is stewing meat, I shall stand by your door and sniff the aroma, curious about the source of your meat. How does that sound? A muffled giggle escaped from an onlooker, and Aunt Zhao, trembling with rage, felt her dignity crumbling. She shot Sunan a furious glare and swept her gaze over the neighbors, whose expressions had turned peculiar. Ultimately, unable to bear the embarrassment any longer, she stomped her foot and spat. Fine. You wait, Sunan. Let us see how long you can be arrogant. A dog of poor background indulging in fine grains? You think you deserve it. With that, she stormed off, her head hung low. Sunan watched her retreating figure, letting out a cold snort. Dealing with such a shrew required more than mere patience. Turning back, he comfortingly patted Bei's head. It's all right, Bei, continue eating. Then he glanced at the lingering neighbors, sighing as a mix of resignation and defiance crossed his face. Dear ladies and aunties, it is not that I, Sunan, am disrespectful to my elders. The truth is, Bei and I are nearly starving. After finally managing to get something to eat, Aunt Zhao, well, let us forget it. Everyone, please disperse, there is nothing more to see. His strategic retreat served to solidify Aunt Zhao's image as a bully, tormenting a child. The neighbors exchanged glances. Their expressions complex, and without uttering another word, they gradually departed. Silence returned to the dilapidated house, leaving only the faint aroma of corn porridge. Bei looked up, her big eyes filled with admiration. Brother, you are amazing. Sunan smiled, yet inside, he felt far from at ease. Aunt Zhao's last words, a dog of poor background. Indulging in fine grains? You think you deserve it. Pierced his heart like a thorn. In this era, one's background loomed like a mountain. Chapter 7. The daily sign-in opens new possibilities in a grain of rice. The fleeting exhilaration from rebuffing Aunt Zhao did not linger long within Su Nan. Like a gust of wind, it dispersed the surface dust but failed to shake the cold, heavy stone of his background beneath. That phrase, "You think you deserve it," echoed like a ghost in the dilapidated house. The fragrance of fine grains seemed to fade, replaced by an even deeper sense of urgency. Food stamps would inevitably run out. And luck, along with the excuse of gathering herbs, could not be relied upon daily. He needed a more stable, covert source of supplies. And he desperately required a rational explanation for the potential good fortune that might sustain him in the future. Days passed in this cycle of anxiety and the anticipation of daily sign-ins. The swelling in his arm gradually subsided as Su Nan diligently signed in every day. It seemed the system was evaluating his survival situation, offering rewards that no longer provided immediate sustenance or life-saving knowledge, but resembled a long-term, foundational investment. Beep. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring basic meteorological observation and forecast knowledge. Well, that's quite good. I can now predict the weather before heading out, preventing myself from getting soaked in the rain. Yet, at present, it did little to fill his stomach. Beep. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring common wood characteristics and basic identification knowledge. Oh, now I can distinguish whether pine is hard or poplar is soft. And so what? Can it be eaten? Beep. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining basic techniques for crafting and setting traps. This knowledge is somewhat useful. Yet the shadow of that incident at the back mountain still lingers, rendering him reluctant to engage in a game of hide and seek with the wild creatures of the forest for the time being. These bits of knowledge are akin to scattered puzzle pieces, seemingly lacking immediate utility. Nevertheless, Su Nan continues to absorb them with an insatiable thirst. He harbors a vague sense that the system would not bestow upon him anything futile. Rather, it is merely a matter of timing. Each day, he remains preoccupied with the pursuit of food. Hesitant to frequent the beach, he ventures to more secluded tidal flats to dig for clams and gather seaweed, with results that fluctuate between fruitful and meager. Occasionally, he also explores the outskirts of the mountains, utilizing his newfound knowledge of herbs to collect common, worthless plants, which he dries and saves, reluctant to return to the black market, contemplating whether he might one day exchange them for needles and threads at the commune clinic. Life resembles a weary old ox, pulling a rickety cart, trudging along the edge of hunger with a slow and heavy pace. Until one fateful day, as usual, after silently reciting the sign-in mantra, Su Nan held little expectation. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving the hidden milestone of surviving for 10 consecutive days. Reward. Activation of the system's companion space. Time within this space is relatively stagnant, and it may only contain non-living entities. Please ensure the stability of the space. With the chime of the notification, Su Nan felt a sudden buzz in his consciousness, as if an invisible door had swung open. A gray, mist-like cubic space, measuring precisely 1 cubic meter, appeared vividly within his perception. The space, though modest, was empty, with wisps of fog gently swirling around its edges, emanating an odd yet tranquil aura. Time is relatively stagnant. Non-living entities? Su Nan's heart abruptly ceased its rhythm, and he held his breath. After a stunned silence lasting 5 or 6 seconds, an immense, indescribable euphoria surged like a tsunami, causing his blood to boil with excitement. A space. It is indeed a space. Although it is merely 1 cubic meter, what does this signify? It signifies that he now possesses an absolutely concealed, eternally unspoiled personal repository. Food can be hoarded. Valuable items can be hidden. In the future, tangible rewards from sign-ins will have a place to reside. Even if he trades in the black market, he can immediately conceal his acquisitions without fear of them being discovered. This is akin to a timely blessing in the midst of hardship. It is a reward that exhilarates him even more than being handed 10 pounds of rice. Ha! Su Nan could not contain his joy, letting out a soft laugh that brought a slight sting to his eyes. This wretched system has finally done something commendable. No, something divine. Bei was squatting on the ground, playing with a few smooth pebbles he had collected. Hearing his brother's silly laughter, he looked up, bewildered. Brother? It's nothing. Bei. I'm just happy. Su Nan rushed over, scooped up his brother, and spun him around in excitement. Although Bei did not comprehend the reason, he was swept up in his brother's exuberance, giggling heartily. After the initial excitement, Su Nan promptly began to experiment with this newfound space. He concentrated, fixating on the rusty machete in his hand. With a mental command, he thought, retrieve. Whoosh. The machete vanished from his grasp. Almost simultaneously, it materialized, suspended in the center of the gray space. Release. The machete reappeared in his hand. Silky. Seamless. Without delay. Elated, Sunan began to playfully experiment, retrieving and releasing the small stones, a broken bowl used for drinking, and even a little wooden stick that Bei had been playing with. Bei watched, eyes wide, mouth agape, as if his brother were performing magic. Brother is amazing. The things disappeared, and now they are back. The little fellow's vocabulary was limited, but his admiration was palpable. Sunan quickly stifled his playful impulses and, with a serious demeanor, told Bei, "This is a magic trick of mine, and it's our secret. You must not tell anyone, okay? Otherwise, the trick won't work, and we won't have anything to eat anymore." Upon hearing the mention of food, Bei immediately covered his mouth with his tiny hands, nodding vigorously, his big eyes filled with solemnity, as if he had been entrusted with a monumental mission. Once he had reassured his brother, Sunan began to earnestly plan for the cubic space. With limited capacity, he had to be judicious. He wrapped the last bit of cornmeal, his emergency rations, in a rag and placed it inside. He stored away the few precious grain tickets and the remaining coins, considering them essential. He also placed the versatile fish bait he had received from the last sign-in, which he had hesitated to use until now. Additionally, he added the bundles of common herbs he had dug up and partially dried over the past few days. They took up little space and might prove useful in the future. The space was quickly filled to a small extent. As Sunan gazed at the remaining vacant area, an unprecedented sense of security swelled within him. This was his trump card, his beacon of hope. In the following 2 days, Sunan walked with a newfound vigor. Although he still wore a facade of despair over food and drink, he felt a sense of assurance that illuminated his gaze with an unfamiliar brilliance. He began to actively employ the seemingly useless knowledge he had gleaned from previous sign-ins. For instance, combining basic meteorological observation and elementary fish identification. He ventured to the seaside to fish before shifts in weather and atmospheric pressure, resulting in slightly better catches. Though not as extravagant as his initial haul, he consistently returned with a couple of palm-sized fish for a treat. Furthermore, utilizing his knowledge of common wood properties, he examined the rickety tables and chairs in his home. Glancing at a sturdy wooden stick he had previously used as a cane, and an idea began to form. Perhaps he could attempt to make repairs? Without further ado, he found a piece of jagged scrap metal to serve as a plane, sharpened the machete, and, drawing upon his rudimentary understanding of woodcraft and structure, commenced a battle with the most wobbly stool. The process of chiseling joints and reinforcing it was clumsy and arduous, leaving his hands splintered and his face dusty. Bei curiously watched from the sidelines, occasionally handing him small pieces of wood. After toiling for half the day, exhausted and sore, Sunan tentatively tested the repaired stool. To his astonishment, it seemed considerably more stable. "Brother, the stool is fixed," Bei exclaimed, clapping his hands joyfully. Sunan also smiled, a sense of fulfillment arising from the act of creation and restoration. These fragmented bits of knowledge appeared to be gradually weaving into the fabric of his life, altering his circumstances for the better. As he surveyed the remaining wood and the few dilapidated household items, a thought crystallized in his mind. Perhaps he could gradually transform himself into a self-taught craftsman, a pitiful child who, in order to support his brother, was compelled to learn a hodgepodge of skills. This image seemed a touch more rational than mere luck, making it slightly more acceptable to others. After all, who could criticize the laboring populace for acquiring skills to improve their lives, as long as they did not tread into sensitive territories? He gazed at the belongings within his mental space, then at the rough tools in his hands, and for the first time, a clear, tangible plan for his future life began to take shape within him. Chapter 8. From broken stools to renewed craftsmanship, self-taught skills begin to shine. With the safety net of the space and a taste of the sweetness of knowledge transformation, Sunan's mind became invigorated. Simply repairing his own stool was insufficient. That modest skill could merely serve internal purposes, failing to yield tangible provisions. He needed to seek opportunities to subtly promote his self-taught persona, testing the waters to see if it could yield some benefits. The goals must remain modest, ideally starting with small matters and those around him, appearing natural and unobtrusive. The opportunities soon arrived, and in a manner he had not anticipated. That afternoon, Sunan was grappling with a wobbly old table, armed with a hatchet and some scrap metal, striving to ensure it could at least hold a bowl in a stable manner. Beside him, Bei sat obediently on a repaired stool, busily drawing circles on the ground with a piece of charcoal. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway, as a hesitant figure paused at the threshold of their dilapidated entrance. Sunan glanced up to find it was Grandma Li, their neighbor, the kind-hearted elder who had occasionally slipped a bowl of thin porridge to Bei during the original owner's time of unconsciousness. With her silver hair and patched yet clean gray tunic, she held a small basket in her hands, seemingly filled with needles and thread. "Ah, young Sunan, are you busy?" Grandma Li inquired with a warm smile, her gaze sweeping over the room until it landed on the newly repaired stool, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes. "Did you fix this stool yourself?" "Yes," Sunan scratched his head, revealing a sheepish yet somewhat proud smile as he began to recite his prepared explanation. "I was just idly tinkering around. Seeing all the broken things at home made me anxious. So, I rummaged through some old books left by my father, which had some illustrations, and to my surprise, I managed to make it work." "Oh, you learned from books?" Grandma Lee's astonishment grew as she stepped closer to examine the joinery of the stool. Though rough, it indeed bore a semblance of craftsmanship. "Your father was a learned man. The books he left behind are indeed treasures. Can you comprehend them?" Half guessing, half figuring it out. "Really," Sunan continued to play the humble role. "That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Being self-sufficient and inquisitive is commendable." Grandma Lee nodded repeatedly, her eyes glimmering with admiration. After a brief pause, seemingly hesitant to bring it up, she ventured, "Young Sunan, I have a favor to ask of you, if you wouldn't mind." "Please, Grandma Lee, say no more. If it is within my abilities, I shall assist." Sunan promptly assured her, eager to repay her kindness. Grandma Lee then extended her basket toward him, revealing not only the needles and thread but also an old, palm-sized wooden shuttle, which bore a noticeable crack, threatening to fall apart. "This old companion has been with me for over half my life. I rely on it for weaving and spinning. A few days ago, it accidentally fell and cracked. There's nowhere to find a replacement, and the new ones at the supply store are both expensive and cumbersome. I noticed you have a knack for fixing wooden items. Could you take a look at it? If it cannot be repaired, I shall understand." Sunan accepted the cracked shuttle, its surface smooth from countless years of use and the wear of hands. He scrutinized the crack, his mind automatically assembling the knowledge from his studies on common wood properties and the simple carpentry skills he had recently acquired. The wood had aged. An uneven stress had caused the crack. He deduced that fish glue could be used for adhesion, while a thin wire or sturdy twine could tightly bind and reinforce it, likely allowing it to endure for some time. The task appeared manageable, with little demand for materials. With a cautious expression, he replied, "Grandma Lee, I shall give it a try. I cannot guarantee success, but I shall do my best." "Not at all. If you can take a look, I would be immensely grateful." Grandma Lee waved her hands, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sunan gathered some leftover glue from previous projects and a small piece of thin wire he had scavenged. He meticulously measured and applied the glue, aligning the crack before binding it tightly with the wire. Each step felt somewhat clumsy, yet an undeniable focus and methodical approach imbued his actions. Bebe watched attentively, while Grandma Lee anxiously clutched her sleeves. After a quarter of an hour, a shuttle bound with unsightly wire emerged. Sunan tested its stability with a gentle twist, finding it held firm. "Grandma Lee, how does this look? It may not be pretty, but it should suffice." Grandma Lee took the shuttle, examining the awkward wire binding closely. Testing its firmness, her face broke into a radiant smile. "Oh my, it's fixed. Truly fixed. Sturdy. Even better than before. Young Sunan, you are quite skilled. Aesthetics aside, if it works, that's what matters. Thank you so much." Her joy was palpable as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "You're too kind, Grandma Lee. I merely tinkered a bit," Sunan replied, feeling a bit bashful. With the repaired shuttle in hand, Grandma Lee departed, extolling Sunan's virtues to passing neighbors. "Did you see? The Sunan boy fixed this. He learned from books. Such a thoughtful child." This unintentional praise proved more effective than 100 of Sunan's own self-promotions. Consequently, in the following 2 days, Sunan's home became unexpectedly lively. First, Aunt Sun from the neighboring yard shyly approached with a disassembled wooden washboard, inquiring if Sunan could take a look. Drawing upon his knowledge, he discovered it was merely a matter of realigning the joints and securing them with a couple of small wooden wedges. Aunt Sun beamed with joy, and the next day, she secretly gifted Bebe a boiled egg. Then came Uncle Wong from the street, distressed over a broken bellows handle essential for his fire. After a brief examination, Sunan noted that the break was uneven, making a direct connection impractical. He pondered for a while, utilizing his understanding of wood properties, and fashioned a suitable piece of wood into a flat splint, binding the break with twine. Although unsightly, it still functioned effectively. Uncle Wong clapped Sunan on the shoulder, praising him, and later sent over some dried wild vegetables. Though the rewards were meager, more akin to gestures of neighborly goodwill than true compensation, Sunan felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The tokens, however small, symbolized recognition of his burgeoning abilities, slowly chipping away at the ice created by social standing. While merely a slight crack in the facade, it offered a glimmer of hope. Of course, not everyone was pleased. As fate would have it, Wang Laowu happened to stroll by and, upon seeing Sunan repairing Uncle Wang's bellows, sneered derisively. "Oh, look at the little handyman showing off again. Can fixing these broken trinkets put food on the table? With all this idle time, why not think about how to improve your social standing? No matter how skilled, you're still just a nobody." Sunan continued working, unperturbed, slowly retorting, "Uncle Wong needs it urgently. Helping where I can is better than some folks who merely wander about spreading idle gossip. Building a new rural community is a shared responsibility. Perhaps you should align your mindset with mine, Brother Wong." "You." Wong Laowu was momentarily silenced, especially under the disapproving gaze of Uncle Wong, who cast him a discontented look. He could only grumble a sarcastic remark and slink away in defeat. Uncle Wong shook his head. "Don't mind him. What a character. Young Sunan, you did well." Sunan smiled, but said nothing. He had grown somewhat immune to the petty remarks of such characters, even finding them to be a source of amusement. However, barely 2 days after his reputation as a small carpenter had spread, a more significant task came knocking. To his surprise, it was the deputy director of the neighborhood committee. Ms. Liu, a stern-faced middle-aged woman known for her strong principles. She was accompanied by 2 curious children. Sunan's heart sank at the sight when committee members came calling. It rarely boded well. Could it be that Aunt Zhao had once again lodged a complaint, accusing him of engaging in petty capitalist enterprises? Ms. Liu surveyed the sparsely furnished room, her gaze finally resting on Sunan's rudimentary tools and the small wooden chair he was mending, her brow furrowing slightly. Sunan's heart raced to his throat. "Sunan, I've heard you have a knack for woodworking. Did you teach yourself through books?" Director Liu's tone was neutral, revealing no hint of approval or discontent. "Yes, Director Liu," Sunan replied cautiously, "just dabbling a bit, helping out the neighbors." Director Liu nodded non-committally before unexpectedly stating, "The old newspaper rack at the community center is nearly falling apart, and newspapers are constantly strewn across the floor. Public property cannot be discarded carelessly when it breaks. Since you seem willing, could you take a look and see if it can be repaired? If you manage to fix it, it would be a contribution to the community." Sunan was taken aback. Repairing public property? Especially that of the community center? Was this a test, or was it merely a coincidental need for repair? His mind raced with possibilities. Should he accept? If he succeeded, the benefits might be minimal. If he failed or encountered further complications during the repair, it could lead to trouble. Declining would immediately label him as unwilling to contribute to the community. How dreadful. To seek fortune, one must brave risks, he thought, steeling himself. Straightening his posture, he donned a sincere and eager expression. "Rest assured, Director Liu, I will certainly give it my best shot. It would be my honor to contribute to the community. I'll go check it out right away." His attitude appeared to satisfy Director Liu, who nodded in approval. "Then let's proceed." Sunan promptly set aside his current task, wiped his hands on his apron, exchanged a knowing glance with Bei Bei, and, amidst a throng of curious children, followed Director Liu towards the community center. Yet, his heart raced with anxiety. What does the newspaper rack look like? How challenging could it be? He fervently hoped not to falter. This self-taught persona was rather precarious. Chapter 9, A Display of Skill with Public Property. A thrilling passage to recognition. As Sunan walked towards the community center, each step felt laden with trepidation. He mentally revisited his limited woodworking knowledge and strained to recall the structure of newspaper racks he had seen in museums or old films. He prayed it wouldn't be overly complicated, otherwise his amateur skills would surely be exposed. The community center was a relatively spacious bungalow, its exterior walls adorned with slogans. While inside, several old tables were haphazardly assembled, and various notices and promotional posters covered the walls. At that moment, several women and a few staff members were present. Upon seeing Director Liu enter with Sunan, accompanied by a gaggle of onlookers, all eyes turned toward them with curiosity, scrutiny, and even a hint of expectant anticipation. Sunan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back, yet he forced himself to maintain a facade of calm, even managing a slightly surprised and anxious expression. Over there, Director Liu pointed toward the corner. Following his gaze, Sunan beheld an old wooden newspaper rack leaning awkwardly against the wall, a pitiful sight indeed. 3 of its 4 legs were missing, and the remaining one was precariously teetering, barely propped up against the wall. The main frame was also somewhat loose, with the mortise and tenon joints showing severe wear, revealing its age and the ravages of time. He felt a slight sense of relief. The structure was not complex, just a standard upright newspaper rack. The main issues lay in the aging and damage of the joints. The challenge was fortifying it securely, especially under the watchful eyes of the spectators, with only limited tools at his disposal. "Director Liu, what tools do we have?" Sunan queried quietly. Director Liu gestured to a staff member, who retrieved a toolbox from under a table. Inside were a few hammers, nails, pliers, screwdrivers, and other common tools, though all appeared rather antiquated. "Be careful when repairing public property. If you need any nails or wire, there are some in that small box over there," Director Liu instructed, his tone flat, yet underscored with pressure. "Understood. I'll do my best," Sunan responded, crouching down to thoroughly assess the newspaper rack's condition. The surrounding women began to murmur among themselves. Can he really do it? Just a half-grown kid. They say he learned from his father's books? Old Sue is cultured. But I've never heard he could do carpentry, another remarked. He better not make it worse. That would be damaging public property. Madame Zhao had somehow wandered over. Standing at the back of the crowd, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she muttered, just showing off. If he breaks it, let's see how he compensates. These comments, neither too loud nor too soft, floated into Su Nan's ears. He chose to ignore them, immersing himself completely in diagnosing the newspaper rack. His mind raced through the principles of wood properties and basic woodworking techniques. The wood was aged, the tenons worn. Simply hammering them back would not suffice. Reinforcement was necessary. He examined the size of the mortise and began rummaging through the box of discarded parts. Soon, he found several nails of the right size and a short piece of slightly thicker wire. His plan was as follows. He would slightly shave fresh wood from the tenon of the dislodged leg to increase friction. Then, using a heated nail, he would create small holes on the tenon and mortise sides. Next, he would twist the wire into thin strands, threading it through the small holes to forcibly tighten the tenon to the main frame. Finally, he would use small wooden wedges dipped in glue to secure the joints externally. It was a clumsy method, time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it required utmost caution. A miscalculation in force could split the aged wood. Yet, given the current limitations of tools and materials, this seemed the only way to ensure a relatively secure repair. Without further ado, he took a deep breath and set to work. Throughout the process, he exhibited an intense focus, albeit with a certain clumsiness. He struck the nails with great care, fearful of causing damage. The heat from the iron nails made his eyes water. Twisting the wire proved awkward, resulting in several pricks that made him wince. Initially, the onlookers continued their chatter. But as they observed his complete immersion, beads of sweat on his brow, and slightly disheveled appearance, they gradually quieted down. Even Madame Zhao merely pursed her lips, refraining from further snide remarks. Time passed slowly. Su Nin remained undistracted, pouring all his energy into the task at hand. He even temporarily forgot the crowd surrounding him, the fact that this was public property, and the pressure of expectation. All that remained was the pure intention to utilize the available conditions and the knowledge in his mind to restore this broken item. The sounds of hammering, the creaking of wire being pulled, and his occasional labored breaths resonated distinctly within the quiet community center. Director Liu stood by, observing silently. His expression remained unreadable. Yet the initial glimmer of skepticism in his eyes gradually shifted to a barely perceptible surprise. This boy, though his technique was comically crude, displayed an admirable concentration and ingenuity in his makeshift approach. Finally, as the last small wooden wedge was driven into place, Su Nin gave the repaired leg a vigorous shake. It did not budge. He then inspected the other legs and the reinforcement points of the main frame, confirming their stability. He exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, his face speckled with wood shavings and grime, rendering him somewhat comical. Standing up, he felt a brief dizziness from squatting too long, but steadied himself. Director Liu, it's done. Please take a look, he said, his voice weary yet tinged with relief. Director Liu approached, personally testing the rack by shaking it vigorously, then crouched down to inspect the unsightly wire bindings and the patches of wooden wedges. It was indeed sturdy now. Though the aesthetics had suffered with the addition of patches, the functionality had been restored, and it appeared even more robust than before. Well done. Director Liu nodded, a rare hint of a smile gracing his features. You've done a commendable job. It must have been quite the effort. The mere utterance of "not bad" and "you've worked hard" allowed the heavy burden on Su Nin's heart to finally lift, even stirring within him an indescribable sense of achievement. This feeling surpassed even the satisfaction of mending 10 of his own chairs. It's only right, it's only right. Su Nin replied hastily. The onlookers, a gathering of curious aunties, chimed in. Oh, he really did fix it. Who would have thought that the Su family lad had such skills? Though it may look a bit rough, as long as it's sturdy, that's what matters. This child truly knows how to tinker. Seeing this, Aunt Zhao huffed and turned away, evidently unimpressed. At that moment, Director Liu casually inquired, Young Nan, where did you learn this craft? Just from reading? Su Nin's heart raced. He knew the crucial moment had arrived, maintaining his facade of innocence. He spoke with a slight fluency, as if it were a rehearsed response. Report to the director, mainly from my father's old books on physics and geometry. There are some diagrams, and then I just muddled through on my own. When things at home broke and we had no money to repair them, I had no choice but to fix them myself, and gradually I picked up a bit. He cleverly broadened the scope of his father's books, transitioning from carpentry to more general physics and geometry, making his expertise seem more plausible and alleviating any abruptness regarding his newfound carpentry skills. He also emphasized that this knowledge was born out of necessity, presenting himself with humility. Director Liu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. A love for learning and a penchant for research are commendable qualities. Although your father, knowledge itself is never wrong. It is even better to apply what you've learned for the benefit of the community. She did not delve deeper, but rather affirmed his efforts, which allowed Su Nan to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you for your affirmation, Director. I will certainly continue to work hard, learn more, and strive to contribute to the community as much as I can, Su Nan pledged earnestly. Director Liu seemed pleased with his attitude and waved her hand. All right. You've worked hard today. Go home and rest. Su Nan responded, maintaining his composure under the admiring gazes of the aunties as he exited the community center. Once outside and out of sight, he could barely contain his excitement. He had succeeded. Not only had he not messed up, but he had also gained the preliminary recognition of the community's deputy director. This was far more significant than fixing 10 neighbors' washboards. Despite the perilous journey, the outcome was splendid. His self-taught persona had taken its first steps towards establishment, and he had even gained validation on an official level. In the future, should he acquire any peculiar skills, he would have a plausible explanation for his self-education, driven by the demands of life. Humming a tuneless melody, Su Nan walked home with a light step. Passing by the distribution point, he extravagantly spent a penny to buy a small piece of nearly melted fruit candy for Bei Bei. Upon returning home, Bei Bei's eyes sparkled like stars at the sight of the candy, cautiously licking it and squinting with delight. Brother, what did the community center want you for? To do good deeds, Su Nan replied, ruffling his hair, pondering that after this incident, it was unlikely anyone would bother him for a while. Perhaps it was time to consider how to leverage this initial reputation and skill for something more tangible? Just as he contemplated this, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Would the host like to check in for today? Yes. Su Nan responded cheerfully. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring basic weaving skills. Su Nan? Weaving? What kind of twist is this? Is the system steering him towards becoming a versatile craftsman? He observed the influx of knowledge about selecting materials, soaking and processing reeds, and the fundamental methods of weaving baskets and mats, then glanced at his bare room. It seemed it might not be entirely useless. There were plenty of reeds and bulrushes by the seaside and at the mountain's foot. Perhaps next time he could attempt to weave a fish basket or a container. It was certainly better than going empty-handed, right? Very well, having multiple skills never hurts. I'll just keep this for now. Chapter 10. As the tide recedes. The crowd bustles, and Su Nan's skill shines brightly. The event at the community center had solidified Su Nan's reputation as a little craftsman. While it did not yield immediate material benefits, walking through the alley, he could distinctly sense a shift in the gazes upon him. Less derision and rejection, and more curiosity. Even a hint of subtle acknowledgement. This improvement in the social atmosphere brought Su Nan a sense of reassurance. At least, those like Aunt Zhao would think twice before trying to pick a fight with him again. Life remained frugal, but with a little space to store food and sporadic income from his handiwork, coupled with occasional foraging for fish, shrimp, and wild vegetables by the seaside and at the mountain's foot, the siblings could finally manage to scrape by without constantly teetering on the brink of starvation. One afternoon, while Su Nan pondered how to utilize his newly acquired basic weaving skills to gather some reeds by the river and attempt to weave a fish basket, he heard a commotion outside in the alley. A group of boys and young men were shouting as they rushed towards the seaside. Hurry! The tide is receding perfectly. We must have a competition today. A Chong from the east claims he will definitely take first place, just boasting. Su Nan's curiosity piqued, and he stopped one of the swiftly running boys. Dog Egg, why are you rushing over there? The boy named Dog Egg skidded to a halt, panting. Brother Nan, you don't know yet? The tidal flats by the seaside have been exposed. There's bound to be a lot of clams and razor clams. Chong and the others said they're having a contest to see who can gather the most. The winner gets a brand new hair tie. Dog Egg's eyes sparkled, as if that hair tie were some extraordinary treasure. Upon hearing this, Su Nan felt a surge of excitement. A beach gathering competition? Now, that sounded intriguing. Not for the hair tie, but it seemed a reasonable opportunity to showcase a bit of luck and skill while also replenishing his supplies. He thought it wise to occasionally return to his roots instead of solely relying on self-taught repairs. He returned home to fetch a small bucket and his homemade iron rake for beach gathering. Then, considering the moment, discreetly pocketed the remaining universal fish bait. Perhaps it would come in handy at a crucial moment, even if it was primarily for fishing. Arriving at the seaside, he found it bustling with activity. A vast expanse of tidal flats, usually submerged, lay exposed under the warm afternoon sun, glistening with moisture. A group of young people, all of similar age, had scattered, each immersed in their labor, with cheers of discovery or curses of disappointment echoing around. To his surprise, Wang Laowu was also present, casually chewing on a grass stick and digging around in the shallow water, casting glances at others' buckets, clearly with ill intentions. The organizer appeared to be a Chong, a sturdy youth with a somewhat reckless demeanor, whose family was relatively well off. He was loudly proclaiming the rules. This area is the boundary. We'll count the haul before sunset. Whoever has the most valuable catch wins. I'll give a new hair tie as promised. He waved a red plastic hair tie, quite the trendy item for this era. Upon noticing Su Nan's arrival, Chang paused for a moment, then displayed a hint of disdain. Oh, Su Nan? Here to join the fun too? With that little frame of yours, don't let a sea clam cut your foot and make you cry home to your brother. A few of his friends laughed at this. Unperturbed, Su Nan smiled. Well, I'm free anyway. Thought I'd come over and test my luck. Learn a thing or two from you all, Brother Chang. Suit yourself, just don't hold us back. Chang waved dismissively, returning to his stone turning. Wang Laowu then sidled closer, sneering, Little craftsman Su, instead of fixing your broken chairs at home, you've come to snatch our food? With your delicate frame. Don't let the tide sweep you off your feet. Su Nan chose to ignore him, clutching his small bucket, and sought a spot a little away from the crowd to begin feigning a search. He did not immediately employ the knowledge swirling in his mind. Instead, he first observed the traces left by the receding tide, the texture of the mudflats, and the hot spots where others were rummaging. Integrating the marginal knowledge from elementary fish identification and angling techniques regarding the habits of certain mollusks, he swiftly pinpointed a seemingly muddy and somewhat desolate area. Based on his fragmented knowledge, such locales were likely more suitable for clams and razor clams, which burrow deeper into the sand. He crouched down and began to skillfully scrape away the surface mud with a small iron rake. His movements were deliberate, marked by patience, in stark contrast to the chaotic efforts of others. Initially, he found nothing of note. Nearby, a young lad, observing his earnest digging without any yield, could not resist mocking him. Hey, southern blind man, digging a pit? Planning to bury yourself as fertilizer? Su Nan paid him no mind, maintaining his own rhythm. Suddenly, the rake struck something hard, and he cautiously dug through the mud to uncover a palm-sized clam. Not a small specimen. A fortuitous start. A flicker of joy ignited within him as he tossed the clam into his bucket. With the first catch came the second, and he seemed to have grasped the method. Continuously reaping rewards in this area, albeit not all large, yet the frequency surpassed that of the others who were indiscriminately digging. Gradually, others began to take notice of his bounty. Oh, it seems Su Nan over there has unearthed quite a bit. Just a lucky fluke, perhaps. That place is so muddy. What could be good? Chang also observed, furrowing his brow as he hastened his own rock-turning efforts. Wang Laowu, meanwhile, narrowed his eyes, pretending to be casual as he approached Su Nan's area, also commencing to dig nearby, hoping to ride on some of his luck. Su Nan chuckled inwardly, choosing not to interfere. The mudflat was vast, and each relied on their own skill. Time flowed swiftly, the sun dipping lower in the sky. Most individuals had gathered some catches, though the amounts varied. Chang, leveraging his physical prowess, unearthed several large conchs and crabs, temporarily taking the lead in quantity. A smug expression creeping onto his face. Wang Laowu managed to snag a few clams near Su Nan, but they paled in comparison to Su Nan's haul. Su Nan's bucket already bore a shallow layer at the bottom, predominantly filled with clams and razor clams. The quantity may not have been the greatest, but the quality appeared commendable. As the competition neared its conclusion, Chang felt assured of his victory, beginning to boast loudly and flaunt his spoils. Su Nan glanced at his bucket and then at the area he had meticulously excavated, contemplating. If it ended like this, his results would likely place him in the upper tier, not particularly remarkable, yet not disgraceful, aligning with his slightly favorable luck. However, just as he prepared to call it a day, his gaze inadvertently wandered to a nearby depression, slightly lower in elevation, still retaining a shallow layer of seawater. There lay a massive submerged rock, its base cloaked in mud and seaweed. A flicker of fragmented marine biology knowledge suddenly coalesced in his mind, presenting a hazy insight. Certain reclusive sea snails or mollusks often congregate in the shaded, mud-laden areas at the base of such large rocks, particularly drawn to the scent of specific types of seaweed. An idea ignited within him. The seaweed at the rock's base seemed reminiscent of what he had read. Should he venture there? The competition was nearly over, the water was deeper, and he might end up wetting his trousers. If his judgment was flawed, it would be a fruitless endeavor, and he could be ridiculed. But he resolved, one last attempt. He stripped off his tattered shoes, rolled up his trousers, and waded through the chilly shallows towards the great rock. His actions immediately drew the attention of everyone present. What was he up to? Why venture into the water? What could possibly be there? Just a gimmick? Chang scoffed. Putting on a show, are we? Wang Laowu squinted, deep in thought. As Su Nan approached the rock, he reached out to part the thick seaweed at its base and began to probe into the mud. After a thorough search, apart from the slippery seaweed and mud, he seemed to find nothing. A twinge of disappointment welled within him. Had he misjudged? Unwilling to concede, he shifted his angle, plunging his arm deeper. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against several hard, smooth objects adorned with spiral patterns. His heart raced. Carefully extracting one, he revealed a large conch, roughly the size of an adult fist. Its flesh was plump, significantly more valuable than ordinary clams. Digging further, another, and more, not just conchs, but several oysters clinging to the crevices of the rock. He stifled his elation, continuing to explore, soon cradling a substantial bounty of conchs and oysters. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Wow, so many conchs. And oysters. Those are divine for soup. How did he know to look there? His luck was unfathomable. A Chang's smile froze on his face, his eyes wide in disbelief. Wang Laowu wore an expression of envy and incredulity. Su Nan, with this final wave of treasure, waded back to the shore, pouring the entire contents into his bucket with a splash. What had begun as a mere base layer transformed into a bountiful haul, its value skyrocketing. In terms of quantity, he may not have been the absolute leader, but with these high-quality conchs and oysters, the total value undoubtedly overshadowed all others. The outcome was clear. A profound silence enveloped the scene, the only sounds being the crashing waves and the heavy breaths of the crowd. Dog Dan was the first to leap up. Brother Nan has won. Brother Nan is the best. The other originally neutral youths echoed in agreement, their gazes towards Su Nan filled with admiration. A Chang's face turned ashen as he glanced at his own meager catch, then at Su Nan's overflowing bucket. Struggling to find words. Finally, he begrudgingly handed over the red headband, grumbling, "You're impressive. Just got lucky." With that, he grabbed his bucket and left without a backward glance, his demeanor somewhat disheveled. Wang Laowu sidled up, eyeing Su Nan's bucket with envy, and saying, "Well done, Su Nan. Did you stumble upon the Sea Dragon King's dung pit? Your luck is extraordinary. Next time, let me join you for the tide." Su Nan accepted the headband, smiled, and replied with a casual yet pointed tone, "Brother Wang, you jest. I'm just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. How could I compare to your vast experience? However, your luck seems to falter often, so perhaps it's best if you don't join me, lest I bring you misfortune." "You." Wang Laowu was left speechless, glaring at him before sulking away. Su Nan gazed at the overflowing bounty in his bucket, feeling elated. Tonight, he could prepare a sumptuous seafood feast for Bei Bei. As for the headband, its vibrant color might be a lovely gift for Grandma Li's granddaughter, or he could save it for future gifting. He hefted the weighty bucket, whistling as he walked home amidst the envious gazes of others. It seemed that this stroke of good fortune was only growing brighter. Chapter 1. Bei Bei's fever escalates. Signing the barefoot medical text to alleviate the crisis. The joy stemming from his overwhelming success in the tide-pulling competition washed over him like a rushing tide, arriving swiftly and departing just as rapidly. That evening, Su Nan concocted an exceptionally delicious seafood soup using the conchs and oysters, complemented by a touch of sun-dried seaweed. The siblings relished their meal, savoring every bite, and Bei Bei's little belly once again swelled, clutching the vibrant red headband as she drifted into sweet slumber. However, in the dead of night, Su Nan was abruptly awakened by an abnormal heat radiating from beside him, accompanied by faint whimpers. He reached out to touch Bei Bei's forehead, his heart sinking as he felt an alarming heat. Checking her neck and little hands, they too were burning. The little one's cheeks were flushed, her breaths rapid, and her lips cracked, clearly exhibiting symptoms of a high fever. "Bei Bei? Bei Bei?" Su Nan gently called, his voice trembling unbeknownst to him. Bei Bei, bleary-eyed, opened her gaze, her expression vacant, whimpering, "Brother, I feel cold." While uttering that she felt cold, her body burned like a furnace. This was a classic symptom of a high fever. Su Nan's heart leapt into his throat, panic overtaking him. In this era of scarcity of medical resources, a child's high fever is no trivial matter. If not handled properly, it could escalate to pneumonia or even more severe consequences. He swiftly rolled out of bed, frantically scooping cold water to dampen the only relatively clean rag, applying it to Bei Bei's forehead in hopes of physical cooling. He attempted to feed him water, but Bei Bei, delirious from the fever, could hardly swallow any. The cold cloth quickly warmed up. After several changes, the effect was negligible. Bei Bei's temperature seemed to be rising, and his moans became faint. Time was of the essence. They had to get to the hospital, or at the very least, procure some medicine. As this thought crossed his mind, reality doused him with a cold splash of water. Go to the hospital? At this late hour? How could he? The clinic in town was several miles away, and carrying a child made the journey seem insurmountable. Even if he managed to arrive, how would he pay for registration, treatment, and medication? The meager bills in his pocket might barely cover the registration fee. More crucially, would he be subjected to unnecessary delays due to his status? Seeking out a barefoot doctor? There were indeed barefoot doctors in the village, but they too required payment and prescriptions, and their skills varied. It was questionable whether he could even wake one at this hour. A profound dread and sense of helplessness engulfed Sunan like frigid tides. As he held his feverish brother in that dilapidated, cold room, feeling as restless as an ant on a hot stove. His body cold while beads of sweat formed on his forehead. What to do? What to do? Just when he glimpsed a flicker of hope in life. Was it to be shattered by this sudden illness? No, absolutely not. He suddenly recalled something. The system. He hadn't signed in today, although the sign-ins often yielded seemingly irrelevant knowledge. The herbal remedies he learned last time had saved his life. What if, just what if, this time it could provide something useful? This became his last lifeline. He immediately shouted in his mind, "System, sign in. Hurry, sign in. Help. I need knowledge to treat a fever. Medicine. Anything will do." Ding. Would the host like to sign in today? The system's prompt tone remained steady, but to Sunan, it felt as though an eternity had passed. Yes, yes, quickly. He nearly screamed. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Barefoot Doctor's Handbook excerpts on handling common emergencies. Additional reward, sulfanilamide tablets. Boom. A torrent of information flooded his mind. How to determine the type of high fever in children, methods for physical cooling, which herbs possess heat-clearing and detoxifying properties, and how to cautiously use sulfa drugs and other basic Western medications in dire situations where medical resources are scarce. Simultaneously, he sensed two small white tablets had appeared in his surroundings. Knowledge and medicine. Sunan was nearly brought to tears with excitement. The system had finally come through. He immediately absorbed the knowledge in his mind. Bebe's condition resembled a high fever caused by an acute cold. Physical cooling needed to be done immediately. His gaze fixated on the sulfanilamide tablets. According to the knowledge, this broad-spectrum antibacterial drug was effective against fever caused by bacterial infections. But it came with certain side effects and allergy risks, necessitating cautious use. Looking at Bebe's flushed face and rapid breathing, Sunan steeled himself. There was no time to delay. He had to administer the medication. Strictly following the pediatric dosage outlined in the knowledge, he extracted one tablet, carefully splitting it in half, preserving the remaining portion. He struggled to pry open Bebe's mouth, crushing the half tablet into powder and mixing it with a small amount of warm water, feeding it to him bit by bit. Bebe, in a state of unconsciousness, swallowed with difficulty, but managed to ingest most of it. Next, he prepared cold water, and finding no alcohol, he repeatedly wiped Bebe's armpits, neck, palms, and soles, areas rich in blood vessels, to aid in heat dissipation. He also clumsily massaged Bebe's thumb web and earlobes, applying pressure to cooling acupressure points. As per the acupoint chart, throughout the process, he was highly tense, sweat dripping down his forehead, his entire focus centered on his brother, observing every slight reaction. He was terrified of making a mistake with the medication or massaging the wrong spot. Time ticked by, and the sky outside gradually lightened. Bebe's breathing seemed to stabilize a bit, and his forehead appeared less alarmingly hot. Sunan couldn't be sure if this was merely a psychological effect. Yet he continued to change the towels and massage. Finally, as dawn approached, Bebe let out a soft whimper and slowly opened his eyes. Although he still lacked energy, his gaze was clearer as he softly murmured, "Brother, I'm thirsty." The fever had subsided. At least for now. Sunan let out a long, deep sigh, feeling utterly drained. Slumping against the edge of the bed, only then realizing his shirt was completely soaked with cold sweat, and his arms were sore and trembling from the continuous massage. He hurriedly offered Bebe warm water, and the little one sipped slowly, appearing much more comfortable. "Brother, I'm sick," Bebe said softly, a hint of grievance in his voice. "It's all right, Bebe, just sleep, and you'll be fine," Sunan gently reassured him, his heart filled with both relief and lingering anxiety. Thank goodness for the system. At that moment, a gentle knock at the door accompanied by Grandma Lee's concerned voice broke the silence. "Little Nan, how is Bebe? I heard commotion last night. Is the child unwell?" Sunan felt warmth in his heart and quickly went to open the door. Grandma Lee entered, holding a small bowl of steaming ginger syrup. "I heard the child crying last night. Did he catch a chill? Quickly, let him drink this ginger syrup to help him sweat it out." Seeing the old woman's caring gaze, Sunan felt a lump in his throat. He accepted the bowl, whispering, "Thank you, Grandma Lee. Bebe did have a slight fever, but it has come down a bit." Grandma Lee felt Bebe's forehead. "Oh dear. He is still a bit warm, but better than I expected. You've taken good care of him." She noticed the basin of water and wet towels by the bed, nodding in approval. "Using traditional methods to cool him down? Quite good. Have him drink this ginger syrup while it's warm. I'll go see if I can find some dried bupleurum root. It's good for boiling to help reduce fever." After leaving the ginger syrup, Grandma Lee hurriedly departed. Sunan fed Bebe the ginger syrup, and the little one broke into a light sweat, appearing somewhat revitalized. After a while, Grandma Li indeed returned with a small bundle of dried bupleurum root, teaching Su Nan how to clean and brew it. Watching the elderly woman's busy figure, a myriad of emotions surged within Su Nan. In this indifferent era, the warmth of such small gestures felt exceedingly precious. As he brewed the bupleurum tea, Wang Laowu sauntered over, chewing on a grass root, peering in through the doorframe. "Oh, the little rascal is sick? I said yesterday that he caught a cold from the sea breeze, right? TSK, so delicate." At that moment, Su Nan had no desire to spar with him, merely casting him a cold glance. Wang Laowu, sensing the lack of amusement, caught sight of Grandma Li and, with a dismissive grunt, walked away. Grandma Li huffed. "Don't mind that good-for-nothing." After drinking the bupleurum tea and resting well for the entire morning, by noon, Beibei's temperature had nearly returned to normal. Although he still appeared a bit lethargic, he was already clamoring for food. Su Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief, only then feeling waves of anxiety and fatigue wash over him. This crisis had once again underscored the fragility of survival in this era. Without the system's emergency knowledge and those two crucial tablets, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He also realized that merely knowing how to find food was insufficient. Basic medical knowledge and a stockpile of medicines were equally vital. He gazed at the remaining half-tablet of sulfanilamide in his consciousness space, carefully wrapping it in oiled paper and hiding it away deeper. This item could very well save a life in critical moments. Simultaneously, he diligently memorized and assimilated the knowledge pertaining to the handling of common ailments from the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. This knowledge, perhaps, holds more significance than any skill could. Following this experience, it seems he could subtly embellish his self-taught persona with a modicum of understanding regarding folk remedies. After all, compelling oneself to peruse medical texts for the sake of his younger brother appears quite justifiable, does it not? However, the price of this self-education has proven to be rather harrowing. Chapter 2. The self-taught persona is steady. Herbal remedies showcase remarkable efficacy. Beibei's illness struck with alarming ferocity but departed just as swiftly. After languishing in bed for 2 days and consuming the concoctions of Chaihu and Hautuinia prepared strictly according to his self-taught knowledge, the little one regained her vitality. Circling around her elder brother once more, her face flushed with color. Following this ordeal, Su Nan revered the knowledge from the Barefoot Doctor's Manual almost religiously, dedicating himself to its study to the point of neglecting sleep and sustenance, though primarily for the sake of appearances. He would occasionally be seen with a tattered, blank notebook scavenged from some refuse, inscribing herbal patterns and insights with charcoal blackened from fire. This spectacle, coupled with his prior success in managing Beibei's high fever, allowed Su Nan's reputation as a self-taught herbalist to quietly circulate through several alleys. In these times of scarce medical resources, when common folk suffered from various ailments, who had not resorted to a few folk remedies, most people regarded Su Nan's endeavors with mild curiosity, dismissing them as the fervor of a devoted brother. Only Grandma Li would occasionally visit, engaging him in discussions about which herbs are effective for reducing fevers and alleviating coughs, her gaze filled with increasing admiration. One afternoon, Su Nan was squatting at the entrance, carefully drying several dandelions and plantago he had foraged from the foot of the mountain a few days prior. The manual stated that these herbs are effective for clearing heat and promoting diuresis, and once dried, can be brewed into tea. Suddenly, he heard Aunt Sun's voice from the neighboring yard, laced with urgency and a hint of panic. "Dogdan, what is wrong with you? Don't scare your mother." Following this was a tumult of chaos and the wailing of a child. A stirring in Su Nan's heart prompted him to rise. Dogdan was the half-grown boy who had previously informed him about the seaside competition. He was typically quite resilient and sweet-tongued. After a moment of hesitation, Su Nan set down the herbs and made his way over. Outside Aunt Sun's door, several people had already gathered. He found Dogdan curled up on the ground, clutching his abdomen, drenched in sweat, his face ashen as he wailed inconsolably. Aunt Sun was frantic, her hands flailing in disarray as a few nearby women chimed in with suggestions. Could it be something he ate? Looks like intestinal colic. Quick, pinch his tiger mouth. Rub his belly. Hurry. Aunt Sun fumbled in her attempts, but Dogdan's cries only grew more anguished. Su Nan squeezed through the crowd, quickly assessing the situation. Dogdan's symptoms, intense abdominal pain localized around the navel, exacerbated by pressure, accompanied by slight nausea but no vomiting, bore a striking resemblance to the description of intestinal worm pain in his manual. In these times of poor sanitation, it was common for children to suffer from roundworm infestations. Aunt Sun, Su Nan spoke, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Doesn't this seem like it could be caused by worms? Aunt Sun paused, as if seizing a lifeline. Worms? Yes, it must be roundworms. Those wretched creatures. What should we do, young man? Do you know what to do? In her desperation, she instinctively turned to him, only to recall that he was merely a boy himself. At once, someone nearby questioned, Can you really tell, young man? Don't make baseless claims. Disregarding the skepticism, Sunan quickly replied, Aunt Sun, please don't panic. If it's worms, we shouldn't rub his belly. It might aggravate the situation. Do you have any pumpkin seeds at home? Raw would be best. Pumpkin seeds? Yes. I have a small handful left from last year. Aunt Sun nodded eagerly. Please, hurry and roast them, then grind them into a powder. Mix it with warm water and give it to Dog Dan. The more, the better. Sunan recounted the folk remedy he had learned. Certain components in pumpkin seeds can paralyze roundworms. All right, I'll do it right away. Aunt Sun, now resolute, dashed back inside without a second thought. The onlookers regarded Sunan with mixed expressions of suspicion and intrigue. Could this boy truly be as knowledgeable as he claimed? Sunan felt an inkling of uncertainty himself. Yet the symptoms were undeniably classic, and the remedy relatively safe. Worth a try. He crouched down, speaking gently to Dog Dan. Be brave, Dog Dan. Just hold on a little longer. The medicine will ease the pain. Dog Dan, unable to articulate his agony, merely gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Soon, Aunt Sun returned with a bowl of dark pumpkin seed paste, and under Sunan's guidance, several people worked together to administer it to the struggling, crying boy. Then came the waiting. Time seemed to stretch unbearably. Gradually, Dogden's cries subsided into soft whimpers, though he remained curled up. Just as someone was about to voice doubt again, Dogdan suddenly heaved, expelling a large mouthful of water and the dark pumpkin seed paste. Almost immediately, his stomach began to gurgle, and he exclaimed that he needed to relieve himself. Aunt Sun swiftly carried him to the back latrine. A few minutes later, she emerged, her face a mixture of shock and relief, cradling the visibly calmer Dogdan, a tattered basin in hand that contained several writhing white roundworms. They've come out. They really came out. My heavens, it was indeed the worms. Aunt Sun's voice quavered, filled with gratitude and disbelief as she looked at Sunan. Young man, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Dogdan would have suffered much more. The surrounding neighbors were equally astonished. Incredible. He truly called it. Pumpkin seeds can expel worms? I've never heard of such a remedy. How does he know this? He really learned from books? The previously skeptical voices fell silent, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Sunan exhaled in relief, feeling fortunate, yet maintaining his humble demeanor. I merely stumbled upon this knowledge in that tattered book. It was fortunate that it proved effective. What do you mean stumbled upon? You're remarkable, Aunt Sun exclaimed, insisting on gifting Sunan 2 eggs as a token of gratitude. Unable to refuse, he accepted them graciously. Word of this incident spread rapidly through the neighborhood. While his previous feats of repairing items and participating in seaside competitions could be attributed to mere luck, this time he had genuinely treated an ailment, albeit with a folk remedy, and the results were immediate. In the following days, a few women with children or elderly individuals clutching their bellies would occasionally approach Sunan, hesitantly inquiring about how to alleviate minor ailments with folk remedies. Sunan adhered to the principles of the manual for minor ailments. He would suggest safe dietary remedies or topical treatments, but for anything more complex or uncertain, he firmly declined, advising them to consult a barefoot doctor or visit a health clinic. He dared not assume the role of a physician. Nevertheless, his reputation as someone with a modicum of medical knowledge was firmly established. Even Director Liu of the Community Committee, upon encountering him on the street, nodded with an unusual warmth and inquired, I've heard you know a bit about herbal remedies? Sunan quickly downplayed it. Director, I'm just dabbling. Merely scratching the surface. I wouldn't dare to overstep. Director Liu merely acknowledged him with a sound, yet the meaning in his gaze was unmistakably transformed. Of course, not everyone was pleased. Wang Laowu, with his usual sarcastic tone, remarked, Oh, look at Su the Divine Doctor, here to save the world. When will you set up shop to offer consultations? Can you tell me if I have any romantic prospects? As Sunan was organizing the herbs, he didn't raise his head, responding leisurely, Brother Wang, as for your romantic prospects, it's hard to say. However, your complexion is darkening. It seems you might soon face a financial setback. Perhaps you should seek the counsel of a fortune teller? My herbal remedies are insufficient for a mind muddled with confusion. Wang Laowu, stifled by the retort, departed amidst the laughter of those nearby, his countenance a stormy shade of vexation. Sunan shook his head. Returning to his task at hand, he discovered that his familiarity with herbal medicine, particularly the process of drying herbs, bestowed upon him a sense of tranquility. Moreover, these desiccated herbs held a modicum of value. Even if not utilized by him, they might serve a purpose in the future. Lost in thought, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Would the host like to check in for today? He confirmed. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received basic knowledge of poultry raising and disease prevention. Sunan mused. Poultry raising? This system is becoming increasingly practical. Is it encouraging me to pursue a side venture now that my life has stabilized? Yet, I can barely sustain myself, let alone find the resources to raise chickens or ducks. With a resigned smile, he decided to store this knowledge for future use. After all, one might find an opportunity to apply it someday, perhaps by capturing a wild chicken and raising it. He gazed at the lush mountains in the distance, his mind beginning to stir with ideas. The risks of coastal foraging were considerable, and herb gathering relied on fortune. Perhaps it was time to experiment with the knowledge of simple trap making? Chapter 3. In the depths of the forest, traps are set. The aroma of wild game attracts attention, though the knowledge of basic poultry raising was momentarily of no use. The concept of simple trap making danced like a feather in Su Nan's mind, occasionally tickling his thoughts. The hazards of the seaside were substantial, and the unpredictability of herb gathering was daunting. If the traps proved successful, they could provide a relatively stable and discreet source of meat. Without hesitation, he recalled the crucial points of knowledge: site selection, trap type, camouflage, and bait. He remembered the fish heads and entrails left over from his last coastal excursion, nearly spoiled due to the warm weather, which he had disdainfully cast into his spatial storage, preserving them perfectly. Was this not the prime bait, imbued with a strong fishy aroma? As for location, he dared not venture deep into the mountains, but the thicket near the stream at the foot of the hill seemed to harbor traces of wild rabbits and mountain chickens. During a nap, he took the precious bait, some twine, a few elastic branches, and small sticks, and stealthily made his way to the hillside. He was exceptionally cautious, observing his surroundings and listening intently, fearful of encountering any lurking danger. Following the knowledge he had acquired, he discovered signs of wild rabbits, droppings, and paw prints, and found several vibrant feathers from a mountain chicken beneath a thicket. This was the spot. He opted to construct a relatively simple snare trap and a trigger plate trap. The process was laborious and meticulous as he dug shallow pits, set triggers, and arranged snares, camouflaging each step with dried leaves and fine soil, careful not to leave too much human scent. Finally, he delicately placed the somewhat odorous fish entrails and heads at the center of the traps. By the time he finished, evening had fallen. Gazing at the humble and somewhat crude traps, Su Nan felt an uneasy flutter in his heart. Could these contraptions truly ensnare anything? He hoped they would not be inadvertently triggered by some passing wanderer. For the next 2 days, he resisted the urge to check, fearing that frequent disturbances might scare off any potential prey. Each day, he dutifully strolled by the seaside, gathering clams and seaweed, though his thoughts were already preoccupied with the traps at the foot of the mountain. On the 3rd day, just as dawn's light began to break, Su Nan could no longer contain his anticipation. He instructed Bei to guard the home, and, clutching a machete and a sack, hastened towards the traps, his heart racing with excitement. As he approached, his anxiety grew, mingled with hope and trepidation of potential disappointment. The first snare was empty. The trigger remained intact, but the bait had vanished, likely consumed by a small animal or perhaps failing to activate. Disheartened, he moved to the second trigger plate trap, only to find it also empty. Some scattered small footprints surrounded it, but the trap had not been triggered. Su Nan's heart sank further. Had he failed? Was his knowledge ineffectual? Or was his craftsmanship lacking? Clutching to a flicker of hope, he approached the most secluded snare trap, near the stream. Even from a distance of several meters, he perceived the thicket shaking violently. A cacophony of flapping wings and desperate struggles filled the air. Success! Su Nan's heart raced, adrenaline surging through him. He crouched low and dashed forward. Parting the underbrush, he beheld a plump, vividly feathered mountain chicken, ensnared by the snare, thrashing helplessly in midair, emitting frantic clucks of distress. He had done it. He had truly captured one. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Nan could hardly contain himself, nearly bursting into laughter. Fresh, wild game. He hurried forward, carefully avoiding the flapping wings, and loosened the snare, securing the mountain chicken firmly in his grasp. It felt hefty, likely weighing 3 to 4 pounds. Admiring his splendid prize, Su Nan's hands trembled with excitement. Upon inspection, the snare had been effectively set, tightly grasping its leg without inflicting significant harm. Excellent. He swiftly bound the mountain chicken's feet and wings with twine and placed it in the sack. He then meticulously restored the trap to its original state. Perhaps it could be utilized again in the future. With exhilaration coursing through him, he stealthily returned home, the struggling sack slung over his shoulder. His thoughts danced with culinary possibilities. Should he stew it or braise it? Upon his arrival, Bei, startled by the wriggling sack, retreated but couldn't resist asking, "Brother, what is it?" "Something delicious." Su Nan beamed, revealing the mountain chicken. Bei's eyes sparkled at the sight of the beautiful feathers, but hesitated as the chicken struggled, asking, "Can we eat it?" "Absolutely. I shall prepare it for you tonight," Su Nan declared grandly. However, the issue of how to process it arose. Should he kill it outright? That seemed too wasteful. Could he raise it? Alas, he had neither the space nor the feed for it. and living creatures couldn't be stored in his spatial realm. Ultimately, he resolved to slaughter it, opting for a fresh feast. Recalling the vague memories of his past life and the knowledge he had acquired, he boiled water, plucked the feathers, and proceeded with the gory yet chaotic task of gutting the bird. In the end, he was rewarded with a large basin of tender chicken meat and a collection of exquisite mountain chicken feathers, which Bei cherished. Sunan set aside a generous portion of chicken meat for tonight's stew, slicing a small piece of the rich, marbled meat. Intending to use a touch of lard to render chicken fat, and then stir-fry the chicken pieces with wild onions he had foraged, eager to savor the freshness. As the lard and chicken sizzled in the hot pan, a robust, primal aroma erupted, mingling with the fragrant wild onions, filling the small abode and wafting into the alleyway. This scent was far more assertive than fish soup or sea snails, a pure, rich, meaty fragrance. Bei circled the stove, salivating, while children playing in the alley paused. Inhaling deeply, what a delightful smell. Who is cooking meat? Could it be Sunan's family? Is it fish again? One child wondered aloud. Not quite. It smells better than fish. Wang Laowu, lounging in the alley with a grass root between his teeth, caught a whiff of the aroma. His eyes snapping open with a glimmer of greed and curiosity. This scent did not resemble fish. Rather, it seemed akin to chicken. Where had that boy procured a chicken? His mind raced with questions as he could not resist rising and following the enticing fragrance. Meanwhile, Sunan delightedly stirred the chicken pieces in the pan, watching them turn a glorious golden brown, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Suddenly, the door darkened, and the unwelcome visage of Wang Laowu reappeared. Well, Sunan. Living quite luxuriously, are we? Enjoying chicken? Wang Laowu's gaze fixated on the pot, his throat visibly constricting. Where had this chicken come from? It certainly did not appear to be domesticated. Its plumage was quite extravagant. Sunan felt a sudden jolt in his heart, inwardly acknowledging the remarkable acuity of the man's intuition. Maintaining a facade of composure, he continued to stir the pot, casually stating, I found it on the mountain. Found it. Wang Laowu's tone rose incredulously, rife with skepticism. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Is it really that easy to stumble upon a mountain chicken? Why can't I find one? Don't tell me you stole it from someone. He quickly resorted to his habitual accusations. Sunan had anticipated such a question and let out a resigned sigh, adopting an expression of feigned helplessness laced with a hint of trepidation. I assure you, Wang Gu, it was genuinely found. I was foraging for wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain when I stumbled upon this chicken, which had somehow knocked itself unconscious against a tree stump. Perhaps it was mere luck. If you don't believe me, you can check by that crooked tree at the foot of the mountain. There might still be some bloodstains. He fabricated a location off the top of his head. Wang Laowu, though still doubtful, could not find any evidence to refute Sunan's tale, so he could only grumble sourly. Humph, more luck, huh? Your luck is quite extraordinary. You seem to walk in luck every day. At that moment, a piece of chicken nearly burned in the pan, and Sunan hurriedly tried to salvage it. Seizing the opportunity while Sunan was distracted, Wang Laowu's eyes darted around the room and suddenly fixed on a few colorful tail feathers of the mountain chicken that had yet to be fully cleaned up in the corner. Those were not feathers from a domesticated chicken. Moreover, the breakage was remarkably fresh. Wang Laowu's mind was now filled with understanding. This chicken was certainly not found. The boy must have used some method to catch it. A sly smile crept across his face as he mockingly said, Sunan, oh Sunan, impressive. Not only can you fix things and tend to ailments, but now you can hunt as well? Quite the hidden talent. The mountain chicken must taste delightful, no? Sunan's heart sank, realizing he had been exposed. However, it was too late to admit to capturing it. Doing so would lead to endless trouble. He forced himself to appear calm, serving the sautéed chicken pieces onto a plate, speaking in a nonchalant tone, Wang Gu, you jest. It was merely luck that I found a dazed chicken. What more, there's hardly enough for my brother to nibble on. This statement was both a rejection and a subtle appeal for sympathy, revealing his responsibility for a younger sibling. Wang Laowu gazed at the glossy, aromatic chicken pieces. His appetite piqued, yet he hesitated to snatch food from a child, especially after being reminded of Sunan's obligation to care for his brother. He ultimately shot Sunan a fierce glare, swallowing hard as he spat. You greedy little pig. Just you wait. With that, he left in a huff. But the greed and scheming in his gaze sent alarm bells ringing in Sunan's mind. It seemed that acquiring wild game was a boon, yet it also attracted envy and suspicion. Henceforth, he must tread with greater caution. Brother, has the bad man gone? Bei whispered, clutching Sunan's shirt tightly. He's gone. It's all right now, Bei. Come, let us eat. Sunan redirected his gaze and placed the sautéed chicken onto the table. The siblings savored the fragrant wild onion chicken alongside their coarse rice, relishing the delightful flavors. Yet, a shadow loomed over Sunan's heart. He could not shake off the feeling that Wang Laowu's scrutiny was far from over. Chapter 4. The whirlwind of the report, the lingering aroma of mountain chicken, seemed to cling to his palate. Yet Wang Laowu's last sinister glance felt like a thorn embedded in Sunen's heart, overshadowing his recent good spirits. He understood that with that man's vindictive nature, this matter would not simply fade away. As anticipated, trouble was brewing. That afternoon, while Sunen was teaching Bei to make a shuttlecock from the colorful mountain chicken feathers, Director Liu from the neighborhood committee arrived, accompanied by a stern-looking middle-aged man in an old military uniform. The man was Chun, the deputy captain of the militia, primarily responsible for security and ideological education, and rarely visited residents' homes. Both men wore grave expressions, particularly Director Liu, whose gaze towards Sunen was laden with complexity and scrutiny. Sunen's heart raced, and he quickly stood up, shielding Bei behind him, forcing a respectful yet confused expression. Director Liu, Captain Chun, what brings you here? Director Liu remained silent, allowing Captain Chun to speak first, his voice booming with an air of authority. Sunen, a joint complaint has been filed with the street and the neighborhood committee, alleging that your behavior has become suspect, frequently venturing into the mountains, and raising concerns that you may be engaging in illegal hunting, thereby harming communal forest resources, and possibly conducting private transactions. Is there any truth to this? A joint complaint? Sunen's heart sank, and his gaze instinctively drifted towards the door, where indeed, Wang Laowu was lurking behind a crowd, wearing a smug expression of schadenfreude. Who else could it be? A joint effort? It was likely he had incited some cronies to lend their signatures. Illegal hunting? Resource destruction? Private transactions? Such grave accusations were indeed substantial. In these times, if these charges were substantiated, it would be a serious predicament. The neighbors watching nearby began to murmur, their eyes darting back and forth between Sunen and Wang Laowu. Sunen forced himself to remain calm, his mind racing. He could not confess to hunting. The matter of traps must not be mentioned. He immediately donned an expression of great grievance mixed with a hint of indignation, raising his voice slightly, filled with youthful fervor. Captain Chun, Director Liu, who is spreading these baseless slanders? My trips to the mountains are merely to forage for wild vegetables and gather firewood. My brother and I can barely afford to eat. Should we wait to starve? How does that equate to harming communal resources? Is it a crime for members of the community to forage for survival? He seized upon the irrefutable justification of foraging, attempting to gain the moral high ground. And what about the mountain chicken? Captain Chun pressed, evidently prepared, his gaze sharp. There are reports that you obtained a mountain chicken a few days ago. Where did it come from? Don't tell me you found it again. Here it was, the crux of the matter. Sunen felt a surge of anxiety, but his face portrayed even more grievance, his eyes reddening slightly. Captain, that chicken was truly found by sheer luck. Right beneath that crooked tree at the foot of the mountain, it knocked itself out. If I were capable of hunting, would I still be starving and foraging for wild vegetables? I would have been feasting on meat daily, not looking this emaciated. He pointed to his still slender frame and the visibly malnourished Bei beside him, making a compelling argument. Several neighbors nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Sunen were adept at hunting, he would not be in such a state. Who can attest that it was found? Captain Chun pressed further. I went alone, so no one witnessed it. Sunen feigned regret, then suddenly appeared to recall something, his gaze shooting towards the onlooking Wang Laowu with fervor and indignation. But the person who reported me, could he prove that chicken was caught? Did he witness me setting traps or snares? This ISNTA report. It's an act of defamation. It's retaliation. He abruptly turned to Director Liu and Captain Chun, his voice tinged with desperation. Director, Captain, I understand my background isn't ideal, and some people simply can't stand me, wishing nothing more than to see my brother and me crushed. Yet we are human too. We want to live. Foraging for wild vegetables to fill our stomachs and acquiring a day's chicken for my brother's nourishment. How is that a crime? Must we be branded as destroyers of communal resources and illegal traders? If that is the case, I might as well take my brother and jump into the sea to end it all. It would save us from being an eyesore to some people. His fervent speech escalated, culminating in a near shout, tears welling in his eyes as he pulled the stunned Bei close, embodying the desperate spirit of one driven to the edge, ready to fight back against the world. This display of vulnerability followed by a counterattack, coupled with a plea against discrimination and the notion of being driven to desperation, was impassioned and logically sound, effectively rendering both Captain Chun and Director Liu momentarily speechless. The public opinion among the neighbors swiftly shifted. Indeed, Wang Laowu, did you see that? If you didn't see anything, why report it blindly? That poor kid. What is wrong with picking up a chicken? Should he starve just because of his background? Wang Laowu is truly despicable. Wang Laowu was taken aback by Sunen's vehement reaction and sharp tone, his face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, I just suspected that chicken feather. What does a chicken feather signify? Sunen interrupted him, pressing on, just because it's pretty, Am I not allowed to pick it up for my child to play with? Brother Wang, I know you're still bitter about losing the last beach competition to me. You feel I overshadowed you when I fixed the newspaper rack. But does that give you the right to falsely accuse me of going to prison? How cruel-hearted you are. He cleverly redirected the motive towards personal grievances, diminishing the essence of the matter itself. You're talking nonsense. Wang Laowu was left speechless, unable to defend himself. Director Lu's expression darkened entirely as he shot a glare at Wang Laowu, saying, Wang Laowu, in the absence of evidence, do not report frivolously in the future. It wastes the street's resources and disrupts neighborly harmony. Squad leader Chun, observing the agitated and wronged Su Nan and the flustered Wang Laowu amidst the swirling opinions, grasped the situation well enough. He spoke sternly to Su Nan. Su Nan, do not be overly emotional. The street will not wrong a good person, nor will it let a bad one off the hook. Since you claim it was picked up, we will let this go this time. However, he shifted his tone to one of admonition. In the future, when you enter the mountains, stay within the outskirts. Venturing deep into the forest is strictly prohibited, and any hunting activities are absolutely forbidden. Gathering wild vegetables and collecting firewood is acceptable, but if we catch you setting traps or employing other methods to capture wildlife, there will be no leniency. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Thank you, squad leader. Thank you, director, for your discerning judgment. Su Nan eagerly nodded, feigning deep gratitude, while inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. He had managed to navigate this crisis once again. Squad leader Chen reprimanded Wang Laowu a few more times before leaving with Director Lu. The crowd that had gathered gradually dispersed, with several neighbors offering words of comfort to Su Nan and casting disdainful glances at the ashen-faced Wang Laowu. Wang Laowu, looking disheveled, attempted to retort but was met with a cold glare from Su Nan. The look no longer held the previous agitation or grievance, only a chilling warning that sent a shiver down his spine, ultimately leaving him too intimidated to say anything, and he scurried away in defeat. With the crisis averted, Su Nan closed the door and leaned against it, only then realizing that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. That was close. It was truly a battle of wits with the street office. Bei, frightened, clung to his leg. Brother, have the bad people left? Are they going to take you away? They're gone. Everything is fine now. Brother is formidable, Su Nan reassured his younger sibling, though he couldn't afford to relax. Wang Laowu, having been humiliated, would surely not let this go easily. Furthermore, after such a commotion, he would have to be even more cautious when entering and exiting the woods. Traps were absolutely off the table, at least for the foreseeable future. It seemed he needed to explore new avenues for obtaining meat. The seaside? Or perhaps consider the system's suggestion of basic poultry farming? As he pondered, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Would the host like to check in today? Check in, Su Nan replied wearily. Today had drained him significantly. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired basic aquaculture and disease prevention knowledge. Su Nan, just as I was thinking about meat, now aquaculture? Is the system trying to mold me into an all-round agricultural technician? But he currently lacked both funds and land. How could he raise anything? Digging a pit in a dilapidated house to farm clams? He couldn't help but laugh and cry at the absurdity. While the knowledge was beneficial, it couldn't address his immediate needs. However, aquaculture? By the seaside? He glanced out at the azure expanse and suddenly had an idea. Instead of overtly capturing, could he covertly cultivate? For instance, could he determine where shellfish thrive and discreetly mark those locations? Or learn how to enhance the growth of shellfish in those areas? Knowledge is power. Perhaps a change in perspective was warranted? As he contemplated the scattered knowledge within his mind regarding intertidal zone shellfish breeding and feed cultivation, a vague yet audacious idea began to take root. Perhaps it was worth a try? Chapter 5. Undercurrents and subtle designs. The space's ingenious applications begin to emerge. Although the uproar from the report had temporarily subsided, Su Nan felt a heightened tension within. Wang Laowu lurked like a venomous snake in the shadows, having escaped this time. One could not guarantee he would not strike again. For now, he could not brazenly venture into the woods, and traps were out of the question. The source of meat seemed to have been abruptly severed. Watching Bei occasionally lick his lips, reminiscing about the mountain chicken, filled Su Nan with disquiet. Relying solely on the meager catches from the beach and foraging for wild vegetables was insufficient for long-term nourishment. The knowledge of basic aquaculture sprouted like a seed within him. If overt capture was unfeasible, could covert cultivation be a solution? The knowledge hinted at traditional methods to enhance intertidal shellfish production, such as distributing crushed shells to improve the substrate or introducing specific algae as feed, seemed worth a clandestine attempt. But then another question arose. How could he implement these without drawing attention? Large-scale alterations to the intertidal zone were certainly impractical. The noise would be too conspicuous. His gaze once again fell upon the 1 cubic meter space in his consciousness, a realm where time stood still for inanimate objects. An audacious, even whimsical thought emerged. Could he utilize the space to create a small, mobile nursery or feed cultivation pool? For instance, could he secretly excavate some mud containing juvenile shellfish from the intertidal zone and place it into the space? Or gather some algae to cultivate within? The space's time-stopping property meant that whatever entered remained unchanged. But what if it merely needed preservation or temporary storage? This notion accelerated his heartbeat. If feasible, the implications would be monumental. Without hesitation, he set to work. The next day, while beachcombing, he deliberately chose a secluded rocky cove. Ensuring the area was deserted, he cautiously gathered a small patch of moist sand teeming with various tiny shellfish and larvae, placing it into a corner of the space. He also collected several handfuls of vibrant green algae and similarly stored them. He nervously observed. The sand and algae remained intact within the grayish space, preserving their condition as when collected. It worked. At least temporary storage was viable. The next step was to attempt cultivation. The knowledge indicated that certain simple single-celled algae could rapidly reproduce in nutrient-rich water, serving as superior feed for shellfish larvae. But could he use wastewater? No. That was too filthy. Rice washing water? Soy residue water? Perhaps those were worth a try? Upon returning home, he secretly collected the water from his daily rice washing and the occasional filtrate from making soy milk, storing them in a broken pottery jar to ferment. The process emitted an unpleasant odor, so he concealed the jar in the most remote corner behind the house, covering it with a tattered straw mat. Bei, curious, asked, "Brother, that jar smells terrible. What is it?" Sunan, with a mysterious tone, lowered his voice. "It's my magic water, which will eventually produce many delicious fish and clams. But this is a secret, so you mustn't tell anyone." Bei immediately covered his mouth with his small hand, his wide eyes round with wonder, nodding vigorously, fully believing in his brother's magic. Days later, the fermented nutrient water carried a sour scent, but based on his knowledge, it should be nutrient-rich. He returned to that secluded rocky cove, ensuring safety before extracting a small sample of algae to soak in the nutrient water he had brought. Then retrieving both the algae and the nutrient water into the space. He intended to complete the algae's propagation within the confines of the space. Though the fabric of space-time lay suspended, he was able to periodically extract his concoction, nurturing it with fertilizer in the outside world. Once the algae proliferated to a substantial scale, he would retrieve it for storage in his realm. This practice effectively established a mobile repository of algal strains. Such an endeavor demanded patience and a series of meticulous experiments. He conducted each operation with utmost discretion, collecting seawater and algae, and administering fertilizer as though he were engaged in a clandestine heist, opting for the early morning or late evening when the streets were less crowded. As he immersed himself in his covert aquatic enterprise, the sign-in system dutifully delivered a plethora of surprises each day. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring basic knowledge of soil improvement and fertilizer production. Is this knowledge meant to complement his aquaculture? Is it suggesting he venture into agriculture? Yet, he has no more than a palm-sized plot of land to call his own. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining identification and observation techniques for common avian species. Is this an invitation for him to transition into ornithology? Or perhaps a preparatory step towards poultry farming? Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining simple instrument crafting and performance skills. Sunan mused, System Overlord. Do you believe my life to be excessively mundane, urging me to cultivate some leisurely pursuits? As he envisioned crafting a whistle from reeds and producing melodies from leaves, he found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet, it seemed rather intriguing. After all, it could bring joy to Bei. He plucked a tender leaf and, following the instructed technique, pressed it to his lips and blew forcefully, emitting a sharp yet melodious whistle that startled several sparrows perched nearby. Indeed, Bei was captivated, clapping her hands in excitement. "Brother, bird calls, bird calls." Sunan, invigorated by her enthusiasm, attempted a few simple tunes. Though they did not form a cohesive melody, they delighted Bei, prompting her to giggle heartily. This small interlude added a rare splash of vibrancy to their otherwise austere existence. However, there were always those who sought to disrupt his tranquility. One day, while Sunan discreetly observed the fermentation of his fertilizer behind the house, he was startled by the familiar, shrill voice of Aunt Zhao, accompanied by a timid defense from a young girl. "It must be around here. The odor is emanating from this direction. I've been smelling something foul for days, as if something has rotted. Surely, that rascal Sunan is up to no good again. Perhaps hiding spoiled food to cause trouble." A sense of dread washed over Sunan as he quickly maneuvered to the front yard. He found Aunt Zhao berating a young woman with braided hair and a faded floral dress, gesturing emphatically towards the rear of his home. The girl was Han Chunmei, the daughter of old Han from the street, timid and blushing as she was tugged along by Aunt Zhao, struggling to speak up for herself. Aunt Zhao? What seems to be the problem? Su Nan approached with a stern expression. Upon seeing him, Aunt Zhao became even more animated, releasing Han Chunmei, and nearly poking Su Nan in the nose with her finger. Su Nan, you better confess. What foul substance are you hiding behind the house? It reeks. Have you stolen something from someone and let it spoil? I've always known you to be up to no good. Chunmei has smelled it too, hasn't she? Han Chunmei trembled at the accusation, murmuring softly. I just passed by and noticed a bit of a smell, but I couldn't see what it was. See? I told you so. Aunt Zhao exclaimed triumphantly. You better produce some evidence, or I'm going to fetch the director to take a look. Su Nan inwardly cursed, wondering how Aunt Zhao had such an acute sense of smell. Had he hidden it so well that she could still detect it? Nevertheless, he feigned realization, even managing a sheepish expression. Oh, that odor? That's just my fertilizer. Fertilizer? Aunt Zhao and the gathered neighbors were momentarily taken aback. Yes, Su Nan shrugged, improvising as he went along. I noticed that the patch of land in front of my house was barren, so I thought I might try growing something. I came across a method in a book that suggested using rice water and bean pulp as fertilizer, so I thought I'd give it a shot. I apologize if it has caused any disturbance. His earnest demeanor and plausible explanation helped reinforce his image as a self-taught learner. Aunt Zhao remained skeptical. Fertilizer? What are you going to grow? Do you even have any land? Are you trying to fool me? Not yet, but who knows what the future holds? Su Nan replied confidently. Mao Zedong said we should be self-reliant and strive for abundance. I'm merely preparing to respond to the call for increased production. Is that a crime? Must I wait until starvation strikes? If you find the smell unbearable, I'll dispose of it right away, he added, feigning an intention to move the jar. Don't. An elderly farmer observing the commotion suddenly interjected, puffing on his pipe and squinting at Su Nan. Young man, is it true that rice water and bean pulp can enrich the soil? According to the book, yes. It claims it's even more potent than wood ash, albeit pungent. Su Nan replied candidly. The old farmer nodded thoughtfully. I've heard that before. Who would have thought you were dabbling in this? Quite interesting. He turned to Aunt Zhao, saying, Old Zhao, the boy is learning something worthwhile. You ought to ease up a bit. What's the harm in a little smell? It's not toxic gas. Aunt Zhao was taken aback to find someone defending Su Nan, momentarily speechless. After a pause, she muttered, Well, it shouldn't be so foul. I'll do my best to contain it and finish using it quickly, Su Nan assured her hastily. Once again, Su Nan managed to defuse the situation with his enthusiasm for learning and proactive approach to production. Aunt Zhao, feeling thwarted, grumbled as she walked away. Han Chunmei stole a curious glance at Su Nan, her eyes reflecting a mix of intrigue and apology, before hastily lowering her gaze and departing. Su Nan let out a sigh of relief, realizing how precarious his situation had been. It seemed he would have to find a more discreet location for his fertilizer or hasten the pace of his experiments. Returning to the back of the house, he gazed at the foul-smelling concoction, yet his expression brightened. Despite the winding path he had traversed, it appeared that an unprecedented and clandestine avenue for procuring sustenance was slowly unfolding before him. The knowledge of space and the potential chemical reactions seemed to exceed his wildest imagination. Chapter 6. The tide of knowledge youths moving to the countryside. A quiet shift in destiny. Su Nan's secret aquatic venture progressed amid various challenges. Cultivating the algae proved more difficult to control than he had anticipated. The proportions of fertilizer, light, and temperature all influenced the proliferation of those microscopic lives. After several failures, the water in his jars either became putrid or astonishingly clear, devoid of any algae. Yet, he remained undeterred, growing ever more engrossed. This endeavor, steeped in research and clear objectives, significantly alleviated the oppression and solitude that his era had imposed upon him. Each time he observed a faint green hue in the algae water, it filled him with joy for the remainder of the day. Bei had also become his little helper, though she did not comprehend what her brother was undertaking. She dutifully assisted by keeping watch, her small face adorned with the seriousness of someone entrusted with an important task. Just as Su Nan was about to forget the tumult of the outside world and immerse himself in his microcosm, an immense tide of historical change surged forth in an unstoppable wave. The first signs of change emanated from the alleyway's loudspeaker. The previously broadcast revolutionary songs and news summaries began to incorporate new content. A vast expanse awaits, with great potential. It is imperative for educated youths to go to the countryside and receive re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants. Go up the mountains and down to the countryside. To forge a red heart. The stirring slogans reverberated through the noisy static, echoing within the narrow alleyways. Initially, Su Nan paid little heed. The notion of going up to the mountains and down to the countryside was something he had learned about through books and films in his previous life. It was a collective memory and a pivotal turning point for his generation. However, he believed it did not concern him. At just 18, he thought he had not yet reached the appropriate age for such a noble task, and given his unfavorable background, it was unlikely he would be selected for such an honor. Perhaps they would dismiss him for not being sufficiently ideologically committed. Yet, it soon became apparent that his assumptions were naively optimistic. The notification from the neighborhood committee has arrived, mandating all eligible graduates and young individuals to register. Absorb the essence of the documents, and prepare mentally to go to the places where the nation needs them most. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and delicate. In the alley, families meeting the criteria exhibited a spectrum of emotions. Some were exuberant, seeing it as an honorable mission and a path forward. Others were shrouded in gloom, reluctant to let their children endure hardship, while some began to seek connections and obtain proof, desperately trying to remain behind. Sunken was also summoned for a discussion by Director Liu. In the neighborhood committee office, Liu observed the slender youth before him, whose bright eyes conveyed a certain clarity, and felt a twinge of complexity in his heart. Frankly speaking, this boy had indeed been performing admirably of late, self-reliant, eager to learn, and even possessing some skills and knowledge of manual labor that surpassed many idle youths. However, Liu attempted to maintain a calm tone. Sunken, you have heard the policies from above. Your family situation is unique, and while the policies are rigid, the street has its quotas. Although your background is well, your age falls within the registration range. You must prepare yourself mentally. This could be an opportunity for ideological transformation and a chance to start anew. Sunken's heart sank gradually. Liu's words, though delicately phrased, were unmistakably clear. He could not evade this matter. His less-than-ideal background could become a rationale for being prioritized for reformation. He fell silent for a few seconds, then lifted his head, revealing little emotion on his face, and earnestly inquired, "Director, if I must go, where will it be? When will I leave?" The exact location had not been finalized, but it was rumored to be in the north, possibly in the northeast. It was a vast and sparsely populated region in need of builders. The time frame was likely post-harvest in the autumn. Liu sighed. "Think it over, and also make arrangements for your younger brother." Younger brother? Bei? These words struck Sunken's heart like a heavy hammer. What would happen to Bei if he left? The child was only 5 years old. Take him to the desolate north? That harsh land was unforgiving, even for adults. How could a 5-year-old endure such suffering? Leave him in the city? To whom could he entrust him? Granny Lee was kind-hearted but elderly and could barely look after herself. Others? Who would dare take on the responsibility of a rightist child? An overwhelming sense of panic and confusion seized him. All previous struggles, efforts, the repairs to their home, the search for food, the acquisition of skills, and the navigation of various troubles suddenly seemed futile in this moment. A wave of the era could easily shatter his newly patched-up little boat. He had no recollection of how he exited the neighborhood committee. His mind was in chaos. The sunlight was blinding, yet he felt a chill enveloping him. "Brother?" Bei's voice pulled him back to reality. The little one was squatting at the door, playing with pebbles. Upon seeing him return, he immediately ran over, looking up with innocent eyes. What did Granny Liu want? "Is there candy?" Gazing into his brother's naive and wholly dependent expression, Sunken felt a lump in his throat, nearly shedding tears. He knelt down and embraced Bei tightly. His voice slightly hoarse. "It's nothing. Granny Liu was just asking what I want to do in the future. I want to fish, fix stools, do magic." Bei exclaimed, excitedly listing his brother's talents. Sunken held him close, a singular thought racing through his mind. No, he absolutely could not be separated from Bei. He had to find a way, no matter what. In the following days, the prospect of going to the countryside became the sole topic of discussion in the alley. Some were sending off loved ones, others wept, and many were running around in a flurry. Surprisingly, even Wang Lao qualified, leaving him terrified and rushing to the street office daily, reportedly attempting to obtain a medical exemption to stay in the city, but given his robust physique, who would believe him? A Chong, on the other hand, was enthusiastic, clamoring to go to the north to operate a tractor and make his mark. Sunken, however, had grown increasingly silent. He continued to venture out each day, but instead of heading to the sea or experimenting, he drifted like a specter around the street office and neighborhood committee, listening intently for any snippets of information that might impact his fate. He overheard that the destination might be a remote, frigid village called Kaoshantan in the Daxing'anling region. He learned that the first batch of names was nearing finalization, with those from less favorable backgrounds prioritized. He even secretly witnessed Wang Lao attempting to bribe a street office clerk with a pack of cigarettes, which was sternly rejected. Despair coiled around him like a vine. He felt as though the gates of destiny were slowly descending. That night, after coaxing Bei to sleep, he found himself wide awake, sitting in the pitch-black room, gazing at the cold moonlight outside, his heart icy. Was it truly the case that even with a rebirth and a system, he would ultimately be swept away by the relentless tide of this era? Just as he was on the verge of abandoning his struggle, the system's notification sound chimed in his mind as expected. Ding. Will the host proceed with today's check-in? Soon and numbly responded in his mind. Check-in. What else can I receive? Teach me how to fell trees in the north. Or how to prevent frostbite. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired basic mechanical principles and simple repair knowledge. Mechanical principles? Repair? Sunan paused momentarily. This skill seemed entirely unrelated to his current predicament. Then, a bolt of inspiration struck him like a flash of lightning. Youths sent to the countryside for construction? Agricultural machinery? The Northeast, with its vast land and sparse population, had a relatively high level of mechanization, yet certainly lacked qualified repair personnel. What if he could demonstrate talent and capability in this area? A bold, almost reckless plan rapidly crystallized in his mind. He sprang to his feet, pacing excitedly around the room. A poor background was a blemish and a reason for reformation. But what if, in addition to his less-than-ideal background, he carried the label of a youth with special skills? A young man capable of repairing agricultural machinery, potentially beneficial for agricultural production. Might his fate receive a modicum of different consideration, even if it was just to remain at a local agricultural machinery station? Or at the very least, to secure a slightly better placement? Though hope felt tenuous, it was the only glimmer of light amidst the darkness that he could strive for. He had to seize this opportunity. He needed everyone, especially those at the street office and neighborhood committee, to know of his capabilities before the final list was confirmed. But how to showcase this? Should he just rush to the street office and proclaim his ability to repair machines? Who would believe him? He needed a chance. An opportunity to present himself naturally and impressively. Where could he find such an opportunity? Sunan spent the night sleepless, his mind racing. The next day, he astonishingly did not go to the beach nor tinker with his algae. Instead, he returned to stake out the street office and neighborhood committee. This time with a clear objective, to inquire about any nearby factories or agricultural machinery stations with broken, unimportant machines that he could get his hands on. He prowled like a stealthy leopard, anxiously and patiently hunting for his opportunity. Finally, in the afternoon, he overheard two street office clerks grumbling as they exited. The tractor station called again, asking if that scrap diesel pump head will be repaired or not. If not, they'll sell it as scrap. Repair? Who would repair it? Master Zhang was transferred to the county, and old Wang is ill. That thing is heavy as lead. Who has the time to make a trip for a broken pump head? Sigh. Besides, there's no money for new parts. So it looks like it'll just be scrapped. A scrap diesel pump head? No one was willing to repair it. They couldn't even move it? Sunan's eyes instantly lit up. This was it. He took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and endeavored to appear calm, yet infused with youthful enthusiasm as he approached the two clerks. Excuse me, comrades, he politely interjected, his voice tinged with just the right amount of tension and eagerness. I couldn't help but overhear that there's a malfunctioning pump at the tractor station. I've recently been perusing some literature on machinery repair. May I take a look? I promise I won't meddle. Who knows? I might discern something useful. His eyes sparkled with clarity, and his earnest expression vividly portrayed the image of a youth obsessed with technology and eager for practical experience. The two clerks were taken aback, staring incredulously at the frail young man before them. You? Repair machines? From reading books? One of them chuckled incredulously. Kid, that's not like fixing a chair. That's a hunk of metal. If it's broken, it's broken. You won't understand it. I just want to observe and learn. Maybe the diagrams in the book differ from reality? Sunan insisted, his gaze brimming with a thirst for knowledge. After all, it's bound for scrap anyway. Let me see what's wrong. The other clerk's thoughts began to shift. The pump was indeed a nuisance, taking up space and worth little as scrap. Sunan had been earning decent reviews lately, demonstrating a penchant for self-study. Perhaps he might just stumble upon a solution. Even if he failed, it wouldn't incur any significant loss, would it? All right. He waved his hand dismissively. If you wish to look, then go ahead. Just inform old Wu at the tractor station. But remember, strictly observing, no touching. If you break it, you'll have to pay. Thank you, comrade. Thank you. Sunan bowed repeatedly, his face flushed with excitement, half of it genuine. The opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 7. Showcasing skills amidst the scrap, astonishing all with ingenious solutions. Having secured permission, Sunan nearly sprinted to the tractor station on the town's outskirts. It was a large yard enclosed by a fence, housing several tractors with peeling paint, caked in mud, alongside unidentifiable agricultural machinery. The air was thick with the scents of diesel and rust. Old Wu, the gatekeeper, was a white-haired man clad in an oil-stained work uniform, squinting in the sun at the entrance. Upon hearing Sunan's explanation and reviewing the note from the street office, a flicker of surprise and amusement crossed his murky eyes. You lad? Want to inspect that broken pump? Old Wu scrutinized Su Nan, shaking his head. That thing is heavy. Several seasoned veterans have already given up on it. You think you can just glance at it and figure it out? The street office just loves to create trouble for me. Mr. Wu, I merely wish to observe and learn. I assure you, I won't cause any disruption, Su Nan replied. His demeanor exceedingly humble, his face radiating harmless curiosity. Old Wu waved him off, uninterested in further discussion, pointing to a pile of scrap in the corner of the yard. There it is, go find it yourself. Be careful not to crush your toes. Su Nan thanked him and hurried towards the heap of scrap metal. Soon, he spotted his target, a grimy, oil-soaked, rust-laden diesel pump head, roughly the size of a basin, and indeed, exceedingly heavy. It lay discarded atop the scrap, resembling a forsaken metallic heart. He held his breath, examining it carefully. Instantly, the knowledge from fundamental mechanical principles and basic repair techniques ignited in his mind. Before him, this cold chunk of iron began to deconstruct and reveal itself. Clogged oil lines, worn pistons, broken seals, corroded valves, an array of faults revealed themselves under the illumination of his knowledge. There were numerous issues, but the core malfunction seemed to lie within the fuel distribution and outlet valves. It appeared that a complete replacement of the pump head wasn't necessary. Perhaps a mere cleaning and replacement of a few critical components would suffice. A bold repair plan quickly formed in his mind. The challenge, however, lay in the fact that he lacked the necessary parts, and only the tractor station might possess the required tools. He dashed back to the entrance, where Old Wu was dozing. Mr. Wu, I've inspected the pump head, and it seems it's not entirely beyond repair. It might just be a few minor blockages or rusted areas inside. If I could disassemble and clean it, perhaps Old Wu didn't even open his eyes, sneering. Easier said than done. Disassemble? Who's going to do that? Do you know how to reassemble it? That thing is precious, even if it's scrapped. It's not a toy for you to tinker with. I've read about how to disassemble it. Su Nan insisted, his gaze earnest. The book has diagrams. Really, Mr. Wu, please let me try? After all, it's destined for scrap anyway. What if I manage to fix it? Wouldn't that save the station some money? Fix it. Old Wu finally opened his eyes, as if he had heard the grandest joke. You think you can do what even Master Zhang couldn't? You read a couple of shabby books and think you're a mechanic? Go on, find a cooler spot to linger. Just then, the distant roar of a tractor grew louder, and a Dongfanghong tractor belching black smoke pulled into the yard, halting at the repair bay's entrance. The driver jumped down, shouting into the workshop, Lee, hurry up and take a look. This thing is stalled again, and 1T start. A 30-something mechanic, equally covered in grease, emerged from the workshop, cursing. What is wrong now? This old clunker throws tantrums daily. He began inspecting with his tools. Soon Nan's eyes lit up. An opportunity. He quickly moved closer, positioning himself unobtrusively yet within sight, observing the stalled tractor intently. The driver and mechanic, Lee, cast him a glance but dismissed him as just a curious onlooker. After a lengthy examination, Lee, drenched in sweat, grew frustrated, kicking the tire. Damn it, it must be an oil line issue. Probably the pump or injector is clogged. What a nuisance. Su Nan's heart raced. He knew the moment to demonstrate his knowledge had arrived. Yet, he couldn't just approach directly. That would be too abrupt. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a tone loud enough for those nearby to hear. As if reflecting on the contents of the book states that if a single-cylinder diesel engine stalls and 1T start, one might check the cylinder residual pressure, or perhaps if the injection timing is incorrect. Upon hearing this, both Lee and the driver paused, turning in surprise to regard the youth who had spoken so unexpectedly. Lee furrowed his brow. What nonsense are you spouting? What residual pressure? What angle? Feigning surprise, Su Nan scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly. I was just rambling. I believe the book referred to it as cylinder compression residual pressure and injection advance angle, saying if these are incorrect, the fuel 1T ignite. He deliberately spoke hesitantly, even stumbling over his words, portraying the image of someone who had only read about it. Yet he accurately introduced the critical technical terms. Lee regarded him skeptically. He understood cylinder compression, but the terms residual pressure and injection advance angle were more technical. Even apprentices might not know them. He scrutinized Su Nan anew. What book are you reading? Just a few old engineering mechanics books that my father left behind. Su Nan offered his universal excuse once more. Lee didn't press further, but Su Nan's words triggered a realization. He had been so focused on the oil line that he hadn't meticulously checked the compression and injection timing. He picked up his tools again, shifting his approach to this new line of thought. Moments later, he suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, it's true. The screws securing the injection pump are loose. The timing is off. Kid, you're sharp. How did you figure that out? He adjusted the screws and attempted to start the tractor once more. With a mighty roar, the tractor sprang to life, successfully starting. Both Lee and the driver exhaled in relief, and their gazes towards Su Nan transformed entirely. Well done, kid. You've got some skills. Lee clapped Su Nan on the shoulder. Though the gesture lacked force, it radiated acknowledgement. Which family are you from? I've never heard of you before. I'm Su Nan. Just a resident of the town. Su Nan hastily introduced himself, seizing the opportunity to say, Brother Lee. I just took a look at that pump head among the scrap metal over there. It seems that the oil feeder is clogged, and the oil outlet valve is somewhat corroded. If we can disassemble it for cleaning and replace the sealing ring, it might still be functional. After the previous incident, Brother Lee began to take his words more seriously. He followed Su Nan to the heap of scrap metal, gazing at the pump head. Are you serious? Can this thing really be repaired? In theory, it's worth a try, Su Nan replied with cautious optimism, adding that tools were necessary and they might need to find a new sealing ring. The tool workshop has what we need. I'll check the inventory for a similar sealing ring, Brother Lee said, his interest piqued. Repairing a discarded pump head could save the station a considerable sum, and it would also enhance his own reputation. To Old Wu's astonished gaze, Brother Lee actually moved the heavy pump head into the repair workshop and allowed Su Nan to observe and learn. The next few hours transformed into Su Nan's personal showcase. While he verbally referenced textbook knowledge, asking Brother Lee questions like, should we remove this screw first? He skillfully indicated critical points during the process, guiding Brother Lee step by step through disassembly, cleaning, and replacing the gaskets and sealing rings. Throughout the entire procedure, he exhibited the demeanor of a diligent apprentice, occasionally offering flashes of insight with key suggestions. Brother Lee, initially the leader, gradually morphed into the primary laborer, while Su Nan became the invisible technical advisor. When the final component was reinstalled, Brother Lee, holding the clean pump head, hesitated and looked at Su Nan. Is this really going to work? Shall we try it out? Su Nan encouraged him, though internally he felt a twinge of anxiety. Theory is one thing, but practice is another. The pump head was reattached to a tractor awaiting repair. The oil pipes connected, and the air bled out. Brother Lee took a deep breath and turned the key. With a low, powerful roar, the diesel engine sprang to life. The oil pressure gauge steadily rose to the normal level. They had succeeded. Brother Lee's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the smoothly running machine, then glanced at the equally surprised and incredulous Su Nan and exclaimed, Good heavens! You actually fixed it. Unbelievable. This exclamation drew the attention of several other mechanics and drivers in the station. Upon learning that this young lad had discerned the solution and guided the restoration of the long-defunct pump head, everyone was taken aback. In this day and age, technical talent is highly sought after, especially someone capable of turning waste into treasure. Old Wu also approached, marveling, Did you really fix it? Those two boys from the street office delivered a true gem to me? The news spread rapidly, as if it had grown wings. Quickly returning to the street office and neighborhood committee, when Director Liu and Commander Chun encountered Su Nan again, their expressions had completely transformed. They no longer regarded him as merely a youth with undesirable traits, but rather with surprise, scrutiny, and a hint of unspoken importance. Su Nan, I heard you repaired that scrap pump head at the tractor station? Director Liu's tone bore incredulity. Su Nan remained humble. It was mainly Master Li who did the work. I just observed and mentioned a few things from the books, and luckily guessed right. Guessed right? Commander Chen's gaze sharpened. Once his luck, twice or thrice his skill. Whether it's fixing a stool, a prescription, or now a machine, Su Nan, you've managed to uncover quite a bit of talent. Su Nan felt a pang of apprehension, realizing he had oversold his role, and quickly lowered his head. I just enjoy observing and pondering, hoping to learn more. It might come in handy. Director Liu and Commander Chen exchanged glances, choosing not to press further. Some matters are understood without words. Well, being eager to learn and willing to delve deeper is commendable, Director Liu ultimately remarked, especially with the current shortage of agricultural machinery repair skills. You may return for now. The organization will consider the rural assignment comprehensively. These words caused Su Nan's heart to leap with hope. He knew he had made the right gamble. He had managed to pry open a small crack in the gears of fate. A glimmer of opportunity seemed to lie before him. Chapter 8. Fate smiles upon the city. Weaving skills to alleviate urgency. The incident with the repaired pump head sent ripples across the tranquil pond of Wanghai. Su Nan's name, for the first time, was no longer tightly bound to labels of undesirable origins or the burden of a younger brother, but rather began to be associated with dexterity, a penchant for inquiry, and a modicum of mechanical knowledge. This subtle transformation was acutely felt by Su Nan himself when he went to the distribution point to buy salt. The usually aloof saleswoman surprisingly initiated a conversation. Young man, I heard you can repair tractors? At the well? A neighbor who had previously only nodded at him now smiled and asked, When will you come to check if my old spinning wheel can still make noise? Even Director Liu, when they crossed paths, no longer wore a stern expression while inquiring about his well-being. Instead, he would pause slightly, eyes glimmering with curiosity, saying, The street office is reviewing the educated youth list. Your skills are a boon, but you must also continue to strengthen your ideological studies. Each seemingly mundane interaction concealed scrutiny, curiosity, and a subtle shift in social standing. Su Nan responded humbly, attributing his success to self-study and a stroke of luck, never boasting. He understood that this was merely the first step. The true transformation of his fate was still a distant prospect. The list for rural assignments loomed over him like the sword of Damocles. Each day, he awoke with the first task being to listen intently to the radio, attuned to any developments from the street office. Old Wang had recently quieted down, likely realizing that Su Nan had somehow managed to make a name for himself with machinery, thereby rendering him hesitant to provoke. Yet, the occasional flicker of malice in his triangular eyes indicated he had not given up. Time passed slowly in anxious anticipation. Bei Bei seemed to sense her brother's heavy heart, becoming increasingly obedient, no longer clamoring for treats, instead gazing at Su Nan with her large, clear eyes filled with unease. As Su Nan awaited the verdict of fate, he dared not cease his efforts to procure food. With the traps rendered useless, he diligently ventured to the seaside, relying on his increasingly refined skills in foraging and the scant remnants of his versatile bait, achieving meager success in sustaining themselves. After several failed attempts, his algae cultivation project finally yielded a jar of water that maintained a stable light green hue, offering a glimmer of hope. One day, while meticulously searching among the seaside rocks for a larger sea snail or crab, he heard a timid voice nearby. Su Nan go. Su Nan looked up to see Han Chunmei holding a small basket, standing a short distance away, her cheeks tinged with a blush and her gaze somewhat evasive. The basket contained freshly dug oysters. Chunmei, are you here to forage as well? Su Nan straightened up, smiling. He held a decent impression of this timid, yet kind-hearted girl, especially since she had not joined in the ruckus with Aunt Zhao last time. Yes, Han Chunmei nodded, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly warned, be careful of old Wang. Huh. Su Nan was taken aback. What's wrong? I heard him talking with someone while drinking yesterday, saying, don't get too proud. Even if you can repair machines, your background is still there. They won't keep you, and when you leave, they'll make your brother suffer. As she spoke, her voice dwindled, and her face grew redder, clearly anxious about secretly delivering this warning. Su Nan's heart sank sharply, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. That scoundrel old Wang. Unable to confront him directly, he sought to humiliate a 5-year-old child. Thank you, Chunmei. I appreciate your concern, Su Nan said earnestly. This news is of paramount importance, for it at least grants him a measure of preparedness. Han Chunmei shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further, and briskly departed with her gaze cast downward. Su Nan observed her retreating figure, his heart awash with a tumult of emotions. In this indifferent era, such a modicum of kindness feels exceptionally precious, further fortifying his resolve to never depart. Should he leave, Bei Bei would indeed become mere fodder on the slaughtering block. 2 days later, just as Su Nan was nearly unable to contain his urge to return to the street office for more inquiries, Director Liu finally summoned him once more to the neighborhood committee. In the office, besides Director Liu, there was also Chun, the squad leader, along with a middle-aged man sporting glasses who appeared to be a civil servant. Su Nan, this is Officer Zhang from the district's youth office, Director Liu introduced, his tone considerably gentler than the last encounter. Su Nan's heart leapt. He realized the moment that would determine his fate had arrived. Anxiety coursed through him, his palms sweating. Yet he endeavored to maintain a facade of composure. Greetings, Officer Zhang. Greetings, Director Liu. Greetings, Squad Leader Chun. Officer Zhang adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Su Nan before producing a file. Comrade Su Nan, your situation has been reported by the street and the neighborhood committee. The issues regarding your father are historical, yet you are a child that can be educated. Your recent conduct, particularly the technical skills you have exhibited, has not gone unnoticed by the organization. He paused, perusing the document. Regarding your placement, the district has deliberated, and, considering you have a young brother to care for, you fulfill one of the stipulated conditions for remaining in the city. Su Nan's heart raced, blood rushing to his head. The conditions for remaining in the city? There was hope. However, Officer Zhang's tone shifted, causing Su Nan's heart to plummet once more. Your background issues, after all, exist objectively. Prolonged residence in urban areas may hinder your ideological reformation and progress. Moreover, there is indeed an urgent need for various talents in the Beidawang region, including young individuals with mechanical knowledge. Su Nan's heart sank further. It seemed he was still to be denied. Thus, after repeated deliberations and consultations, Officer Zhang closed the file and made the final announcement. The district has decided upon a compromise for your placement. You may temporarily remain locally, but you will be required to participate regularly in study and labor organized by the street. Additionally, your name will be registered at the district's agricultural machinery station under a maintenance point, serving as an extraneous apprentice, learning practical skills from a master without any salary, but with provision for one meal. This arrangement allows for your talents to be utilized, contributing to local agricultural production. As for your brother, you may continue to care for him, yet the street and neighbors are obligated to offer appropriate supervision and assistance. Should it be discovered in the future that you are unwilling to accept reform or engage in improper activities using your skills, your eligibility to remain in the city will be immediately revoked, and you will be dispatched to the most arduous regions for labor reform. Do you understand? What a turn of events. Though he was only allowed to stay temporarily, though he was merely an extraneous apprentice with no salary, and though countless restrictions remained, this was already the best outcome he could hope for. He could stay. He could be with Bei. An overwhelming sense of joy and relief washed over Su-nan. His eyes welling with warmth as he straightened his back, his voice resonant and tinged with emotion. I understand. Thank you to the organization. Thank you, leaders. I will wholeheartedly embrace reform, diligently study my craft, and labor earnestly, never betraying the trust and care of the organization. Director Liu and squad leader Chen exchanged glances, seemingly relieved as well. This outcome was also a result of their earnest efforts, providing an account to all parties involved. Upon exiting the neighborhood committee, Su-nan felt as though the sun shone brighter than ever, and the air was refreshingly crisp. He nearly sprinted home, scooping up Bei, who was playing with pebbles, and spinning around several times. Bei, we won't have to part ways. Brother can stay to be with you. Though Bei did not comprehend the significance of the moment, witnessing her brother's unprecedented joy brought forth her own lilting laughter. The good news swiftly spread. Some were envious, others resentful, while many genuinely rejoiced for the siblings. While the issue of remaining in the city was temporarily resolved, the pressure of survival did not relent in the slightest. With no salary, merely a meal provided, he and Bei's other meals, along with all other expenses, had to be earned by their own efforts. Becoming an apprentice at the maintenance point meant that most of his daytime would be occupied, significantly reducing his time for gathering seafood. He needed to find a new livelihood that would not consume too much time while still providing some income. Su-nan turned his gaze toward the basic weaving skills he had previously signed for. Initially deemed trivial, he now considered it might be quite useful. The seaside boasted abundant materials like reeds, bulrushes, and hemp ropes. Crafting baskets, hampers, and mats might yield some money or food, perhaps. With a sense of determination, he set to work. Taking advantage of the time before reporting to the maintenance point, he gathered a significant amount of reed stalks and pliable bulrushes, treating them as per the knowledge in his mind, and began to experiment with weaving. The initial products were uneven and flimsy, but with practice, his dexterity improved, and the fish baskets, vegetable baskets, and small mats began to take shape, even adorned with decorative patterns. The first proper fish basket he crafted was gifted to Grandma Li. In gratitude for her continuous care, the first small basket he fashioned was presented to Han Chunmei, thanking her for her earlier warning. Both women were pleasantly surprised by their gifts, especially Han Chunmei, who blushed like an apple, murmuring her thanks before hastily departing. Su-nan did not dwell on it. Instead, embarking on a journey of mass weaving, he brought his finished products to a consignment point, requesting they be sold on his behalf, or trading directly with neighbors. Although each swap yielded little, the steady trickle of resources constituted a slight but essential source of livelihood. As he busied himself with weaving, tending to Bei, and occasionally assisting at the maintenance point, the signing-in system reappeared. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring knowledge of basic material mechanics and structural optimization. Su-nan glanced at the newfound knowledge and then at the half-finished basket in his hands, and a sudden spark of inspiration ignited. Material mechanics? Structural optimization? Could these concepts be applied to weaving? For instance, could he use less material to create a sturdier, more durable basket? Or design styles that were more reasonable and appealing? He immediately immersed himself in research, exploring how to optimize the structural integrity of his woven goods and how to select more efficient, weight-bearing weaving methods. Perhaps this seemingly insignificant craft could indeed be transformed into something innovative? Chapter 9. Ingenious hands weaving new ideas, ripples of attention emerge. Temporarily spared from the fate of leaving home, Su-nan did not ease his diligence. Like a diligent bee, he busily flitted between the maintenance point, the seaside, and the dilapidated little house. Life as an apprentice at the maintenance point was monotonous yet fulfilling. There was only one master, surnamed Zhou, who possessed a somewhat eccentric temperament but solid skills. He did not show much enthusiasm towards Su-nan, the extraneous apprentice, yet did not deliberately create obstacles, merely allowing him to observe from the sidelines, occasionally asking him to hand over tools or clean parts. Su-nan relished this arrangement. He eagerly absorbed every practical piece of knowledge he could access, validating the basic mechanical principles, in his mind with the iron scraps in reality. His keen eyesight, quick wit, and good memory often led him to draw connections and pose questions that even Master Zhou found somewhat surprising. Though Master Zhou remained sparing with words, he noticeably began to assign Su Nen more tasks. Lunch became a vital source of energy for Su Nen each day. The food at the maintenance point far surpassed what he could prepare for himself, at least filling him up and occasionally offering a taste of oil and fish. He devoured every meal with gusto, and at times would even muster the courage to ask if he could take half a steamed bun home for Bei Bei. Master Zhou would typically grunt non-committally, yet the next meal, the cafeteria lady would inadvertently grant him an extra half bun. During the day, he spent his time at the repair shop, making the precious hours of early morning, evening, and weekends all the more significant. The pursuit of the sea could not cease, and the weaving endeavor had become his hope for exchanging meager resources. His knowledge of the fundamentals of material mechanics and structural optimization was cleverly applied in his weaving. No longer content with crafting traditional round-bottom baskets or flat-bottom containers, he began to explore how to enhance strength at critical stress points by altering the density and orientation of the warp and weft, thereby creating sturdier and more durable products with less material. He experimented with several innovative weaving techniques, producing fish baskets that were narrow at the top and wider at the bottom, resulting in a more stable structure that was less likely to be ruptured by struggling fish and shrimp. He also improved the handles of his vegetable baskets, reinforcing the junctions with the basket body for enhanced load-bearing capacity, making them less prone to breakage. Additionally, he even attempted to intertwine water grasses of different colors to create simple geometric patterns. Although somewhat rudimentary, they appeared particularly distinctive amid the uniform natural tones of traditional straw weaving. These improved woven items quickly garnered attention. First, there was Grandma Liu. Upon returning from her seaside excursion with a new fish basket gifted by Su Nen, exclaimed with delight, "This basket crafted by that young lad is truly marvelous. It holds more than the old one and is impervious to crab pincers. Look at how cleverly it closes." Then, Aunt Sun, having used a new vegetable basket, discovered that despite being of the same size as her previous one, it was significantly lighter and didn't dig into her hands even when carrying heavy items, singing its praises. Word of mouth began to spread, prompting neighbors to approach Su Nen with eggs, old clothes, or a small handful of grains in exchange for baskets. Su Nen welcomed all, maintaining fair prices and sometimes accepting old newspapers or scraps as well, knowing that everything had its use. One evening, as Su Nen was finishing a basket by the last light of day, he noticed Han Chunmei timidly approaching, clutching a small cloth bag. "Su Nen, I have something for you." Her voice was as soft as a whisper. "Is there something you need, Chunmei?" Su Nen set aside his work. Han Chunmei shyly handed over the cloth bag, her cheeks flushed. I used the little basket you gave me, and my mother said it was very useful. This is for you. She pickled these vegetables herself. They're not worth much, thank you." Inside the bag were several dark pickled vegetable lumps, exuding a distinct savory aroma. A fine accompaniment for meals at that time. Su Nen hesitated, quickly waving his hands. No, it's just a small basket. I can't accept your pickled vegetables." "You must take it," Han Chunmei insisted, pressing the bag into Su Nen's hands, turning to flee. "Wait, hold on," Su Nen called after her, considering for a moment before retrieving a newly woven small handbag adorned with simple wave patterns. "Take this. It will be convenient for a young lady like you to carry needles and threads when you go out." The handbag was delicately crafted, polished to eliminate any rough edges, blending utility with a touch of ornamentation. Han Chunmei's eyes lit up at the sight, though she hesitated to accept, fidgeting nervously. "It's too much for me. Just take it. I made it for fun. It didn't take much effort," Su Nen insisted, placing it into her hands. With the small handbag now in her possession, her face reddened further, and she murmured her thanks before darting away like a startled rabbit. Su Nen shook his head, not giving it much thought, and resumed his work. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, Wang Laowu was lurking in the shadows, chewing on a grass root. His eyes narrowed as he observed the scene with a lewd, envious grin. "Look at you, little rightist brat, living quite comfortably. Even a young girl brings you pickled vegetables? And you can weave flower baskets to charm women?" Wang Laowu sauntered over, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Su Nen, uninterested, continued his work without looking up. Wang Laowu, realizing his jibe fell flat, glanced at the uniquely shaped baskets beside Su Nen, a flicker of greed crossing his gaze. "Oh, so you've started weaving differently, have you? Where did you learn such underhanded tricks? Been reading your father's reactionary books again?" Su Nen kept weaving, replying coolly, "If you have nothing better to do, Wang Laowu, perhaps you could assist the commune with manure collection. That would contribute to the construction of the new countryside. Stop fixating on my so-called underhanded tricks." "You." Wang Laowu was taken aback. giving Sun a fierce glare before his gaze roamed over the new baskets once more with disdain, huffing as he left, plotting who knows what mischief. As Sunan's woven creations gradually gained a reputation, even reaching the neighboring alley, one day, a stranger of a woman approached him, inquiring about exchanging one of his patterned vegetable baskets. Business began to flourish, filling Sunan with joy yet making him more cautious. He remained aware of his self-taught persona, only claiming that he was merely experimenting, careful not to appear too exceptional. However, gold will inevitably shine. His products, both practical and innovative, soon caught the attention of another, a staff member from the town's supply and marketing cooperative, Mr. Zhao, responsible for procuring local goods. One day, while collecting goods in the village, Mr. Zhao noticed a woman carrying one of Sunan's vegetable baskets, its novel design and sturdiness piquing his curiosity. He casually inquired, and the woman, naturally, praised Sunan's craftsmanship. Intrigued, Mr. Zhao investigated further and soon learned that it was the same young man, Sunan, who had recently gained some notoriety. With a sense of responsibility, he decided to visit in person. At Sunan's doorstep, Mr. Zhao found him engrossed in his weaving, surrounded by a pile of completed items for sale. Picking up a few to examine, he grew increasingly astonished. The craftsmanship, the structural integrity, especially the application of material mechanics, seemed far beyond the capabilities of a mere adolescent playing around. It resembled the work of someone with a professional foundation. "Young man, did you craft all of these?" Mr. Zhao adjusted his glasses, his tone serious. Sunan's heart raced, realizing he had attracted the attention of a professional, and he quickly nodded. "Yes, Mr. Zhao. I just messed around with it for fun." "Messed around?" Mr. Zhao clearly doubted him, pointing to a reinforcement on a fish basket. "How did you come up with this design? And this handle weaving method is quite material efficient. Who taught you?" Sunan's mind raced, quickly concocting a response, feigning ignorance. "No one taught me. I just saw a few structural diagrams in my father's books about house construction and thought this might be more sturdy. As for saving materials, I just felt I didn't have enough, so I tried to be frugal." He framed himself as a clever but accidental innovator. Mr. Zhao remained skeptical, but he had heard of Sunan's reputation for being studious, which seemed plausible. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "These items you've woven are indeed intriguing. How about this? Once you finish weaving, you can directly deliver them to the supply and marketing cooperative, and I will purchase them based on their quality and size. It's more convenient than selling them individually, and the prices will be fair. What do you say?" Sunan's heart soared with joy. This was a stable channel. He suppressed his excitement and eagerly nodded. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I will certainly weave diligently." After bidding farewell to Mr. Zhao, Sunan couldn't help but pump his fist in triumph. Another small step forward. Yet, he remained unaware that from a distance, Wang Laowu watched with an even colder gaze, his envy deepening. He spat on the ground, muttering, "Damn it, that kid is truly lucky. I can't let him continue on this easy path." Just as Sunan celebrated his newfound sales avenue, the notification tone in his mind chimed once more. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring knowledge of common livestock diseases and their prevention and nutritional formulation. Sunan, livestock disease prevention, nutritional formulation, system overlord. Are you planning for me to develop comprehensively in agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery since my basket weaving is doing well? But I can barely sustain myself, let alone venture into livestock. He looked incredulously at the knowledge in his mind about how to reduce fever in pigs and how to formulate feed for chickens. Feeling that the skills provided by this system were becoming increasingly fantastical. Was there truly a chance he might use this knowledge in the future? He recalled the few households at the foot of the mountain that secretly raised chickens, as well as Wang Laowu's envious gaze. Perhaps taking precautions was not such a bad idea after all. Chapter 10. The sudden plague of chickens reveals skills. Agricultural knowledge begins to show its worth. Connecting with the supply and marketing cooperative finally gave Sunan's weaving side business a semblance of legitimacy. Although the money earned from each basket remained meager, it was at least stable, a trickle that alleviated his financial strain ever so slightly. He became even more motivated to weave, even contemplating whether he could utilize cheaper materials or scraps to further reduce costs. However, before he could fully realize his ambitions in weaving, an unforeseen crisis unexpectedly called upon his newly acquired knowledge of common livestock diseases and nutritional ratios. That evening, just as Sunan returned from the repair shop and was preparing to kindle a fire for dinner, he was startled by a cacophony of wailing from the street, interspersed with sharp chicken cries and frantic pleas for calm. "Oh dear, my chickens, my laying hens, what am I to do?" It was the voice of widow who. Her husband had passed away early, leaving her to raise their child while relying on the 5 or 6 hens in her yard to lay eggs for some pocket money. She treasured those chickens as if they were her lifeblood. Sunan initially had no intention of meddling, but the wailing was so heartrending. And he vaguely heard phrases suggesting the chickens were near death. Chickens? Dying? A collective illness? A thought stirred within him, and the newly acquired knowledge surged forth in his mind. Could it be chicken plague? Or avian cholera? He set down his belongings, told Bay to behave at home, and hastened toward the street. A crowd had already gathered at Widow Hu's doorstep. There she sat on the ground, wailing and beating her thighs, while her 10-year-old son, frightened, wiped his tears beside her. In the yard, 3 or 4 hens huddled listlessly, their feathers ruffled, one already toppled over, its legs twitching sporadically, clearly on the brink of death. 2 others in the corner were breathing abnormally. It's over. It's all over. This damned chicken plague. Widow Hu cried, her anguish palpable. The neighbors around her displayed sympathetic expressions, murmuring among themselves, yet feeling utterly helpless. In these times, humans had little recourse against illness, let alone for poultry. Once chicken plague struck, it often meant a significant loss. Wang Laowu also squeezed into the crowd, not only failing to express sympathy, but relishing the misfortune. TSK. Widow Hu, I told you to keep your chickens penned up properly instead of letting them run wild all day. They must have eaten something unclean. And now look what happened. Your riches and chickens have vanished. His words were salt in Widow Hu's wounds, causing her to weep even more fiercely. Sunan pushed through the throng, carefully observing the symptoms of the ailing chickens: lethargy, disheveled feathers, labored breathing, mucus around the beak and nostrils, diarrhea. These symptoms closely resembled those described in his studies of avian cholera. It was an acute, septicemic infectious disease with a high mortality rate. But if detected early and treated promptly, it was not entirely unmanageable. The texts he had studied suggested using sulfa drugs or certain folk remedies, such as garlic juice or water from boiled green onions mixed into their feed, isolating the sick chickens, and thoroughly disinfecting the chicken coop. He hesitated to speak up. After all, this was a matter of self-study, and success would bring him no credit while failure could lead to trouble. Just then, the twitching hen kicked its legs and fell silent. Seeing this, Widow Hu let out a heart-wrenching scream, nearly fainting. Sunan sighed. He could not bear to stand idly by. He stepped forward and, attempting to sound uncertain, said, Aunt Hu, please don't panic. This chicken seems to resemble what I've read about avian cholera. The wailing abruptly ceased. Everyone turned their surprised gazes towards Sunan. How was he here? It was one thing to repair machines and weave baskets, but now he claimed to understand chicken illnesses too? Wang Laowu immediately challenged him. Hey, Sunan, you know about this too? What book are you reading? An encyclopedia? Do you know everything? Don't mislead people here. Ignoring him, Sunan continued addressing Widow Hu. Aunt Hu, I can't guarantee anything, but I vaguely recall reading in an old agriculture book that you should quickly isolate the chickens that appear healthy, bury or incinerate the dead ones, and disinfect the coop with lime water or wood ash. You could try feeding the remaining chickens crushed garlic mixed in water. It might save a few. What he suggested were safe, straightforward folk remedies documented in his studies. Widow Hu seemed to grasp at a lifeline, disregarding her doubts as she clutched Sunan's arm. Young Nan, is that true? Garlic water will work? I'll go get it right now. She rushed back inside to find garlic. Wang Laowu scoffed nearby. Humph, what nonsense. If garlic could cure chicken plague, what would we need veterinarians for? Widow Hu, do you really believe this, young lad? Sunan was too weary to engage in banter. Upon seeing Widow Hu retrieve the garlic, he took the initiative to help crush it, mix it with water, and guide her on how to catch the seemingly healthy chickens and isolate them in a clean cage, as well as how to administer the garlic water. He instructed her son to quickly fetch wood ash from the stove to disinfect around the coop. Throughout the process, Sunan directed with confidence and clarity, leaving the onlookers astounded. This was no mere guesswork. By the time they finished, night had fallen. Sweating, Sunan told Widow Hu, Aunt Hu, I can only do this much. The rest is up to fate. Make sure not to eat the dead chickens. Bury them deep. Widow Hu expressed her gratitude profusely, insisting on giving Sunan 2 eggs, which he reluctantly accepted. On his way home, Wang Laowu's mocking voice trailed behind. Su the divine healer, truly versatile. From fixing tractors to curing chicken plague. Is there anything you can't do? Next time. If someone asks, so doesn't he, Pharaoh? Should we call on you too? Without turning back, Sunan coolly retorted, if Brother Wang is envious, he might as well read more books. They contain everything. Just fear some people can't read properly. It's like a blind man lighting a lamp. Wang Laowu was left speechless. The next morning, with Widow Hu's chickens on his mind, Sunan deliberately took a detour to pass by her street. He saw her bustling joyfully in her yard, and upon spotting him, she rushed over, her face beaming. Young Nan. It worked. Truly miraculous. After feeding them the garlic water. This morning, the isolated chickens are much livelier. They're eating. Oh, thank you so much. You've saved my life. Her voice was loud, drawing the attention of the neighbors. Those who had harbored doubts last night now wore expressions of astonishment and admiration. Young Nan was truly capable. Did he learn from books? What book was so impressive? If any of our chickens fall ill, can we consult young Nan? Sunan quickly demurred. Aunt Hu, please don't say that. I just got lucky. Your chickens are resilient. Though he feigned modesty, a sense of achievement swelled within him. He had not expected his knowledge of livestock to come in handy so swiftly, with immediate results. This incident quickly spread throughout the neighborhood. Sunan's ability to treat chicken ailments became yet another shining emblem of his self-taught prowess. Although it seemed to yield no tangible benefits at present, it undeniably elevated his recognition and influence among the neighbors. Even Master Zhou at the repair shop, during lunch, unusually inquired, I hear you can treat chickens? Sunan almost choked on his food and hurried to clarify. I just took a wild guess. I've seen similar symptoms in books before. Master Zhou acknowledged him with a non-committal grunt, yet his gaze seemed to carry newfound respect. However, with recognition came jealousy. Wang Laowu, upon hearing that widow whose chickens had indeed been revived by Sunan, was filled with a vexation that gnawed at his very teeth. He had anticipated relishing the spectacle of misfortune, but was instead confronted with Sunan's unanticipated brilliance. This lad possessed an uncanny knack for divining success in every endeavor. The more Wang Laowu pondered, the more his frustration swelled, and he found Sunan increasingly irksome. A scheme began to fester within him, one that would decisively eclipse this young man. Perhaps he could usurp the lad's fortuitousness altogether? A malicious thought took root in Wang Laowu's heart. Meanwhile, Sunan remained blissfully unaware of the brewing tempest. He was engrossed in assimilating the knowledge he had successfully applied to livestock care, while simultaneously continuing his apprentice life in weaving and repair. He even managed to sneak away a few times to the secluded reef bay, where he meticulously observed his algae cultivation experiment. The jar of water retained its delicate green hue, bolstering his confidence in his clandestine aquaculture plans. Life seemed to be progressing steadily in a favorable direction. On this day, as he signed in, the system rewarded him with the knowledge of fundamentals of electrical engineering and safety operation standards. Sunan found himself lost in contemplation as concepts of current, voltage, resistance, basic circuit connections, and safe electricity usage flooded his mind. An electrician? This skill seemed more advanced than machinery repair or chicken ailments in the rural landscape of the 1960s. The repair shop housed an old generator and some wiring, but Master Zhou had always forbidden him from touching it, deeming electricity perilous. Could there truly be a time when electricity would be indispensable? He gazed out at the pitch-black night, at the dim kerosene lamp flickering in his home. Perhaps, preparing for the unforeseen was never a folly. Chapter 11. The villain's desperate attempt to steal skills, and the novice electrician faces a crisis. Sunan's burgeoning reputation for healing chickens brought with it a mixed bag of consequences. Aside from the meager tokens of gratitude and verbal accolades from neighbors, the more tangible change was the increase in the number of individuals seeking to trade with him. Even when Comrade Zhao from the supply and marketing cooperative came to collect goods, his tone was noticeably more amiable. Yet, this modest success ignited a furious ire within Wang Laowu, akin to oil splattering into boiling water. He observed the flurry of activity at Sunan's humble abode, witnessing how the lad managed to exchange his handmade, rudimentary items for actual food and eggs. In stark contrast, he languished in idleness, often facing the embarrassment of living meal to meal. The flames of jealousy and malice within him could no longer be contained. Haunted by the memory of his previous unsuccessful attempt to report Sunan, he realized he needed a subtler approach. After all, wasn't Sunan merely relying on his dexterous hands to craft novel items? If he could replicate them, perhaps even surpass Sunan's creations, he could usurp his business and extinguish his smugness. Embracing this twisted mindset of competition, Wang Laowu embarked on his covert endeavor to pilfer Sunan's skills. He no longer remained a distant observer. Instead, he feigned casual interest while inching closer as Sunan wove his baskets, furtively glancing at his techniques. At first, Sunan paid little heed, but soon he noticed Wang Laowu's unwavering gaze. Sensing an opportunity, he deliberately slowed his pace, artfully concealing key structural techniques with his body or completing them swiftly. After several days of observation, Wang Laowu felt he had gleaned enough knowledge to attempt the craft himself. With a smirk of confidence, he gathered a substantial bundle of reeds by the riverbank and clumsily began to imitate Sunan's methods. However, the moment he attempted to weave, the reeds betrayed him. They either fell apart in loose disarray or were pulled too tightly, causing his fingers to ache. He aspired to create a pattern like Sunan's, but ended up with a twisted, grotesque imitation that resembled a caterpillar's path. Frustrated, he hurled his half-finished product to the ground and stomped on it in rage. Unwilling to concede defeat, he blamed the materials and sought out more pliable bulrushes. only to achieve similarly dismal results. After days of toil, wasting a significant amount of materials, and sustaining several cuts to his hands, he finally produced an abominable creation that barely resembled a basket. Eagerly, he took it to the consignment shop, hoping to trade it for something of value. The shopkeeper, upon inspecting his lopsided, prickly basket, burst into laughter. "Wang Laowu, what have you crafted here? A chicken coop? This thing isn't worth a dime, let alone a trade. Get out of here before you waste my time." The laughter of nearby women echoed in the air. "Oh dear, Wang Laowu. Are you trying your hand at basket weaving like that lad Sunan? Perhaps you should stick to crafting a straw hat to hide your embarrassment." Wang Laowu's face burned with humiliation, wishing for a hole in the ground to swallow him whole. He snatched up his dismal creation and fled, the sounds of ridicule trailing behind him. His attempt to pilfer skills had backfired, and he had become the subject of mockery. His animosity towards Su Nen reached a boiling point. He was convinced that Su Nen was hoarding secrets and had deliberately employed some unknown trick to ensnare him. "Su Nen, just you wait. I refuse to believe I cannot bring you down," he vowed through gritted teeth. Though Su Nen caught wind of Wang Laowu's failed attempts and embarrassment, he merely chuckled it off. A mere clown, unworthy of concern. His focus lay on far more pressing matters. The antiquated diesel generator at the repair shop was acting up again. In recent days, the voltage had been exceedingly unstable, causing erratic speeds while powering the grinding tools, nearly leading to an accident. Master Zhou, furrowing his brow, had inspected it for a long time, cleaning fuel lines and adjusting the governor, but to no avail. This old machine was aging, and the electrical system likely harbored issues, functioning intermittently. As Master Zhou grumbled, eyeing the frayed wires wrapped in old tape, some even exposing copper, he shook his head, muttering about the dangers of electricity. Yet, a spark ignited in Su Nan's mind. Electrical issues? The knowledge of fundamentals of electrical engineering and safety operation standards he had just signed in was fresh in his memory. He meticulously examined the generator's output wiring and the connections leading to the grinding machine, discovering severe deterioration, loose and oxidized connections, and several locations where the insulation was severely damaged, all of which could easily lead to short circuits or poor contact, resulting in unstable voltage. "Master Zhou," Su Nen ventured cautiously, employing his learned approach, "I believe I may have come across something in an electrical book. Unstable voltage isn't solely the generator's fault. It could be due to aging wiring or poor connections. Would you permit me to inspect the lines?" Master Zhou shot him a skeptical glance, his expression a mixture of doubt and caution. "You think you know better? Electricity is no trifling matter. A wrong move could lead to shocks, or worse. I'll just take a look, I promise it's safe." Su Nen assured him. "The book has circuit diagrams, and I can identify where the wiring might be loose or damaged. You can handle it from there, all right?" After a moment of contemplation, Master Zhou relented. The electrical problems had indeed been a headache, and while Su Nen's background was questionable, his recent display of learning and practical skills had impressed him. "Fine. Pull the circuit breaker. We'll check the lines without power. Just observe and don't touch anything." Master Zhou finally conceded, handing him an insulated screwdriver. Elated, Su Nen promptly switched off the main power, ensuring safety before taking the screwdriver and meticulously examining the aged wiring, applying the knowledge he had acquired. He quickly pinpointed the issues. Several connection screws were loose, the wire ends were oxidized and blackened, 2 sections of insulation were damaged, exposing bare copper, and one spot had even melted due to overheating. "Master Zhou, here, and here, all problematic," Su Nen identified. "The screws are loose and need tightening. These 2 sections of insulation are damaged and should be wrapped with electrical tape, and this area appears burnt. We should replace that wire." His observations were clear and methodical, and he even provided solutions for each identified issue. Master Zhou listened with increasing astonishment. The insights expressed by this young man appeared remarkably astute. He picked up the several points highlighted by Su Nen and examined them closely, and indeed, they were accurate. "Which book did you glean this knowledge from? How do you comprehend all this?" Master Zhou could not resist inquiring further. "It's merely an old book on basic electrical engineering, which contains illustrations," Su Nen replied vaguely. Master Zhou refrained from pressing for more details, yet his regard for Su Nen elevated significantly. He meticulously addressed the issues Su Nen had identified, tightening screws, scraping away the oxidation, carefully wrapping the insulating tape, and replacing the melted section with a piece of old wire. Once all tasks were completed, Master Zhou closed the circuit breaker and restarted the generator. This time, the generator emitted a much steadier roar, and the grinder's rotational speed stabilized, no longer fluctuating erratically. "Hey, it's truly improved." A rare smile graced Master Zhou's face as he patted Su Nan's shoulder, exclaiming, "You've done well. Your keen eye is commendable." Although Su Nan merely pointed out the problems without directly intervening, The ability to accurately identify issues and propose solutions already surpassed that of an ordinary apprentice. Master Zhou's perception of Sun Nan transformed entirely, seeing him as a promising talent rather than just a clever outsider. Sun Nan felt a sense of relief, grateful once again for the system's assistance, while also becoming quietly vigilant. The knowledge of electrical work is far more perilous than mechanical repairs. He must exercise greater caution in the future, refraining from acting unless he possesses absolute certainty. This successful diagnosis of the circuit issue, although seemingly trivial, planted a seed in Master Zhou's mind. Perhaps in the future, he could allow this young man to assist with simple electrical checks and maintenance. Unbeknownst to Sun Nan, his reputation as a skilled technician had quietly ascended to higher echelons following his resolution of the circuit problem. A technician from the district agricultural machinery station. Upon hearing Master Zhou casually mention a sharp-eyed apprentice who could discern electrical faults, expressed curiosity and inquired further. The trajectory of fate often undergoes subtle shifts through these seemingly inconsequential events. Upon returning home that evening, Sun Nan savored his meal while relishing the small sense of accomplishment from applying his electrical knowledge to resolve a problem earlier that day. Bei Bei chattered excitedly about the amusing antics shared with friends. At that moment, Han Chunmei arrived. This time, she bore no gifts. Instead, she stood at the doorway. Her face slightly flushed and softly said, "Brother Sun Nan, my mother says thank you for the method you taught last time. She pickled the vegetables. And the neighbors said they were delicious. She asked if you could weave another small basket. She wants to give it to my aunt." Sun Nan smiled and replied, "Sure. I'll have it ready for you in a couple of days." "Oh, thank you, Brother Sun Nan." Han Chunmei glanced at him quickly, then lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Yet she lingered as if she wished to say more. "Is there anything else, Chunmei?" Sun Nan inquired. No, Han Chunmei replied, akin to a startled rabbit, before turning and hurriedly departing, her back betraying a hint of fluster. Sun Nan scratched his head, sensing that this girl had been acting a bit strangely lately, but he dismissed it from his mind. His thoughts were consumed with how to leverage his existing knowledge to navigate this era more effectively and safeguard his younger brother. Today's sign-in reward was key points of high-yield cultivation and pest control for basic crops. Sun Nan gazed at the information swirling in his mind regarding seed selection, seed soaking, seedling cultivation, optimal planting density, fertilization, and addressing common local pests and diseases, and he fell into silence once more. The system seemed resolutely intent on molding him into a versatile agricultural technician, but he lacked even a small plot of land to cultivate. Was this a hint that he would utilize this knowledge in rural settings in the future? He recalled the temporarily shelved rural assignment, and a weight settled in his heart. Regardless, accumulating knowledge is never burdensome. It's best to retain it, as it might prove useful one day. He gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, his heart heavy with uncertainty about the future. Yet, living on and thriving remained his sole objective. Chapter 12. Demonstrating skills in the literacy class, unintentionally astonishing all. Wang Laowu's failed attempt at theft became a topic of ridicule in the alley, inadvertently providing a boost to Sun Nan's weaving endeavors. The fact that even someone of Wang Laowu's caliber could not replicate his work indicated that Sun Nan's creations possessed unique merit. Consequently, the number of individuals seeking to commission baskets from Sun Nan increased, with some even requesting those adorned with patterns. Sun Nan found himself busy yet content. He could not neglect his duties at the repair shop, as that was an organizational assignment and a window to external information. Equally, he could not cease his weaving side business, as it was his means of survival. He needed to seize every opportunity to gather clams along the shore. And he had to find time to secretly tend to his algae cultivation base. He resembled a spinning top, exhausted by the end of each day. Yet the gradual accumulation of grain and small amounts of cash in his space brought him a profound sense of assurance. Just when he thought his days would continue in this busy yet stable manner, a notice from the street office added a new task to his already tight schedule, a literacy class. With the deepening of the up to the mountains and down to the countryside movement, the cultural standards expected of educated youth were brought to the forefront. The street organized all registered, low-educated young people to attend classes at the neighborhood committee courtyard in the evenings, under the guise of enhancing cultural literacy to better serve socialist construction. Naturally, Sun Nan's name appeared on the list. Although he bore the title of coming from an intellectual family, the original owner had actually dropped out before finishing junior high, thus qualifying him for the literacy program. Sun Nan harbored a sense of rejection regarding this. As someone who had once been overwhelmed by the pressures of modern life, he cherished every precious moment of his evenings. Wishing to divide that time into 8 parts, how could he afford to spare time for learning Pinyin and Chinese characters? However, he had no choice but to attend. It was a political task, and he had to maintain a proper attitude. Therefore, each evening, as the lights illuminated the sky, The courtyard of the neighborhood committee filled with a diverse group of young individuals, each with their own motivations. Some, like a Chong, genuinely sought to learn a few characters for practical use, while others merely came to fulfill their obligations, dozing off or chatting. Sunan sat in a corner, clutching the rough paper and pencil provided, yet his thoughts were already drifting to his reads and the generator. The instructor was a retired accountant invited by the street, surnamed Qian, who wore reading glasses and spoke in a slow, leisurely manner, starting with the simplest concepts of population hand calculations. Sunan forced himself to pay attention. Feeling as if time had regressed to the first grade, he pretended to clumsily scribble on the paper, his handwriting crooked, while his mind calculated whether he could ask Master Zhou for some scrap wires at the repair shop the next day, attempting to create a simple circuit switch. After several days, Teacher Qian noticed this slender young man sitting in the corner, seemingly earnest yet perpetually distracted. He recalled this child as the Su family boy with questionable background. Observing his effort in writing, he noted that the boy was indeed trying hard, even if his handwriting left much to be desired, only marginally better than a dog's paw print. That evening, after teaching 10 characters, Teacher Qian began to explain simple addition and subtraction. He produced an old wooden abacus, clicking it rhythmically as he demonstrated the mnemonic for problems like 3 minus 2. The youth seated below appeared mostly bewildered. This was even harder to grasp than writing. Wang Lao yawned directly. Sunan, however, felt a spark of interest upon seeing the familiar abacus. In his previous life, he had learned mental arithmetic, having practiced with an abacus for brain training. His skills were not exceptional, yet he could comfortably perform addition and subtraction. This ancient calculating tool stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. After demonstrating, Teacher Qian posed a few simple addition problems, calling upon several seemingly sharp youth to come forward and use the abacus. Unfortunately, they either forgot the mnemonics or miscounted the beads, resulting in a series of blunders that prompted much laughter. Teacher Qian shook his head, visibly disappointed. As his gaze swept across the corner, he noticed Su Nan seemingly entranced by the abacus. Casually, he called out, "Su Nan, why don't you give this problem a try? What is 27 plus 15? Su Nan was momentarily taken aback, snapping back to reality. The eyes of those around him instantly converged upon him, and Wang Laowu wore a look of eager anticipation. Su Nan, reluctant to draw attention to himself, initially considered feigning ignorance. However, upon catching a glimpse of Teacher Qian's hopeful yet weary expression, he felt an inexplicable urge to stand up and approach the abacus. He grasped the abacus, giving it a gentle shake to align the counting beads. His movements were far from professional, yet the air of familiarity and confidence he exuded made Teacher Qian's eyes gleam with interest. Then, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Su Nan's fingers danced across the beads, producing a crisp sound in rapid succession, almost without pause. Mere moments later, he announced the answer, 42. Teacher Qian glanced at his own calculations and confirmed it was correct. He was somewhat astonished. "Have you learned abacus calculation before?" Su Nan inwardly cursed his luck, knowing he would have to concoct a story, and sheepishly replied, "I picked up a bit while secretly observing my father." Once again, it was the books left by his father and his clandestine learning that served as his universal excuse, one he felt was becoming rather worn out. Teacher Qian remained skeptical but posed a slightly more challenging question. "Then calculate this. 68 plus 37 minus 19. What is the result?" This problem required 2 steps, leaving the young men below feeling dizzy, and Wang Laowu scoffed, convinced Su Nan would surely embarrass himself. Su Nan once again manipulated the abacus with remarkable speed, his mind racing to finish quickly. The crisp sound of the beads colliding resonated distinctly in the tranquil courtyard. 86, he declared confidently. Teacher Qian verified the answer and found it to be entirely correct. He noted that while Su Nan's technique was somewhat unconventional, his efficiency was impressive, with hardly any superfluous movements. "Excellent. Very well done." Teacher Qian could not help but exclaim, a smile spreading across his face. "I had no idea we had such a talented individual in our literacy class." "Su Nan, how long did you study before?" "Just played around with it for a bit." Su Nan continued to play it down. At this, the entire room was astonished, especially those young men who had previously faltered. Their gazes towards Su Nan were filled with disbelief. Wang Laowu's expression soured further, as if he had just swallowed a fly. "Damn it. Why does this kid steal all the limelight? He can even do abacus calculations?" Teacher Qian seemed to have discovered a treasure, as in the following lessons. He frequently called upon Su Nan to demonstrate, even enlisting his assistance to guide other utterly bewildered students. Unable to decline, Su Nan reluctantly complied, attempting to appear as clumsy as possible. Yet, with his foundational skills, he outperformed the other complete novices effortlessly. By the end of the class, Su Nan's reputation as an abacus prodigy had spread throughout the literacy class. When class concluded, Several young men surrounded him, inquiring how he had learned. Sunan could only deflect their questions with vague responses. Teacher Qian intentionally retained him after class, speaking earnestly. Sunan, you possess a rare talent. Abacus calculation is an immensely useful skill. It will serve you well wherever you go. Do not neglect it. Practice whenever you have the chance. Sunan nodded in acknowledgement, internally lamenting his predicament. He certainly did not wish to acquire yet another skill that would draw attention to him. However, events often unfold unexpectedly. A few days later, the street office was tasked with processing a batch of old receipt stubs, requiring manual reconciliation of a mess of accounts that entailed a great deal of simple addition and subtraction. The official responsible for this task was overwhelmed, making numerous errors, and just so happened to be seen by Teacher Qian, who was there to submit records for the literacy class. Teacher Qian casually suggested, why not let that young man Su Nan from the literacy class give it a try? He calculates quickly and accurately. In a moment of desperation, the official had no other recourse and indeed called Su Nan over from the repair station. Faced with a mountain of receipts, Su Nan was momentarily taken aback. Yet, with the task thrust upon him, he had no choice but to tackle it head-on. Taking up the old abacus once more, he inhaled deeply, focused his mind, and his fingers began to whirl. The sharp sound of the beads echoed like rapid raindrops, unceasing. He became wholly immersed in the calculations, and the skills he had honed in his previous life, verifying data for reports, seemed to meld perfectly with his abacus work, achieving a speed that was astonishing. The official nearby and Teacher Qian, who had come to observe the spectacle, were both left dumbfounded. Such speed, such accuracy. This was far beyond the level of mere guesswork. He was more adept than some seasoned accountants. In less than a morning, Sunan had cleared away the mountain of receipts, arriving at a clear total. The official took his results to cross-check with the previous records and discovered numerous errors. Incredible. Truly incredible. The official gave Su Nan a thumbs up. Young man, your skills are exceptional. In the future, if there are any statistical tasks at the street office, we will certainly seek your assistance. Thank you very much. Su Nan replied. This news quickly reached Director Liu and Sergeant Chun, who exchanged glances once more. Repairing machines, weaving baskets, treating poultry ailments, and now he could do abacus calculations? Just how many hidden talents did this young man possess? It seemed that keeping him at the repair station was indeed making full use of his abilities. Director Liu finally concluded. Sergeant Chun nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Yet his gaze conveyed deeper meaning. This Su Nan was like an inexhaustible treasure. Just when they thought they had grasped his depths, he would reveal yet another talent. While his background was less than ideal, these diverse skills were undeniably valuable. Wang Laowu had heard of this news and, in his frustration, broke another dish at home. He wished nothing more than for Su Nan to face misfortune, yet the lad seemed to be riding an incredible wave of luck, growing increasingly successful. Su Nan, on the other hand, found little to smile about. The more skills he acquired, the more work he had. Now, he spent his days at the repair station and his nights in the literacy class, occasionally being summoned to the street office to do odd jobs with accounts, leaving little time for his weaving and coastal endeavors. This was in stark contrast to his original plan of quietly amassing wealth. Oh, system overlord. Could you perhaps take a break? Must you bestow upon me such conspicuous talents? He lamented internally. However, the system's check-ins were never absent. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired basic accounting principles and ledger management knowledge. Su Nan stared at the knowledge flooding his mind regarding double-entry bookkeeping, account categorization, and simple financial statements. Utterly speechless. Was this because his abacus skills were deemed insufficiently professional, leading to a direct infusion of theoretical knowledge? He could almost envision a future where he was trapped in the street office, endlessly dealing with ledgers and receipts, a grim prospect indeed. As he donned the guise of a humble servant, it seemed he was truly on the path to becoming a jack of all trades. Chapter 13. Though skills abound, troubles multiply. A glimmer of hope in the realm of farming. Life as an all-purpose handyman was far from easy. Soon and felt akin to a brick, being moved wherever needed. He could not neglect his duties at the repair station, as that was his foundation for survival. The street office would occasionally summon him to assist with the chaotic accounts. Under the guise of utilizing his talents and contributing to the community, he still had to report to the literacy class punctually. Though Teacher Qian had largely allowed him to self-study, maintaining a proper attitude was essential. His weaving side business and coastal ventures were severely squeezed, leaving him to rise early and stay late, seizing any opportunity to work. The most exasperating aspect was that, due to his reputation as an abacus whiz, even the neighborhood committee would occasionally seek him out for help with verifying grain ration distributions or settling minor disputes amongst neighbors regarding accounts. Refusing would come across as unfriendly, yet accepting felt like a waste of precious time. He increasingly longed for the days when, although hungry, At least he had the freedom of time. With more skills came greater notoriety, and with that, troubles multiplied exponentially. He finally grasped the meaning of the saying, "Fame brings fear, just as pigs fear growing fat." Recently, Wang Laowu had quieted down considerably, primarily due to his embarrassment over the failed attempts to steal Su Nan's skills and the abacus incident that had turned him into a double laughingstock. Yet, the gaze he cast upon Su Nan was laced with venom, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike with deadly precision. Su Nan, preoccupied with the summons from various organizations, had little time to pay him any heed. One day, he was once again called to the street office to verify a batch of mutual aid fund accounts. The monotonous figures left him dizzy, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally concluded the task. The official in charge handed him 2 soft, white steamed buns as a reward, an offering that could be deemed generous. As Su Nan held the 2 fluffy buns in his hands, his initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather the thought, finally, something decent to feed Bei Bei. He carefully wrapped them in oil paper and tucked them into his coat, deciding to head home immediately. However, as he passed by the consignment point, he spotted Han Shunmei standing at the doorway, clutching a small cloth bag, her head bowed, her toes nervously scuffing the ground, seemingly in a state of indecision. "Shunmei, are you buying something?" Su Nan casually greeted her. Startled, she looked up abruptly, her face flushing crimson, and thrust the cloth bag into Su Nan's hands, stammering, "Su Nan, this is for you and Bei Bei." Without waiting for his response, she turned and vanished from sight. Left in a daze, Su Nan opened the bag to find several golden, fragrant sweet potato chips. At this moment, they made for quite a delightful snack. He scratched his head, pondering the frequency of her recent gifts. Although pickles and sweet potato chips held little monetary value, even he, in his obliviousness, sensed something amiss. Yet, given his precarious situation and the burden of a younger brother, he dared not entertain any other thoughts and chose to feign ignorance. With a sigh, he tucked the sweet potato chips away and made his way home, his emotions in turmoil. As he approached his doorstep, he was met with Bei Bei's tearful cries, "Brother! Brother! The stinky water! The stinky water is gone." A chill ran through Su Nan's heart as he hurried into the yard. There, he found Bei Bei pointing at the corner behind the house where the jar of fertilizer was kept, her little face flushed with anxiety. The jar, covered with a tattered straw mat, had mysteriously vanished. All that remained was a wet patch on the ground and scattered fragments. Someone had stolen his jar of fertilizer and shattered it? Su Nan's mind immediately raced to Wang Laowu. Who else but that spiteful little man would target a jar of foul-smelling fertilizer? A surge of anger coursed through him. Since he could not confront him head-on, Wang Laowu resorted to such despicable acts of sabotage. This jar of fertilizer was the culmination of his painstaking efforts. While it reeked, it was a crucial element of his clandestine aquaculture plan. Suppressing his fury, he meticulously examined the scene. The footprints were chaotic, and it appeared the jar had been intentionally smashed, the fertilizer spilling everywhere, its familiar acrid odor permeating the air. "Brother, the magical water is gone. I can't turn the fish into fish anymore." Bei Bei clung to his leg, her eyes brimming with tears. The little one had always believed that the jar of stinky water possessed magic. With a pained heart, Su Nan lifted his brother into his arms, soothing him. "It's all right, Bei Bei. Brother can still create. The bad guy stole the old one, but I will make a new and even better one." Though he spoke reassuringly, his heart ached. Cultivating a new jar of mature fertilizer would require time. Moreover, if Wang Laowu could steal the fertilizer this time, what would prevent him from sabotaging other things in the future? He had to find a way to eliminate this threat once and for all. However, at present, he could not even catch a glimpse of Wang Laowu, and without evidence, confronting him would only lead to further backlash. Seething with anger, Su Nan gathered the shards and buried the contaminated soil deep to prevent the odor from attracting more trouble. Once he completed the task, darkness had already fallen. He sat in the house, physically and mentally drained, watching Bei Bei cautiously nibbling on the white steamed bun under the flickering oil lamp. His heart filled with a sense of helplessness and rage. Would he simply allow a petty man like Wang Laowu to continue tormenting him? No. He needed to grow stronger and more confident to protect himself and his brother. His gaze returned to the space within his consciousness. 1 cubic meter, time suspended. The fertilizer was gone, but his algae culture remained preserved in that space. It was a flicker of hope. He resolved not to wait any longer. He would immediately begin to implement his aquaculture plan with the aid of the space. The following day, citing poor health, he requested a half-day leave from the repair point and set off early with Bei Bei to the secluded reef bay. He meticulously selected several areas in the intertidal zone teeming with clams and oyster seedlings, carefully using his mind to gather those stones and patches of mud that bore the attached seedlings, transporting them in batches into the space. This process required extreme caution, ensuring the seedlings survived while avoiding drawing attention. After laboring for most of the day, exhausted and dizzy, he finally amassed enough seedlings to form a small pile in the corner of his space. Upon returning home, he immediately began the processing. He found an old wooden basin and carefully placed the stones and mud containing the seedlings into it, pouring in fresh seawater. Then, he retrieved the surviving pale green algae culture and delicately dripped some into the basin. Next came the waiting and observing phase. Each day, he stealthily replaced a portion of the seawater, adding a small amount of algae liquid, meticulously monitoring the activity of the seedlings. Days later, to his delight, the clams and oyster seedlings in the basin exhibited a marked increase in vitality compared to their wild counterparts. Their growth rate seemingly accelerated. Though limited by conditions and unable to engage in large-scale cultivation, this proved that his concept was feasible. The space could serve as a perfect nursery and enhancement base for the seedlings. He could nurture the wild, frail seedlings in the space for a period before selectively releasing them back into familiar, easily accessible areas, or continue raising them in the basin until they grew large enough to consume himself. This revelation filled Su-nan with exhilaration, alleviating much of the frustration and anger he had experienced in recent days. This was the correct way to unlock the potential of systematic knowledge. By integrating it with the space, he could turn impossibilities into possibilities. He took even greater care of his experimental base, concealing the basin in a more hidden spot behind the house, covering it securely with a tattered fishing net and straw mat. However, his frequent absences to the seashore and the occasional unusual scent of seafood wafting from behind the house caught someone's attention. It was not Wang Laowu. He was too preoccupied with his own acts of destruction to pursue further investigation. It was Han Chunmei. She seemed to have a knack for appearing just as Su-nan left or returned. She noticed his increasingly fatigued countenance, yet there was an inexplicable glimmer in his eyes, often accompanied by muddy returns. She caught a whiff of a different, fresher sea smell emanating from behind Su-nan's house, distinct from the usual odor of fertilizer. The thoughts of a young girl are delicate and sensitive. She worried whether Su-nan had encountered more troubles or if he was engaged in something dangerous. She wanted to inquire but lacked the courage, opting instead to observe silently, her vague affections intertwined with worry and curiosity, growing increasingly complex. Oblivious to her concerns, Su-nan was completely absorbed in his aquaculture endeavors. One day, the sign-in system arrived once more. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring basic knowledge of wilderness survival and emergency response. Su-nan paused, taken aback as he absorbed the information in his mind regarding how to find water sources, navigate directions, construct shelters, cope with extreme weather, and manage minor injuries. Had the nature of this skill taken a sudden turn? Had it jumped from agricultural craftsmanship directly to wilderness survival? Did the system anticipate that he might end up marooned on a deserted island? Or was it a forewarning that his current precarious fate might soon cast him into some remote wilderness? He recalled the still unresolved opportunity for rural assignment, and the flicker of joy that had just ignited within him was swiftly overshadowed by a shroud of unease. Nonetheless, it is always prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. He began to diligently absorb this newfound knowledge, pondering that perhaps one day it might serve him well. At the very least, the next time he ventured into the mountains, he would be better equipped to evade snake bites or locate potable water. As he gazed at the vibrant shellfish seedlings thriving in his space and reflected on the wilderness survival skills he had recently acquired, he weighed the scant ration coupons remaining in his possession. The road ahead remained arduous, yet hope seemed to sprout like the seedlings quietly emerging from the wooden basin, persistently pushing through the soil. Chapter 14. The malicious neighbor strikes again at midnight, retribution through deception. The initial success of his aquaculture experiment provided a glimmer of solace to Su-nan amidst the oppressive monotony of his life. He tended to that battered wooden basin with more care than he afforded himself, surreptitiously changing the water and adding algal solution daily. Watching as the clams and oysters visibly flourished and even grew slightly larger, a wave of accomplishment swelling within him. He even began to fantasize that if this continued, perhaps this secret base would suffice to meet a portion of the protein needs for himself and Bei. As for the repulsive antics of Wang Laowu, smashing jars, he had temporarily relegated those thoughts to the recesses of his mind. Compared to his future hopes, that loss seemed trivial. However, he had underestimated the villain's tenacity and malevolence. One night, as Su-nan lay in deep slumber, he was abruptly roused by a piercing scream from the rear of the house, accompanied by the chaotic sound of something being overturned. "Ah, my foot. Damn it. What was that?" It was Wang Laowu's voice, brimming with agony and fury. Su-nan jolted awake, his heart racing. Bei, startled, rubbed his eyes in confusion. Without hesitation, Su-nan donned his clothes and seized the hatchet from the corner, cautiously creeping to the window to peer through a hole in the paper. In the moonlight, he saw Wang Laowu hopping on one leg, clutching his foot, grimacing in pain. Nearby, the corner where his precious wooden basin had been lay in disarray. The torn fishing nets and straw mats were scattered, the basin overturned, seawater and mud spilling everywhere, and the carefully nurtured shellfish seedlings strewn about. A wave of fury surged through Su Nan as he realized Wang Laowu had come in the dead of night to obliterate his hard work. Enraged, he gripped the hatchet, poised to confront Wang Laowu. But just as he was about to fling open the door, rationality seized him. He must not act impulsively. Wang Laowu was already seeking justification to retaliate against him. If he charged out with a weapon, even his rightful cause would be rendered moot. Su Nan forced himself to regain composure and leaned closer to the window for a better look. Wang Laowu continued to hop about, cursing as he attempted to ascertain what had pierced his foot. In the moonlight, Su Nan discerned that it appeared Wang Laowu had stepped on several sharp shells. No, that positioning and angle did not seem right. Suddenly, he recalled that in the afternoon, while tidying the basin, he had carelessly discarded a few sharpened oyster shells around it, intending to dry them for future use as tools or for lime production, only to forget them amidst other tasks. Could it be that Wang Laowu had, in the dark, stepped on those jagged shells? Was this a case of poetic justice? At that moment, several neighboring households, disturbed by the commotion, turned on their lights, and someone called out, "Who is there? What is all the noise at this hour?" Wang Laowu, feeling guilty, disregarded his foot's pain and hastily limped away, fearing discovery, leaving the overturned basin unattended. As Su Nan watched Wang Laowu's clumsy retreat, he surveyed the chaos outside. His painstaking efforts lay in ruins, and trembled with rage, yet felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness those oyster shells had fortuitously thwarted him. Otherwise, his secret base would have been utterly ruined. The neighbors, seeing no one, muttered about a feral cat fight and returned to their slumber. Once the outside fell silent, Su Nan quietly opened the door. His heart ached at the sight of the overturned basin and scattered seedlings. He cautiously gathered the salvageable seedlings, righted the basin, only to discover a crack at the bottom rendering it unusable. Resigned, he found a broken earthen jar to serve as a replacement, transferring the seedlings and replenishing them with seawater and algal solution. By the time he finished, dawn was approaching. This time, Wang Laowu had truly crossed the line. Stealing crops and smashing jars was one thing, but this was a direct attempt to sever his means of livelihood. He could not let this go unpunished. Call the police? There was no evidence. Wang Laowu would surely deny it and turn the tables on him. Consult the street authorities? It would yield the same results, nothing but muddled outcomes. He had to devise a solution himself. Wang Laowu needed to learn a lesson, ensuring he would never dare to provoke Su Nan again. How to do it? A beating? The risks were too great, and it would only address the symptom, not the root of the problem. Su Nan's gaze fell upon the sharp oyster shells that had inadvertently aided him. Recalling the section on crafting rudimentary alert and defensive traps from the wilderness survival knowledge he had just acquired, a plan slowly took shape in his mind. Since he enjoyed sneaking around at night, he would prepare a surprise for him. In the following days, Su Nan maintained an outward appearance of normalcy, visiting the repair shop and weaving baskets as if nothing had transpired behind his house. Yet, he seized the early morning and late evening hours to collect an abundance of hard shells, sharp shards of stone, and several resilient thorny branches. Guided by the wilderness survival knowledge, he meticulously set up several highly concealed traps behind his house and beneath the windows. Along the only path leading to the rear, he buried a few rows of sharp shells and shards of pottery, points facing upward, lightly covering them with a layer of loose soil and fallen leaves. Under the window, he fashioned two simple snares using low stumps and the strong thorny branches. While they would not lift a person off the ground, they would be sufficient to cause a loss of balance and a painful fall, with thorns to inflict further injuries. He even dismantled a broken mouse trap, removing its metal teeth, and used the strong spring to create a launching mechanism aimed at the direction Wang Laowu was most likely to approach, which, though not lethal, would be enough to startle him with a sudden noise and an unexpected jolt. Each trap was crafted with utmost ingenuity and discretion, cleverly utilizing the terrain and available materials, appearing as though they were naturally occurring or the result of children's mischief, ensuring no one would suspect they were intentionally set to harm. Bei, curious about his brother's activities, asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" Su Nan gently ruffled his hair, his gaze icy yet his tone gentle. "I'm making a few traps to catch the pesky rats, so they won't keep stealing our food." Bei nodded, somewhat understanding, expressing his support for his brother's rodent-catching endeavors. On the third night after setting the traps, Su Nan did not sleep soundly, straining to listen for sounds outside. Sure enough, in the latter half of the night, he heard the cautious footsteps approaching his home, deliberately muted yet still audible. It was Wang Laowu. His injury had healed, but his thieving intent remained unchanged. He had returned. Surely, He intended to see if Sun had managed to cultivate anything worthwhile again, or simply wished to unleash his frustrations through vandalism. Sun's heart raced as he clenched his fists. Soon, a muffled cry of pain echoed outside. Hiss! Evidently, he had stepped on the first line of shells. Immediately followed by the sound of frantic footsteps, then a crash. Ouch! The lasso snare had indeed served its purpose, causing someone to tumble heavily to the ground, most likely landing upon a bed of thorns. Damn it! What on earth? Wang Laowu's muffled curses, laden with pain, echoed. Before he could rise, a sudden thud resounded as a spring mechanism was triggered, sending a wooden stick soaring upward. Although it did not strike him, it startled him considerably. My goodness! Wang Laowu's spirit nearly left his body, fearing he had been discovered. Ignoring the pain in his foot and the stings across his body, he scrambled away from the scene, more flustered than ever before. Listening to the retreating footsteps outside, alternating between heavy and light, Sun gradually relaxed his clenched fists, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Tit for tat, he mused. Delightful, although no serious harm was inflicted. The fright and physical discomfort were sufficient to keep Wang Laowu in check for a while. Moreover, this stealthy reprisal left him with no grounds for retaliation, forcing him to swallow this silent grievance. The following day, Sun deliberately passed by Wang Laowu's doorstep. There sat Wang Laowu, basking in the sun, one foot wrapped in ragged cloth, fresh bloodstains adorning his face and hands, his expression as dark as a storm cloud. Upon noticing Sunan, his eyes momentarily flickered before morphing into an even more venomous glare, yet astonishingly, he refrained from provoking him further. A cold smile crept across Sunan's face. Fully aware that his trap had successfully taken effect, he felt buoyant as he headed to the repair shop, invigorated by his recent triumph. Even Master Zhou, usually reserved with praise, remarked, "You seem quite spirited today." However, this light-hearted mood did not last long. In the afternoon, a notification from the street office arrived. All registered youth preparatory personnel were to report for a physical examination and ideological seminar the following day. The relief he had just experienced was abruptly replaced by anxiety. A physical examination? An ideological seminar? This was standard procedure before heading to the countryside. Could it be that policies had shifted once more? Was his temporary status once again in jeopardy? What about Bei Bei? By dawn the next day, after settling Bei Bei, he, with a heavy heart, boarded a tractor heading to the district alongside several other anxious youths from the street. The area outside the district hospital was bustling with people. Eligible youths from various streets forming long queues, the air thick with the scent of disinfectant and an unspoken tension. Some were jubilant, viewing this as a glorious beginning. Others wore furrowed brows, filled with dread for the unknown ahead, and still others, like Sunan, maintained a blank expression while turmoil raged within. The physical examination consisted of routine assessments: height, weight, vision, hearing, cardiovascular health, and blood tests. The line advanced slowly. Sunan noticed a few stern-looking individuals in military uniforms standing nearby, not doctors, but rather akin to recruitment or political review officers. Their hawk-like gazes sweeping over the young people in line, occasionally whispering to one another while marking names on their lists. His heart sank further. When it was his turn, he was measured for height and weight, slender but within the normal range. Vision and hearing tests posed no issues. However, when the doctor listened to his heart and lungs, he frowned slightly. "Young man, your heartbeat is a bit rapid. Are you nervous?" Sunan quickly nodded. "A little. I've never encountered such a grand setup." The doctor chuckled, said nothing more, and noted sinus tachycardia, possibly due to anxiety. Trouble arose during the blood pressure measurement. As the cuff tightened around his arm and the balloon inflated, the nurse glanced at the mercury column, then at Sunan. "Your blood pressure seems a bit high. Do you often experience dizziness?" A jolt of apprehension shot through Sunan. High blood pressure? He had never encountered that in his previous life. Was it due to recent fatigue and stress? Or perhaps a consequence of his rebirth? A vague recollection of occasionally feeling light-headed crossed his mind as his thoughts raced. Would high blood pressure serve as grounds for disqualification? Or worse, would it raise suspicions of some hidden ailment? The nurse documented the reading and gestured for him to proceed to the next station. During the blood draw, the needle pierced his vein, and crimson blood flowed into the test tube. As he observed the vial, a thought struck him. Some cinematic portrayals suggested that certain indicators could temporarily fluctuate following vigorous activity. An audacious idea flashed through his mind. After the blood draw, he was instructed to apply pressure to the puncture for 5 minutes. Seizing the moment when the nurse was distracted, he pressed down hard with his cotton swab, applying an excessive amount of pressure above the vein, even discreetly pinching his thigh with his other hand to stimulate a reaction of pain. Once the 5 minutes elapsed, he sprang up, feigning dizziness and unsteady steps as he hurried toward the restroom. Once inside a stall, he immediately began high knees and deep squats, channeling all his energy. He exerted himself in the cramped space for several minutes until he was drenched in sweat, his heartbeat pounding like a drum. Breathing heavily as if he were drawing air from a bellows. Gazing at his pale face and rapid breaths in the grimy mirror, he deemed it time to return. Panting heavily as he staggered back to the waiting area and collapsed onto a bench, eyes shut, appearing utterly weak and distressed. His performance quickly drew attention. A nurse approached. "Comrade, what's wrong? Where do you feel unwell?" Sunan feigned weakness, slowly opening his eyes. "I don't know, but I felt dizzy and nauseous after the blood draw. Perhaps low blood sugar?" He cleverly directed the symptoms towards something common and innocuous. The nurse scrutinized his pallid complexion and drenched forehead, frowning slightly. "Has it always been like this after blood draws?" Sunan continued to play along. At that moment, the few military officers nearby also noticed the commotion and shifted their gaze toward him, one murmuring something to a companion. The nurse brought over a piece of hard candy for him to suck on and instructed him to rest for a bit before rechecking his blood pressure. 10 minutes later, the cuff was again applied to his arm. Sunan internally chanted, "It must be high. It must be high." His wish was granted. This time, his blood pressure was even higher than before. The nurse scrutinized the reading, her brow furrowed. "Even after resting, it's still this high? Your blood pressure is indeed quite unstable." "Young man," the officer who had previously inquired approached, examining Sunan's health report, then appraising his frail demeanor, asked in a deep voice, "What is your name? Which street are you from? How's your health usually?" Sunan felt a surge of anxiety but maintained a facade of fragility, responding intermittently, "Sunan. From Wanghai Street. Generally, I'm all right, just a bit anemic. I may not have been eating well lately," emphasizing the relatively safe reason of poor nutrition. The officer scrutinized the blood pressure and remarks on the form, glanced at Sunan's evidently malnourished frame, and ultimately said nothing more, returning the form to the nurse before turning away. Sunan let out a long, secret sigh of relief. He had gambled correctly. The temporary spike in blood pressure, combined with the appearance of malnutrition and anemia, successfully branded him as physically weak. In an era that emphasized health as a revolutionary asset, a frail individual was evidently unsuitable for immediate dispatch to the grueling hardships of the great northern wilderness. During the subsequent seminar, he continued to embody the role of the subdued and weak participant. While others spoke passionately and declared their resolve, he huddled in a corner when others vied to speak. He would occasionally cough softly, projecting an image of someone eager to contribute but hindered by their limitations. The cadre leading the meeting undoubtedly took note of this pale, reticent youth, flipping through his health report before ultimately marking an inconspicuous notation at the end of the list. As the entire process concluded and they returned on the tractor to Wanghai, the atmosphere was markedly different. After the exhilarating discussions following the physical examinations, those who did not pass were left dejected. Sunan, with his eyes closed in a semblance of slumber, was filled with a tumult of anxious anticipation for the final verdict. Days later, the notification arrived. Ah Chong had passed the examination, demonstrated a proactive demeanor during the symposium, and was designated as one of the first batch of enthusiastic individuals set to venture to Beidawang, adorned with a bright red flower, basking in glory. To Sunan's astonishment, even Wang Laowu had qualified. Though his countenance betrayed reluctance, his name was prominently listed. It was rumored that his family had exhausted every means to prevent his departure. In stark contrast, Sunan's name was followed by a series of annotations. Physical constitution unsatisfactory, abnormal blood pressure, recommended for observation, to enhance nutrition, and to participate in local labor exercises. He had succeeded. He had narrowly secured his place once more. At the moment he received the news, Sunan could hardly suppress the urge to leap for joy. Although it was merely a recommendation for observation, it signified that he had gained precious time. When Wang Laowu learned he must leave, he was inconsolable. Upon hearing that Sunan had once again narrowly evaded expulsion, jealousy consumed him, and his gaze nearly ignited with fury. He was convinced that Sunan must be feigning illness. Yet he lacked any proof. "Sunan, just you wait. Once I arrive at Beidawang and achieve merit, I shall return to settle the score with you." Wang Laowu spat out a bitter proclamation, unable to disguise his sour grapes mentality. Sunan paid him no mind. His heart brimmed with gratitude for having escaped disaster and with plans for the future. He was eager to seize this hard-won opportunity to grow stronger and more self-assured. However, before he could revel in his good fortune for long, an unforeseen new trouble knocked at his door. The visitor was a technician from the district agricultural machinery station. The very individual whom Master Zhou had mentioned, noting Sunan's proficiency in electrical circuits. The technician, surnamed Wu, was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a serious demeanor. He approached the repair station directly. "Are you Sunan?" Technician Wu scrutinized him. "Master Zhou mentioned that you have some understanding of electrical circuits, can discern a few things." Sunan felt a tightening in his chest and quickly adopted a humble demeanor. Greetings, Technician Wu. I've merely glanced at a few books and grasped some rudimentary concepts. I dare not speak too boldly. Rudimentary? Technician Wu chuckled, though his smile lacked warmth. I have a task for you. There's an old radio transmitter at the station that has been malfunctioning for some time, abandoned in the warehouse. Recently, there has been a directive to clear out assets. If it can be repaired, great. If not, it will be scrapped. I see you are quick-witted and bold. Would you care to give it a try? Repair a radio transmitter. Sunan's scalp prickled with dread. This was not simply a tractor circuit. This involved radio technology, an exceedingly sensitive apparatus in this era. A misstep could lead to accusations of espionage or sabotage of communications. With his dubious background, was it wise to meddle with this? Was he courting disaster? He instinctively sought to refuse. Yet, Technician Wu's subsequent words left him with no escape. Do not feel pressured. If you repair it, consider it a merit for the station, and I will apply for a reward for you. If it cannot be repaired, it matters not. It was destined for the scrap heap anyway. What do you say? Are you brave enough to give it a shot? Though his words seemed encouraging, Sunan sensed an undercurrent of coercion, perhaps even a test. If he declined, would he be perceived as timid and disloyal to the organization? If he accepted and failed, would the outcome bring fortune or calamity? As he met Technician Wu's seemingly calm, yet scrutinizing gaze, cold sweat trickled down his back. This was not merely an opportunity. It was a hot potato. A misstep might lead to catastrophic repercussions. What was he to do? Chapter 16. The Hot Potato, a delicate maneuver. Knowledge gaps reveal their power. Technician Wu's words extinguished the flicker of warmth that had briefly ignited in Sunan's heart due to his temporary reprieve. Repairing a radio transmitter? This was no opportunity. It was a grenade wrapped in candy. No, it was a hand grenade with a lit fuse thrust into his hands. To accept or not to accept. The risks of acquiescence were glaringly obvious. This apparatus was too sensitive. Any association could lead to dire consequences. His background was already questionable. Should any errors occur during the repair, or should he be falsely accused of tampering with communications equipment, attempting to communicate with foreign entities, it would be an irreversible disaster, rendering all his prior efforts futile, and his fate would be even grimmer than his father's. Yet to refuse? Technician Wu's exhortation for the youth to embrace challenges bore a weight that could not be dismissed. To be perceived as someone who shirks organizational tasks and fears difficulties would also carry detrimental consequences. The positive image he had painstakingly cultivated as a reformed individual with a skill set could crumble in an instant, and the conclusion of temporary observation might be swiftly overturned. Caught in a dilemma, both options were fraught with peril. Cold sweat had thoroughly soaked through Sunan's thin clothing, yet his mind raced with frantic calculations. He compelled himself to regain composure, meticulously analyzing Technician Wu's true intentions. Was it a mere test? Assessing his capabilities or his loyalty? Or was it a matter of utilizing a useless resource, treating a dead horse as a living one? Success would be commendable, failure would be inconsequential? Or was there a deeper scheme at play, to use him as a pawn or to find a scapegoat? Regardless of the scenario, he could not afford to refuse outright. Yet he must not naively approach the transmitter. In a flash of inspiration, a strategy to navigate this predicament crystallized in Sunan's mind. He must not engage directly. He must appear knowledgeable, yet not fully competent. He must exhibit great enthusiasm while subtly conveying limited capability, deftly returning the ball to Wu. He swiftly conjured an expression of mixed surprise, eagerness, and a hint of trepidation, his voice trembling with excitement. Technician Wu. The organization trusts me with such an important piece of equipment. I will certainly do my utmost. However, this radio is rather advanced. In the books left by my father, there are only the most basic circuit diagrams, and not even a complete schematic of a radio. I have only seen the name of the transmitter in books, never having touched the actual device. I fear that I might fumble, and not only fail to repair it, but also cause greater losses for the organization. That would be a grave offense. He began by professing his loyalty, then emphasized the difficulties, underscoring his limited knowledge and capabilities, while maintaining an absolutely correct attitude. Technician Wu scrutinized him, seemingly weighing the veracity of his words. Sunan endeavored to maintain that facade of naivete and eagerness to learn, his eyes brimming with sincerity and anxiety. After a moment, Technician Wu finally spoke, his tone inscrutable. I haven't asked you to repair it immediately. That machine has been gathering dust in the warehouse for quite some time. You should first examine it, conduct a preliminary inspection to ascertain any apparent issues. Even if you cannot repair it, identifying the general problem and providing a clear reason for scrapping it would still count as your contribution. At this juncture, Sunan understood he could no longer evade the task. To refuse now would be to demonstrate a lack of appreciation. All right, thank you, Technician Wu, for this opportunity. I will examine it thoroughly and learn earnestly. I shall strive not to betray the organization's trust. Su Nan straightened his posture, assuming a stance as if he had received a military order, but deliberately placing emphasis on the word learn, signaling that his primary role was to observe and study. Technician Wu nodded and offered no further remarks, instructing Master Zhou to take Su Nan to the warehouse. In the warehouse's corner stood the old medium-wave transmitter. Shrouded in a thick layer of dust, its exterior corroded, several knobs missing, exposing the metallic rods within. It indeed appeared abandoned for ages, exuding an aura of decay. Master Zhou lowered his voice and cautioned Su Nan. Kid, this thing is tricky. Be cautious when you touch it. Do not disturb what should not be disturbed. Just take a look. Even Master Zhou, an experienced technician, harbored apprehensions about this device. Su Nan nodded solemnly. I understand. Master Zhou, I will merely observe. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. He did not act immediately. Instead, he circled the machine a few times, meticulously observing its exterior, examining the nameplate, and memorizing the locations of various interfaces and knobs. He then procured a rag and carefully dusted off the thick layer of grime from the panel. In his mind, the fragmented knowledge of radio technology and basic electrical principles from his previous life began to coalesce. Although he was not an expert, the fundamental principles were interconnected: oscillation, amplification, modulation, and transmission. He feigned clumsiness, touching here and peering there, even pulling out a multimeter. Following the most basic circuit testing procedures, he measured several power interfaces and visibly disconnected lines. Technician Wu observed from the side, remaining noncommittal. As Su Nan continued his performance, he furrowed his brow, appearing more earnest and perplexed. I hesitate to delve deeper. The coil and filter are not well covered in my books. I fear that dismantling them might lead to irreversible damage. And the frequency adjustment section seems quite intricate. Without specialized tools and schematics, it is impossible to make any adjustments. He attributed the difficulties to a lack of resources, tools, and high technical barriers, objective facts that could not be contested. Finally, he concluded, Technician Wu, from my limited understanding, this machine has significant issues. Many critical components are aging and damaged. To restore it thoroughly, it would require a complete overhaul, necessitating specialized parts and schematics, along with the expertise of a true radio specialist. Relying solely on guesswork is likely futile. He paused at the opportune moment, displaying a look of humility and embarrassment, as if to say he had done his utmost, but was indeed limited in skill. After hearing this, Technician Wu's expression revealed neither disappointment nor satisfaction. He remained silent for a moment before suddenly posing an seemingly unrelated question. Su Nan, have you heard of transistors? A jolt of alarm shot through Su Nan. Here it came, the true test. Transistors. This was a nascent technology that began to see gradual application only in the late 1950s. Compared to the bulky, power-hungry, and fragile vacuum tubes, transistors were compact, energy-efficient, and long-lasting. A revolution in electronic technology. Yet, in early 1960s China, it was undoubtedly cutting-edge vocabulary. If he exhibited a deep understanding of transistors, it would unequivocally reveal his knowledge far beyond that of an average youth of this era, arousing suspicion. However, if he feigned complete ignorance, it might portray him as overly uninformed, contradicting his persona of an avid reader. He had to strike the perfect balance. With a suitably bewildered and contemplative expression, he hesitantly replied, I believe I came across the term transistor in a very old foreign technology magazine my father has. It is described as a new type of small component that can replace vacuum tubes, significantly smaller, if I recall correctly. The book only mentioned it in passing, with no further details. Technician Wu's penetrating gaze lingered on his face for several seconds before he finally nodded slowly. Yes, such new technology does exist. It is more commonly used abroad, but we have yet to see much of it here. That will be all for today. I understand the situation you described. This machine is indeed quite old. If it needs to be scrapped, then so be it. You may leave now. Su Nan felt as if a great weight had been lifted. He quickly and respectfully took his leave. As he exited the warehouse, his legs felt somewhat unsteady. That was a close call. He had been teetering on the edge of a precipice. Technician Wu's final question was undoubtedly a deadly probe. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly and handled it adeptly. He was nearly certain that Technician Wu had summoned him under the pretext of repairing the telegraph machine. But the true motive was to assess his capabilities. Perhaps his recent behavior had drawn attention from certain quarters? It seemed he would need to adopt a more discreet demeanor going forward. The guise of being self-taught could not be abused. It had to remain within the reasonable bounds of contemporary understanding. Upon returning to the repair workshop, Master Zhou approached him and whispered, How did it go? You didn't touch anything, did you? Su Nan, still shaken, shook his head. No, I merely examined it. There were too many issues, and it cannot be repaired. Master Zhou sighed in relief. It's best that way. That thing is untouchable. For the next half-day, Sunan felt restless. Technician Wu's piercing gaze, as if capable of seeing through one's soul, haunted his thoughts. However, fortune does not come in pairs, and calamity does not come alone. Just before the end of the workday, an official from the street office suddenly rushed to the repair point, his expression grave as he summoned Su Nan to speak outside. Sunan, there have been reports that you have been sneaking down to the seaside frequently, bringing back some unknown seafood. Some even say you have been concocting strange-smelling substances at home. Is there any truth to this? The official's tone was stern. You must be aware of your identity. Do not engage in any dubious activities. And do not associate with individuals you should not. Sunan's heart plummeted to the depths. Who had reported him? Wang Lao was already confirmed to be leaving. There was no reason for him to bite again at this time. Could it be Han Chunmei? Had she seen something? Or was there another? He felt as if he were ensnared in an invisible web, surrounded by prying eyes. Remaining in the city proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Chapter 17. The cloud of accusations skillfully dissolved, the accountant's skills begin to emerge. The street official's questioning felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him, tightening his nerves once again after he had just recovered from the telegraph machine crisis. Frequent trips to the seaside, unknown seafood, strange-smelling substances. These accusations, though seemingly vague, were exceedingly malicious, directly implying speculation and illicit activities, grave offenses that could be crushing in this era. Who was it? Who was watching him from the shadows? Wang Lao would soon be leaving and should have neither the time nor the capacity for this. Han Chunmei? Unlikely. The concern in her eyes did not seem faint. Perhaps there were others? Aunt Zhao? Or perhaps someone else envious of his recent good fortune? Sunan's mind raced. Yet his face quickly adopted a fitting expression of grievance and bewilderment. Secretary Li, what are you talking about? My trips to the seaside are merely for gathering seafood. We live by the coast. Who among our neighbors doesn't he go to collect a few clams and seaweed to supplement their meals? Is that a crime? As for the unknown seafood, I was just fortunate enough to find some things that others could not. Is that illegal? He firmly grasped the legitimate reason of gathering seafood. A universally accepted practice. What about the strange-smelling substances? Secretary Li pressed, his gaze sharp. There have been reports of an odd smell emanating from behind your house. Previously, it was foul, but now it's a different, indescribable fishy odor. What are you up to? Sunan's heart sank. He had indeed drawn attention. He immediately feigned a look of sudden realization mixed with amusement. Oh, Secretary Li, is that what you meant? That was just my compost. Compost. Secretary Li blinked in surprise. Indeed. Sunan replied earnestly. I thought I would respond to the call for self-sufficiency. I read somewhere that rice washing water and bean dregs could be composted to enrich the soil. So I decided to try planting a few vegetables in the little space behind my house. Unfortunately, my technique was lacking, and it went bad, producing an awful stench that even Aunt Zhao scolded me for. Later, I improved my method by adding some seaweed and rotten fish and shrimp to enhance the fertilizer's potency. The smell isn't is bad now. It has transformed into a fishy odor. I had no idea it was bothering the neighbors. It's my fault, truly. I'll dispose of that container immediately. I promise it won't happen again. He cleverly attributed the algae's smell to a failed composting experiment, skillfully utilizing his self-taught agricultural persona, innocuous and politically correct, to explain the situation. Simultaneously, he proactively acknowledged his mistakes, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Officer Li regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Gardening? You know how to garden? Embarrassed, Sunan scratched his head, confessing, I'm still learning. The books say that by engaging in hands-on activities, one can achieve self-sufficiency. I've been experimenting a bit, otherwise, relying solely on food supplies. My brother and I would struggle to fill our stomachs. Rest assured, Officer Li, I promise not to engage in any more activities that might cause unpleasant odors and disturb the neighbors. He reiterated the unfortunate reality of hunger and offered his assurances. After scrutinizing him for a while, Officer Li seemed to search for inconsistencies in his expression. However, Sunan's demeanor was genuine, tinged with a hint of unjust grievance, revealing no signs of deceit. Ultimately, Officer Li softened his tone. Humph, that's good to hear. Just be more mindful from now on. Don't waste your time on such dubious pursuits. Participating in collective labor is the right path. Your situation is unique, so you must always be aware of your influence. Yes, Officer Li, your guidance is invaluable. I will certainly heed your advice. Sunan nodded vigorously, inwardly relieved. Had he managed to navigate this obstacle? Yet, Officer Li's subsequent words rekindled the flutter of anxiety in his heart. However, someone has raised concerns, and the street must conduct an investigation. Since you claim to only be gathering seaweed and composting, please write a statement detailing the situation and assuring compliance in the future. Submit it to the street office by tomorrow. Writing a statement? This was far more complex than a mere verbal explanation. A written record could serve as evidence should any issues arise in the future. Sunan cursed silently in his mind, yet could only respond, "All right. I'll write it right away." Upon returning to the repair shop, Master Zhou noticed his troubled expression and inquired, "What did the street office want with you?" Sunan managed a wry smile. "Oh, nothing much. Someone reported that I frequently visit the seaside and that my composting at home has caused a smell. So they asked me to write a statement." Master Zhou snorted. "It's undoubtedly those rascals, Wang Laowu and his crew, stirring up trouble, even as they're about to leave. They can't settle down. Just write it honestly. What is there to fear?" Sunan nodded, yet his heart remained heavy. Honesty? There was no way he could mention the cultivation of algae or the temporary holding of shellfish. He could only adhere strictly to the narrative he had shared with Officer Lee. That evening, he lit a kerosene lamp, spread out some rough paper, and began to rack his brain over the statement. He needed to clarify his actions, convey sincerity, and avoid any grammatical errors that could be exploited. This was far more challenging than repairing machinery. He suddenly longed for the convenience of computers and printers from his past life. As he struggled to compose his thoughts, the principles of basic accounting and bookkeeping unexpectedly emerged in his mind. The concepts of debits and credits, clear classifications, and distinct entries ignited an instinct for logical rigor and precise expression. He unconsciously began to structure the statement with that mindset. Subject: explanation regarding recent coastal activities and odors at home time. The past 2 months location. Coastal area and behind my house activities. 1. Coastal activities. Utilizing my free time to visit the coast, gathering clams, seaweed, and other resources to supplement my household expenses. 2. Odors at home. In an attempt to learn how to compost farm fertilizers for a small plot behind my house for vegetable cultivation. My lack of experience led to unusual odors that disturbed the neighbors. I have come to deeply understand my mistake and have thoroughly cleaned the compost bin today, ensuring that such incidents will not recur. Commitment. I will strictly adhere to all regulations in the future, actively participate in collective labor, and refrain from any activities that may have negative repercussions. With this approach, the statement was clear, well-structured, emphasized key points, and completely obscured the true situation. Sunan's eyes lit up. He hadn't anticipated that his accounting knowledge could be applied in this manner. He meticulously transcribed it. The next day, he submitted the statement to the street office. Officer Lee glanced at it, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The presentation was neat, the logic coherent, and the wording precise, far superior to what many middle school students could produce. It hardly resembled something a semi-illiterate youth could have written. "Did you write this?" Officer Lee could not restrain his curiosity. Sunan felt a pang of anxiety and quickly explained, "I just followed the format from the book. The contents are all truthful." He deflected the credit back to his readings. Officer Lee remained skeptical but said no more, accepting the statement. "All right, understood. Just behave yourself from now on." Emerging from the street office, Sunan felt as though he had passed another hurdle. Yet, he knew that seeds of doubt had been sown, and he must tread more carefully in the future. Perhaps due to the clarity of his statement, a few days later, the street office unexpectedly assigned him a task to assist in verifying the autumn grain distribution statistics reported by various neighborhood committees. The data was complex, and the street's only accountant was overwhelmed with work. Looking at the jumble of forms and the abacus, Sunan sighed and resigned himself to the task. He focused, employing both his accounting knowledge and mental calculation skills. His fingers flew across the beads, the sounds of the abacus ringing out. It was no longer simple addition and subtraction, but rather imbued with a certain internal logic and categorization. He instinctively organized the data by committee, type of grain, and distribution amounts, calculating at a remarkable speed with minimal errors. The responsible officer stared in astonishment. "Kidnan, how come your calculations on the abacus seem to have some flair?" Sunan paused in surprise, then sheepishly explained, "I just thought it might be quicker to calculate by category, just experimenting." However, the officer seemed to have discovered a new treasure. Looking at the preliminary summary Sunan had compiled, it was clear, accurate, and well-organized. "Good lad. You've got talent. This isn't just experimenting. You're practically a self-taught accounting prodigy." Thus, Sunan found himself, in addition to his work at the repair shop and weaving, burdened with the temporary role of a street office accountant. Although there was no remuneration, this new responsibility subtly transformed his image in the eyes of the street officials from a somewhat skilled but unsavory youth into a cultured, numerically adept young man. This transformation was exceedingly subtle, yet crucial. A few days later, Wang Laowu and several other educated youth were set to depart. On the day of their departure, the street office rang bells and beat drums, adorning the departing individuals with red flowers. Wang Laowu, wearing a sullen expression, cast a venomous glare at Sunan, yet restrained himself from causing a scene due to the circumstances. merely mouthing the words "you wait and see." Sunan remained expressionless as he regarded him. It was better this way. At least the immediate surroundings would be quieter. With Wang Laowu gone, life seemingly returned to a semblance of tranquility. Yet, Sunan understood that watchful eyes might still linger in the shadows. He exercised even greater caution in managing his secret base, concealing the clay jars more discreetly, and conducting his algae collection and water changes under the cover of night. On a particular day, he logged in, and the system rewarded him with knowledge about common behaviors and psychological identification of farm animals. As he absorbed information on how to interpret the emotions, health status, and needs of pigs, cows, chickens, and other livestock through their vocalizations, postures, and gazes, he fell into a contemplative silence. Did the system intend to steer him toward animal husbandry? But he had not a single feather to his name. Did this foreshadow an imminent opportunity to engage with livestock? He recalled the distant Greater Shingon Range. Or perhaps, this skill could be applied to understanding people? He startled at the suddenness of this thought. Shaking his head, he dismissed the impractical notion. He gazed out at the overcast sky and felt as if the ropes of destiny were slowly tightening. The time left for him might indeed be limited. Chapter 18. The technician reemerges, exploring the truth, misfortunes of livestock knowledge. With Wang Laowu's departure, the air in the alley seemed notably fresher. Lacking that pair of malicious eyes constantly scrutinizing him, Sunan felt his frayed nerves finally beginning to relax. He continued his daily hustle at the repair shop, weaving, gathering seaweed, and tending to his secret base, but the sense of being constantly on edge had significantly diminished. However, the tree desires tranquility while the wind refuses to cease. That afternoon, Sunan was at the repair station, diligently assisting Master Zhou in disassembling a malfunctioning diesel filter. His hands smeared with grease. Technician Wu from the District Agricultural Machinery Station appeared unexpectedly, clad in his faded old work uniform, his expression impassive and a folder in hand. As if he had come to conduct an inspection, Master Zhou promptly rose to greet him. Technician Wu waved his hand dismissively, but his gaze settled on Sunan, who was engrossed in his task. "No need to mind me. Continue with your work. I'm merely observing." He strolled around the workshop, inspecting equipment and occasionally posing questions to Master Zhou regarding maintenance issues. Yet, Sunan could sense that a substantial portion of Wu's seemingly casual scrutiny, at least 1/3 of the time, was directed at him. This was a silent examination and observation that was far more disquieting than direct questioning. Sunan forced himself to concentrate on his work, feigning ignorance. Following Master Zhou's guidance, he meticulously disassembled the filter casing, cleaned the filter element with deftness and order. His knowledge of basic mechanical principles allowed him to comprehend the internal structure more profoundly, even predicting which screws might be rusted or which seals could be aging. After a while, Technician Wu casually inquired, "Sunan, it seems you've learned quite a bit from Master Zhou lately. The internal structure of this filter is rather intricate. Is there any particular order to the disassembly?" Here it came again, another seemingly innocuous, yet subtly probing challenge. Sunan felt a rush of tension, his hands continuing their work without pause. His head remaining down as he responded with a hint of uncertainty. "Report to Technician Wu. I've just learned from Master Zhou that the first step is to drain the residual oil, and while disassembling the casing, one must apply even pressure to avoid distortion. The filter element's cleaning method differs depending on whether it's paper or felt, and the seals must be replaced if they're aged. Otherwise, it will leak oil upon reassembly. I've only grasped these rudimentary points." He articulated the key aspects of the operational protocol, deliberately emphasizing that he had learned from Master Zhou, positioning himself as a mere apprentice. Technician Wu acknowledged with a non-committal refraining from further technical inquiries, and shifted the conversation. "Has the street committee been giving you any trouble lately? I heard your report was quite well organized." Sunan quietly thought to himself, "Indeed. Nothing escapes your keen observation." He quickly replied, "No, thank you for your concern, Technician Wu. I merely followed the template to present the facts clearly, to avoid any misunderstandings from the leadership." "Well, as long as the facts are clear, that's what matters." Technician Wu nodded, then abruptly changed the subject. "By the way, that telegraph machine we discussed, it has ultimately been decided to be scrapped. What a pity. If only some key components, like the power amplifier tube, hadn't been damaged. They could have been salvaged for spare parts." The mention of the power amplifier tube sent a jolt through Sunan. Why did Technician Wu single out this component? Was it mere lamentation or another targeted probe? Did he wish to ascertain Sunan's understanding of the core components of the telegraph machine? He dared not be complacent, his face reflecting just the right amount of regret and confusion. Indeed, what a pity. However, that machine is far too complex. I couldn't distinguish what each tube does. And if it fails, there's nothing I can do. Once again, he successfully portrayed himself as an apprentice who only grasped the superficial, utterly ignorant of core technologies. Technician Wu scrutinized him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. A smile that was somewhat inscrutable. Not distinguishing is fine. Just focus on the things you can learn in the present. With that, he gathered his folder and exited the repair workshop. Su Nan watched his retreating figure until it disappeared entirely, then slowly exhaled, a fresh sheen of sweat forming on his back. Dealing with Technician Wu was far more exhausting than repairing 10 machines. Every utterance could potentially be a trap. Master Zhou leaned in, lowering his voice. Kid, it seems Technician Wu is quite interested in you. It can be both a blessing and a curse, so be sharp. Su Nan managed a wry smile and nodded. I understand, Master Zhou. He felt as though he were walking a tightrope, needing to exhibit his value to secure his position while simultaneously guarding the boundaries of knowledge and time, ensuring he did not overstep. This delicate balance consumed far more mental energy than physical labor. Upon returning home after work, Su Nan felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Bei Bei trailed behind him like a small shadow, chattering about her adventures playing with the granddaughter of Granny Li. Su Nan listened absently, mechanically tidying the reeds he used for weaving. Suddenly, a fierce quarrel erupted from the neighboring yard, interspersed with the sharp cries and curses of Widow Hu and the plaintive grunts of a pig. Damn it, you cursed beast, tearing down my fence, eating my seedlings. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Widow Hu's curses brimmed with despair and fury. Following that were the sounds of banging and the pig's increasingly desperate squeals. Su Nan furrowed his brow. Widow Hu and her neighbor, Aunt Sun, had been embroiled in a minor dispute over their homesteads. Aunt Sun had a half-grown pig that was usually penned up, but it seemed to have escaped today and caused havoc. He had no desire to get involved in such neighborhood disputes, yet the uproar grew louder, intermingled with the cries of children, indicating that it would not subside anytime soon. Bei Bei, frightened, hid behind him. Brother, the pig's cries are so scary. Su Nan sighed, preparing to secure the door tightly. When the knowledge from basic recognizing common behaviors and psychology of livestock suddenly resurfaced in his mind. The pig's frantic squeals typically signified extreme fear, pain, or anger. The escalating cycle of Widow Hu's beatings and the pig's cries could lead to a vicious spiral. The pig, subjected to continuous attacks and fright, might completely lose control, even becoming dangerous. This is bad. Su Nan's heart raced. Widow Hu was in a rage, striking without restraint. If the pig were truly cornered, it could injure someone or escape and cause even greater chaos. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out the door. What he found at Widow Hu's was sheer chaos. A small patch of vegetable garden lay in tatters, and Widow Hu was madly pursuing a half-grown black pig with a firewood stick. The pig had been struck several times on its rear, and in pain, its eyes turned red as it dashed wildly around the confined yard. On the verge of colliding with Widow Hu's trembling son cowering in the corner. Several neighbors had gathered around, some watching, others trying to intervene. But none dared approach the rampaging pig. Aunt Hu, stop hitting it. It's dangerous. Su Nan shouted. Widow Hu, in her fury, paid him no heed. Don't stop me. I must kill this cursed beast. The black pig, cornered, suddenly turned, baring its tusks, and charged towards Su Nan, who stood in its path. Gasps of alarm erupted from the crowd. Su Nan's heart raced, but the judgment bestowed by knowledge forced him to remain calm. He couldn't run, nor could he confront the creature directly. With animals like pigs, the more one displays a sense of threat or fear, the more likely they are to attack. He quickly recalled the guidelines from his studies, crouching down to lower his height, diminishing the perceived threat, while avoiding direct eye contact with the pig. He emitted a low, steady huffing sound and gradually moved sideways, creating a path for the pig to escape. The black pig, evidently taken aback by this unusual behavior from the bipedal human who neither shouted nor struck, hesitated, its bloodshot eyes flickering with confusion, and its grunting softened. Su Nan continued to move slowly, maintaining his soothing sounds. Widow Hu was momentarily stunned, her stick frozen in midair. In this brief standoff, Aunt Sun finally arrived upon hearing the commotion, and upon witnessing the scene, her face paled. She hurriedly grabbed a rope, cautiously approaching her pig while mimicking Su Nan's calming coos. Upon seeing its owner and finding an escape route, the black pig finally ceased its fixation on Su Nan, snorting as Aunt Sun coaxed and frightened it back to its pen. What could have escalated into a bloody confrontation dissipated into thin air. A collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers, their gazes towards Su Nan filled with astonishment. Young man, you can even coax pigs? A neighbor questioned, incredulity evident in his voice. Widow Hu, having set aside her fire poker, stared at Su Nan, her expression still fraught with anxiety as she glanced at her devastated vegetable patch. Overcome with emotion, she sank to the ground, weeping, my vegetables. They took so long to grow. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Nan, still shaken, hurriedly clarified, I just remembered reading that when livestock are panicked, one shouldn't approach them aggressively. Aunt's son secured the pig and quickly approached Widow Who to offer her apologies, promising compensation for the seedlings. After a brief bout of tears, Widow Who's anger subsided somewhat. After all, they had been neighbors for many years, and it was an unfortunate accident. Thus, the tumult subsided. As the crowd dispersed, their gazes towards Sun were imbued with a newfound regard. This lad possesses quite an array of eclectic knowledge, it seems. Returning to his home, Bei Bei gazed up at him with admiration. Brother, you're amazing. The pig listens to you. Yet, Sun felt no joy. Once again, he had inadvertently revealed an unconventional skill. Although this time it was well-intentioned, averting a worse outcome. Who could say whether word would reach the ears of certain individuals? The fact that his understanding of animal behavior psychology was put to use, and in such a context, left him both amused and exasperated. That evening, he proceeded with his usual sign-in ritual. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, the host has acquired basic meteorological observation and mid to long-term weather forecasting skills. As he absorbed the knowledge swirling in his mind about predicting weather changes over the next several days through cloud patterns, wind direction, phenological signs, and even some folk proverbs, he felt somewhat numb. Was the system steering him towards becoming an all-encompassing team leader? From repairing machines to accounting, veterinary skills, and now meteorology. He approached the window, gazing at the pitch-black night sky, attempting to apply his new knowledge. Tonight, the sky is obscured, and there seem to be high clouds in the distance. Based on this, it is likely to rain in the next 3 days, with increasing winds. This information could prove useful for harvesting shellfish and drying weaving materials. However, his deeper concern was that the skills bestowed upon him by the system were increasingly aligned with practical rural techniques. Was this a clearer indication of what lay ahead? He looked toward the north, where the vast and unknown black soil awaited. A storm was brewing. Chapter 19. The storm approaches. As the storm loomed, the orders came down abruptly for the northern front. Technician Wu's probing and the pig plague incident at Widow Who's home were like pebbles thrown into a lake, creating ripples that quickly settled. Sunan's life seemed to revert to a rhythm of busyness and tension. He became increasingly cautious, meticulously constraining all extraordinary elements within reasonable bounds. At the repair shop, he presented himself as a diligent apprentice, showcasing only the skills expected of a keen learner. In his weaving side business, he strictly regulated both output and innovation, crafting only the most conventional baskets. He reduced his frequency of shellfish harvesting, deliberately maintaining a low-profile yield. And he managed his secret base with greater discretion, conducting water changes and feeding under the cover of night, camouflaged with a torn fishing net and a pile of firewood. He even diminished his visits to the street office, using the pretext of being busy with the repair shop to decline several requests for assistance from Clerk Lee, who, while somewhat displeased, did not press the issue. Nonetheless, the sense of impending doom, akin to a mountain storm, did not dissipate with time. Rather, it grew heavier. The slogans on the radio became increasingly fervent, and the streets were filled with youth donning red flowers and carrying luggage as they were sent away in waves. The alleys had grown quieter, the very air seeming to thicken in anticipation of the final judgment. Utilizing his newfound meteorological knowledge, Sunan predicted an impending deluge. He preemptively gathered the dried reed stalks and woven products back into his home and reinforced the cover over the dilapidated ceramic vat behind his house to prevent it from being toppled by wind and rain. Indeed, 2 days later, fierce winds arose, dark clouds gathered, and torrential rain began to pummel down, swiftly transforming the landscape into a chaotic curtain of rain. This autumn rain arrived swiftly and violently, carrying with it a bone-chilling cold. Sunan, cradling Bei Bei, sat at the doorway, watching the rain curtain form beneath the eaves. His unease reaching its zenith. He sensed that this rain was destined to wash away something, while simultaneously bringing forth something new. Amidst the storm, a familiar figure clad in a raincoat trudged through the mud, approaching his home. It was Director Liu from the neighborhood committee. Sunan's heart sank. With such heavy rain, Liu's personal visit could not bode well. He hurriedly rose to open the door. Liu removed his dripping raincoat, his expression grave as he entered the modest dwelling, his gaze sweeping over the sparse interior before settling on Sunan. Sunan, Liu's voice held a barely perceptible complexity. The district has reached a final decision. Sunan felt as though his breath had ceased, clutching Bei Bei tightly as he awaited the decree of fate. Your circumstances have been thoroughly reviewed by the street and district officials, Liu continued, his pace unhurried, each word striking Sunan's heart like a hammer. Your father's issues are historical. Your recent performance has been acceptable. You possess some skills and a willingness to learn. Ordinarily, you would be given an opportunity to remain locally for further training and reform. At this juncture, a flicker of hope ignited within Sunan. However, Lu's subsequent but extinguished that glimmer in an instant. However, Lu sighed, the policies have shifted. The construction tasks in Beidawing are substantial and require a large workforce. All registered youths who meet basic criteria must, in principle, be arranged to go there. Your observation period is over. Su Nin's complexion turned ashen, his lips trembling slightly. Director Lu, what about my brother? That is the second matter I wish to address. Lu's expression grew even more somber. Regarding the placement of your brother, Su Bei. He paused. Your journey to Beidawing will be long and arduous. It is impossible to take a 5-year-old child with you. The organization has contemplated 2 options. One is for the street to contact an orphanage for temporary care. The other is to see if you have any reliable relatives willing to look after him. A thunderous shock, as if struck by lightning. Su Nin felt darkness envelop him, nearly losing his balance. An orphanage? He could not bear to contemplate the life a child would lead in such an institution during that era. Reliable relatives? His ties with his father had long been severed, and his mother had vanished after remarrying. Where could he find trustworthy kin? To send Bei Bei away? Absolutely not. Not unless he were to perish. No, this cannot be. Su Nin suddenly raised his head, his voice hoarse with emotion, yet resolute. Director Lu, I cannot part with Bei Bei. Under no circumstances. Wherever he goes, I go. No matter how difficult Beidawing is, I can take him with me. I can work. I can provide for him. Please, I beg you, relay this to the higher-ups. Bei Bei seemed to understand as well. Clutching his brother's neck tightly and bursting into tears, Brother, I don't want to go to the orphanage. I don't want to leave you. The child's cries resonated hauntingly amidst the sound of the storm. Director Lu regarded the 2 brothers, entwined in a desperate embrace like startled birds. Her brow furrowed with concern and compassion. After a moment of silence, she spoke slowly. There is one alternative, though it is not ideal. Su Nin seized upon this glimmer of hope, gazing at her intently. This journey to Beidawing will not solely involve land reclamation and farming. There are also agricultural machinery stations and repair shops that require skilled workers. Director Lu lowered his voice, mentioning that technician Wu from the agricultural machinery station had taken a keen interest in his modest repair skills. Wu had reported to higher authorities, suggesting that he was a valuable asset worthy of being assigned to a position in the agricultural machinery repair sector of the Production and Construction Corps, essentially as technical support. If he could secure a role as a technician, it might be possible to apply for permission to bring along direct family members. Of course, this was merely theoretical. The conditions there were notoriously harsh, and there were few precedents for taking children along. Whether such a request would even be approved, and how the resettlement would unfold, remained uncertain. Technician Wu? A report? The identity of a technician? Su Nin was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the enigmatic and pressure-inducing Wu would extend a helping hand in such a crucial moment. Although the future remained uncertain, this represented the sole glimmer of hope amidst despair. I am willing. Director Lu, I am willing to go as a technician. I fear neither hardship nor exhaustion. As long as I can be with Bei Bei, Su Nin declared without hesitation. As long as they were not separated, he would brave any danger. Director Lu observed his resolute gaze, then glanced at the sobbing Bei Bei, ultimately nodding. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall report accordingly. The transfer order will arrive within a few days. You both should prepare in advance. The northern climate is frigid. Ensure you have warm clothing and bedding ready. She sighed, donning her raincoat before stepping back into the relentless downpour. Outside, the storm raged, while within the room, Su Nin held his brother tightly, his emotions a tangled mess. The inevitable had finally arrived. Despite his struggles, he could not escape the currents of history. Yet, amid the misfortune, he had managed to gain a semblance of control, perhaps allowing him to take his brother along. Furthermore, being assigned to agricultural machinery repair was far preferable to merely laboring in the fields. It would at least enable him to realize a portion of his potential. In the ensuing days, Su Nin busied himself with fervor. He resigned from his temporary position at the repair shop and worked tirelessly to weave, delivering all finished goods to the supply and marketing cooperative in exchange for national grain coupons and a modest sum of cash, his lifeline for the journey and initial settlement in a foreign land. He tapped into all the reserves in his possession, along with his recent earnings, to gather funds and tickets, purchasing 2 sets of sturdy old cotton clothing, a warm dogskin hat, and enlisting Granny Lee's help to fluff and thicken an old quilt. He carefully packed the invaluable old book and some essential tools for safekeeping. That clandestine base's shellfish seedlings were painfully returned to the sea overnight, and the algal culture solution was entirely disposed of, while the pottery jars were smashed and buried. He meticulously eradicated all traces that could lead to trouble, as he gazed upon the familiar yet unfamiliar little coastal town. A place he had struggled to survive in for over half a year. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Fear, reluctance, and an inkling of confusion, mingled with a suppressed faint hope of perhaps escaping the shadow of his background in this new land. Han Chunmei, having heard the news from somewhere, appeared one evening with red-rimmed eyes, handing Sunan a small cloth bag containing a dozen boiled eggs and a thick pair of knitted gloves. Sunan, I heard you are leaving for a faraway, cold place. Wear these gloves. They will keep you warm. Her voice trembled, tears brimming in her eyes. Sunan looked at the girl who had always treated him kindly. Feeling a pang in his heart, he accepted the bag, softly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Chunmei. Take care of yourself. Chunmei nodded vigorously, tears finally spilling down her cheeks as she turned and ran away. Sunan watched her retreating figure, letting out a silent sigh. The tender feelings that had yet to blossom were swept away by the relentless tide of time. The transfer order eventually arrived, destination, the Daxing-Amling region of Heilongjiang province, to a particular production and construction core agricultural machinery repair facility. Departure was scheduled for 3 days hence. On the eve of his departure, Sunan prepared the last of their grain into dried rations, gazing at Bei, who still clung to the hem of his clothing in slumber, his heart heavy with resolve. No matter the challenges ahead, he must survive and ensure his brother's survival as well. The notification chimes sounded as expected. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring basic knowledge of survival in frigid regions and frostbite prevention. Sunan contemplated the wealth of information flooding his mind regarding how to withstand the cold, prevent and treat frostbite, and seek direction and shelter amidst the snow, a bitter yet resilient smile forming on his lips. This time, the system had finally bestowed a timely gift. Daxing-Amling, very well, let us see what that icy expanse of land has in store for him. Chapter 1. The northern train embarks on a new journey, as ice and snow begin to descend. On the day of departure, the sky hung heavy and gray, as if bracing for a more significant snowfall. The small Wanghai ferry station was thronged with people, the cacophony of cries, farewells, and slogans mingling with the melancholic atmosphere of parting and the tumult of an era. Sunan hefted a burdensome pack containing all their possessions, 2 sets of old cotton clothing, a thick quilt, dried rations, a water bottle, the invaluable old book, and a small toolkit. One hand firmly grasped Bei, swaddled like a bundle, while the other carried a net bag filled with a wash basin and miscellaneous items. Bei's little face was flushed from the cold, his large eyes filled with trepidation and uncertainty as he clutched his brother's hand, surveying the unfamiliar chaos around them. Director Liu and Clerk Li came to bid farewell. Liu placed a hand on Sunan's shoulder, his tone laden with complexity. Sunan, once you arrive, work diligently and do not forget to reform your mindset. Take good care of your brother, and remember to write back if anything arises. She handed him an envelope containing a letter of introduction from the local authorities and some scattered grain coupons. Clerk Li simply nodded, offering no further words. Master Zhou also appeared, handing Sunan a small cloth bag. Here, take these. A few flatbreads for the journey. Stay sharp, it's much colder up north. Han Chunmei lingered at the back of the crowd, watching from afar, her eyes puffy and red, yet she did not approach. Sunan inhaled a deep breath of the frigid air, suppressing all his emotions, and bowed deeply to those who cared for him. Thank you all. I will do my utmost. Then, he lifted Bei and, with the throng, struggled to board the green train. The carriage was unbearably crowded, filled with a melange of scents. All seats had long been occupied, and the aisles were crammed with people and luggage. Sunan finally found a corner in the carriage connection, placing their belongings on the ground and letting Bei sit atop them. Brother, where are we going? Bei asked softly, his voice tinged with tears. To a faraway place where we can have enough to eat, Sunan replied, ruffling his hair and attempting to sound cheerful. There are many, many lands there, and in winter, thick snow will fall, we can build snowmen. Snowmen? Bei's attention was slightly piqued, though his gaze remained timid. The train whistled and slowly began to move. The crowd of well-wishers and the familiar sights gradually receded, ultimately vanishing from view. The journey was long and arduous. The air in the carriage was stale, and the cold infiltrated every crevice. Sunan held Bei tightly in his arms, using his body heat to warm him. They nibbled on the cold flatbreads and dried rations, sipping from the military canteen, which had long since cooled. Watching the scenery outside transform from lush green to withered yellow and finally to a blanket of white. Sunan's mood sank, much like the climate, inching closer to freezing point. They were moving further away from home, with an entirely uncertain path ahead. For the majority of the time, Bei remained in a deep slumber, occasionally awakening to cry out for home. Sunan could only soothe him with tales of endless soybeans and sorghum flourishing on the black soil, stories of his own invention. After several days and nights of relentless jolting, the train finally came to a halt at a desolate little station. The announcement blared their brigade's name over the loudspeaker. Sunan, dragging his nearly frozen body, lifted the drowsy Bei and, alongside a dozen other youth assigned to the same brigade, stumbled off the train. Instantly, an icy gust, as if capable of shattering bones, enveloped them. It felt like countless fine needles were piercing their faces. With each breath, the white mist hung thickly in the air, and his nostrils felt as though they might freeze. This was the winter of the great northern wilderness. The platform was exceedingly rudimentary, surrounded by an endless expanse of white snowfields, where withered, blackened trees shivered in the biting wind. A few dilapidated liberation trucks stood outside, their beds blanketed in thick layers of snow. A middle-aged man, clad in a cumbersome military cotton coat and a dog-fur hat, his face frostbitten to a deep black, held a list and bellowed. Those from the 3rd Division's 2nd Brigade Agricultural Machinery Repair Shop. Gather over here. Sunan. Has Sunan arrived? Here. I'm here. Sunan quickly responded, maneuvering forward with Bebe in his arms. The man scrutinized Sunan and then glanced at the child in his embrace, his brow instantly furrowing into a knot. So you are Sunan? And you brought a child? Nonsense. This is for building the frontier, not for playing house. Who on earth allowed this? Sunan's heart sank as he hurriedly produced his introduction letter. Sir, this is the introduction letter from the district, which states that I am here as a technical worker and permitted to bring my brother. The man took the letter, gave it a cursory glance, and snorted, his tone still unfriendly. A technical worker? With a build like yours? And you can fix machines? Don't tell me you're just boasting. Fine, get on the truck. If I freeze to death, I won't be responsible for burying you. Though the words were harsh, at least they weren't sent back immediately. Sunan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly held on to Bebe as they climbed into the back of one of the trucks, under the curious, sympathetic, or indifferent gazes of the other youth. The truck's bed was devoid of canvas, and the frigid wind sliced through like a knife. They huddled together, using their bodies to keep warm. The truck jolted violently over the bumpy, snow-laden road, as if it could fall apart at any moment. Bebe, chilled to the bone, cried out loudly, and Sunan, flustered and distressed, tried to comfort him, feeling as though the cold wind had hollowed him out, leaving him both cold and anxious. After a jarring 2 to 3 hours, just as Sunan felt that both he and Bebe were on the verge of turning into icicles, the truck finally began to slow down. Before them lay a cluster of buildings blanketed in snow, several rows of low earthen houses or wooden cabins, with thin wisps of smoke rising from their chimneys. A crooked wooden sign proclaimed the Agricultural Machinery Repair Shop of the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division. In the distance stretched an endless expanse of snow-covered wasteland and dark, dense forests. Was this to be their future home? The truck halted at the entrance of a courtyard. The dark-faced man jumped down and shouted, "We've arrived. Everyone get down. Grab your luggage. Follow me to meet the director." The crowd stiffly descended from the vehicle, treading through snow that reached their ankles, following the man into an earthen house marked as the director's office. Inside, a massive iron stove provided some warmth. A man, seemingly in his 50s, wearing glasses and also clad in a thick cotton coat, sat by the stove poring over documents. This was the director of the repair shop. The dark-faced man handed over the list and introduction letter. "Director Zhao, the people have arrived. This one here is called Sunan, and he brought along a little one." Director Zhao adjusted his glasses, glanced at the introduction letter, then looked up to scrutinize the shivering, pale-faced Sunan and the feeble child in his arms, his brow knitting further. "Comrade Sunan, from the south? You have skills in repairs?" His tone was gentler than that of the dark-faced man, yet still laced with skepticism. Reporting to the director, "I possess some basic repair skills, having learned from an experienced craftsman," Sunan quickly replied, standing at attention even as his body continued to tremble. "Oh, Technician Wu mentioned you in his report." Director Zhao nodded. "However, our repair shop is facing harsh conditions and heavy tasks. Bringing along such a small child. Well, since you are here, let us first get you settled. Zhang, lead them to the dormitory. Find them a place to stay." "Yes." Zhang, the dark-faced man, replied begrudgingly, shooting Sunan a glare. "Follow me." The so-called dormitory was a row of low, cold earthen houses. Zhang pointed to the last room next to a small shed. "This one. It used to store miscellaneous items. You'll have to clean it out yourselves. Whether the Kong can be warmed up depends on your own abilities. Meals are in the canteen, deducted from your wages at the end of the month. Report to the workshop tomorrow morning." With that, he shoved a rusted key into Sunan's hand and turned away. Sunan pushed open the creaking, drafty wooden door. A wave of cold air, mingled with mildew, dust, and the scent of machine oil, hit him. The room was minuscule, less than 10 square meters, with a small earthen Kong against the wall, its bedding tattered and worn. The window was covered with thick newspapers, yet several holes allowed the cold wind to seep in. In one corner lay a pile of unidentified, broken items, cloaked in cobwebs. This was to be their home in the great northern wilderness. Bebe gazed at the even more dilapidated and frigid room than their southern home and burst into tears again. "Brother, I'm cold and scared. I want to go home. Sunen's heart plummeted to the depths. Yet he knew he could not falter at this moment. He set down their belongings, tightly embraced his brother, and with as firm a voice as he could muster, said, "Bebe, don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Look, there's a Kong. I'll light a fire, and it won't be cold anymore. I'll be fixing big tractors next door. It'll be amazing." As he comforted Bebe, he began to tidy up. He swept away the dust, sealed the window gaps, cleared the worn bedding from the Kong, and spread out the quilts they had brought from home. Then came his first daunting challenge, lighting the Kong. Having only seen stoves in the south, he had no experience with this northern earthen Kong. After several attempts to ignite the fire, either the wood was too damp or it was packed too tightly, filling the room with smoke while the Kong remained cold. Bebe coughed from the smoke, crying even harder, just as Sunen was floundering in despair. A memory of the basic survival and frostbite knowledge in high cold regions materialized in his mind, containing detailed techniques on how to efficiently ignite and maintain a northern Kong. Choosing suitable kindling, arranging the firewood, controlling the ventilation. He immediately followed the guidance, redoing the process. This time, the flames finally blazed steadily, warm air gradually enveloping the Kong. As the first gentle warmth radiated from the Kong's surface, Sunen felt tears of joy welling in his eyes. Bebe also ceased his cries, curiously touching the increasingly warm bedding. Though the room still leaked cold air and the future remained uncertain, at least in this icy, foreign land, they had a small corner that was becoming warm enough to shelter them. Sunen held his finally quiet brother close, gazing out at the darkening sky and the howling northern winds. The first day in the great northern wilderness passed in this extreme hardship, accompanied by a flicker of warmth. He knew this was merely the beginning. Chapter 2. Initial skills in the repair shop. Surprising everyone in the ice cave mornings in the great northern wilderness arrived late, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. Sunen awoke from the cold, though the Kong had maintained a semblance of warmth during the latter half of the night. The drafty room left the air outside their blankets still icy and biting. Nestled within his embrace, Bebe slumbered with her cherubic face flushed, her breath steady, as though the exhaustion and fright from the previous day had yet to fully dissipate. Sunen gingerly extricated himself, hastily donning every article of clothing available to him. Yet still feeling the chill, he first inspected the Kong fire, adding a few carefully preserved pieces of firewood to ensure that Bebe would not awaken to an uncomfortably cold environment. Then, he retrieved his last morsel of provisions, soaking it in hot water to soften it for breakfast. "Check in," he silently intoned to himself. This was his greatest reliance and anticipation in this unfamiliar land. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received Beginner's Knowledge Capsule on Mechanical Principles and Common Fault Diagnosis, X1, Windproof Lighter, X1. A torrent of information regarding tractors, diesel engines, transmission systems, and fundamental mechanical principles surged into his mind, which he rapidly absorbed and comprehended. Simultaneously, a quaint, old-fashioned windproof lighter materialized in the corner of the space. A surge of joy coursed through Sunen. This check-in reward was akin to timely aid during a snowstorm. It was precisely what he needed at this moment. Though it was somewhat whimsical to receive a lighter, it was undoubtedly far more convenient for kindling a fire in this blustery weather compared to matches. And that minuscule amount of fuel could prove invaluable in a critical situation. He cautiously stowed the lighter in his inner pocket and inhaled a deep breath of the frigid air before stepping outside. Before him lay a world blanketed in silver, the snow deep and untouched. Shadows of individuals flitted about the courtyard of the repair shop, most clad in bulky cotton jackets, exhaling clouds of vapor as they made their way toward a vast workshop repurposed from a warehouse. Sunen sought out another dilapidated adobe building serving as a cafeteria, trading his ration tickets for a dark, coarse grain bun and a bowl of watery porridge that barely reflected his image, which he hastily consumed to quell his hunger. Following the signs, he then proceeded toward the workshop resonating with the clamor of machinery. Inside, the warmth was notably more inviting, a large iron stove roaring with flames. The air was thick with the pungent scent of diesel, mingled with metallic and smoky odors. Several Soviet-style and domestically produced tractors and harvesters were parked, some disassembled, their parts strewn across the floor. A group of seasoned craftsmen huddled around one of the machines, furrowing their brows in discussion, while young intellectuals assisted, either cleaning parts or transporting items. Zhang, the foreman, a burly man with a dark complexion, was berating a young intellectual. "Clumsy. You can't even pick up the wrench correctly. Do you think you can just bang on these precision components?" The young man, crimson-faced from the reprimand, dared not utter a word. Sunen's presence drew some attention. His youth, unfamiliarity, and the delicate features typical of a southerner starkly contrasted with the rugged northern men surrounding him. Zhang cast a disdainful glance his way, snorting derisively, "Oh, look who is here." The technician has arrived? Awakened from your slumber? I thought you'd frozen solid. Go, move that pile of scrap parts to the corner. Don't obstruct us here. He gestured dismissively toward a heap of rusted iron debris, clearly intending to belittle him. A few young intellectuals stifled their laughter, their expressions reveling in the spectacle. Sunan remained silent, nodding slightly as he approached and began to lift the pieces. The parts were heavy and grimy, biting cold against his skin. Yet he gritted his teeth, moving steadily and silently. He noticed the Dongfanghong 54 tractor that the craftsmen were clustered around. Its engine compartment was exposed, and one of the craftsmen was repeatedly attempting to start it, the machine only emitting a dull sputtering sound, refusing to ignite. Damn it! This old contraption is throwing a tantrum again. In this cold, the fuel line is probably frozen. One of the craftsmen cursed. How about heating the oil pan? Another suggested. Tried it. No use. This fault is troublesome. As Sunan continued to maneuver the parts, he instinctively employed the knowledge he had just acquired, listening and analyzing. The beginner's knowledge on mechanical principles and common fault diagnosis enabled him to form some preliminary judgments. At that moment, a bespectacled technician, slightly older, hurried into the fray, joining the discussion. After an extended deliberation, they remained at an impasse, concern etched across their faces, as delays in production constituted a grave matter. Zhang, frantic, paced in circles, cursing, a bunch of useless fools. You can talk big, but when it matters, you're worth nothing. Technician Wu's face flushed, adjusting his glasses. Foreman Zhang. We shouldn't speak so harshly. The cold complicates the fault. Complicated my foot. It's just ineptitude. Having finished moving the last piece, Sunan wiped the grease from his hands, hesitating momentarily before approaching, quietly suggesting, Technician Wu, Foreman Zhang, may I take a look? Instantly, all eyes converged on the newcomer. Dubbed a burden by Zhang, the foreman glared. Look, what are you going to do? Get lost. Don't make things worse. A craftsman frowned. Young man. This isn't some little fishing boat from the south. This is heavy machinery. Can you afford to pay if you break it? Technician Wu, although more amicable, still harbored doubts. Comrade Sunan, do you understand this? Sunan endeavored to project both humility and confidence. I learned a bit from the craftsmen back home and have read some books. From the sound, it seems like the fuel line is obstructed, but it might not just be frozen. Could the diesel filter or the fuel pump be clogged, or is there air intrusion? In this cold, the viscosity of diesel increases, making it easy to clog with even minor impurities. His assertion momentarily stunned the craftsman and Technician Wu, as it sounded quite knowledgeable, pinpointing the crux of the issue, unlike what one might expect from a novice. Zhang, however, scoffed. Pa, what's the use of book knowledge? I've repaired machines for over a decade. I don't need your instruction. Sunan remained undeterred. Foreman, I'm not trying to teach. I'm merely suggesting an idea. What if? It wouldn't hurt to try. How about I check the filter first? Technician Wu surveyed the anxious crowd and then glanced at Sunan's unexpectedly composed demeanor, hesitating before nodding. All right, take a look. Be careful not to break anything. With permission granted, Sunan swiftly gathered his tools and approached the tractor. His movements were agile and his operations precise, exuding no sense of unfamiliarity. He first examined the diesel filter, discovering a fair amount of ice debris and impurities within. The filter was somewhat clogged, but not severely. It's a bit blocked, but not critically, he stated, proceeding to inspect the fuel pump, suspecting it might also have issues. He deftly disassembled it, drawing the attention of those nearby. Zhang crossed his arms, a look of skepticism plastered on his face, curious to see what the young man would accomplish. However, while inspecting the fuel pump interface, an old, cold snap-induced spring washer unexpectedly sprang loose, clattering as it rolled away, landing precisely in an open, dark maintenance hatch leading to a subterranean pipeline. The hatch was pitch black and unfathomably deep, filled with years of accumulated ice water and sludge. Oh no, one craftsman exclaimed, the washer fell. This is a predicament. I don't think we have a spare of this model. Ridiculous. You're making things worse. Zhang exploded, pointing an accusatory finger at Sunan. I knew you'd cause trouble. If you can't handle it, don't take on the responsibility. What now? If we have to wait for parts from the main site, we'll be delayed by at least 3 days. Technician Wu's brow furrowed. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Sunan felt a jolt of anxiety. He hadn't anticipated such a mishap. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Peering into the narrow, icy maintenance hatch, he recalled a fleeting piece of information from the survival knowledge in cold regions he had acquired during check-in, which detailed an emergency technique for retrieving items from icy water, requiring exceptional cold resistance and a unique approach. He resolved to take the plunge. As Zhang, the squad leader, continued to bellow, the crowd found themselves at a loss. Suddenly, Sunan shed his heavy cotton coat, revealing only a thin cotton shirt beneath. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Technician Wu exclaimed in alarm. In such frigid weather, Removing a cotton jacket could lead to frostbite within mere minutes. Without offering an explanation, Sun swiftly moved his fingers to ensure proper blood circulation. He then turned to a nearby educated youth and said, "Please, quickly fetch me a sturdy, long piece of thin iron wire or rope, and get some hot water. Hurry." The educated youth hesitated for a moment, glancing at Technician Wu, who, although perplexed, nodded eagerly. The items were procured swiftly. Sun bent one end of the wire into a small hook and secured the other end around his wrist. Taking a deep breath, he plunged his bare arm into the icy, oil-laden water of the maintenance opening, eliciting gasps of disbelief from the onlookers. The mixture below was near freezing. This act was tantamount to self-harm. Bei, who had somehow made her way to the workshop entrance, witnessed this scene and cried out in panic, "Brother!" Sun gritted his teeth, the sudden surge of pain and numbness in his arm nearly causing him to faint. Yet, propelled by immense willpower and knowledge on mitigating frostbite, he persevered through the discomfort, using his hands to meticulously search. Seconds ticked by, his lips turning a shade of purple while cold sweat beaded upon his forehead. Zhang, the squad leader, momentarily forgot his tirade, staring in astonishment. Suddenly, Sun jerked his arm back. What emerged was not only his arm, but also the little spring washer, perfectly hooked onto the wire. He had succeeded. "I got it." Sun's voice trembled, his arm now red and purple, nearly devoid of sensation. "Quick, hot water. Not scalding. Just warm. Help him warm up gradually." Technician Wu was the first to react, urgently directing others with a gaze filled with shock and admiration. Someone quickly brought over warm water to help Sun gently restore circulation to his arm. Enduring the pain, Sun handed the washer over to Technician Wu. His voice still shaky. "Reinstall the washer and check the oil pump as sealing ring. It may have aged and needs a replacement." Technician Wu accepted the icy washer. Observing Sun's frostbitten arm with a complex expression, nodding gravely, "All right, you go warm up. We'll handle the rest." He immediately organized the senior workers to continue the repairs. As Bei called out for her brother with a quivering voice, Sun was escorted to the stove to warm up. Zhang watched his retreating figure, opening his mouth as if to scold, but ultimately refrained, turning his head away with an expression of discomfort. Shortly after, accompanied by a smooth rumble, the Dongfenghong 54 tractor finally roared to life. The workshop erupted in cheers. The senior workers gathered around the machine, their faces alight with smiles. Technician Wu approached with excitement, clapping Sun on the uninjured shoulder. "Comrade Sun, well done, knowledgeable and brave. I didn't expect you to be so capable." Though Sun had caused a bit of a ruckus, his subsequent display of professional judgment, particularly the reckless retrieval of the item from the icy depths and his composed suggestions afterward, thoroughly impressed those present. This was no mere burden or novice. He was clearly a bold, meticulous individual with solid skills. Holding Bei, who had finally ceased her sobbing, and warming himself by the fire, Sun gazed at the revitalized tractor. Although his arms still throbbed with pain, a wave of warmth and accomplishment surged within him. On his first day at the repair shop in the northern wilderness, he had, through his knowledge and determination, garnered a measure of respect. Of course, he understood that individuals like Zhang would not easily alter their perceptions, and numerous challenges lay ahead. Chapter 3. In the infirmary, spring awaits. Technical skills breed jealousy. Sun's arm, which had plunged into the icy depths, though promptly warmed with lukewarm water, remained swollen and red, painful and numb, with several alarming blisters formed upon the skin, clearly in need of professional attention. Technician Wu, feeling guilty as it was the workshop's work that had subjected a newcomer to such trials, personally accompanied Sun to the brigade's infirmary, not far from the repair shop. The infirmary in the northern wilderness was rudimentary, consisting of a row of simple buildings, with the air thick with the scent of disinfectant mingled with some herbal concoction. On the waiting benches sat several farmers and educated youth, clutching their stomachs and coughing incessantly. A young nurse, clad in a faded uniform and sporting 2 braids, was taking a patient's temperature when she noticed Technician Wu entering with a fresh-faced young man who cradled a timid child and had an arm swollen to an alarming degree. She immediately approached. "Technician Wu, what has happened?" The young nurse's voice was bright and filled with concern. "Ah, Nurse Lin Shui. This is our new recruit, Sun from the repair shop. He suffered frostbite on his arm while fixing a vehicle. Could you please take a look?" Technician Wu explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's well-shaped brows furrowed slightly as she examined Sun's arm, inhaling sharply. "This is serious. Come quickly to the treatment room." She promptly guided them inside. In the treatment room, a slightly older female doctor was preparing medication. Lin Shui briefly relayed the situation, and the doctor examined Sun's arm, nodding. "Fortunately, it was treated in time. There's no damage to the tendons or bones. However, The frostbite is severe. We must clean the wounds, apply medication, and bandage it properly to prevent infection. Lin Shui, you handle this. Yes, Dr. Sun, Lin Shui replied, directing Su Nan to sit down while placing Bei Bei on a nearby chair. She brought over a sterilization tray and, with gentle and professional movements, began to clean Su Nan's wounds, puncturing the blisters and applying a pungent frostbite ointment. Occasionally, her fingers brushed against Su Nan's skin, sending a chill through him, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Bei Bei sat on the chair, her large eyes fixed on her brother's arm. Her small face filled with concern and fear as she quietly asked, "Brother, does it hurt?" Suppressing the stinging sensation from the ointment, Su Nan managed a faint smile. "Not at all. It will be fine once the medicine takes effect." Lin Shui glanced at Bei Bei, her gaze softening as she spoke gently. "What a good little one you are. Your brother is a hero, enduring injury to repair the big iron ox." Bei Bei, though only partially understanding, felt her face flush at the word hero, and with a shy glance at the nurse's warm smile, she murmured, "My brother is the strongest." Listening to his sister's innocent words and the nurse's encouragement, warmth flooded Su Nan's heart, and the pain in his arm seemed to lessen. Lin Shui meticulously bandaged his wounds, advising, for the next few days, keep the wound dry and come back for a dressing change on time. Also, maintain warmth, but don't sit too close to the fire. The frostbitten area has reduced sensitivity and can easily burn. Her expression was earnest, imbued with the characteristic care of a medical professional. "Thank you, Nurse Lin." Su Nan expressed his gratitude sincerely. "You're welcome, it's my duty." Lin Shui smiled, revealing two small dimples. "You folks from the south must find it quite challenging here. Especially in winter, be extra cautious." At that moment, the curtain of the infirmary was lifted, and a tall young woman in a military green cotton coat with a bobbed haircut entered, carrying several medical records, seemingly there to assist. Upon seeing Technician Wu and Su Nan, she paused for a moment. "Technician Wu, what brings you here?" The short-haired young woman's gaze fell upon Su Nan's bandaged arm, and then to Bei Bei beside him, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "Oh, Comrade Feng Qing." Technician Wu recognized her. "This is our new technician, Su Nan. And this is Feng Qing, a member of the brigade's propaganda team and a volunteer at the infirmary." Feng Qing scrutinized Su Nan with an audacious and direct gaze. "Comrade Su Nan, the newcomer? And you've sustained an injury? How did that happen?" Her voice was bright and imbued with a refreshing candor rarely found amongst women of this era. Su Nan felt a tad uncomfortable under her scrutiny and offered a brief explanation. "It happened while I was repairing machinery." Technician Wu interjected from the side, his tone laced with admiration as he recounted how Su Nan diagnosed the malfunction and daringly extracted a vital shim from the icy depths. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled with newfound respect as she regarded Su Nan. Feng Qing raised an eyebrow, a smile of intrigue curling at the corners of her lips. "Well, who would have thought? You appear delicate, yet possess remarkable technical prowess and an indomitable spirit, venturing into the vast northern wilderness with such a young sibling. How audacious!" Her straightforward manner, tinged with a hint of teasing, left Su Nan momentarily at a loss for words, forcing him to respond with an awkward smile. At that moment, another young man entered, assisting someone with a sprained ankle, urgently calling for a doctor. Feng Qing promptly turned to assist, her movements swift and her commands crisp, exuding an air of competence and a touch of authority. Seizing the opportunity, Su Nan quickly expressed his gratitude once more to Lin Shui and Technician Wu before departing the health station with Bei Bei in tow. On their way back, Technician Wu reflected, "Su Nan, we owe you a great debt today. If that tractor had been delayed, it would have set back our winter plowing schedule, and we would have faced reprimands. Your skills are indeed commendable. Have you truly studied before?" Su Nan maintained his self-taught persona. "Yes, I had some old books at home, and I enjoy tinkering." "Excellent. It's wonderful to see young people eager to learn." Technician Wu clapped him on the shoulder. "Rest assured, your injury will be recognized as work-related. I'll inform Director Zhao to ensure you are compensated for your medication. Take the day off from the workshop." Upon returning to the chilly little room, Su Nan settled Bei Bei and leaned against the edge of the Kong, gazing at his bandaged arm with a sigh. Surviving in the vast northern wilderness was no easy feat after all. One's health is the foundation of revolution. He needed to exercise greater caution moving forward. "Sign in," he silently intoned, hoping for something that might aid in his recovery or improve his circumstances. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Basic Wound Care and Rehabilitation Knowledge Capsule, X1, Miniature Yunnan Baiyao Powder, X1. A wave of knowledge surged within him, elucidating concepts of wound cleaning, dressing changes, infection prevention, and healing promotion. Simultaneously, a small packet of the signature medicinal powder materialized in the space. Su Nan felt a surge of joy. This system was indeed a timely blessing. though the health station had treated him, possessing enhanced medical knowledge, and this miraculous medicine would undoubtedly expedite his recovery. He quietly took a pinch of the powder, contemplating how to discreetly incorporate it into his next dressing change. By the afternoon, news of Su Nan's exploits in repairing the tractor and his injury spread throughout the small repair shop and even into the surrounding area. With each retelling, the tale grew more embellished. Some claimed that the newcomer from the south was more skilled than the seasoned veterans, diagnosing issues at a glance, while others recounted how he had braved the frigid depths of the ice cave, his arm nearly frozen, without uttering a word to avoid disrupting production. Naturally, gossip about his burden of a younger sibling circulated as well. When the people in the repair shop next laid eyes on Su Nan, their expressions had shifted noticeably. Previously indifferent or even dismissive, they now regarded him with a mix of recognition, respect, and a hint of curiosity. Several young comrades approached him, initiating conversations about his southern origins and inquiring about his injury, to which Su Nan responded graciously. However, not everyone was pleased. In a corner of the workshop, a young man named Li Jinhua wore a sour expression. He was among the few high school graduates in the group, often boasting of his superior education and technical skills, positioning himself as a de facto leader among the youth. Originally, Technician Wu had held him in high regard, but today all the limelight had been stolen by the newcomer, Su Nan, whose background was far from exemplary. Li Jinhua's frustration intensified, especially upon witnessing Feng Qing from the propaganda team casually visiting the repair shop, seemingly inquiring about Su Nan's situation, her interest evident in her gaze. He had pursued Feng Qing for quite some time, yet she remained indifferent to his advances. Humph. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, he muttered to another comrade, dismissing Su Nan's achievements as mere bravado. Injured his arm? What a setback. Who knows if he truly understands his craft or is merely bluffing? His words, dripping with envy, were audible enough for those nearby to catch. Su Nan, cradling Bei Bei by the stove, glanced at Li Jinhua but chose silence over confrontation, recognizing that sometimes quietude speaks louder than argument. As anticipated, an elder technician frowned and countered, Jinhua, that's not fair. Su Nan genuinely repaired the tractor and has sustained an injury. If he hadn't retrieved that shim, we would have faced even greater delays. Another comrade chimed in softly, exactly. Just looking at that ice cave was daunting. Personally, I wouldn't dare reach in. Li Jinhua's face turned a shade of green and white, his displeasure palpable. He huffed, turning away, but his jealousy simmered even more intensely. When evening came and it was time to collect meals at the cafeteria, Su Nan sensed an improvement in the quality of food. The cook seemed to serve him with a steadier hand, and the steamed buns appeared larger than usual. Bei Bei, clutching a warm cornmeal bun, nibbled away, glancing up at his brother and saying softly, "Brother, it won't hurt after we eat." Su Nan smiled, ruffling his hair. At that moment, Lin Shui, the nurse, unexpectedly approached from the health station, holding a small paper package. "Comrade Su Nan, Dr. Sun asked me to bring you some bandages and ointment. Remember to change your dressing tomorrow." She paused, her voice dropping slightly as she handed him a small aluminum box. "These are pickles I brought from home for you and your brother to enjoy with your meal. It'll add some flavor." Su Nan was taken aback, observing the faint blush on Lin Shui's cheeks and the clarity in her eyes. A wave of complex emotions surged within him as he hurriedly accepted. "Thank you so much, Nurse Lin." "It's nothing, really," she replied, quickly stealing a glance at him before turning to leave. The nearby comrades in line cast envious and ambiguous glances at Su Nan, holding the warm aluminum box that still bore her warmth. He felt it was even hotter than the buns he had just received. Life in the vast northern wilderness seemed to have become a tad more bearable, touched by a hint of spring and a subtle shift in circumstances. Yet Su Nan remained acutely aware of the hostility from people like Li Jinhua and the looming sword of this harsh environment above him. Chapter 4. Sparks fly as challenges are met. Jealousy brews beneath the surface. Thanks to the medication Lin Shui provided and the discreet addition of Yunnan Baiyao powder, Su Nan's arm healed even more swiftly than Dr. Sun had anticipated. Although he still couldn't exert much strength, the pain and swelling had significantly diminished, allowing him to undertake lighter tasks. Technician Wu looked after him, ensuring he did not lift heavy objects but rather assisted with organizing tools and recording parts usage. This work was relatively relaxed, yet Su Nan found it hard to remain idle. Whenever he had a moment, he would gravitate towards the seasoned technicians, observing their repairs and occasionally offering subtle suggestions based on his knowledge, which often hit the mark and garnered the respect of the veterans. Li Jinhua watched from the sidelines, seething with resentment. He perceived Su Nan's actions as deliberate ostentation, an attempt to eclipse his own standing. Particularly irksome was the fact that not only did Feng Qing occasionally visit the repair shop, seemingly engaging in casual conversation with Su Nan, But even Nurse Lin Shui would sometimes come by under the pretext of delivering frostbite ointment, her gaze often drifting towards Su Nan. One afternoon, the repair shop received an urgent task. A vintage GAZ truck from the transportation team had sustained a cracked reinforcement plate at the bottom of its cargo bed while delivering supplies in the field, narrowly avoiding a cargo spill. The truck was towed back with the damaged plate swaying precariously, necessitating immediate welding and fortification. Welding, in our establishment, is regarded as a task of considerable technical proficiency. Typically, it is entrusted to the most seasoned expert, Master Wang. Unfortunately, Master Wang fell ill yesterday after conducting inspections across various production teams, and now he is at home, suffering from a high fever. Team leader Zhang circled the truck twice. His brow furrowed in deep concern. What are we to do? This crack is substantial, it requires upward welding, and the position is quite awkward. Such a task is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary craftsman. A poor weld would render it brittle, and it would crack again upon movement. Technician Wu also wore a troubled expression. Nightfall is approaching, and tomorrow this vehicle must head to the central depot to retrieve urgently needed parts. We cannot afford any delays. At this moment, Li Jinhua felt an opportunity to showcase his abilities arise. Having assisted Master Wang in the past, he believed he had acquired some rudimentary skills and boldly volunteered. Team leader, Technician Wu, allow me to give it a try. I have observed Master Wang well before. Team leader Zhang shot him a skeptical glance. You? Are you capable? This is no trivial matter. Absolutely. I assure you I will complete the task, Li Jinhua declared, thumping his chest with confidence. He thought that if he succeeded, not only would he resolve the immediate crisis, but he would also gain significant recognition in front of Feng Qing and the others, overshadowing Su Nan's previous accomplishments. With the tools prepared and the welding machine humming to life, Li Jinhua donned his mask, grasped the welding pliers, and began his operation with a semblance of flair. The glaring sparks erupted, and a plume of metallic smoke filled the air. However, the moment a skilled artisan commenced, the quality becomes evident. Li Jinhua's technique was noticeably clumsy. His movements were unstable, and the current appeared improperly calibrated. The welds were erratic. Some areas lacked sufficient penetration, merely glazing the surface, while others were perilously close to burning through. The crack was welded haphazardly, resembling an unsightly centipede, and the surface of the weld was riddled with pores and slag. Team leader Zhang watched, his expression darkening. Finally, upon completing his task, Li Jinhua removed his mask, beaming at his handiwork. He even knocked on the weld with the pliers, producing a dull sound. Done. It's solid. Technician Wu leaned in, frowning as he examined the work. Being knowledgeable in the field, he found the quality of the weld to be quite concerning. Team leader Zhang could no longer contain his frustration. Solid. My foot. Did you weld a pile of chicken droppings? It's all pockmarked. Will this withstand any jolting? It won't last 5 miles before cracking again. What a waste of my welding rods. Li Jinhua's pride evaporated instantly. His face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, Team leader, this position is exceedingly difficult to weld, especially in an upward position. Stop making excuses. If your skills are lacking, they are lacking. Team leader Zhang interrupted impatiently, rubbing his hands in frustration. This has become even more troublesome. What started as a crack now risks becoming brittle due to your poor welding, and removing it for a redo will be even more arduous. You're truly more of a hindrance than a help. The surrounding young intellectuals stifled their laughter, struggling to contain their amusement. Li Jinhua felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into a crevice in the ground. At that moment, Su Nan, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, quietly spoke up. Team leader Zhang. Technician Wu, how about I give it a try? In an instant, all eyes turned to him. Li Jinhua seized the opportunity to mock him. You? Su Nan. You've never even touched a welding plier, have you? Don't think that reading a few books qualifies you for this. This is a technical task, not a game of chance. Team leader Zhang regarded Su Nan with skepticism. You've gained some knowledge, have you? This is welding we're discussing. Su Nan replied calmly. I've witnessed a master weld fishing boats back home and have dabbled a bit myself. If the crack is properly cleaned and the current and angle of the welding rod are adjusted, employing a segmented reverse welding technique while controlling the temperature should yield a more secure weld. The terminology he used, segmented reverse welding, temperature control, sounded highly professional and indicated he was not entirely ignorant. Technician Wu's eyes brightened. Su Nan, do you truly possess the skill? Su Nan humbly responded. I can give it a try. It's better than delaying the task. He cast a glance at Li Jinhua's lamentable weld. Team leader Zhang was skeptical but realized they had no other options. He waved his hand. Fine. Go ahead. It can't get much worse. But be careful not to injure your eyes. Li Jinhua crossed his arms, smirking as he stood aside, eager to see Su Nan fail. Su Nan took a deep breath. He had the confidence to step forward because the morning's sign-in reward was a guide on basic arc welding techniques and common problem solving. Although it was merely a beginner's guide, it was adequate for addressing such routine welding tasks, especially coupled with his advanced theoretical knowledge. He meticulously examined Li Jinhua's weld, then took up a slag hammer and wire brush, carefully removing all the substandard slag and areas with excessive pores to reveal the underlying metal. He then adjusted the welding machine's current according to the thickness of the steel plate and the type of welding rod. His movements were methodical, professional, and steady, earning him approving nods from Technician Wu. After donning his mask, he grasped the welding pliers. The moment he struck the arc, a steady and precise hissing sound emerged, reminiscent of Master Wang's operation, a far cry from Li Jinhua's intermittent explosions. Sparks once more illuminated the space, but this time, the arc was stable, and the movements were smooth and even. Su Nan employed the segmented reverse welding technique he had mentioned, skillfully controlling the heat input to prevent the steel plate from overheating or developing new internal stresses. His posture was well adjusted, maintaining stability even in the awkward upward welding position. Everyone held their breath, captivated, including the formerly dismissive Li Jinhua, who found himself involuntarily drawn to the elegant stability of the welding arc. Soon, a neat, dense weld with minimal pores emerged before their eyes, starkly contrasting with Li Jinhua's grotesque centipede-like creation. Upon completing the final segment, Su Nan extinguished the arc and removed his mask. Team leader Zhang eagerly grabbed the slag hammer, knocking away the slag. The weld gleamed silver and smooth, with evenly distributed fish scale patterns, demonstrating excellent fusion. Splendid. You've executed it beautifully. Team leader Zhang could not help but exclaim, slapping his thigh in delight. This skill is nearly on par with Master Wang. Su Nan, you truly are remarkable. Hidden talents indeed. Technician Wu beamed, thoroughly inspecting the weld while nodding in approval. Outstanding. This weld is absolutely flawless. Su Nan, you have truly distinguished yourself once again. The surrounding young intellectuals cast admiring glances, whispering amongst themselves. Good heavens. He truly knows his stuff. What a magnificent weld. No wonder he had the audacity to speak up. He possesses genuine skill. Li Jinhua's face turned a deep shade of crimson, the earlier mockery now ringing as the loudest slap to his face, leaving him dizzy. He stared intently at the flawless weld, then glanced at the composed Su Nan, his teeth gritting in frustration. Ultimately, he said nothing, abruptly turned, and stormed out of the workshop, abandoning his tools. Su Nan watched his retreating figure, sighing inwardly, knowing that a rift had been irrevocably created. However, he did not regret his actions. The work was done well, and the task was completed. That was what mattered most. Team leader Zhang, in high spirits, now regarded Su Nan with increasing favor. Good lad. Tonight, we shall have an extra meal at the cafeteria. I'll request an egg for you to replenish your strength. Your arm still needs to recover, so go rest. Just then, Feng Qing's voice echoed from the doorway. Oh, what a lively scene. Team leader Zhang. What is the cause of such merriment? She had evidently come upon hearing the news, her gaze fixed intently on Su Nan, then fleetingly glancing at the weld, her eyes sparkling with awe and heightened interest. Simultaneously, Lin Shui appeared at the doorway, carrying a small medical kit, softly saying, Comrade Su Nan, it's time for your medication. Are you all busy? She felt a bit shy upon seeing the crowd. The two young women's eyes inadvertently met in the air. Then both fell upon Su Nan simultaneously. The atmosphere in the workshop instantly shifted, becoming subtly charged. Su Nan felt a pressure that surpassed even that of welding 10 cracks. Chapter 5. In the cold, long night, warmth arises. Ripples of jealousy stir in the sea of emotions. In the workshop, the brief exchange of glances between Feng Qing and Lin Shui sparked an invisible electricity in the air. Feng Qing, with her straightforward demeanor, was the first to shatter the silence. She strode over to Su Nan, her curiosity piqued as she examined the freshly welded seam, exclaiming, Well done, Su Nan. I never imagined you possessed such skills. Your welding surpasses even that of the seasoned craftsman. How does your mind work? Can one attain such proficiency merely from reading? Her words were candid, imbued with unabashed admiration, as she even reached out with her finger, eager to touch the still warm weld. Su Nan instinctively sidestepped. It's just been welded. It's hot. Feng Qing's hand halted midair, and rather than feeling awkward, she burst into laughter. How considerate of you. Her gaze then shifted to Su Nan's bandaged arm. Is your injury healing? I've heard you got hurt while fixing a vehicle. Quite the dedicated effort. Though her words bore the guise of concern, they carried an undertone of scrutiny and judgment. Lin Shui, observing from the side, pursed her lips slightly and stepped forward, her voice still gentle yet imbued with undeniable professionalism. Comrade Su Nan, it is time to change your dressing. The wound cannot be left covered for too long. You must also pay attention to rest and avoid overexertion. As she spoke, she shook the medicine box in her hand, her eyes fixed on Su Nan, radiating a subtle insistence. Su Nan felt overwhelmed. Caught between these two women, one like a fervent flame, the other a gentle stream, both focusing their attention on him, leaving even someone accustomed to the information explosion era feeling somewhat helpless. Thank you for your concern, Comrade Fengqing. I'm feeling much better. He replied politely to Fengqing before turning to Lin Shui. Thank you, Nurse Lin. I'll attend to it right away. His apparent preference for Lin Shui elicited a raised eyebrow from Fengqing, a flicker of unspoken discontent dancing in her eyes. However, she chose not to comment, instead crossing her arms and watching as Lin Shui tended to Su Nan's wound. Zhang, the squad leader, and Technician Wu, both seasoned and astute, exchanged knowing glances and discreetly ushered the other young intellectuals. All right, disperse. Once the work is done, there's no need to linger. Get back to your own tasks. The crowd chuckled as they departed, their eyes betraying the teasing and flirtation that lingered in the air. Lin Shui meticulously unwrapped the old bandage, cleansing the wound with gentle precision. Su Nan's frostbite was healing well, new skin already forming, though it still bore a slight redness. Fengqing remained nearby, unwilling to leave, occasionally interjecting with comments. You must take care of that frostbite. It can lead to lingering ailments in winter. Or perhaps, people from the south just can't tolerate the cold. Lin Shui responded quietly, focused on her task, her occasional murmurs of agreement or acknowledgement serving to subtly distance Fengqing from her professional sphere. Su Nan, caught in the middle, felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, forced to feign interest in the welding debris scattered on the ground. At long last, Lin Shui finished changing the dressing, rewrapping it with care, offering a few words of caution before she departed with her medicine box. Before leaving, she glanced at Fengqing and nodded slightly, a silent farewell. Fengqing returned the nod, and once Lin Shui was gone, she leaned closer to Su Nan, lowering her voice with a hint of mischief. Hey, Su Nan, impressive. You've only been here a few days, and you've already caught the attention of our brigade's most beautiful nurse? Su Nan felt a rush of embarrassment, hastily clarifying, Comrade Fengqing, don't joke around. Nurse Lin is merely fulfilling her duties. Merely fulfilling her duties? Fengqing scoffed. Why isn't she so diligent with others? I heard she even brought pickled vegetables. I've got my ear to the ground. Her eyes sparkled with playful knowledge. Su Nan was left speechless, succumbing to silence. Fengqing, finding his discomfort amusing, refrained from pressing further and shifted the conversation. On a serious note, our brigade will be hosting a New Year's celebration in a few days. Our publicity team is putting on a show, and we need someone who can play the accordion. I've heard that many of you young intellectuals from the South are quite talented. Can you play an accordion? Su Nan blinked in surprise. In his past life, he had dabbled in guitar, primarily to woo girls, or rather, to cultivate his artistic sensibilities, but the accordion was a different beast altogether. He could read the sheet music, but had never touched one. No, I can't, he replied honestly. Really can't. Fengqing seemed a bit disappointed, but remained hopeful. Just a few casual notes would suffice, right? I really can't. Su Nan shook his head resolutely, not wishing to draw any more attention to himself. Welding one seam was already enough to stand out. Very well, Fengqing pouted. Then you must come to watch the performance. Support us, at least. There was an unmistakable insistence in her tone. All right, I'll definitely try to make it, Su Nan replied vaguely. Fengqing's face brightened into a satisfied smile as she appraised him once more, then turned on her heel, her ponytail swinging as she departed. Su Nan let out a long sigh of relief, feeling more exhausted than if he had repaired 10 tractors. He returned to the cold little room, cradling Bei Bei, who had been quietly playing with a bolt beside him. The room was only marginally warmer than the outside, and the heating stove had nearly gone out. Bei Bei, with his little nose turning red from the cold, snuggled closer to Su Nan. Brother, I'm cold. Seeing his brother like this made Su Nan's heart ache. He rekindled the stove, but the firewood was sparse and wouldn't last long. The bitter, prolonged nights of Beidawing were challenging to endure. Sign in, he muttered, half-heartedly hoping. He had already signed in for the day, but he vaguely sensed that the system occasionally provided subtle hints or strokes of luck at unexpected times based on his pressing needs. Ding. You have successfully signed in today. Please await the next refresh. As expected, it was futile. Su Nan sighed. However, just as disappointment settled in, his gaze fell upon the pile of debris he had previously cleared away. The knowledge of elementary mechanical principles and basic carpentry skills automatically intertwined in his mind, drawing his attention to several sheets of scrap metal and a bent iron pipe among the junk. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. He set Bei Bei down and approached the pile, rummaging through it. The scrap metal was thick enough, and although the pipe was bent, its material was decent. He also retrieved a few bricks and some yellow clay from the tool shed. Bei Bei, be good and play for a while. Brother will make you something nice. Curiosity danced in Bei Bei's eyes as he watched his brother at work. Drawing upon the knowledge in his mind, Sun began to hammer and cut the scrap metal. He fashioned a square frame from the metal, leaving an opening at the bottom for airflow and covering the top with metal, leaving only a smoke outlet to connect to the iron pipe. He then used the yellow clay and bricks to construct a simple base in the room, placing the metal frame atop it, with the other end of the pipe extending out the window. Thus, a rudimentary heating stove, a common sight in northern rural areas, took shape through his efforts. Though crude, its principle was sound. He carefully ignited small pieces of kindling within the stove, watching as the flames flickered to life. The smoke escaping through the iron pipe and out the window, while the heat was retained within the metal walls, gradually radiating warmth throughout the room. Before long, the temperature in the small room began to rise slowly. While it couldn't compare to the searing warmth of a heated bed, the piercing chill had undeniably diminished. "Brother, it's warm," Bei Bei exclaimed joyfully, stretching his little hands towards the stove, his face finally breaking into a happy smile. As Sun gazed at his brother's beaming face, a profound sense of accomplishment and warmth surged within him. This was more fulfilling than welding 100 seams. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. When Sun opened the door, he was surprised to find Lin Shui returning. She cradled a somewhat worn thick cotton quilt in her arms. Her cheeks flushed from the cold. "Comrade Sun," she said, a bit shyly, "I noticed your room was cold. This quilt is extra. It should help keep you warm at night." Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of the makeshift stove emitting wisps of steam, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Did you make this?" Sun stepped aside to let her in. "Yes, I cobbled it together from scrap materials. It may not look great, but it seems to have some utility." Lin Shui entered, feeling the noticeably warmer air inside the room compared to the outside, gazing at the rough but effective stove. Then at Sun, whose hands and face were smudged with soot from the smoke. Her eyes filled with disbelief and admiration. "You are truly remarkable," she exclaimed earnestly, her voice infused with a hint of excitement. "This method is splendid. Many of the senior workers have long forgotten about this. How did your mind come up with such a thing?" Her words mirrored those of Feng Qing's recent praise for his welding skills. Yet the sincerity and gentleness in her tone were strikingly different. Sun felt a twinge of bashfulness at the compliment. "It's nothing, just some idle pondering," he replied modestly. Bei Bei rushed over, clutching Lin Shui's leg, and looked up with her cherubic face, saying, "Nurse sister, the stove that brother made is warm." Lin Shui's heart melted at the sight, and she crouched down to caress Bei Bei's face, saying, "Yes, it's warm. You are such a good girl." She handed a thick cotton mattress to Sun, giving a few reminders about fire safety before departing. This time, her steps seemed notably lighter. Sun closed the door and gazed at the comforting glow of the stove, the thick cotton mattress, and then at his brother, who no longer complained of the cold. He felt that this frigid night in the vast northern wilderness was not as unbearable as it had seemed. However, unbeknownst to him, at that moment in Li Jinhua's cramped youth dormitory, someone was embellishing the tale of Lin Shui carrying the mattress and knocking on Sun's door. Li Jinhua lay in bed, his expression as cold as ice, the pages of the book in his hands crumpled. The firelight reflected in his eyes, resembling two flickering flames of jealousy. Chapter 6, a sudden challenge and a test of skills with the makeshift stove in place. Sun and little Bei Bei could finally enjoy a warm night's sleep. The next morning, he awoke to an unexpectedly rare warmth in the room. And Bei Bei's small face was no longer icy cold. "Sign in." Sun silently expressed gratitude towards the system. "Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained basic knowledge capsule on identification and heat treatment of metals, X1, miniature high-strength alloy steel file, X1. A surge of knowledge flooded his mind, encompassing steel grades, properties, and fundamental heat treatment processes such as quenching and tempering. In the space, there was now a small piece of exceptionally hard steel, yet to be sharpened. Sun felt a stirring in his heart. This reward seemed increasingly inclined towards mechanical processing. Had the system sensed his recent tinkering with such matters? In high spirits, he took Bei Bei to the cafeteria for breakfast. Today, the cook's steamed buns appeared particularly solid, and even the porridge contained a few precious grains of rice. A few fellow youths greeted him politely, their gazes less scrutinizing and more approving than before. However, his good mood did not last long. Upon entering the repair workshop, team leader Zhang approached with a stern expression, followed closely by Li Jinhua, whose eyes darted about but wore a smirk of malicious glee. "Sun," team leader Zhang's voice was gruff. "You did well with the welding yesterday, but don't let it get to your head. Your foundational skills still need work. In our repair shop, it's not enough to just weld. You must also know how to disassemble, assemble, and assess. Just showboating won't suffice." Sun was taken aback by this sudden reprimand. He glanced at Li Jinhua, who immediately averted his gaze, feigning to organize his tools. Yes, team leader, I understand, Sunan replied calmly. Team leader Zhang seemed somewhat satisfied with his response, then pointed toward the corner of the workshop where the oldest Eastern Red 54 tractor sat idle, which he had previously repaired. That tractor has been making odd noises from the gearbox and shifting ISNT smooth. Master Wang said there might be burrs on one of the gears or issues with the synchronizer. But we haven't had the time to take it apart for a thorough repair. Today, since there is not much work, I want you to dismantle the gearbox. Inspect it, and make any necessary adjustments. This will also test your basic skills. Dismantle the gearbox. The moment those words escaped his lips, several seasoned workers and youths in the workshop halted their tasks, turning to look. The tractor-esque gearbox was complex, filled with gears, bearings, and shift forks, making disassembly exceedingly intricate and demanding high technical skill. Even a seasoned craftsman would find it challenging. A single misplaced washer or misaligned torque could lead to severe malfunctions. For a newcomer like Su Nan, who had only just arrived, this was clearly a setup, a challenge orchestrated by team leader Zhang, possibly spurred on by Li Jinhua. To see him falter, or, worse, to force him to withdraw. Technician Wu happened to be absent from the workshop, leaving Su Nan without an ally to speak on his behalf. Li Jinhua added with a mocking tone, Comrade Su Nan is skilled, so it should be no problem for him, right? Perhaps he'll spot the issue at a glance and resolve it effortlessly. His words were laden with sarcasm. Su Nan gazed at the massive iron behemoth, then at team leader Zhang's unyielding demeanor and Li Jinhua's expectant smirk, and understood the gravity of the situation. This was an unavoidable assessment, a crisis. If he failed, all the goodwill he had accumulated would evaporate, and he would be labeled as nothing more than a flashy pretender. But could he refuse? No, he could not. All right, team leader, I will give it a try. Su Nan took a deep breath and replied calmly. In his mind, the knowledge from basic mechanical principles and the recently acquired metal identification surged forth. It's not just a try. You must succeed. Team leader Zhang retorted as he walked away with his hands behind his back. Li Jinhua cast a triumphant glance at Su Nan before sauntering off to pretend to be busy, all the while prepared to enjoy the spectacle. The others in the workshop could only watch with bated breath. The task was indeed daunting. Su Nan did not rush into action. Instead, he circled the tractor a few times, started the engine, and listened intently to the sounds of the gearbox across different gears, experimenting with shifting to gauge the resistance he felt. The knowledge from basic mechanical principles equipped him with a theoretical foundation regarding the gearbox's gear ratios, meshing, and synchronizer operations. Coupling this with the strange noises he had heard and the specific hesitations during shifting, he initially deduced that the issue likely lay with slight wear on the synchronizer or gears in third and fourth gears. With a clearer understanding, he began preparing his tools, gathering appropriately sized wrenches, sockets, pullers, pry bars, and a few clean cotton rags along with an oil basin. His movements were methodical and composed, showing no signs of panic. He even excused himself to the restroom, retrieving the miniature high-strength alloy steel file from his space. Though small, it was made of excellent material and possessed high hardness, making it perfect for fine-tuning the burrs on the gears. Once the preparations were complete, he officially commenced the disassembly. First, he drained the gear oil, then removed the drive shaft, loosening all the bolts on the gearbox casing. His actions were not swift, but they were exceptionally steady and precise, each step executed flawlessly. Where force was required, he applied it. Where caution was necessary, he was gentle, as if he had performed this operation countless times before. This confidence stemmed from the theoretical knowledge imparted by the system and his profound understanding of the structure. The onlookers, initially anxious, gradually found themselves captivated. His technique and level of proficiency did not resemble that of a novice at all. Even Li Jinhua, who had been pretending to work, couldn't help but steal glances, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Su Nan's air of confidence began to unsettle him. As the gearbox casing was carefully lifted away, it revealed a maze of gears and mechanisms, all coated in grease. Su Nan examined the interior meticulously. Soon, he spotted several tiny burrs and rolled edges on the teeth of the third gear, and the friction cone surface of the synchronizer exhibited slight wear and uneven shiny patches. The problem was minor, yet it would indeed affect smooth engagement and produce unusual noises. I found it, he murmured softly. He retrieved the small file and began meticulously smoothing down the burrs and rolled edges, carefully sanding the synchronizer's cone surface. His movements were gentle and precise, as if he feared altering the original shape of the gears. The small file proved to be remarkably effective, its hardness and durability allowing him to achieve results with minimal effort. Upon completing the polishing, he thoroughly cleaned all components and the casing of the gearbox with diesel, meticulously inspecting each bearing and gasket. After confirming that there were no further issues, he commenced the reassembly, a process that tested both patience and skill. He was well aware of the proper tightening sequence and torque for the bolts, carefully ensuring that every gear and fork was positioned correctly. As time passed, the workshop remained serene, interrupted only by the faint metallic clinks produced by Su Nan's work. When the final bolt was fastened and the drive shaft reconnected, with new gear oil added, Zhang, the team leader, and Li Jinhua had somehow gathered around. All set? Zhang inquired, his expression stern. All set, team leader, Su Nan replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Let's take it for a test drive, Zhang commanded. Su Nan leaped into the driver's seat, inhaling deeply before starting the engine, which roared to life. He smoothly engaged the gears. First gear, flawless. Second gear, seamless. And when he gently nudged into the crucial third gear, a crisp and satisfying click resonated, devoid of any sluggishness or strange noises. Fourth gear followed suit, and reverse was equally unproblematic. He maneuvered the tractor around the workshop's open space, shifting gears effortlessly. The previous annoying grinding sounds now vanished without a trace. It's done. It's really done. A young educated youth couldn't help but exclaim. Incredible. You've truly fixed it. The flesh on Zhang's face twitched as he approached to personally test the gear shifts, listening intently to the sounds. Ultimately, he had to concede that this young man had indeed tackled this challenging problem with finesse. His gaze towards Su Nan transformed completely, shifting from skepticism and difficulty to astonishment and disbelief, tinged with a subtle hint of admiration. This foundational skill, this judgment, this craft, remarkable. Li Jinhua's face turned ashen. His teeth clenched tightly as he watched the smoothly operating tractor, as if he had seen a ghost. He had initially hoped for Su Nan to embarrass himself, but was instead met with an impressive display of competence. The sting of humiliation was sharper than the previous day. Su Nan turned off the engine and hopped down from the vehicle, calmly informing Zhang, team leader, it's been tested. The only issue is that the third gear has some roughness, and the synchronizer shows slight wear, which I polished and adjusted. Zhang opened his mouth, wanting to offer words of praise, yet found himself unable to lower his pride. Ultimately, he merely gave the tractor's cabin a hefty pat and huffed. I suppose you do possess some real skills. Now go wash your hands. Though his tone remained brusque, his attitude clearly conveyed acknowledgement. As Su Nan washed his hands, he felt a multitude of gazes upon him, admiration, curiosity, and complexity. He understood that after this ordeal, he had truly taken his first solid step in the repair shop of Beidawang. However, he also noticed Li Jinhua's eyes burning with jealousy. The trouble, he feared, was only just beginning. Chapter 7. Uncovering True Gold Among Scrap. Ingenious modifications attract bees. Su Nan had skillfully resolved the gearbox dilemma, silencing Zhang and quietly elevating his reputation within the repair shop. Although Li Jinhua continued to wear a discontented expression, the overt challenges had temporarily diminished. Relishing the tranquility, Su Nan immersed himself in the workshop each day after completing his assigned tasks, either assisting the senior craftsman or rummaging through the scrap heap, what others deemed useless debris. Under his knowledge of basic metal material identification and mechanical principles, often revealed unexpected potential, the magical small file became increasingly adept in his hands, and whenever he stumbled upon suitable discarded components, he would secretly refine them with the file or employ the workshop's rudimentary tools for modifications. One afternoon, the sun shone brilliantly, a rare occurrence, though the air remained crisp and cold. While sifting through the scrap heap, Su Nan's eyes lit up when he unearthed several discarded grease fittings, a few rusted but usable bearing retainers, and a short length of thick-walled seamless steel pipe. An idea began to form in his mind. Bei had been incessantly expressing a desire for sweet water. Sugar was a precious commodity in these times. But surely wild bees could be found in the forests of Beidawang? Even if not, perhaps luring them with some pollen might work. He recalled the primitive beehives and bee-attracting techniques he had seen in videos from his past life. Without hesitation, he approached Zhang, mentioning that he intended to gather some scrap to craft a toy for his brother. Zhang, having developed a more favorable impression of him, waved him off. Armed with his collection of odds and ends, Su Nan gathered some wooden scraps and retreated to a sheltered spot outside his small room, where he began to hammer away. Using the thick-walled steel pipe as the core, he ingeniously incorporated the bearing retainers and grease fittings, modifying them into a manual suction device equipped with a clever one-way valve and piston. He then assembled a square wooden box with a small entrance, creating rough comb frames from cleaned old wooden planks for the interior. The manual device was affixed to one side of the box, and the connection was sealed with melted rubber scraps he had collected. Thus, a rudimentary bee-attracting box with simple suction capabilities was constructed. It appeared rather haphazard, but the principle seemed sound. He even applied his knowledge of heat treatment, carefully roasting the interior of the wooden box over a fire until it bore a faint charred scent and the aroma of wood, which might entice wild bees further. Brother, what is this? Bei Bei inquired, circling the peculiar box with curiosity. It's a house for little bees, Su Nen explained with a smile. When the weather warms up, perhaps bees will come to live in it, and then we can get sweet honey for you. Honey? Bei Bei's large eyes sparkled as he swallowed hard. Really? Have I ever lied to you? Su Nen ruffled his head, though internally he felt uncertain, recognizing this as a bold experiment marrying theory with practice. He placed the bee-attracting box on a tree branch behind the small room, sheltered from the wind and facing the sun, and applied a bit of the previously collected sweet plant sap and pollen at the entrance. After completing these tasks, he left it be, for in the winter of Beidawan, the wild bees were still in hibernation. Life seemed to return to a tranquil routine. Su Nen went to work daily, took care of his brother, and signed in. The system provided an increasingly diverse array of materials, sometimes basic soil science knowledge, other times simple meteorological observation techniques, and even once common diseases and prevention in poultry, as if preparing him for various situations he might face in the future. During this time, Lin Shui visited twice more to change his bandages. Expressing surprise at the rapid recovery of his arm, Su Nen could only attribute it to her skill and his own robust constitution. Each time Lin Shui came, she brought small treats, sometimes roasted sunflower seeds for Bei Bei, other times some fruit candies. Su Nen could not decline and accepted them, keeping this kindness in mind. Feng Qing also visited twice. Once, she bluntly asked if Su Nen could write in calligraphy, claiming they needed slogans for a gathering. Su Nen politely declined. The second time, she came to boast about acquiring a tattered copy of How the Steel Was Tempered, inquiring if Su Nen would like to read it. Gratefully accepting the book, Su Nen thought to himself that he had already read it in his past life. The appearances of these two women always briefly enlivened the otherwise quiet repair shop, much to the discomfort of certain individuals. One afternoon, while Su Nen was assisting technician Wu in calibrating a seed drill's seeding mechanism, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the workshop, accompanied by a woman's shrill cries and curses. Everyone paused, abandoning their tasks to investigate the ruckus. Outside, in the open space, a rural woman in her 40s, clad in a bulky cotton coat and wrapped in a headscarf, was seated on the ground, wailing and beating her thighs. Oh my heavens! How am I to survive? This is my savings for half a year's worth of eggs. How could this contraption fail me now when I desperately need it to extract some oil for a meager exchange of grains? What on earth went wrong with it? Cursed be this wretched machine. Beside her stood a small, rusted hand-operated oil press, seemingly a relic from a nearby production team or a local farmer's abode. Zhang, the squad leader, furrowed his brow as he approached. Lu Widow, why the commotion? This is a repair shop, not your home. If the machine is broken, bring it here for repairs. Is Wailing going to help? Upon seeing Zhang, Lu Widow appeared as though she had found a savior, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded. Zhang, I know you have the skills. You must help me fix it. I rely on it to extract some soybean oil and castor oil to trade for salt and cloth. It has been sputtering for a while, and today it simply refuses to move. I took it apart and put it back together, but it only worsened. Woe is me. Zhang circled the small oil press twice. Its mechanism, though simpler than a tractor, lacked precision, relying entirely on heavy-duty gears and screwdrives. Judging from its wear, it had seen better days. This thing is nearly falling apart. How can it be repaired? Zhang waved his hand impatiently, acknowledging that he could take it apart. But he could not guarantee a successful repair, especially since there were no replacement parts available. Please, Zhang, think of something, Lu Widow implored, attempting to kneel before him. Zhang quickly stopped her, his expression one of exasperation. He had little desire to engage with such an antiquated machine that demanded time and effort, with little financial reward for his labor. Li Jinhua interjected, appearing well-meaning but shifting responsibility. Leader, this machine is far too old to repair. However, Comrade Su Nen possesses exceptional skills. He can even fix a gearbox. Perhaps he could handle this small machine with ease? He aimed to pass the proverbial hot potato to Su Nen. Zhang turned his gaze towards Su Nen. Su Nen, what do you think? Su Nen approached the hand-cranked oil press. Although he had never encountered such a device before, his foundational knowledge of mechanics enabled him to quickly grasp its structure, a main screw press that transformed rotational force into immense pressure to extract oil. After a brief inspection, he noted that the main shaft seemed to be jammed, and the crank would not turn at all. The gearbox was filled with oil sludge and metallic debris. The issue is manageable, Su Nen concluded after his examination. The main shaft bearing is rusted and stuck, and the gears show significant wear. We need to clean and replace the bearings, and the worn gear surfaces require repair and polishing. He spoke with an air of ease. Upon hearing this, Lu Widow seized Su Nen's arm, as if clinging to a lifeline. Young comrade, can you truly repair it? I beg you to assist me. If you succeed, I shall reward you with a jug of oil. No, 2 jugs. Zhang and Li Jinhua were momentarily taken aback. Bearings? In this remote area? Where would they procure suitable replacements? Was Sunan merely boasting? Yet, Sunan smiled. Bearings need not be new. If the old ones are merely rusted, they may still be usable after cleaning. As for the gear wear, I will see if I can repair it. With Lu Widow's help, they laboriously transported the oil press to the work area. Sunan fetched diesel and kerosene, meticulously cleaning and disassembling the device. Once opened, the interior was indeed in disarray. The copper sleeve of the main shaft bearing was rusted solid. The gears, primarily cast iron, had several teeth worn down to nubs. A growing crowd gathered, eager to witness how Sunan would tackle this heap of scrap metal. Sunan first soaked the rusted copper sleeve in kerosene, then skillfully removed it using a puller. He employed fine sandpaper and oil stones to gradually polish off the rust from both the sleeve and the main shaft, measuring the fit and discovering, to his surprise, that it could still function. It merely required better lubrication. Next came the most challenging task, repairing the gears. Lacking welding rods or a foundry, Sunan resorted to his versatile small file. Drawing on his knowledge of metal materials, he carefully filed new meshing surfaces onto the worn gear teeth. While he could not restore them to their original state, he ensured they would transmit force effectively. This process was extraordinarily time-consuming and labor-intensive, demanding immense patience and precision. Sunan was wholly absorbed in his work, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The onlookers were left in awe, especially the older craftsmen, who had never conceived that gears could be repaired with a file. What depth of understanding of materials and mechanics must one possess to accomplish such a feat? Li Jinhua's complexion turned pale, as the skill Sunan exhibited felt like a chasm of despair between them. At last, all components were addressed. Sunan carefully lubricated every moving part with high-temperature grease he had gathered, then began reassembling the machine. When the final screw was tightened, he wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to the anxious Lu Widow, saying, "Sister, give it a try." Trembling, she grasped the crank and gave it a vigorous turn. A series of smooth, albeit slightly noisy, rotations erupted from the machine. "It's working! It's working! Oh my heavens! It's turning!" Lu Widow exclaimed in delight, vigorously cranking as if envisioning golden soybean oil flowing forth. "Remarkable! It's truly repaired. Using a file to fix gears? Unprecedented!" Gasps of amazement filled the air. Zhang, observing the spinning oil press and the calm demeanor of Sunan, finally clapped his shoulder with a heavy hand, uttering a single word, "Impressive." Lu Widow, overflowing with gratitude, insisted on returning home immediately to fetch oil for Sunan. Reluctantly, he accepted a few eggs she pressed into his hands. At that moment, a young intellectual rushed into the workshop, breathless, exclaiming, "Sunan, hurry back. That peculiar box you left behind is swarming with bees." Sunan paused, then his heart leapt with joy. Had the bees begun their activity so soon? He dashed back to the small cabin, and the curious crowd followed closely behind. Upon reaching the cabin, they beheld a miraculous sight. Dozens of wild bees buzzing around the entrance of his homemade bee lure, with several already daring to venture inside. Success. Had he truly attracted a swarm? Sunan was flooded with immense joy and a sense of accomplishment. This contraption fashioned from scrap materials, reworked with knowledge, had proven effective. The onlookers were equally astonished, murmuring in disbelief. Just as Zhang had praised him, he had quickly devised a bee-attracting contraption. What an extraordinary individual he was. Yet, Li Jinhua lingered at the back of the crowd, his eyes dark and brooding as he watched Sunan enveloped by bees and admiration. Chapter 8. The sweetness of honey enriches innocent hearts, undercurrents stirring on the night of celebration. The crude entrance of the bee lure, with wild bees buzzing about, indeed showcased a few carrying pollen as they ventured inside, a spectacle amidst the desolate early spring of the northern wilderness. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes towards Sunan increasingly complex and inscrutable. "Sunan, how do you possess such ingenuity? Repairing machines with finesse and attracting bees too?" One craftsman could not help but exclaim. "Just a whimsical thought. I had seen such methods in books and thought to try it, never imagining it would work." Sunan maintained his modesty, though internally he was elated. Honey, in an era where sugar was more precious than oil, represented the pinnacle of nutrition and sweetness. It seemed his small wish was on the verge of realization. Zhang, hands clasped behind his back, circled the bee lure, muttering, "You waste time on these peculiarities. Instead, you should repair a couple more tractors." Yet, despite his words, curiosity sparkled in his eyes, revealing that he too found the situation rather novel. Li Jinhua stood on the periphery of the crowd, his expression a stormy hue. The more Sunan shone, the deeper his resentment grew, especially upon seeing Feng Qing rushing over, her face brimming with excitement as she engaged in conversation with Lin Shui. Both young ladies' gazes were firmly fixed upon Sunan. He felt a sudden constriction in his chest, and with a cold snort, turned to leave. Sunan had no time to indulge in Li Jinhua's petty moods. He meticulously observed the activities of the bee colony, recalling scattered bits of knowledge about beekeeping. He understood that it was crucial not to disturb them excessively. The fact that the bees were now busily entering and exiting indicated that they had tentatively accepted their new home. He gently took hold of the exuberant Bebe, retreating to a safe distance to avoid startling the bees. "Brother, the bees have really moved in. When will we have sweet honey to eat?" Bebe gazed up at him, her face alight with anticipation. "We'll have to wait a long time. They need to build their home and gather plenty of nectar first," Sunan chuckled, playfully ruffling her small nose. "You must be patient, Bebe. We cannot disturb them, or else the bees might sting, and that would hurt." Bebe nodded, somewhat understanding, promising earnestly. Bebe will be good and won't disturb the bees while they work. In the days that followed, Sunan incorporated the daily activity of observing his beehive from a distance. The bee colony seemed to have truly settled in, with their comings and goings becoming increasingly frequent. The weather gradually warmed, the frost beginning to thaw. Although the mornings and evenings remained chilly, the midday sun bore a hint of warmth. The repair shop continued to bustle with activity. With spring plowing imminent, all farming machinery required maintenance and adjustments. Sunan became one of the technical backbones of the shop. And even team leader Zhang, when faced with perplexing issues, would instinctively ask, "Sunan, what do you think?" Technician Wu regarded Sunan as a treasure, willingly sharing and discussing numerous technical documents with him. Sunan, in turn, offered timely suggestions that, while ahead of their time, adhered to fundamental principles, often enlightening Technician Wu and garnering his greater reliance on him. One day, as Sunan was calibrating a piece of plowing equipment, Feng Qing burst in energetically, this time clutching 2 red sheets of paper. Sunan, stop fiddling with that iron lump. I need help. The celebration party is the day after tomorrow." Wang, who was supposed to write the slogans, has suddenly fallen ill. His handwriting looks like a dog crawled across the page. "You're a cultured person from the south. You must know how to use a brush, right? Please help." Feng Qing thrust the red papers into his hands, clasping her hands together, her eyes fluttering with a pleading expression. Sunan felt a rush of anxiety. "Comrade Feng Qing, I truly can't. My handwriting, oh, don't be modest. You're so skilled at fixing machines. How bad could your writing be?" Feng Qing dismissed his protests. "It's settled then. I've already thought of the content. Fighting for spring plowing, striving for progress. Knowledge youths go to the countryside. Great opportunities await. Hurry up and write. Once you're done, we need to post them." Without allowing him to refuse, she rattled off her demands and dashed away like the wind. Sunan stood there, holding the 2 sheets of red paper, torn between laughter and despair. He glanced at his grease-stained hands, then at the bright red paper. What a predicament. Reluctantly, after work, he sought out Technician Wu to borrow a brush and some ink. Back in his small room, he cleaned the table thoroughly and laid out the red paper. "Brother, are you going to write?" Bebe inquired curiously, leaning over the table. "Yeah, it's a bit of a rush," Sunan sighed. In his previous life, he had practiced calligraphy for a time to cultivate his mind, but his skills were merely adequate, far from impressive. He focused his mind, recalling the techniques of holding and moving the brush, dipped it generously in ink, and began to write with great care. The strokes of fight were crafted with steadiness. The war character S-Hook imbued with a touch of force. The spring character Sun was penned with precision. Perhaps due to a relaxed mindset or the accumulation of a new life, he found that his writing flowed much more smoothly than in his past life. While he could not claim to possess the grace of a master calligrapher, his handwriting was neat, well-structured, and bore an uncommon air of calmness. Having completed the 2 slogans in one breath, Sunan reviewed his work and felt a sense of satisfaction. At least it wouldn't bring him shame. The next day, he handed the slogans to Feng Qing. She unfurled the paper, and her eyes lit up. "Wow, Sunan, you said you couldn't write. These characters are beautiful. 100 times better than Wang S. You're amazing." She joyfully patted Sunan's arm, exclaiming, "Thank you. You must come to the party tonight. There will be surprises." With that, she dashed away, clutching the slogans in delight. Sunan shook his head, bemused by her boundless energy. In the evening, the repair shop concluded work early for once. The cafeteria added an extra dish. Though it was merely a few additional pieces of fried scraps, the atmosphere grew notably lively. In the open yard of the youth core, a few light bulbs were strung up, and colorful paper decorations were hung. Though modest, it exuded a festive spirit. Sunan bundled Bebe up warmly and carried her to the venue. Many young intellectuals and families of workers were already seated, and children ran about excitedly. Li Jianhua, dressed in a faded old military uniform with meticulously combed hair, was passionately discussing matters with several male young intellectuals. Upon spotting Sunan, his expression turned frosty, and he deliberately raised his voice. "Thus, merely tinkering with machines is insufficient. We young intellectuals must also emphasize ideological development and cultural refinement. Otherwise, how are we any different from the old farmers?" His companions nodded in agreement, clearly attempting to find superiority in a different domain when technical skills fell short. Sunan feigned ignorance, finding a corner to sit down. As the celebration commenced, the performances consisted mainly of choral singing, recitations, and comedic skits, all rich with the flavor of the era. Yet everyone watched with rapt attention, applauding enthusiastically. Feng Qing, serving as both host and performer, radiated charisma and confidence, eliciting bursts of laughter with her introductions. She also performed a solo of Ode to the Red Plum, her voice clear and bright, earning widespread acclaim. After her performance, she cast a glance towards Su Nan, seemingly intentional. Li Jinhua took the stage to recite a poem he had written, filled with fervent slogans. While his emotions were robust, the content was devoid of substance, resulting in a tepid response from the audience that left him feeling humiliated. When it came time for the propaganda team to present a small skit, they needed someone to temporarily move props. Feng Qing called out, "Su Nan, come help out." Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Su Nan reluctantly entrusted Bei Bei to a nearby ant and steeled himself to go on stage. He silently assisted in moving a table and quickly exited, yet even this simple interaction elicited some good-natured laughter and whispers from the audience. Su Nan had recently gained considerable notoriety, and everyone knew of the southern lad who was not only adept at repairing vehicles, but also at attracting bees. Li Jinhua watched from the sidelines, his expression darkening further. He believed Feng Qing was deliberately putting Su Nan in the spotlight. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere became increasingly vibrant. Suddenly, Lin Shui and another young nurse took the stage to perform a simple dance titled The Little Girl Picking Mushrooms. As the music played, Lin Shui moved shyly, her movements not particularly polished, perhaps even a bit restrained, yet her gentle demeanor and delicate features illuminated by the stage lights held a captivating charm. The audience fell unusually silent, many young male intellectuals staring in a daze. Su Nan too watched quietly. Truth be told, Lin Shui's dance lacked the infectiousness of Feng Qing's singing, yet the serene beauty she exuded was undeniably comforting. After her performance concluded, Lin Shui blushed as she bowed and exited the stage. As she passed by Su Nan, she hesitated for a moment, quickly slipping a small paper package into Bei Bei's hands before scurrying away like a startled deer. Curious, Bei Bei opened the package to reveal several thumb-sized pieces of dark brown honeycomb. Though the amount was small, the aroma was intoxicating. "Brother, candy. It's sweet," Bei Bei exclaimed in delight. Su Nan was momentarily taken aback, glancing towards the direction Lin Shui had fled, a warm wave surging within him. She had remarkably kept in mind Bei Bei's craving for sweet delicacies, and somehow procured this precious honeycomb. Such attentiveness and tenderness, silent yet profoundly moving. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Feng Qing and Li Jinhua, who had been closely observing Su Nan and Lin. Feng Qing curled her lip, her expression intricate, seemingly a blend of reluctance and other unspoken emotions. Meanwhile, Li Jinhua clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his palms. He gazed at Su Nan, then at the honey in Bei Bei's hands, and finally towards the direction in which Lin Shui had vanished, the coldness in his eyes almost palpable. The lively gathering gradually dispersed. Su Nan, cradling the content Bei Bei indulging in honey, made his way back. In the biting wind, the faint sweetness of the honey seemed to warm his heart. Yet he understood that beneath this seemingly tranquil and warm night, undercurrents were already stirring. Li Jinhua's jealousy, Feng Qing's ambiguous sentiments, and his own undeniable issues loomed like thorns hidden beneath the snow, threatening to pierce through this fleeting tranquility at any moment. Chapter 9. Spring plowing encounters obstacles and sinks into quagmire. Ingenious solutions to seeding difficulties. As the clamor of the gala faded, the fertile black soil of the great northern wilderness quietly awakened. Each day brought warmer temperatures, and the accumulated snow melted away, revealing the dark, moist earth beneath. The air was imbued with a distinctive aroma, a blend of humus and vitality. The most critical battle of spring plowing was about to commence. The atmosphere in the repair shop grew increasingly tense. Every operational piece of agricultural machinery was brought out for final inspections and adjustments. The roar of tractors echoed from dawn till dusk, as teachers and educated youth busied themselves without a moment's respite. Naturally, Su Nan was among the key players. His skills had gained widespread recognition, and even the most fastidious Zhang squad leader would instinctively assign the most challenging tasks to him. Li Jinhua seemed to have temporarily subdued his envy, immersing himself in work, though his gaze towards Su Nan remained icy. Whenever their eyes met, he would swiftly avert his gaze, as if concealing something. On that day, a large seeder from the 3rd Squad was hauled into the repair shop. This seeder, a product of the Soviet Union, was massive and intricately designed for sowing wheat and soybeans over extensive areas. What was the issue? Zhang squad leader circled the seeder. The tractor driver from the third squad, a lean, dark man, wore an anxious expression. Squad leader Zhang, please take a look. The seeding mechanism keeps jamming. The seeds are being sown unevenly, sometimes too dense, sometimes too sparse. How can we plant like this? Delaying the planting season is no trivial matter. Uneven sowing directly affects germination rates and subsequent yields, making it a grave error in spring plowing. Zhang's squad leader climbed onto the seeder to inspect it. The seeding mechanism. The core component of the seeder consisted of complex gears, seed plates, and adjustment devices. As he manually rotated it, he indeed heard the telltale sounds of obstruction from within. Disassemble it. Zhang's squad leader commanded. Several experienced workers joined Su Nan in carefully dismantling the seeding mechanism. Upon inspection, numerous issues were revealed. Several seed plates were slightly deformed, causing inconsistent depths. The drive gears showed signs of wear. Most critically, the adjustment fork mechanism, responsible for regulating seed density, had become overly loose due to rust and wear, failing to achieve precise positioning. This is troublesome. One of the experienced workers frowned. The deformed seed plates are difficult to fix, and the fork mechanism is even more problematic. We'll need new parts. But where do we find replacements for this old Soviet machinery? Zhang's squad leader's expression darkened. Without replacement parts, this seeder would be rendered as useless as scrap metal. Reordering components would take at least a month, by which time it would be too late for planting. Is it reparable? He asked, clinging to a shred of hope. The experienced workers shook their heads. Squad leader, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. This precise machinery cannot be fixed without components. Rigging a repair won't guarantee accuracy. If it fails to sew properly, we'll be in even deeper trouble. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The tractor driver from the third squad was now anxiously wringing his hands. What are we going to do? The fields are waiting. Li Jianhua, observing from the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. Comrade Su Nan is skilled and resourceful. He might have a solution. He began to habitually flatter Su Nan, placing him under scrutiny. All eyes instantly turned to Su Nan. Zhang's squad leader also looked at him, his gaze complex, filled with both hope and apprehension about the possibility of further complications. Su Nan, do you have any ideas? Su Nan did not respond immediately. He crouched down, meticulously examining the disassembled components. Knowledge from elementary mechanical principles and metal materials collided in his mind. The deformed seed plates could potentially be cold-corrected. But this required precise force and support. Otherwise, they risked breaking. The worn gears might be repaired through build-up welding and reshaping. But this demanded exceptional welding and machining skills. And heat could easily lead to deformation. The excessively loose fork mechanism posed the greatest challenge. Without new parts, how could one compensate for the lost dimensions? Noticing Su Nan's silence, Li Jianhua's lips curled into a barely perceptible, cold smile. He knew that such fundamental damage without replacement parts could not be solved merely by cleverness. However, Su Nan suddenly lifted his head, addressing Zhang's squad leader and the anxious tractor driver. Squad leader, sir, while we indeed lack replacement parts, if we can find some thin sheet metal, a small piece of spring, along with a bit of solder and sandpaper, I might be able to attempt a repair on the fork mechanism to make it function accurately for the time being. I can also try to address the seed plates and gears. Really? The tractor driver's eyes lit up, as if grasping a lifeline. Zhang's squad leader, however, remained skeptical. Thin sheet metal? A spring? Solder? You're going to use those to repair a precision fork? Su Nan, this isn't a joke. Squad leader. It's better than waiting idly. Let me give it a shot. If it doesn't work, we can think of something else. Su Nan's tone was calm, yet imbued with a persuasive steadiness. All right, go to the storeroom and find the materials. Take whatever you need. Hurry up. Zhang's squad leader, after a moment's hesitation, decided to gamble on this desperate measure. Su Nan immediately went to the scrap storage. Soon, he found some tin plate from opened cans, a short piece of discarded sofa spring, and solder wire with flux used for electrical repairs. Returning to the workbench, he commenced his meticulous repair work. First, he addressed the seed plates. Using a small file and oilstone, he patiently ground and corrected the deformed seed pockets, ensuring that each depression was uniform in depth and that the edges were smooth, preventing damage to the seeds. This required immense patience and a steady hand. Next came the critical fork mechanism. He carefully cut and bent the tin plate to create several different thicknesses of shims, utilizing the spring's elasticity. He designed a simple compensatory structure to offset the gap in the gear drive. He cleverly soldered the shims and spring piece to the worn areas, followed by fine-tuning and polishing to ensure that the fork moved smoothly and could accurately position itself in each gear. The onlookers were utterly astonished. What they were witnessing was not merely a repair. It was an intricate creation of metal craftsmanship. Every movement was executed with precision, and each material's application was both astonishing and entirely rational. Li Jianhua's earlier mocking smile had vanished, replaced by disbelief and a tinge of fear. The extraordinary, deeply insightful artisanal repair skills displayed by Su Nan instilled in him a profound sense of helplessness. Finally, Su Nan reassembled the repaired components back into the seating mechanism. He manually rotated it for testing, and the obstructive clicking sound had indeed vanished. The fork moved clearly into position. They prepared the seater for a test run. Su Nan wiped the sweat from his brow. The crowd eagerly assisted in reattaching the seating mechanism to the seater. The tractor driver, unable to contain his excitement, started the tractor, engaged the drive, and elevated the seater to its operational state. Under the watchful gaze of all present, the seed drill's wheels rotated, and the seeder emitted a steady, rhythmic sound. Su Nan adjusted the seeding lever, and golden wheat seeds flowed from the seed tube, forming a continuous and stable stream of seeds. Team leader Zhang grasped a handful of seeds, meticulously observing the flow rate and uniformity, finally revealing a relieved smile. Excellent. You've truly accomplished it. The seeding rate and uniformity are impeccable. Remarkable. You've really repaired it. Who would believe that a canned tin and a broken spring could mend an imported seed drill? Su Nan, from this day forth, you shall be like a brother to me. Cheers and praises instantly engulfed the workshop. The tractor drivers from the third squad were particularly elated, shaking Su Nan's hand repeatedly, expressing their gratitude. Thank you so much, young comrade. You've been a tremendous help. When the harvest comes in, we'll treat you to a drink. Team leader Zhang patted Su Nan's shoulder heartily, overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, Splendid. You've made a significant contribution. I shall certainly commend you to the regiment. Su Nan merely smiled, flexing his sore wrist. Such repairs under extreme conditions drained both his mental and physical energy. However, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, no one noticed that Li Jinhua had quietly exited the workshop, his expression dark and foreboding. Upon returning to his dormitory, he retrieved a small notebook from beneath his pillow and began writing furiously, his eyes glinting with a determined ferocity. Su Nan's remarkable feat had firmly established his reputation as a technical expert not only in the repair shop, but also among the nearby production teams. As the news spread, individuals from other squads began to seek his counsel on minor agricultural machinery issues. Su Nan welcomed all inquiries, doing his utmost to assist within his capacity. His humble and unpretentious demeanor garnered him widespread affection. When Lin Shui returned to deliver herbal tea for cold prevention, her eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration as she observed the throngs surrounding Su Nan. Feng Qing also approached him once, stating that the propaganda team wished to write an article about the skilled practitioners of spring plowing and wanted to interview him. Su Nan graciously declined the opportunity for fame, offering only a few technical insights while attributing all credit to the collective and the guidance of seasoned craftsmen. Though Feng Qing felt a tinge of disappointment, her gaze toward him bore a newfound seriousness and appreciation. Life appeared to be progressing in a favorable direction. Nevertheless, a persistent tension lingered within Su Nan. Li Jinhua's recent silence instilled a sense of unease in him. Moreover, the issue of his background remained an ever-present sword of Damocles hovering over him. One evening, while he was teaching Bei Bei to recognize characters, Technician Wu approached him with a grave expression. Su Nan, please come to the office. Director Zhao and personnel from the security department wish to speak with you. The mention of the security department sent a chill down Su Nan's spine. Chapter 10. The unseen threat of Anonymous reports the 5-word security department of the regiment pierced through the slight warmth Su Nan had felt from repairing the seed drill. Like an ice pick, the inevitable had arrived. He took a deep breath of the frigid air, nodded to Technician Wu. All right, I'll be there shortly. After ensuring Bei Bei was settled to play quietly in the room, he adjusted his clothing, striving to appear composed as he followed Technician Wu toward the director's office. Along the way, Technician Wu furrowed his brow, lowering his voice. I'm not sure what is happening, but Comrade Sun from the security department arrived unexpectedly, looking quite serious, and said he needed to understand your situation. Su Nan, you haven't gotten into any trouble recently, have you? His tone was laced with concern. No, Technician Wu. I have strictly adhered to the rules, Su Nan replied calmly, though his mind raced with possibilities. Was it Li Jinhua? Or had his recent prominence drawn unwanted attention? Or perhaps the issues regarding his background, long distant in the south, had finally caught up with him? Inside the director's office, the atmosphere was tense. Director Zhao sat behind his desk, his expression grim. Beside him sat a middle-aged man in a tattered military uniform, stern-faced, wearing the insignia of the security department, Comrade Sunday. Team leader Zhang stood nearby, visibly anxious. Report, Su Nan has arrived, Technician Wu announced. Comrade Sun's sharp gaze immediately fixed upon Su Nan, scrutinizing him from head to toe with an evaluative intensity. Comrade Su Nan, Director Zhao began, his tone weighty. Comrade Sun from the security department has received reports from the public regarding several issues concerning you. We have summoned you today to verify these claims. Please answer truthfully. I believe the organization will clarify the situation. Yes, Director, Comrade Sun, I will certainly respond truthfully. Sunan stood tall, neither submissive nor arrogant. Comrade Sun produced a notebook. Flipping it open with a steely voice. Sunan, someone has reported the following issues regarding you. First, your father is a rightist, undergoing labor reform. And your family background is problematic. Why have you concealed this? Second, the informant claims you frequently engage in dubious inventions of unknown origin, which are suspicious and exceed your educational background, raising concerns about your possible special connections. Third, it has been observed that you have an inappropriate closeness with Comrade Lin Shui from the health station, which could lead to negative implications. Are you manipulating your technical skills to gain favor with female comrades? Please explain each point. Each question struck Su Nan like a hammer, reverberating in the hearts of Director Zhao, Technician Wu, and Team Leader Zhang. The office fell into a suffocating silence, and Director Zhao's expression darkened further. Technician Wu and Team Leader Zhang were visibly shocked. They had suspected technical disputes, but never anticipated issues surrounding background and conduct. Such allegations were exceedingly grave in this era. Sunan's heart plummeted. Indeed, it was Li Jinhua. The report was meticulously crafted, targeting his vulnerabilities with malicious intent. The issue of his background was his Achilles heel. The source of his technical expertise was his greatest secret, and implicating Lin Shui was an attempt to utterly tarnish his reputation. He forced himself to remain calm. In times like these, panic was his greatest enemy. The system was a card he could never reveal. Thus, all explanations must revolve around his self-taught persona and the logic of this era. Taking a deep breath, he raised his head. Meeting Comrade Sun's gaze with unwavering resolve. Comrade Sun, Director Zhao, I categorically deny the malicious speculation in the report and wish to clarify the factual circumstances. Firstly, regarding my family background, I have never intentionally concealed this. My records should have been transferred to the regiment, clearly indicating my father's situation. He has indeed made errors and is undergoing reform. However, I firmly believe in the party's policy. One person acts, one person bears the consequences. My father's issues should not fall upon his children. I responded to the national call to come to Beidawang, to sever ties with the past, and to build the frontier with my own hands and sweat, proving my loyalty to the country and the people. This can be corroborated by the leadership and my colleagues at the repair shop. His tone was sincere, infused with a hint of the era's characteristic grievance against class origins and a yearning for recognition. Upon hearing this, Director Zhao's expression softened slightly, and he nodded. He had witnessed Sunan's contributions and labor firsthand. Team Leader Zhang couldn't help but interject. Comrade Sun, this young man is exemplary in his work. He gives his all. He even suffered frostbite while repairing vehicles. Comrade Sun remained impassive, recording without comment. Continue. Secondly, regarding my technical expertise and the so-called inventions, Sunan continued. His tone tinged with a hint of resignation and self-deprecation. I confess that I might have a greater inclination towards machinery than most of my peers. This stems from my childhood when my father, before his downfall, had some old engineering books and foreign magazines at home. I would peruse them. And when I encountered something incomprehensible, I would consult a dictionary and ponder on my own. Later, as our family fell into misfortune, most of those books were lost. Yet some fundamental principles and structures remain etched in my memory. He paused momentarily, casting a clear-eyed glance towards Officer Sun. Upon arriving at Beidawang and witnessing such an array of advanced agricultural machinery, I felt as though the contents of my books had sprung to life before me. I was particularly thrilled, constantly pondering whether I could enhance their functionality. The innovations I have tinkered with were crafted solely from the scrap materials of the repair shop or improvised methods, absolutely devoid of any dubious substances. For instance, in the restoration of the seed drill's fork, I utilized tin from a canned food container and discarded springs. All of this is verifiable. If this is to be deemed a special background, then my background consists solely of a scrap yard and a few outdated texts that have long since vanished. His explanation was both logical and reasonable, painting a vivid portrait of a youth who is passionate about technology and has achieved self-education. Moreover, by emphasizing his use of scrap materials and makeshift techniques, he deftly concealed the advanced knowledge bestowed upon him by the system beneath the guise of practical experience and random experimentation. Technician Wu immediately lent his support. Officer Sun, I can attest to this. Sunan's technical approach is indeed unique, yet it is firmly grounded in mechanical principles. And the materials he employed were certainly the waste from our facility. He has repaired numerous essential devices, significantly contributing to the spring plowing. Officer Sun's scribbling paused as he lifted his gaze to Sunan, seemingly taken aback by his assertions. Thirdly, Sunan's voice rose slightly, laced with palpable anger. The allegations regarding my relationship with Comrade Lin Shui are utterly baseless. They are a slanderous attack on both my character and that of Comrade Lin Shui. She is a nurse at the health station, and her diligent care in changing my dressings after my injuries sustained in the line of duty is a testament to her professional responsibilities and revolutionary humanitarian spirit. I can only express my gratitude. Beyond this, there exists no improper relationship whatsoever. To suggest that I would exploit technology to garner affection is even more absurd. My skills are intended for the construction of our nation, not for deception. I implore Officer Sun and the organization to see through this and restore my and Comrade Lin Shui's innocence. His tone was resolute, infused with indignation and injustice, resonating with an undeniable authenticity. The office fell silent once more. Officer Sun closed his notebook, tapping his fingers on the desk as if weighing his options. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. Feng Qing's voice rang out from outside. Report. Director Zhao, is Officer Sun present? The publicity team member Feng Qing has something to convey. Director Zhao hesitated for a moment. Come in. Feng Qing entered, clearly informed of the unfolding situation, her face displaying her usual forthrightness along with a hint of indignation. Director Zhao, Officer Sun, I have heard that someone has reported Comrade Su Nan. While I cannot speak for others, I firmly refuse to believe that his personal conduct is in question. Comrade Su Nan spends his time either working or caring for his younger brother, and we are all witnesses to this. Furthermore, his technical prowess has aided countless individuals. If it were not for him, the seed drill in the third company would be inoperative. The individual who made this report has malicious intent. Her words flowed forth like a rapid-fire barrage. Although she did not name Li Jinhua, her implication was unmistakable. Immediately following, a timid yet resolute voice emerged from outside. Report. I can also attest to Comrade Su Nan's innocence. It was Lin Shui. She had evidently caught wind of the news, her complexion somewhat pale. Yet her gaze was resolutely steadfast as she entered. Officer Sun, Director Zhao, my dressing changes for Comrade Su Nan are part of my normal duties. Comrade Su Nan is an upright individual, without any transgressions. The content of the report is slanderous. As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly, yet it was strikingly clear. This scene stirred emotions among those present in the office. Officer Sun regarded the two young women who stood up for Su Nan, then glanced at the upright Su Nan, as well as the evidently supportive Director Zhao, Technician Wu, and Team Leader Zhang, and began to form a judgment in his mind. He stowed away his notebook and rose. I have essentially grasped the situation. The contents of the report will be further verified by the organization. Comrade Su Nan, I will accurately convey your explanations and the responses from everyone. Until a conclusion is reached, continue your work without the burden of anxiety. He then turned to Director Zhao. It seems that the young comrades in your department are indeed quite united. With that, he took his leave. Once Officer Sun departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the office. Director Zhao looked at Su Nan, letting out a sigh. Su Nan, you must be mindful. A tall tree attracts the wind. Moving forward, exercise caution in your methods. Nevertheless, you handled today's ordeal remarkably well. Maintain your resolve, even in adversity. Team Leader Zhang patted Su Nan on the shoulder. Young man, all is well. Damn it, it must surely be that scoundrel Li Jinhua at work here. Just wait until I return and settle the score with him. Technician Wu also offered words of comfort. Those who are innocent will remain so, do not worry. Feng Qing winked at Su Nan, conveying a sense of camaraderie. Lin Shui, her face flushed, cast a quick glance at Su Nan before hastily exiting. Su Nan expressed his gratitude to everyone, yet within him, a sense of unease lingered. Although Officer Sun had temporarily sidestepped the issue, the matter of his background loomed like a sword perpetually suspended overhead. Furthermore, Li Jinhua's envy would surely not abate due to this setback. The crisis had merely been postponed, not resolved. Upon returning to his small room, Bei Bei immediately rushed over. Brother, are you okay? Su Nan lifted his younger brother, feeling the warmth of that small, dependent presence, which eased some of the shadows in his heart. All is well, he murmured softly, yet his gaze drifted towards the heavy darkness outside the window. He must grow stronger more swiftly to protect those he wishes to shield. Chapter 11. A display of skill in emergency drainage, sincerity and deceit entwined in a fog. The tumult surrounding the investigation by the security department seemed to have momentarily subsided, yet it cast diverse shadows in the hearts of each individual. Li Jinhua received a stern reprimand from Team Leader Zhang in private. Though the report was not directly mentioned, the implications were clear. Li Jinhua feigned compliance. Yet his eyes brimmed with barely contained resentment, and he deliberately avoided Su Nan during work hours. But that cold, watchful presence lingered closely behind. Su Nan remained increasingly vigilant. Apart from essential work-related exchanges, he spent most of his time immersed in the workshop or accompanying Bei Bei in their small room. He understood that a single stroke of luck did not guarantee future safe passage. In an era where one's background could prove fatal, he had to tread cautiously. As the weather warmed, the dark soil fully awakened, and spring plowing entered its most fervent phase. Tractors roared day and night, and the fields bustled with activity as sowing and fertilization unfolded in a scene of industriousness. However, spring in Beidawang was also capricious. After several consecutive days of clear weather, the evening sky suddenly darkened, ominous clouds loomed low, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. A heavy downpour was imminent, declared the seasoned workers. Indeed, that night, torrential rain cascaded down, pounding the roof with a cacophony of sound, while outside, chaos reigned. The deluge arrived swiftly and ferociously, continuing until the following morning when it gradually subsided. As soon as the rain ceased, distressing news arrived. The recently sown wheat fields of the low-lying 7th Company were inundated, the drainage channels clogged, and the freshly sown seeds were on the verge of rotting. To complicate matters, the sole diesel pump used for water drainage in the 7th Company had also failed after prolonged overuse and exposure to the rain, rendering it utterly inoperative. The company commander, panic-stricken, broke into a rash of phone calls to the repair shop seeking assistance. The pump is broken? At such a critical juncture, team leader Zhang, upon receiving the call, felt a surge of urgency. Spring plowing was a political mandate, and any delay in drainage that resulted in spoiled seeds and reduced yields would bear heavy consequences for all involved. Quickly, who can repair the diesel pump? Get someone over here. Team leader Zhang shouted in the workshop. The senior technicians exchanged uncertain glances. While they were adept at repairing agricultural machinery, this specialized diesel pump had a distinct structure, and under the current conditions of mud and chaos, none felt confident enough to guarantee success. Li Jinhua's eyes flickered, retreating slightly. He had no intention of engaging in such a thankless task. Once again, all eyes instinctively turned towards Su Nan. He sighed, understanding that he could not evade this responsibility. He rose. Team leader, I'll go take a look. Excellent. Su Nan, you should handle this. What tools will you need? Take 2 people with you. Team leader Zhang promptly replied. I shall make the necessary preparations. Let Xiao Wang and Xiao Li accompany me for mutual support. Su Nan selected 2 young intellectuals with whom he had a decent rapport. He swiftly assembled a toolkit, equipping it with essential wrenches, sockets, spark plug tools, and other necessities, while discreetly retrieving a small amount of universal lubricant and a roll of sealing tape from his supplies for unforeseen circumstances. The jeep jolted along the muddy road, finally arriving at the disaster site of the 7th Company. Before him lay a vast expanse of white, with water accumulating to almost knee-deep in certain areas. An outdated diesel water pump lay incapacitated on a slightly elevated mound, caked in mud. The company commander of the 7th Company, resembling a mud figure, rushed over, gripping Su Nan's hand tightly. Comrade, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Please, take a look at this rusty contraption. Why has it ceased functioning? Without indulging in pleasantries, Su Nan immediately began inspecting the pump with the 2 young intellectuals. The surface of the diesel engine was coated in mud, prompting him to conduct a preliminary cleaning. The fundamentals of mechanical principles and knowledge pertaining to internal combustion engines surged to the forefront of his mind. He first examined the fuel line for any water ingress or blockages, followed by an inspection of the air filter to ascertain whether it had become clogged with mud. Next, he assessed the spark plug for electrical connectivity. His steps were methodical and his movements deft. The 2 young intellectuals assisted by handing him tools and wiping components. A crowd of workers and fellow intellectuals from the 7th Company gathered around, watching intently. Among the onlookers, Su Nan unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, Feng Qing. Her pant legs were rolled up to her knees, her attire splattered with mud, clearly indicating her recent involvement in drainage efforts. Upon seeing Su Nan, her eyes lit up, and she waved at him, making a gesture of encouragement. Su Nan nodded in acknowledgement, refocusing on his task. Soon enough, he discerned the issues. The air filter was severely obstructed, the spark plug electrodes were heavily carbonized and had excessive gaps, and the fuel injectors exhibited minor blockages. These were minor issues compounded by prolonged neglect and adverse working conditions. The problems are manageable, we can repair it, Su Nan declared, providing reassurance to the anxious crowd. He promptly set to work, replacing the spare air filter, cleaning and adjusting the spark plug, and clearing the fuel injectors with a fine wire. Lastly, he discreetly applied the universal lubricant to the critical moving parts. Let us give it a try, he called out. A sturdy young man from the 7th Company stepped forward and vigorously pulled the starting rope. With a sputter and a roar, black smoke billowed forth as the diesel engine emitted a powerful growl. The water pump began to rotate, forcefully drawing up the murky water and directing it towards the distant drainage ditch. Success! It was fixed. The crowd erupted in cheers. The 7th Company's commander was practically leaping with excitement, vigorously patting Su Nan on the shoulder. Good comrade. Thank you immensely. You have saved the lifeline of our company. Feng Qing squeezed through the crowd, her face beaming with pride. Well done, Su Nan. Truly, you're indispensable wherever there's a need. Su Nan, feeling a bit bashful from the praise, waved his hand dismissively. It's only natural. He directed the placement of the water pump to the deepest part of the standing water, ensuring maximum drainage efficiency. After concluding all these tasks, he finally registered the fatigue in his body, his hands smeared with oil. Observing the gushing water and the smiles on people's faces, a sense of accomplishment welled up within him. On the way back, the two accompanying young intellectuals were in awe of Su Nan, chattering excitedly. Su Nan merely smiled and listened, pondering that this emergency repair should earn him considerable merit. However, upon his return to the repair shop, he had barely taken a sip of water when Lin Shui approached him, her expression somewhat unnatural. Comrade Su Nan, are you all right? I heard you went to assist with the emergency? Her tone was concerned, yet her gaze was evasive. I'm fine, I just repaired a water pump. Su Nan replied with a smile. Oh, that's a relief. Lin Shui hesitated, retrieving an aluminum lunchbox from behind her. This is your lunch, it's still warm. Please make do with it. She handed the lunchbox to Su Nan and turned to leave. Su Nan was momentarily taken aback. Nurse Lin, this. Lin Shui halted. Not turning back, her voice low. Comrade Su Nan, it would be best for us to exercise caution regarding public perception. After all, rumors can be quite formidable. With that, she briskly departed. Holding the still warm lunchbox, Su Nan stood rooted in place, his heart a tumult of emotions. It was evident that Lin Shui had been unsettled by the earlier report. Although she had bravely testified on his behalf, she still seemed apprehensive about gossip. This distant yet caring gesture moved him, yet left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He quietly opened the lunchbox, which contained 2 steamed buns and a bit of stir-fried shredded potatoes. Quite a decent meal under the circumstances. He sighed and began to eat slowly. In the afternoon, while Su Nan was cleaning his tools, Feng Qing returned, brimming with her usual vitality. Hey, Mud Monkey, are you done cleaning up? Feng Qing teased with a grin. You've certainly made quite the impression today. The folks from the 7th Company are nearly singing your praises. Su Nan could only chuckle wryly. It's part of my duty. Feng Qing leaned in closer, lowering her voice with a hint of mischief. By the way, I have something to tell you. Do you know who went to the security department to report that the accusation letter was purely slanderous and emphasized your significant contributions during spring plowing? Su Nan was taken aback. Was it Technician Wu and Squad Leader Zhang? They certainly spoke as well. Feng Qing winked, but the first to rush in, speaking most earnestly, even banging the table, was none other than yours truly. I told that Sun official that if baseless accusations disheartened our technical backbone and hindered spring plowing, he would bear the responsibility. Su Nan gazed at Feng Qing in astonishment, hardly believing that she had stood up for him so fervently. So, how will you be thanking me? Feng Qing raised her chin in triumph. Thank you, Comrade Feng Qing. Su Nan expressed his gratitude sincerely, regardless of Feng Qing's motives. He felt compelled to acknowledge her kindness. Just saying thank you won't suffice. Feng Qing's eyes twinkled as she proposed. How about this? In a few days, the brigade will organize a technical exchange meeting among the various teams, and you must present your insights on the repair of cedars and emergency diesel engine maintenance. This is a political task, and you cannot refuse. Su Nan thought to himself, having just escaped one predicament, he was now being thrust onto the stage again. Observing Feng Qing's triumphant expression, he suddenly sensed that her demeanor might not be as carefree as she portrayed. Meanwhile, Li Jinhua watched Su Nan laughing with Feng Qing. And upon hearing that Lin Shui had brought him lunch, a tangible shadow darkened his gaze. He clenched the wrench in his pocket tightly, his knuckles turning white. Technical exchange? Seeking the limelight? He would not allow Su Nan to have such an easy time. Su Nan felt a chilling gaze upon him, and the momentary relief he had experienced began to dissipate. The sky over Beidawing appeared vast, yet it felt as though an invisible net was tightening around him. Genuine feelings and ulterior motives intertwined, compelling him to remain vigilant and engaged. The only pure joy perhaps resided in the sight of Bei rushing to him, wrapping her arms around his legs with a beaming smile, calling out brother, and the distant buzzing of bees industriously building their nests in the tree branches. Chapter 12. Turbulence at the exchange meeting, wits clash among scholars revealing true knowledge. The technical exchange meeting organized by the brigade took place in a modest auditorium. The audience comprised technicians from various teams, tractor drivers, and interested young intellectuals, forming a densely packed crowd of over 100 individuals. The air was thick with a melange of tobacco, machine oil, and perspiration. Su Nan was propelled onto the stage by Feng Qing, who had assigned him to speak third. The preceding speakers, seasoned technicians, had shared routine maintenance experiences and common troubleshooting methods, practical, yet lacking in novelty. When it was Su Nan's turn, He took a deep breath and stepped onto the platform. As his presence drew the audience's attention, he felt a mix of curiosity, scrutiny, and even a few unfriendly gazes. Notably from Li Jinhua, who sat in a corner. He did not merely recite from a script. Rather, he directly illustrated his explanations with examples of repairing the seed drill seeder and the emergency diesel pump. Comrades, he began. The topic of my report today is emergency repair strategies for agricultural machinery under extreme conditions. Su Nan's voice resonated clearly, imbued with a gravitas that belied his years. Often, we are confronted not with a lack of parts, but with the urgency of time and the harshness of the environment. In such moments, rigid adherence to established methods is insufficient. We must flexibly apply fundamental principles, boldly hypothesize, and cautiously verify. He picked up a piece of chalk and sketched a simple schematic on the blackboard, elucidating how to repair a deformed hub disc through cold straightening, how to utilize shims and the principle of elastic compensation to address wear in the fork mechanism, and how to swiftly diagnose the 3 potential issues in a diesel engine, prioritizing the most probable cause. His explanations were both profound and accessible, characterized by clarity of logic. He not only conveyed the procedures, but emphasized the rationale behind them, breaking down seemingly complex mechanical principles into comprehensible segments. Many seasoned technicians in the audience nodded in understanding, their faces lighting up with revelation. Thus, maintenance transcends mere component replacement. It embodies a deep understanding of the machine's operational principles and their creative application. In the absence of conditions, we create them. When parts are lacking, we devise ways to extract the last vestiges of utility from the old. Su Nan concluded emphatically, his tone resolute. The audience fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into enthusiastic applause. Many were captivated by this innovative, practical, and insightful approach to repairs. Well said. So that's how it works. I used to just swap parts blindly. This young man is impressive. Which unit is he from? From his vantage point, Feng Qing watched with sparkling eyes, leading the applause with a proud expression. However, just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, an incongruous voice pierced through. While Comrade Su Nan's presentation is quite impressive, I have a question. Li Jinhua stood, a disingenuous smile plastered on his face, yet his tone dripped with condescension. Many of your so-called creative applications, such as using tin from a can for precision shims or springs for elastic compensation, are unfamiliar to me. What is their reliability and durability? Could they merely be stopgap measures that harbor greater risks? After all, agricultural production is no trivial matter. If they were to fail during operation, who would bear the consequences? His remarks were sharp, directly questioning Su Nan's technical reliability and responsibility, casting a large shadow of doubt. The room fell silent, all eyes fixated on Su Nan. Internally, Su Nan scoffed, anticipating Li Jinhua's interjection. Maintaining his composure, he responded calmly. Comrade Li Jinhua's concerns are quite valid. Any repair, especially emergency repairs, must be predicated on safety and reliability. He pivoted the conversation. The methods I've employed are not figments of imagination. For instance, the principle of elastic compensation is well documented in mechanical design manuals. I merely adapted it to the field conditions. As for durability, I conducted rigorous tests under both no-load and load conditions post-repair to ensure their strength and operational lifespan would suffice until the conclusion of this spring sowing season. Of course, regular parts will need to be replaced thereafter. But which loss is greater? The delay of 10 to 15 days waiting for parts or the potential impact on production? He paused, scanning the audience. Moreover, I believe that as technicians, our greatest responsibility lies not in embellishing equipment while it is functioning well, but in providing crucial support when it falters, restoring production with the utmost speed and minimal cost. If we are paralyzed by the fear of responsibility, watching crops rot in the fields, that would be the gravest dereliction of duty. Well said. An old squad leader in the audience could no longer contain himself, exclaiming loudly. Exactly. That's the principle. This young man has a sense of responsibility. The applause erupted once more, even more fervent than before. Su Nan's response not only quelled the doubts, but also exemplified a spirit of accountability and courage that resonated deeply with the grassroots producers present. Li Jinhua's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white, and under the approving gazes of the crowd, he awkwardly retreated to his seat, visibly agitated. Seizing the moment, Su Nan added, if any comrades still harbor doubts about my methods, I invite you to the repair shop after this meeting for a hands-on demonstration. Technology advances through continuous exchange and improvement. This gesture further endeared him to the audience. After the exchange, Su Nan became something of a celebrity, with technicians from several units surrounding him, eager to ask questions and request diagrams, to which he patiently responded and shared. Feng Qing finally managed to squeeze through the crowd, rescuing him from the throng. Well done, Su Nan. I didn't realize you had such eloquence. You left Li Jinhua speechless. That was so satisfying, Feng Qing exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Su Nen smiled. I merely spoke the truth. Your truth-telling is remarkably effective, Feng Qing observed, his admiration evident. Come, to celebrate your victorious debut. I invite you to. Well, I don't have much to offer, but how about some sweet water? I have a bit of sugar left. Just as Su Nan was about to decline, he noticed Lin Shui standing a short distance away, seemingly hesitating whether to approach. She held a military water bottle in her hand. Upon seeing Su Nan with Feng Qing, her footsteps faltered, her expression dimmed, and she silently turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Su Nan swallowed his refusal to Feng Qing, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He understood Lin Shui's reservations, but her aloofness still unsettled him. What are you looking at? Feng Qing followed Su Nan's gaze, seeing only Lin Shui's departing silhouette. He shrugged. Come on. There is plenty of sweet water. Ultimately, Su Nan chose not to join Feng Qing for sweet water, citing his need to return and check on Bei Bei, graciously declining the invitation. Though Feng Qing felt a hint of disappointment, he did not press the issue. Upon returning to the repair shop, accolades and congratulations poured in. Team leader Zhang rarely smiled so broadly, and technician Wu engaged him in a lengthy discussion about technical details. However, Su Nen noticed that Li Jianhua was nowhere to be seen. Inquiring with others revealed that he had left midway through the meeting, looking quite unwell. A sense of unease crept into Su Nan's mind. Given Li Jianhua's temperament, he would not let this public setback slide without repercussions. That evening, after tucking Bei Bei into bed, Su Nen sat alone in his small room under the dim light. Extracting paper and pen to meticulously organize the content of his presentation along with some of his repair insights. He resolved to systematically document these experiences. Perhaps they could assist others if disseminated. This, he considered, would be his modest contribution to the era. As he wrote, a faint click echoed from outside. The sound was subtle but resonated with clarity in the stillness of the night. Su Nen paused, holding his breath, straining to listen. Outside, only the wind could be heard. Was it merely an illusion? Or? He gently extinguished the oil lamp, moving cautiously to the window, peering into the moonlight. Outside, no one was present. Only his precious beehive quietly hanging from a branch. Had he misheard? Or was it just a small animal passing by? He reignited the oil lamp, shaking his head, dismissing the notion that he had been overly anxious. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadowy corner of the distant wall, a figure pressed closely against the surface, holding its breath, waiting for the light to extinguish and then re-illuminate before slipping away silently, clutching something tightly in hand. The next morning, Su Nen was awakened by Bei Bei's alarmed cries. Brother, brother, come quick. The bees are dead. Su Nan's heart sank, and he dashed outside. There, at the entrance of the beehive, lay the bodies of several wild bees scattered about. A few bees buzzed anxiously in the air, exhibiting evident distress. His colony was in trouble. Chapter 13. The suspicion of the bees' demise and the ingenious investigation of the malevolent act. The sight of the 10 or so lifeless bee bodies at the entrance of the hive pierced Su Nan's heart like a series of icy daggers. Bei Bei crouched beside him, her small face awash with sorrow and fear, her tiny hands clutching tightly to Su Nan's pant leg. Brother, what happened to the bees? Why aren't they flying? She asked, her voice trembling with impending tears. Suppressing the shock and fury that surged within him, Su Nan knelt down to examine the scene meticulously. Most of the deceased bees exhibited convulsions, and there were suspicious tiny crystalline particles near their mandibles. Cautiously, he used a twig to probe the ground surrounding the hive. And soon, in a sheltered corner away from the wind, he uncovered a small patch of damp soil that was slightly darker and emitted a pungent odor. The knowledge he had acquired from basic herbal identification and first aid and fundamentals of beekeeping and pest control collided in his mind with alarming clarity. This was not a natural death. This was indicative of poisoning. The acrid scent bore a striking resemblance to a highly toxic pesticide. Someone had deliberately poisoned them. A chill shot up Su Nan's spine, igniting a fierce resolve within him. Who could be so dastardly? To not even spare this insignificant swarm? This was not merely an assault on the bees. It was a malignant warning, an act of retribution directed at him. The name Li Jianhua sprang to mind almost instantaneously. Only he possessed such motive and malicious intent. The humiliation endured during yesterday's conference, coupled with a long-standing jealousy, was sufficient to drive him to such despicable actions. Su Nen clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. He yearned to confront Li Jianhua immediately, but he quickly forced himself to regain composure. There was no evidence. Acting rashly would only alert the adversary, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. Don't be afraid, Bei Bei, he said, taking a deep breath to steady his voice. The bees may have ingested something harmful and fallen ill. Brother will find a way to save them. After calming his younger sibling, he sprang into action. He found a piece of rag, and carefully scraped up a sample of the contaminated soil, wrapping it securely. He then meticulously inspected the surroundings of the hive, confirming there were no other obvious sources of poison. It was imperative to cleanse any lingering toxins immediately and attempt to rescue the swarm. The queen bee and the larvae within the comb, along with the pollen and honey sources, might not yet be severely contaminated. Drawing upon his beekeeping knowledge, he set to work without delay. He donned a makeshift bee hat and cautiously opened the hive. The bees were indeed agitated, but perhaps recognizing him as their caretaker, they exhibited less aggression than anticipated. He examined the brood frames closely. Fortunately, most of the capped honey and larval areas appeared relatively normal, though some corners of the pollen storage seemed to have been tainted. With determination, he used his handmade scraper to carefully excise the contaminated pollen and portions of the possibly infected brood frames, clearing the hive. Next, he urgently needed a clean water source to rinse the hive and dilute any remaining toxins, as well as provide water for the bees. However, ordinary water would suffice only minimally. Please, he mentally pleaded. Although it was not the early hours of the morning, he clung to a flicker of hope that the system would respond in this critical moment. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Basic Water Purification and Activated Carbon Preparation Knowledge Capsule, X1, and Miniature Activated Carbon Particles, X1. At last, a timely blessing. The knowledge flooded into his mind, and he instantly grasped how to create purified water using the simplest methods. The small amount of activated carbon available in his space, while limited, might be just enough to address the contamination of the hive. He quickly fetched an old bucket and drew clean water from the well. He then dashed to the kitchen stove, scraping some thoroughly burnt, loose charcoal ash. Following the instructions he had learned, he repeatedly rinsed, crushed, and sifted the charcoal ash to produce a rough activated carbon powder. Though it could not compare to modern products, it would be sufficient to absorb toxic substances. He mixed a small quantity of the system-provided miniature activated carbon particles into his homemade carbon powder, then added it to the bucket of water, stirring and allowing it to settle. Next, he carefully removed all detachable components from the hive, rinsing and scrubbing them with the preliminary sedimented carbon water to eliminate any residual toxins. Once he completed this arduous task, he reassembled the clean components and placed a small amount of the sedimented carbon water near the hive entrance for the surviving bees to consume and cleanse themselves. The entire process was laborious and demanded immense patience and meticulousness. Bei sat quietly at the doorway, watching without a fuss. When Sunan finally straightened up, drenched in sweat, the bees appeared to have calmed slightly, yet the damage had been done, and it remained uncertain how many would ultimately survive. Observing the busy yet sorrowful bees, Sunan felt his heart bleed. This was not merely their sweet hope, but a tragic calamity for an entire community of life. Evidence. He needed irrefutable evidence. The soil sample he had collected was crucial. But how could he test it? In this era, where could he find testing equipment? The Basic Water Purification and Activated Carbon Preparation Knowledge contains some principles for simple toxin detection, utilizing certain biological reactions or chemical colorimetric methods. However, when it came to this pesticide, he required more precise information. He concentrated, recalling the records of plant toxins and pesticides from his herbal identification and beekeeping knowledge. Suddenly, he remembered a common wild plant in the north, sorrel. The sap of this plant would exhibit a specific color reaction when it came into contact with certain organophosphate pesticides. Perhaps it was worth a try? He instructed Bei to stay indoors and not venture out, then hurried to the meadow near the repair shop to search for sorrel. Soon, he found several clusters of tender green leaves. Returning to the cottage, he soaked the soil sample in water to extract a small amount of liquid, which he then dripped onto a shard of broken bowl. Crushing the sorrel leaves, he dripped the juice beside it. As the two liquids slowly met, the edges began to take on an abnormal reddish-brown hue. Sunan's heart sank. Indeed, it was an organophosphate pesticide, though he could not pinpoint the exact type. This was sufficient to prove that it was a deliberate act of poisoning, rather than the bees accidentally ingesting pollen from flowers that had been sprayed with pesticides. The perpetrator was exceedingly cunning, meticulously controlling the dosage to both kill a portion of the bees, causing panic and loss, while ensuring that the toxicity was not so severe as to be easily detected on a large scale. Had it not been for his systematic knowledge, he might have assumed it was merely a case of the swarm suffering from a strange illness or mistakenly consuming toxic flowers. Now, with this simple evidence, although insufficient to directly implicate Li Jinhua, it at least provided him with a sense of assurance and insight into the methods employed by his adversary. The next step was to catch him in the act or find more direct evidence. In the aftermath of this incident, Li Jinhua would likely hesitate to act again in the short term. However, given his vengeful nature, he would not rest until he had his revenge. Sunan carefully preserved the shard of the bowl. As he gazed out the window at the gradually calming bees, his expression turned cold and sharp. He could no longer afford to remain on the defensive. He needed to devise a way to coax this insidious serpent into revealing its true colors. In the afternoon, Sunan went to work at the workshop as if nothing had happened, though he was more silent than usual. When someone inquired about the bees, he merely shook his head, attributing their condition to the changing weather and stating that he was working on it. Li Jinhua also reported for duty, his gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Sunan's eyes. However, when he did glance in Sunan's direction, a fleeting glimmer of smug malice in the depths of his eyes was keenly detected by Sunan. A cold smile crept into Sunan's heart, though his expression remained inscrutable. After work, he did not return directly to the cottage but sought out Feng Qing. "Comrade Feng Qing, I have a favor to ask of you," Sunan stated directly. "Oh, the sun must be rising in the west today. You, Master Su, are requesting my assistance for something you cannot handle?" Feng Qing replied with surprise, chuckling at the unexpected turn of events. "It concerns the matter of the bee colony." Sunan lowered his voice, suspecting that someone had intentionally poisoned them. Feng Qing's smile vanished in an instant, his eyes widening in shock. "What? Poisoning? Who could be so vile?" "There is currently no evidence." Sunan shook his head, "but I need your assistance in spreading a message." He whispered a few words into Feng Qing's ear. The more Feng Qing listened, the brighter his eyes became, ultimately nodding vigorously. "Leave it to me. I guarantee it will be handled properly." "That scoundrel, how despicable. We must expose him." The following day, a rumor quietly spread through the repair shop and nearby teams. Sunan's peculiar box that attracted bees was not a legitimate beehive at all, but rather a contraption he had concocted, seemingly containing some special device or a unique potion that drew in the bees, thus explaining the rapid influx. Now that the bees were ill, Sunan was reportedly attempting to repair the device or recreate the potion, with rumors suggesting he was close to success, which would yield even better results. The tale circulated with an air of mystery. This news, of course, reached Li Jinhua's ears. He was momentarily taken aback, but then a glint of greed and suspicion flashed in his eyes. A precious device? A special potion? Could it be that this fellow was not merely relying on luck to attract bees? What if I could seize that device for myself or sabotage it once more, ensuring his utter ruin? Jealousy and avarice grew rampant within him like wild grass. Meanwhile, Sunan commenced his performance. Each evening after work, he would tinker with the beehive, sometimes disassembling a component for polishing, other times adding some wood ash and clean water, creating an air of enigma. He understood that the fish were soon to be caught. All he needed was to set the trap and wait patiently. Chapter 14. Night captures the Black Hand. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. After the false information was disseminated, Sunan's life seemed to regain its tranquility. He continued to work diligently during the day and after hours, resumed his tinkering with the beehive, occasionally adding materials and recording data, his performance flawless. With his meticulous care and a touch of activated charcoal water, the bee colony gradually stabilized, minimizing losses. In secrecy, Sunan heightened his vigilance. He knew that Li Jinhua would never resist the allure of the special device and potion, especially now that he was on the brink of successful restoration. He needed a witness, someone reliable who could testify when he caught Li Jinhua in the act. This person had to be trustworthy and inconspicuous. He approached Feng Qing and Master Wang, the seasoned welder who had recently returned to health, renowned for his technical skills and forthright character. Sunan chose Master Wang due to his seniority, integrity, and esteemed reputation within the repair shop and the team. His words carried weight, and moreover, Master Wang lived not far from Sunan's modest abode. Sunan did not divulge the entire plan, but merely mentioned that he had made some progress with the beehive recently and felt as though someone was spying on him. Leaving him unsettled, he asked Master Wang to keep an eye on the commotion behind his house during the evening. Master Wang, impressed by Sunan and harboring a strong sense of justice, readily agreed, thumping his chest to assure him, "Rest assured, young Su. I shall see which rascal dares to cause trouble." Feng Qing was responsible for the peripheral support and calling for help at a critical moment. The trap was set. They merely awaited the fish to bite. For 2 consecutive days, the waters remained calm. Li Jinhua behaved even more obediently than usual. On the night of the 3rd day, under the cover of darkness and gusty winds, an ideal time for mischief, Sunan lulled Bei Bei to sleep, then lay on the Kong, fully clothed. His ears perked like a radar, capturing every sound from outside the window. Outside his modest dwelling, Master Wang, bundled in an old cotton coat, crouched behind a concealed pile of firewood, a long extinguished pipe clenched between his teeth, eyes wide with anticipation. Time ticked by, the night deepening and the cold biting. Just when Sunan thought that Li Jinhua might not take action that night, or that he had misjudged, an almost imperceptible rustling sound emanated from behind the house. It had begun. Sunan's heart raced. He stealthily slipped off the Kong and crept to the door, peering through the crack. A shadow approached the beehive perched on the tree branch, stealthily wielding a small bottle in one hand and seemingly another tool in the other, preparing to strike. Though the face was obscured, the figure unmistakably belonged to Li Jinhua. As Li Jinhua twisted the bottle cap, ready to pour the liquid into the hive once more, "You son of a gun. It's you after all." A thunderous roar erupted from behind the firewood pile. Master Wang lunged forward like an enraged lion, seizing Li Jinhua by the collar. Li Jinhua, terrified, dropped the bottle with a crash, shattering it on the ground, immediately releasing a pungent odor of pesticides. The screwdriver he held also fell to the earth. "Who? Let go of me," he shrieked, struggling in panic. Su Nan flung open the door, brandishing a flashlight that he had prepared in advance, the beam striking Li Jinhua's pale, bewildered face. "Li Jinhua, it is indeed you." Su Nan's voice was frigid, laced with suppressed fury. The commotion and shouts echoed through the still night. Feng Qing, who had long been prepared, immediately raised his voice nearby. "Help! Thief! Someone is sabotaging." Soon, lights flickered on in several nearby homes, footsteps and inquiries converging. Team leader Zhang, technician Wu, and several nearby educated youth rushed over, disheveled. Under the focused beams of flashlights and lanterns, the scene was laid bare. Li Jinhua was being firmly restrained by Master Wang. Terror etched on his face, while the ground was littered with the shattered pesticide bottle and a screwdriver, the noxious scent wafting towards them. "What is happening?" Team leader Zhang exclaimed, both astonished and furious at the sight. "What is going on?" Master Wang, his beard trembling with rage, retorted. "I saw this scoundrel holding that poisonous bottle, ready to pour it into young Su's beehive. He was caught red-handed. If I hadn't been lurking here tonight, young Su's bees would have suffered again." The crowd erupted in murmurs of shock. "Li Jinhua, was it truly you who did this? Were you responsible for the deaths of the bees last time? How heartless. Did the bees provoke you in any way?" Li Jinhua turned ashen, trembling all over, stammering incoherently. No, it wasn't me. I was just passing by. I saw someone sabotaging, and I came to catch him. That bottle was left behind by him." "Enough of your nonsense." Master Wang spat at his feet. "I saw everything clearly. Do you think I'm blind? Attempting to frame someone else?" Su Nan stepped forward, picking up the screwdriver from the ground and shining the flashlight at the fresh prime marks at the entrance of the beehive. "Comrade Li Jinhua, do you really need a screwdriver to catch a villain while prying open my beehive? What's in this bottle? Should I summon someone knowledgeable to examine it? The odor is identical to the poison that killed my bees last time." With both witness and physical evidence in hand, Li Jinhua's feeble attempts at denial fell flat. Team leader Zhang, his face dark with fury, kicked Li Jinhua's leg. "You scoundrel! It was you all along. Unable to improve your own skills, you resort to such despicable acts. Jealous of your comrades. Sabotaging production. You've brought shame upon us all." Technician Wu lamented gravely. "Jinhua, how could you commit such an act? It is truly disappointing." The onlookers buzzed with chatter, their voices rife with accusations and disdain. "How true it is that one can know a person's face, but not their heart. I've always sensed something amiss about him. He must be dealt with severely." Feng Qing pushed through the crowd, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Jinhua. "You despicable wretch. You were the one who wrote that report last time, weren't you? Slandering Su Nan and almost dragging Lin Shuai into it. People like you deserve to be sent for reform." Li Jinhua was utterly devastated, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down his face. "I was wrong, class leader, Technician Wu. I was wrong. I was momentarily foolish, consumed by jealousy towards Su Nan. I was blinded by my own demons. Please forgive me this once." Witnessing his disgraceful display, the crowd looked upon him with disdain. Yet, Su Nan felt little satisfaction. Instead, he was enveloped by a profound weariness and sorrow. Jealousy truly has the power to render one so grotesque. "This matter is far from over," class leader Zhang bellowed. "I will report this to the security department of the regiment tomorrow. Li Jinhua, prepare for your punishment." The incident soon attracted the attention of Director Zhao and the regiment's security department. Clerk's son returned, and faced with irrefutable evidence, Li Jinhua openly confessed to the poisoning and the malicious letter. Ultimately, the regiment decided on a severe course of action. Li Jinhua would receive a major demerit, be reassigned away from the repair shop, and sent to the most remote agricultural unit for labor reform, pending further evaluation. In this era, such a punishment was exceedingly harsh, effectively truncating Li Jinhua's future prospects. On the day of his departure, he left with his belongings, walking away in shame under the scornful gazes of others. No one bid him farewell. The repair shop finally returned to a genuine tranquility. After this event, no one dared to underestimate Su Nan, nor did anyone gossip about his background again. Through his skills and integrity, he truly earned the respect of all. Master Wang became a cherished friend to Su Nan, often seeking him out to discuss technical matters. Feng Qing regarded Su Nan as a testament to her own intelligence and valor, praising him to everyone she encountered. Even Lin Shui, in her gaze towards Su Nan, revealed not only her usual tenderness, but also a newfound sense of assurance and admiration. As the weather grew warmer, the grass turned green, and wildflowers blossomed in scattered clusters. The bee colonies regained their vitality, bustling about, even beginning to produce new honey. One weekend, Su Nan carefully opened the beehive to inspect the honeycombs. A small portion of golden honey had been capped. He delicately cut off that piece of honeycomb and brought it inside. "Bebe, come, taste how sweet it is." Bebe approached curiously. Su Nan broke the honeycomb apart, and the golden, viscous honey flowed forth, filling the small room with its rich, sweet aroma. Bebe extended his little tongue to lick it, his eyes widening in astonishment. Erupting with joy, "Brother, it's sweet, so sweet, sweeter than sugar." Looking at his brother's pure and satisfied smile, and observing the thriving bees outside the window, Su Nan felt that all his previous forbearance, struggles, and efforts had been worthwhile. However, amidst this warm and sweet atmosphere, Technician Wu approached him with an expression of excitement tinged with seriousness. "Su Nan, the regiment has just issued an urgent task, specifically requesting your participation." "What task?" Su Nan inquired. "The exploration team has discovered an abandoned Japanese logistical warehouse in a valley. It is rumored to contain some old mechanical equipment, and possibly even a diesel generator. The regiment has ordered our repair shop to assemble a capable team to investigate, assess its potential use, and attempt to recover any usable parts. The terrain there is complex, with difficult vehicle access, requiring foot travel and manual transport. We expect to be gone for several days." An abandoned Japanese warehouse, mechanical equipment, a diesel generator? Su Nan's heart raced. This presented both an opportunity and a latent danger. He glanced at Bebe, who was joyfully licking the honey, his gaze resolute. "I will go." Chapter 15. Delving into the wilderness to uncover secrets. Thorns abound and perils lurk. The task of investigating the abandoned Japanese warehouse stirred ripples of anticipation and trepidation within Su Nan. Opportunities and dangers coexisted, yet he hesitated not for a moment. His yearning for knowledge, the prospect of uncovering valuable resources, and a deep-seated adventurous spirit that resisted complacency propelled him to accept the challenge. The task force was swiftly assembled. The leader was a seasoned, composed mechanic from the repair shop, known as Master Zhou. The team included Su Nan and two other physically adept and agile young intellectuals, one named Da Zhuang and the other Xiaobin. The regiment also dispatched an experienced elder, Grandpa Zhang, who was familiar with the local terrain and adept with firearms, to serve as a guide and protector. Before setting out, Su Nan made thorough preparations. His toolkit brimmed with an array of wrenches, pliers, crowbars, hammers, and a versatile file. He also brought along a homemade flashlight and several precious spare batteries. His provisions consisted of hard cornmeal cakes and pickled vegetables, with his water bottle filled to the brim. However, his greatest concern was Bebe. This expedition would last at least 3 to 5 days. What would happen to his brother? Just as he was troubled, Lin Shui approached him. "Comrade Su Nan, I heard you were going on a mission?" Her eyes were filled with concern. "Don't worry about Bebe. I've arranged for him to stay with me at the health station. He'll eat in the cafeteria, and I can take good care of him." Su Nan was taken aback, warmth flooding his heart. "I'm sorry to trouble you so much, Nurse Lin." "It's no trouble," Lin Shui said. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she looked down. "Bebe is very well behaved. Just be sure to keep yourself safe." Her voice was soft yet imbued with genuine concern. Feng Qing, bursting in from somewhere, handed Su Nan a small bag of fruit candies and a sharp multi-tool. "Take this. In the wild, it might come in handy. The candies can stave off hunger, and the knife is for protection. You must return unscathed, or else my investment will be in vain." She continued her boisterous demeanor to mask her worry, yet the concern in her eyes was unmistakable. Su Nan expressed his gratitude to each of them, committing their kindness to memory. He took Bebe to Lin Shui, and though the little one was reluctant to part with his brother, he was gently coaxed by Lin Shui and tempted by the candies, reluctantly accepting the situation. "Brother, you must come back quickly. Bebe will be waiting for you." Bebe clung to Su Nan's leg, his voice sweet and innocent. Su Nan knelt down and hugged his brother tightly. "Yes, I will be back soon, and I'll bring you something delicious." After bidding farewell to his brother and the others, the exploration team of 5 set out in the regiment's only GAZ truck. The truck jostled along the bumpy dirt road for the better part of the day, the scenery outside transitioning from expansive farmlands to dense, primordial forests and rolling hills. At the foot of a desolate mountain, the truck could advance no further. The group disembarked, shouldered their heavy packs and tools, and, under Grandpa Zhang's guidance, began their trek into the depths of the mountains on foot. There were no paths here, only trails carved by wild animals and thick underbrush. Grandpa Zhang wielded a machete to clear the way, with Master Zhou and Su Nan closely behind, while Dazhuang and Xiaobin brought up the rear. The air in the forest was damp and refreshing, infused with the scent of earth and decaying leaves. Towering trees obscured the sky, allowing only dappled sunlight to filter through. The sounds of birds echoed, occasionally interrupted by the distant howls of unknown beasts. Stay close. Watch your step. There are snakes and pitfalls in this forest. Grandpa Zheng frequently turned back to remind them, his voice resounding through the trees. Though Su Nan was in decent shape, carrying dozens of pounds of tools over such harsh terrain quickly left him drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered in silence. Knowledge from basic wilderness survival and terrain recognition surfaced in his mind, aiding him in better managing his stamina and selecting safe footholds. The journey was far from tranquil. Dazhuang inadvertently disturbed a nest of wild bees, receiving several stings, causing him to grimace in pain. Fortunately, Su Nan promptly cleaned the stings with soapy water and found some herbs to crush and apply, alleviating the discomfort. Xiaobin nearly stepped into a deep pit concealed by fallen leaves, but Master Zhou's quick reflexes saved him just in time. Su Nan was again grateful for his foresight in acquiring a wealth of knowledge. As dusk descended and the daylight waned, they finally arrived at the concealed entrance of a secluded valley. "This is the place," Old Zheng said, pointing toward the shadowy gorge, his expression grave. The Japanese had chosen this location for its obscurity. The circumstances within remained uncertain. "Everyone, stay alert and proceed with caution." The valley's sheer cliffs rose steeply on either side, cloaked in dense, eerie foliage. A nearly parched creek meandered through the gorge, its bed strewn with jagged stones. The five of them cautiously navigated upstream along the stream. And as they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive and silent. Even the birdsong had ceased. Suddenly, Old Zheng, who was leading the way, halted abruptly, raising a hand to signal for silence. "There's movement," he whispered, straining to listen as he slowly unslung his rifle. Tension gripped the group, and they held their breaths. Su Nan focused intently, and besides the wind, he discerned a low, rasping sound emanating from the depths of the valley. It did not resemble any beast. Master Zhou furrowed his brow. Better to be cautious. Old Zheng chambered around, signaling the others to tread lightly as they inched forward. As they rounded a massive boulder, the sight before them elicited sharp gasps from all. Not far ahead on the slope, there lay a dark, gaping entrance, evidently man-made, with decaying timber and rusted tracks scattered about, clearly the entrance to an abandoned warehouse. However, in the clearing before the entrance, a horrifying scene unfolded. 7 or 8 large, grayish-brown wolves were encircling a gnarled pine tree, leaping and growling incessantly. On the tree, there appeared to be a figure crouched. Beneath the tree lay another person, motionless. Their fate unknown. "Wolves." Dazhuang's voice trembled. "The one on the tree is still alive. They're calling for help." Xiaobin observed keenly. Su Nan's heart tightened instantly. The gnarled tree was not far from the entrance, and the figure beneath it was clad in tattered olive drab, resembling a reconnaissance officer from an earlier expedition. They had been ambushed. "Damn it," Old Zheng cursed, raising his gun to take aim, ready to rescue. "But don't panic. Wolves become more ferocious the more you fear them." The pack had evidently noticed the unwelcome intruders. A few wolves turned, baring their fangs, emitting low, threatening growls as they slowly approached, their green eyes glinting ominously in the dim light. The situation was dire. Master Zhou, Dazhuang, Xiaobin, ignite a fire. Quickly. Find dry branches. Wolves fear fire. Su Nan shouted, suddenly recalling his survival training. He swiftly set down his tool bag, withdrawing the longest crowbar and positioning it before him. Calling to Old Zheng, Grandfather Zheng, "Shoot to scare them off. Don't rush to kill. Aim for the ground in front of them." Old Zheng understood immediately and fired a shot into the air. The thunderous report echoed through the valley, deafening. The advancing wolves were startled by the unexpected sound, momentarily halting their advance. Master Zhou and the others scrambled to gather dry twigs and leaves, igniting them with matches. Soon, a small fire crackled to life. Su Nan quickly handed a thick, burning branch to Old Zheng, grasped another for himself, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Old Zheng, brandishing their makeshift torches and shouting fiercely at the wolves. The combination of flames and gunfire proved effective. The pack appeared restless, circling but hesitant to approach, yet unwilling to retreat, still prowling around them and the tree, growling softly. The figure in the tree, seeing salvation, cried out louder, "Help! Comrades! Save us! Hold on!" Master Zhou shouted in response, continuously adding fuel to the fire. They had managed to stalemate the situation. However, this was not a sustainable solution. The fire would soon burn out, and the wolves held the advantage in numbers. Should they lose their deterrent, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, the condition of the injured person beneath the tree was unknown. Immediate assistance was imperative. Old Zheng, Cover us with your firepower. Master Zhou, keep the fire going. I'll find a way to check on the injured. Su Nan gritted his teeth, making a bold decision. Su Nan, it's too dangerous. Master Zhou urgently protested. There was no time to hesitate. They couldn't just stand by and watch a comrade perish. Su Nan's resolve solidified, handing the flaming torch to his left hand while gripping the crowbar tightly in his right. He called to old Zheng, "Grandfather, I'll count to 3. And you fire another shot at the wolves. Good lad, you've got guts." Old Zheng praised, raising his weapon once more. 1, 2, 3, bang. As the gunfire rang out again, the wolves instinctively recoiled. Su Nan, like a released arrow, surged forward, racing toward the figure lying on the ground. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. Chapter 16. Escaping the wolf's den, assessing the injured, unraveling the mystery of the cave. The echoes of gunfire still reverberated through the valley as Su Nan, akin to a swift arrow, reached the fallen figure. A potent stench of blood assaulted his senses. The fallen individual was a young soldier, pallid, eyes shut, with a mangled thigh soaked in blood, the crimson fluid seeping through his trousers. A clear indication of a severe arterial wound inflicted by the wolves. He was losing blood rapidly and had already slipped into unconsciousness. The urgency of the situation was catastrophic. The wolf pack, enraged by the renewed gunfire, yet fearful of the flickering flames, growled anxiously, their circle tightening, their green eyes fixated hungrily on the isolated Su Nan, drool dripping from their fangs. "Su Nan, be careful," Master Zhou and the others shouted, their hearts racing, desperately waving their torches to divert the wolves' attention. Su Nan felt a rush of adrenaline, his nerves on edge. He forced himself to ignore the imminent threat, his mind racing through his knowledge of basic herbal identification and first aid. Stop the bleeding. I must stop the bleeding immediately. Otherwise, this soldier won't last a few minutes. He discarded the torch in his left hand, keeping the crowbar firmly in his right as he knelt beside the injured man. Quickly unfastening his water bottle and towel, lacking a tourniquet, he pressed the crowbar's end against the artery in the soldier's thigh, exerting all his strength to apply pressure. Meanwhile, he bit open the cap of his water bottle, pouring water onto the towel to wipe away the blood caking the wound. After clearing the area, he pressed the damp cloth firmly against the injury. The wounded soldier let out a faint groan of agony. "Hang in there, comrade," Su Nan shouted, both encouraging the soldier and bolstering his own resolve. A massive alpha wolf seemed to sense Su Nan's vulnerability. It growled and lunged forward. Bang! Old Zheng's gun fired again. The bullet struck the rock before the alpha, sending sparks flying. The wolf recoiled in fright, leaping back. "Beast, come at me again," Old Zheng roared, his aim steady on the wolf pack. Master Zhou and the others waved their torches fiercely, slowly advancing to support Su Nan. The wolves, momentarily deterred by their desperate stance, hesitated, but hunger and instinct compelled them to cling to their prey. Seizing the brief respite, Su Nan quickly scanned his surroundings. His knowledge of herbal identification led his gaze to several clusters of purple-flowered plants growing in a crevice nearby. 3-7 grass, a renowned hemostatic herb. One hand pressed firmly on the soldier's artery, he wielded the crowbar to fend off the approaching wolves, struggling to move toward the rock crevice. He crudely dug out the 3-7 grass with the crowbar's tip, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it roughly, and spat out the grass and mud, hastily applying the mixture to the soldier's gruesome wound, pressing down with all his might. The herbal concoction, albeit rudimentary, began to show its hemostatic efficacy. The flow of blood seemed to slow. "Quick, move the fire closer. Form a circle," Su Nan shouted at Master Zhou and the others. Instantly, the three understood the urgency of the situation, carefully using branches to prod the burning firewood, gradually establishing a small fiery barrier around Su Nan and the injured. The flickering flames effectively deterred the pack of wolves, who, by nature, feared fire. Anxiously circling outside, they roared but dared not cross the ring of fire. With the immediate pressure alleviated, Su Nan exhaled slightly, though he did not relent in his grip on the situation. He checked the pulse of the injured, which was exceedingly faint. "Water, give me some water," implored the reconnaissance soldier perched in the tree, his voice hoarse. He was evidently injured, though seemingly not severely, mainly shaken and fatigued. Dazhuang quickly tossed his water bottle up. "Old Zheng, Master Zhou, the injured has lost too much blood. He must be evacuated immediately. We cannot delay any longer," Su Nan urged anxiously. Basic first aid in the wilderness could only sustain life temporarily. Subsequent debridement, suturing, and blood transfusion were imperative at the medical station. "Damn it." Old Zheng glared at the still-looming wolf pack, gritting his teeth. "Master Zhou, you all hold the position here. I'll circle around and fire a few shots to see if I can scare these beasts away." With that, Old Zheng took advantage of the rocky cover and moved to the side. Bang, bang. He fired 2 shots, the bullets striking the hillside behind the wolves. The pack finally wavered. The lead wolf, begrudgingly baring its teeth at Sunken, let out a long howl, seemingly issuing a command. At last, they began to retreat slowly, ultimately vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. For the moment, the crisis was averted. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief, only then realizing the cold sweat that had soaked their backs. Quick, make a stretcher, Master Zhou ordered immediately. Sunken, Dazhuang, and Xiaobin swiftly chopped down several sturdy branches. Using rope and their belts to hastily construct a makeshift stretcher, they carefully placed the injured onto the stretcher and secured him. The reconnaissance soldier from the tree also managed to descend, his arm injured but able to walk unaided. Thank you. Thank you so much, he looked at Sunken. His voice choked with gratitude, filled with the relief of survival. We are comrades. No need for such words. Can you walk? We must leave this place at once. Sunken patted his shoulder. The group dared not linger. Old Zheng took the lead in vigilance, while Master Zhou and Xiaobin bore the stretcher. And Sunken and Dazhuang supported another injured comrade, swiftly retreating along the same route. It was not until they were far from the valley, with the open sky back in view, that they truly felt at ease. Upon returning to the temporary camp, Old Zheng immediately fired a signal flare. A few hours later, rescue personnel and medics dispatched by the regiment arrived to urgently transport the two injured individuals to the medical station. Exhausted, Sunken and the others knew their task was not yet complete. After a brief rest and replenishment, the next day, under the protection of reinforcements, they re-entered the valley. This time, without the threat of the wolf pack, they were able to carefully examine the cave entrance. The concrete facade was mottled and flaking, and a corroded iron door lay askew nearby. Inside was shrouded in darkness, emanating a heavy scent of mildew and rust. Switching on flashlights, they cautiously stepped inside. The space was small, indeed a modest logistics warehouse. The ground was littered with decayed wooden crates and straw, revealing several rusted rifle parts and empty ammunition boxes. In the corner stood a few sizable machines. One was a diesel generator, old and rusty, yet its main structure appeared relatively intact. Another seemed to be a type of machine tool, though it was missing crucial components. Additionally, there were several sealed large oil drums. Sunken's eyes brightened. He meticulously examined the diesel generator. Although its exterior was in disrepair, the main components, such as the cylinder and crankshaft, seemed free of critical damage. If it could be thoroughly derusted, and its piston rings and seals replaced, along with acquiring diesel, it might indeed be restored. For the power-starved Beidawan, this was nothing short of a treasure. Master Zhou, look, this generator might be fixable, Sunken exclaimed with excitement. Master Zhou leaned in for a closer inspection, nodding in agreement. Yes, the main structure is sound, though it's heavily rusted and missing parts. It's a tough nut to crack, but certainly worth the effort. The soldiers began to inventory the other supplies. The sealed oil drums were pried open, revealing solidified grease and some sealed packaged parts. Though aged, they might still prove useful. Sunken, meanwhile, discovered a metal box half buried in the ground at the back of the warehouse, which took considerable effort to pry open. Instead of weapons or ammunition, it contained stacks of yellowed blueprints and technical manuals. The documents, a mix of Japanese and German, featured intricate mechanical diagrams and circuit schematics, seemingly design and maintenance documents for some machinery. While he could not comprehend everything, the precision of the blueprints and parameters sent his heart racing. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Its value might even surpass that of the decrepit generator. What have you found? Master Zhou approached, inquiring. Some technical documents that may prove invaluable, Sunken replied, carefully stowing the blueprints. The reconnaissance mission had exceeded expectations. Not only had they found a potentially useful generator and parts, but also precious technical materials. The group, filled with excitement, began organizing manpower to transport the generator and oil drums. This was an exceedingly labor-intensive process. Observing the heavy generator, Sunken glanced at the rugged mountain path, his brow furrowing. Relying solely on manpower to carry it out would be too arduous. He surveyed the terrain, his gaze landing on the dried creek bed and the decayed railway tracks. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Master Zhou, Old Zheng, I have a suggestion. Sunken pointed to the creek bed and the tracks. We can utilize this slope to create a simple sled or trailer to place the generator on, dragging it down the creek bed, which will save us a great deal of effort. Drawing from his knowledge of basic mechanical principles and material mechanics, he quickly devised a feasible plan in his mind. Master Zhou and Old Zheng exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise and admiration in the other's eyes. Good lad. You're full of ideas. Let us do it. Chapter 17. The decayed machine revived. The journey home with news of father. Sunken's sled transport method received enthusiastic support from Master Zhou and Old Zheng. Without hesitation, the soldiers immediately set to work. felling sturdy timber and utilizing the scrap iron rods and ropes found in the warehouse to swiftly construct a rudimentary yet sturdy wooden sled. Together, they rolled the heavy diesel generator onto the sled, securing it tightly with ropes. The remaining parts and the precious box of blueprints were also carefully packed. Following the dried creek bed and utilizing the natural slope, they coordinated their efforts, some pulling from the front, others pushing from behind to steer. The arduous transport task indeed became much easier. Though still challenging, requiring occasional clearing of obstacles or filling of depressions, the efficiency had increased exponentially compared to mere shoulder carrying. Master Zhou observed Sunan directing with confidence at the front, frequently adjusting the direction with a pry bar, his admiration nearly spilling over. This lad not only possessed technical skills but also ingenuity, was willing to endure hardship, and could step up at critical moments, a true gem. After a grueling day of effort, the reconnaissance team finally returned safely to the temporary camp at the foot of the mountain with their spoils. The truck from the regiment had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing the rust-covered yet substantial generator successfully brought back, the staff officer from the regiment beamed with delight. "Excellent. Wonderful. Master Zhou, Comrade Sunan. You have done a great service." With no time to rest, they immediately loaded the generator and supplies onto the truck, returning to the repair station overnight. When the truck rumbled into the repair station yard, it was already the early hours of the following day. Upon hearing the commotion, team leader Zhang, technician Wu, and numerous sleepless co-workers rushed out. As they beheld the colossal object being unloaded from the truck, astonishment washed over them all. "My goodness, did you truly bring back such a behemoth? Is this a diesel generator? Can something this rusty still be functional?" Team leader Zhang circled the generator twice, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This is a treasure. From now on, when we need to repair precision components, we shall no longer fumble in the dark or trek far to borrow electricity." Yet, amid the exhilaration, the stark reality loomed. This generator, aged and heavily corroded, resembled a heap of scrap metal. Can it truly be repaired? Technician Wu adjusted his glasses, his tone tinged with uncertainty. The collective gaze of the crowd instinctively fell upon Su Nan once more. Despite his fatigued visage, a glimmer of confidence shone in Su Nan's eyes. "Team leader, Technician Wu. The main structure is intact. The primary issues are rust and aging seals. Give me some time, and I should be able to resolve it." "Excellent. Whatever materials or manpower you require, do not hesitate to ask. The office will provide full support," Team leader Zhang proclaimed with an authoritative wave of his hand. In the ensuing days, Su Nan immersed himself in the workshop, tirelessly attending to the generator. Master Zhou willingly lent a hand, while Master Wang occasionally dropped by to assist. Disassembling, derusting, cleaning, and testing each step was a laborious and time-consuming endeavor. Su Nan maximized the application of his knowledge from elementary mechanical principles alongside his understanding of internal combustion engines. Lacking specialized tools, he improvised. Without suitable parts, he creatively repurposed existing materials. When seals aged, he meticulously crafted replacements from oil-resistant rubber. The box of Japanese technical documents proved invaluable, although he could not comprehend every detail. The structural diagrams and parameters provided vital references. He even managed to repair several damaged regulation modules in the circuit, relying on intuition and the diagrams. The entire process resembled the completion of an extraordinarily intricate system engineering project. Each day, the workshop resonated with clanging sounds, drawing countless onlookers eager to witness whether this young miracle worker could breathe new life into the relic. Feng Qing visited almost daily to inspect the progress, under the pretense of gathering promotional material, but in truth, to observe Su Nan. Lin Shui also came by a few times, silently leaving behind snacks and drinks. Her gaze complex as she watched Su Nan, his hands stained with grease, utterly engrossed in his work. With unwavering focus, Su Nan dedicated himself wholly. When the last component was installed, he took a deep breath and turned to team leader Zhang and the gathered crowd. "Team leader, let us give it a try." Diesel was poured into the tank, and the battery was connected. Su Nan grasped the crank and turned it vigorously. Once, twice, the diesel engine emitted a deep, throaty compression sound, and black smoke billowed from the exhaust. Everyone's hearts raced. Su Nan adjusted the throttle and pressure relief, cranking it again with all his might. Virum, rumble, rumble. A powerful and steady roar erupted. The diesel generator trembled violently, and the voltage gauge needle shot up, stabilizing at 220 volts. It worked. It worked. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. "The lights are on." Someone pointed at a temporarily connected bulb at the output terminal, exclaiming even louder. The incandescent bulb radiated a stable and dazzling light. In this twilight hour, the glow was striking, so warm. "Well done, young man." Team leader Zhang joyfully slapped his thigh. Laughing heartily, Master Zhou and Master Wang exchanged glances, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Technician Wu rubbed his hands together excitedly. Fantastic. Remarkable. We have our own electricity. Feng Qing leaped in exhilaration, nearly rushing forward to embrace Su Nan, but fortunately halted just in time. Lin Shui stood on the periphery, observing Su Nan, whose face was smeared with grease yet shone with brilliance under the light, her lips unconsciously curving into a gentle smile. Su Nan gazed at the illuminated bulb, listening to the generator's roar, filled with immense accomplishment and pride. This was a miracle he had crafted with knowledge and labor. The successful restoration of the generator became headline news for the repair shop and even the entire regiment. The regiment's leadership personally came to commend him, and Su Nan's name was thrust once again into the spotlight. The repair shop finally bid farewell to the dim era of kerosene lamps. Although electricity was scarce and prioritized for precision repairs and lighting, it marked a significant advancement. However, amid this chorus of praise, Technician Wu privately approached Su Nan, his expression serious. Su Nan, there is something I'm unsure whether to tell you. Technician Wu hesitated. Please, do speak, Technician Wu. A heaviness settled in Su Nan's heart. The regiment is compiling materials for recognition and has reviewed your file. Technician Wu lowered his voice regarding your father's file. It mentions that he initially underwent reformation at the forestry farm in the northern Zingenling region, but later, he reportedly went missing during a forest fire rescue operation. With no evidence of life or death. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap exploded in his mind. Su Nan froze, his face paling instantly. His father is missing? In the northern forestry farm? A fire? Fragments of the original owner's memories entwined with his emotions in a tumultuous whirl. The vague image of his father, bespectacled and perpetually silent, yet secretly slipping him candy when he fell ill, became painfully vivid. He had always believed his father was serving time at a southern farm. Although the burden of his background loomed over him, at least the man might still be alive. But now missing? His fate unknown? The overwhelming impact and indescribable complexity of emotions engulfed him. Sympathy for the original owner's father, frustration at the helplessness of this era, and an inexplicable, profound longing mingled with a faint, unwarranted hope. Missing perhaps meant there was still a minuscule chance. Su Nan, are you all right? Technician Wu looked at him with concern. Su Nan abruptly snapped back to reality, shaking his head vigorously, his voice hoarse. I'm fine. Thank you for informing me. Technician Wu. He wandered back to his small room, oblivious to the surrounding cheers and congratulations. Bei Bei was playing inside. Upon seeing him return, he joyfully rushed over. Brother, the light is so bright. Su Nan scooped up his younger brother, burying his face in the warm, small shoulder, lingering there without looking up. Outside, the generator's roar continued unabated, symbolizing light and hope. Yet within the room, Su Nan's heart sank into a cold and turbulent undercurrent. His father's disappearance during the fire in the northern wilderness. Each word resonated heavily in his mind, laden with the unique brutality and obscurity of that era. Chapter 18. Turbulent Emotions and a Silent Vow. Threads of clue unravel in the northern frontier. The news of his father's disappearance weighed upon Su Nan's heart like a heavy, chilling ice, instantly dulling all the joy brought by the generator's successful restoration. He cradled Bei Bei, sitting silently in the small room for a long time, until the little one restlessly wriggled, prompting him to come back to his senses. Brother, are you not happy? Bei Bei gazed up with his small face, sensitive to his brother's emotions. Su Nan forced a smile, ruffling his brother's hair. No, brother is just deep in thought. Bei Bei, be good and play for a while. He set Bei Bei down and walked to the window, gazing at the exceptionally bright streetlight powered by the generator. Yet his gaze seemed to pierce through the light, directed towards the vast, unknown northern forests. The fire at the Zingenling forestry farm, missing with no trace of life or death. Each word was heavy, imbued with the era's unique cruelty and fog. The original host's memories of his father are sparse, composed mostly of vague and oppressive fragments. A slender figure hunched over a desk, adorned with thick glasses, a silent yet resolute spine as he was taken away. And the complex, tortured eyes of his father, gazing through his lenses as his mother departed with a finality that echoed throughout the years. The emotions lingering in this body, coupled with Su Nan's intrinsic longing for familial bonds, weave together a tapestry of indescribable sorrow and yearning. Disappearance signifies an overwhelming likelihood of being lost to the world. The terror of forest fires, though not personally experienced, is something he can vividly imagine. But what if? What if a miracle were to unfold? What if his father were merely injured and suffering from amnesia, wandering in some forgotten corner? Once this thought takes root, it spreads like wild grass on a desolate plain, fiercely embedding itself and growing uncontrollably. He must take action, even if it is merely to seek solace for himself, to unravel the deep-seated obsessions that perhaps even he is unaware of. and to provide closure for the last remnants of blood ties that may exist between himself and Bei in this world. But how to investigate? He currently finds himself in the repair shop of the Great Northern Wilderness, far removed from the Xinyanling forest farm. His identity is sensitive, being the son of a rightist, and his movements are shrouded in invisible constraints. He also has Bei to care for, and cannot afford reckless risks. The path ahead is fraught with difficulties and shrouded in uncertainty. Signing in, Sunan unconsciously murmurs this in his mind, as if it were an instinctive search for comfort and guidance. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained Basic Trace Tracking and Information Analysis Knowledge Capsule, X1. Miniature High Precision Compass, X1. A torrent of information regarding environmental observation, clue analysis, and logical reasoning floods his mind. Simultaneously, a small yet exquisitely crafted compass materializes in the space around him. Sunan feels a stir within. It seems the system always provides the most apt assistance precisely when he is in dire need. Could this knowledge of tracking and analysis, along with the compass, be hinting at something? He takes a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Impulse will not resolve his dilemmas. He must devise a plan. First, he must delve deeper into the events surrounding his father's past. The archival records are scant. There must be individuals with knowledge of the incidents. Who is most likely to possess information? Those who endured re-education alongside his father? Employees of the forest farm? Or perhaps the cadres who handled subsequent matters? His thoughts immediately turn to Technician Wu. Technician Wu has a wide network within the regiment and may assist him in uncovering more about the fire at the Xinyanling forest farm and the missing personnel. Next, he needs to elevate his standing and value in this territory. Only by becoming more significant, possessing greater influence and freedom of movement, can he hope to acquire more information or even secure opportunities to travel north for investigations. Repairing the generator is a commendable start, but he requires more such capital. Finally, and most importantly, he must ensure Bei's safety. Any action taken must not come at the expense of his brother's security and happiness. With his thoughts gradually crystallizing, the anxiety in his heart subsides, replaced by a heavy sense of determination. The next day, Sunan approaches Technician Wu, not directly mentioning his father, but instead feigning an interest in the historical aspects of machinery, subtly requesting Wu's assistance in keeping an eye out for any relevant records or old news. Technician Wu, perceiving Sunan as a technical enthusiast, readily agrees and praises his spirit of inquiry. At work, Sunan becomes increasingly engrossed. He not only completes his daily maintenance tasks, but also begins systematically compiling his insights and technical highlights, especially regarding the repurposing of obsolete equipment. He hopes to create a valuable document that could either be reported or serve as guidance for other teams. The generator he meticulously maintains becomes the pride of the repair shop. He also finds time to improve the wiring, installing electric lights in both the workshop and office, and even attempts to power an old bench drill. Although the speed is unstable, it still amazes the veteran craftsman. His diligence and talent are recognized by more people. Team leader Zhang increasingly relies on him, and even Director Zhao greets him with a nod. During this period, Fengqing visits him several times, enthusiastically expressing her desire to write a detailed report praising his achievements in repairing the generator and his spirit of technological innovation. This time, Sunan does not refuse outright. He merely requests that the emphasis be placed on the collective rather than on individual accomplishments. Although Fengqing is puzzled, she ultimately agrees. Lin Shui continues to care for him quietly, bringing him clean gauze to wipe his hands, and occasionally a bit of saved sugar. She seems to be more cautious since the reporting incident, yet the feelings in her eyes are difficult to conceal completely. Sunan appreciates her kindness, but his heart is occupied with more pressing matters, and he can only respond politely. One day, while Sunan is processing a non-standard part needed for the generator in the workshop, Technician Wu quietly approaches him, wearing a somewhat mysterious expression. Sunan, I have some leads on the matter you asked me to inquire about last time. Technician Wu pulls him into a corner and whispers. I asked an old friend in the archives to check, and there are indeed very few records regarding the fire at the Xinyanling forest farm. It only mentions that it was triggered by a lightning strike, with a large area burned and an incomplete list of casualties and missing persons. Sunan's heart races. However, Technician Wu continues, I have uncovered another piece of information. Among those who participated in the firefighting and subsequent cleanup, there were members from our corps. Now, a deputy squad leader in the 3rd Division's 5th Regiment, named Liu, was one of the militia leaders who went to assist. He might know more specific details. The 3rd Division's 5th Regiment. Deputy Squad Leader Liu. Sunan's heart leaps. This is undoubtedly an extremely valuable lead. Thank you, Technician Wu. Thank you so much. Sunan exclaims, gripping Wu's hand in excitement. No need to mention it, Technician Wu replies, patting him on the shoulder, his gaze filled with meaning. Little Su, some matters should be approached with caution. If you need help, just ask. Su Nan nods emphatically, understanding the depth of Wu's concern. Knowing the direction to pursue, Su Nan immediately begins to contemplate how to make contact with Deputy Squad Leader Lu. Should he approach directly? What rationale could he provide? Inquiring about a deputy squad leader from another regiment regarding a fire incident from years past would undoubtedly attract attention, potentially exposing his true intentions. He must devise a plausible and unobtrusive excuse. The opportunity soon presents itself. A few days later, the regiment announces the organization of a technical exchange group among the repair shops of various regiments, led by experienced craftsmen to share advanced practices and address common technical challenges. The repair shop is allocated a spot. Team leader Zhang and technician Wu immediately think of Su Nan. Su Nan, you should go? It's a perfect chance to share your insights on repurposing obsolete equipment and learn from the craftsmen of other regiments. Team leader Zhang declares. Su Nan's heart soars with joy. This is truly a fortuitous opportunity. The 3rd Division's 5th Regiment is on the exchange list. He suppresses his excitement and calmly accepts the task. On the eve of departure, he meticulously prepares his exchange materials, carefully concealing the miniature compass and a finely sharpened knife. He also selects several key Japanese technical drawings discovered in the warehouse, particularly those related to small power machinery, which he carries with him as potential conversation starters or crucial bargaining chips in critical moments. He gazes at the sleeping Bei, gently kissing his forehead. Bei, brother is going out for a few days to find you more sweets and good things. You must listen to Sister Lin Shui, understand? Bei mumbles in his sleep, responding softly. Su Nan smiles, yet his gaze remains resolute. This journey north, ostensibly for technical exchange, will covertly serve as his quest to find Deputy Squad Leader Lu and unveil the first layer of mystery surrounding his father's disappearance. Unbeknownst to him, as he was preparing to embark on his journey, a vague report regarding his proactive request to participate in a technical exchange, along with the possession of suspected foreign technical materials, was quietly placed on the desk of a certain leader by a junior officer who still harbored reservations about him. A new journey unfolded, harboring both latent hope and unknown risks. Chapter 19. The 5th Regiment shines in exchange, a familiar face encountered on a winding path. On the way to the 5th Regiment, Su Nan's emotions were a tangled web of complexity. The truck jolted across the vast black soil, with boundless fields and rolling hills visible through the window. Accompanying him were an older technician and a staff member from the regiment's headquarters. For most of the journey, Su Nan remained silent, seemingly resting, while in reality, he was mentally rehearsing how to unobtrusively gather information about Deputy Commander Lu upon arrival at the 5th Regiment. The venue for the technical exchange was set at the 5th Regiment's repair shop, which was larger than the 2nd Regiment where Su Nan was stationed. The welcoming ceremony was simple yet warm. Director Zhang of the 5th Regiment, a boisterous middle-aged man, extended a hearty welcome to the comrades from the brother unit. The exchange activities swiftly delved into the core topics. Technical backbones from various regiments took turns sharing their experiences. Some discussed tractor chassis repairs, while others talked about improvements to harvester blades. Much of the content was conventional, yet informative. When it was Su Nan's turn, the theme he introduced regarding the restoration and emergency modification of obsolete equipment immediately captivated the audience's attention. He eschewed rote recitation, opting instead to illustrate his points through the practical example of restoring a Japanese generator and a seed drill fork. His explanations were accessible yet profound, encompassing thought processes, methods, and material substitution techniques. Often, what we lack is not the technology itself, but the audacity to break conventions and the ability to apply principles flexibly. For instance, when using tin from a can to create a compensating washer, the primary consideration should not be whether it resembles the original part, but rather whether its strength and toughness meet the operational requirements, and whether its shape can effectively fulfill the functional substitution. His presentation was vivid and concrete, characterized by clear logic, and bolstered by tangible success stories, eliciting gasps of astonishment and moments of epiphany from the audience. Brilliant! How did I not think of this? What a remarkable mind this young man possesses. Where did the 2nd Regiment unearth such a gem? Director Zhang of the 5th Regiment listened with rapt attention, nodding vigorously. During a break in the exchange, he sought out Su Nan, clapping him firmly on the shoulder. Comrade Su Nan, that was exceptional. Truly, hearing your insights is worth more than a decade of study. Your 2nd Regiment has struck gold. Would you be interested in joining us at the 5th Regiment? We have better resources and a larger platform. The accompanying staff member from the regiment's headquarters promptly interjected with a smile. Hey, old Zhang, you can't be so blatant about poaching. Su Nan is the pride of our director Zhao. Laughter erupted, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Su Nan humbly responded, yet internally, he was anxious. Time was limited, and he needed to swiftly find an opportunity to connect with Deputy Commander Lu. The afternoon comprised group discussions and hands-on practice. Sun-in was assigned to the agricultural machinery group, where he half-heartedly participated in discussions while secretly observing and inquiring. Excusing himself to go to the restroom, he slipped into the courtyard of the repair shop, offering a cigarette to an older worker who was resting, hoping to strike up a conversation. "Master, may I inquire about someone? Is there a Deputy Commander Liu in our regiment? I've heard he possesses remarkable technical skills, and I'd like to consult him on a few issues." The older worker accepted the cigarette. Squinting as he pondered, "Deputy Commander Liu? You must be referring to Liu Taiju of the 3rd Company, right?" He asked, quite the veteran, having served as a militia member during the war against the Japanese, and later transitioned to the army. His techniques may be a bit rough, but his experience is unparalleled. Looking for him. He seems to have gone into the mountains to gather timber and won't be back until the day after tomorrow. Into the mountains? Sunan's heart sank. The exchange group would be returning tomorrow. Time was running out. Where does he usually stay? At the company headquarters or the family quarters? Sunan pressed on, unwilling to relent. Usually at the company headquarters. But young man, I advise you against visiting in the next few days. The older worker lowered his voice. It seems that something has transpired recently in their company. The atmosphere is quite tense, and Deputy Commander Liu has been rather irritable. You probably won't get much information out of him. An incident in the company? Sunan's heart felt even heavier. This was indeed a case of misfortune compounding upon misfortune. After expressing his gratitude, he returned to the discussion group, burdened with thoughts. What should he do? Was he to make a fruitless trip? To seek out the deputy commander directly? The risks were too great and could easily arouse suspicion. For the remainder of the day, Sunan's thoughts were scattered. In the evening, the 5th Regiment arranged a simple reception dinner. Following the meal, there was free time, and while others mingled and played cards, Sunan excused himself for a walk and stepped outside the guest house. The 5th Regiment's headquarters was even larger than the 2nd Regiment's, resembling a small town. As the sun set, wisps of smoke curled into the sky, and everywhere were workers returning from a long day and children frolicking. Sunan wandered aimlessly, his mind racing with strategies. Before he knew it, he found himself near a sparse birch grove at the edge of the headquarters. Here, human presence was scant, save for a solitary warehouse-like structure. Suddenly, he heard muffled voices arguing behind the warehouse, one of which sounded somewhat familiar. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. It must be reported. A younger voice exclaimed passionately. Report? With what? Evidence? Just based on your assumptions? Retorted another voice, a bit older and hoarse, tinged with irritation and resignation. But Deputy Commander Liu, that batch of parts clearly, be quiet. Walls have ears. I told you to keep this under wraps for now. Let us wait and see. Don't get me into trouble. Deputy Commander Liu? Sunan's heart raced. This was indeed a fortuitous break. He quickly ducked behind a sturdy birch tree, holding his breath. 2 figures emerged from behind the warehouse. The first was a young soldier in his 20s, his face a mask of indignation. Following him was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark skin and a solid build, his brow furrowed. Clad in a faded old military uniform, his hair tousled, and his eyes sharp yet burdened with fatigue and anxiety. This must be Deputy Commander Liu Taiju. The young soldier seemed poised to speak again, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Deputy Commander Liu, who then irritably pulled out a tobacco pipe. Squatting against the wall of the warehouse, puffing away as smoke enveloped his troubled visage, Sunan's heart raced. The opportunity was right before him. Yet, observing Deputy Commander Liu's state, it was clear he was ensnared in a troubling predicament. Was it appropriate to approach him with inquiries about past matters? Would he be met with disdain? There was no time for hesitation. If he missed this chance, it might never come again. Taking a deep breath, Sunan stepped out from behind the tree, striving to appear natural as he approached Deputy Commander Liu. Excuse me, are you Deputy Commander Liu of the 3rd Company of the 5th Regiment? Sunan inquired politely. Deputy Commander Liu, alert, lifted his head, scrutinizing Sunan with keen eyes. His tone guarded. I am. Who are you? Which company do you belong to? I don't recall seeing you before. Good day, Deputy Commander. I am Sunan from the repair shop of the 2nd Regiment, here to participate in the technical exchange. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Having heard of your extensive experience, I would like to humbly seek your guidance on a technical issue. Upon hearing that Sunan was a technician from a brother unit, Deputy Commander Liu's demeanor softened slightly, though he remained unenthusiastic, exhaling a puff of smoke. Technical issue? You can ask the folks from your exchange group. I'm just a rough old man. What do I know about technology? Can't you see I'm dealing with something troubling right now? He abruptly turned away, closing the door on the conversation. Sunan felt urgency clawing at him, but he maintained his composure, having anticipated this reaction. From his bag, he retrieved several meticulously selected Japanese blueprints and offered them to Liu. Deputy Commander, please take a look. This is some information we discovered in an abandoned Japanese military warehouse, pertaining to small power mechanisms. There are certain sections that are somewhat perplexing, and I thought perhaps your extensive knowledge could provide some guidance. He deliberately turned the blueprints to the page featuring detailed structural diagrams, which were densely annotated with text. The mixture of katakana and technical jargon appeared indeed arcane. Deputy Commander Liu initially cast a cursory glance, his impatience evident, yet his gaze lingered upon the intricate mechanical schematics, whereupon he seemed to pause momentarily. Despite his limited education, his years of arduous experience had instilled in him an instinctive fascination with mechanical equipment. He took the blueprints and, frowning, began to scrutinize them closely, his fingers unconsciously tracing the Japanese annotations. Interesting, indeed, he muttered to himself, seemingly captivated by the diagrams. Soon felt a surge of joy within him, seizing the moment to remark, "Yes, it's a pity that much of it is unintelligible, particularly these annotations. It seems to suggest that certain maintenance should avoid high temperatures or humid forest environments. If only we could fully comprehend it. It might aid in the upkeep of our current machinery in the forest." He deliberately emphasized the words humid forest, quietly observing Deputy Commander Liu's reaction. Liu's hand, holding the blueprints, appeared to hesitate slightly, his gaze flickering momentarily before he raised his eyes to meet Su Nan's, the wariness in his expression diminishing, replaced by a hint of curiosity. "You seem to have a keen interest in these Japanese relics. Are you contemplating some form of repurposing?" Su Nan humbly smiled in response. After taking a few puffs on his cigarette, Liu fell into a brief silence before abruptly inquiring, "From which Japanese warehouse did you procure this?" "A small abandoned warehouse in the mountains near our regiment," Su Nan replied, feeling a surge of anxiety as an opportunity seemed to arise. In response to the mention of the mountain warehouse, Liu's eyes momentarily drifted, as if lost in a memory, his tone growing distant. "I encountered many remnants left by the Japanese in the northern forest back in the day. That great fire, the fire. The fire." He had brought it up. Su Nan's heart raced, his palms growing clammy as he feigned calmness, cautiously following the thread of conversation. "The northern forest? The fire? Deputy Commander Liu, did you participate in fighting the fire?" Liu abruptly snapped back to the present, casting a wary glance at Su Nan as if realizing he had misspoken. He immediately adopted a stern demeanor, thrusting the blueprints back into Su Nan's hands. "Old tales, why bring them up? I don't understand these blueprints. Ask someone else." With that, he rose and strode away, leaving no room for further discussion. "Deputy Commander Liu," Su Nan called out, taking a step forward. "Was that fire in the Xing'anling forest?" Liu abruptly halted, turning sharply, his gaze piercing as it bore into Su Nan, laden with an unprecedented severity. "Why are you inquiring about this? Who are you?" His eyes were sharp, as though they could pierce through to one's very soul, the weight of his battlefield presence nearly suffocating to Su Nan. He realized that he had been too eager, raising Liu's suspicions. Hastily, he explained, "And no, it's nothing, just something I heard about before, and I was a bit curious." "Mind your own business and refrain from prying into matters that don't concern you." Liu interrupted coldly, his tone as hard as stone. "Focus on your technical discussions, and keep out of other affairs." After that, he offered no further chance for dialogue, striding decisively into the encroaching dusk. Su Nan remained rooted to the spot, watching Liu's retreating figure, overwhelmed by disappointment and frustration. Just a little more. He had clearly mentioned the fire and the forest. Why such a fierce reaction? What secrets lurked behind that conflagration? As night deepened and the chill set in, Su Nan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Yet, Liu's unusually vigilant response ignited a flicker of determination and doubt within him. That fire was certainly no trivial matter. He must find a way to pry open this fissure. Chapter 20. A glimmer of hope in the darkness. Whispers revealing secrets. Deputy Commander Liu's vigilant and unyielding demeanor felt like a bucket of cold water splashed upon Su Nan's heart. Standing amidst the thickening shadows, he gazed at the figure disappearing around the corner of the barracks, disappointment and frustration crashing over him like a tidal wave. He had startled the snake in the grass. Any future attempt to gain insight from Liu would likely be akin to scaling a mountain. Despondently, he retraced his steps, replaying every word exchanged and Liu's every expression in his mind. That sudden burst of severity and resistance was not merely a normal reaction to a stranger inquiring about old matters. The fire, his father's whereabouts, surely concealed some secret that should not be touched lightly. Should he simply give up? No. Su Nan clenched his fists. Liu's reaction only underscored that he knew something significant, something pivotal. Although the path ahead had become treacherous, the direction remained undeniably correct. Yet, what should be his next step? A direct confrontation would surely yield no fruit. He must seek another avenue. Upon returning to the guest house, his roommate, an elderly technician, had already drifted into slumber. Su Nan lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The fragments of the argument between Liu and the young soldier behind the warehouse echoed in his mind. That batch of components was definitely something that needed reporting, awaiting evidence. Components? Reporting? Liu's evident irritation was perhaps due to the matters of the unit? Could this be a potential entry point? The following day, the technical discussions resumed. Sunan forced himself to participate, but his thoughts had already soared elsewhere. He observed that several skilled craftsmen from the 5th Regiment appeared somewhat unsettled, conversing in hushed tones, their expressions grave. During lunch, he intentionally positioned himself next to a kindly-looking old machinist from the 5th Regiment, engaging in casual conversation as they ate. "Master, I noticed our workshop is well equipped. That C620 lathe is maintained exceptionally well." The old machinist sighed. The equipment is indeed commendable, yet it falters at critical moments. A batch of repair components urgently needed by the 3rd Company is halfway through processing, but the key cutting tool has broken. And the backup tools in stock have also encountered issues. The dimensional precision simply cannot meet the requirements. They are pressing us. And Deputy Commander Liu is on the verge of a breakdown. I hear it even involves some accountability issues. Alas, a broken tool? Inadequate precision? Sunan's heart stirred with excitement. This seemed like an opportunity. He immediately pressed on. What components are they? Are the precision requirements very high? Perhaps I could take a look? We encountered a similar issue on our end. There might be a solution. The old machinist regarded him with skepticism. You? Young man. It's not that I underestimate you, but that batch of components consists of pressure pins for heavy tractors, requiring exceptional smoothness and fit tolerances. Only highly skilled artisans can manage. Let me give it a try, Master, Sunan implored earnestly. More hands mean more strength. We can't just sit back and watch production stall, can we? After a moment of hesitation, perhaps driven by a desperate times call for desperate measures mindset, or perhaps moved by Sunan's previous speech, the old machinist finally nodded. Very well. After lunch, I will take you to the workshop to have a look. But let me make it clear, if you mess it up, you'll be held responsible. Not a problem, Sunan replied eagerly. After lunch, Sunan followed the old machinist to the workshop. The batch of semi-finished components and the broken tools lay on the workbench, surrounded by several craftsmen from the 5th Regiment, who were clearly worried. Sunan picked up a discarded component and a broken tool, examining them closely. Knowledge of basic metal materials and machining processes surged within him. He quickly identified the problem. The material and heat treatment process of the tool were incompatible with the alloy steel rod to be processed, resulting in concentrated thermal stress during cutting, causing the blade to break and the surface to harden, thus rendering subsequent finishing incapable of meeting the requirements. Masters, I believe it's not an issue of machining skill, but rather a minor problem with the choice of material and heat treatment for the tool, Sunan articulated. Moreover, forcibly processing after the blade has broken has already hardened the workpiece surface. It needs to be annealed to soften it before proceeding. The craftsmen stared at him in astonishment. They were solely focused on sharpening their blades and honing their skills, completely neglecting the material composition and heat treatment of the tools. Annealing? The workshop conditions are rudimentary, and temperature control is imprecise. If we over-anneal, the parts will be rendered useless, an experienced craftsman retorted. Overall annealing is unnecessary, Sunan interjected, lifting a component and pointing at the machined area. We can attempt localized rapid annealing by carefully heating the work-hardened zone to a deep red using an oxyacetylene flame. We can then swiftly bury it in dry asbestos ash or lime powder for a gradual cooling process. This should soften the surface while preserving the overall integrity. As for the tools, I recall there seems to be a scrap of T10A steel in your storeroom. Although it cannot serve as a primary tool, it could be expertly crafted into a precision scraper, ideally suited for treating this hardened surface. His reasoning was coherent and well-founded, even considering the utilization of scrap materials. The veteran craftsman exchanged glances, finding his proposal unprecedented yet seemingly plausible. Will this work? The old mechanic hesitated. It's better than waiting idly. Let me give it a try. I will take responsibility for any issues, Sunan insisted once more. He understood the risks involved. Yet this was the only opportunity to swiftly gain the trust of the technicians from the 5th Regiment and potentially make a connection with Deputy Commander Liu. Perhaps it was his confidence that inspired the others, or perhaps they were simply out of options. Ultimately, the veteran craftsman agreed to let him proceed. Sunan immediately set to work. He personally rummaged through the scrap pile to retrieve the T10A steel and, relying on his knowledge and tactile sense, meticulously ground a uniquely shaped precision scraper on the grinding wheel. Subsequently, he guided the workers in constructing a simple localized annealing apparatus, operating the oxyacetylene flame with utmost caution. Throughout the afternoon, Sunan immersed himself in the workshop, utterly dedicated. Sweat soaked his clothing, and his hands were smeared with grease, yet his gaze remained focused and bright. The craftsmen from the 5th Regiment transitioned from initial skepticism to cautious observation, and eventually to active cooperation, their attitudes subtly shifting. As evening approached, when the first component underwent localized annealing and manual scraping, the inspection results revealed that the dimensional tolerances and surface finish fully met the specifications. The workshop fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into exclamations and cheers. Incredible! It truly worked. This method is remarkable. The young man is impressive. Quickly, let us process the remaining components using this technique. The news spread like wildfire. Soon, Deputy Commander Liu rushed into the workshop, panting. Seizing the qualified component and examining it from every angle, he glanced at Su Nan, whose hands were still greasy and whose face bore the signs of exhaustion yet was lit up with a smile. Liu's expression was complex, a mixture of astonishment, gratitude, and a subtle hint of relief. Comrade Su Nan, I cannot thank you enough. You've been an immense help to our unit. You've resolved a significant issue, Liu exclaimed, somewhat incoherently, gripping Su Nan's hand tightly. This handshake was far more sincere and vigorous than the one from the previous day. You're too kind, Deputy Commander. It's only natural that we learn from one another, Su Nan replied modestly with a smile. That evening, the hospitality from the 5th Regiment was noticeably warmer. Director Zhang personally accompanied them, and the meal included 2 additional hearty dishes. Deputy Commander Liu frequently raised his glass to Su Nan, his gratitude evident. After a few rounds of drinks, with the atmosphere growing lively, Su Nan sensed the moment was ripe. He sighed and, feigning nonchalance, quietly addressed Deputy Commander Liu. Actually, when I inquired about the forest fire yesterday, I had no ulterior motives. I heard that among the missing persons, there might be a distant relative of mine. The elders at home have been concerned and are eager for definitive news to finally put their minds at ease. If my question troubled you, please disregard it. His tone was sincere, imbued with just the right amount of sorrow and helplessness, positioning himself as a supplicant, significantly reducing any potential defensiveness. Deputy Commander Liu, flushed from the alcohol, found his psychological defenses noticeably weakened by the combination of the alcohol and Su Nan's recent assistance. Upon hearing Su Nan's words, he paused, his smile fading to reveal a mix of sympathy and complexity. He silently took a long sip of tea, and after a prolonged silence, sighed heavily, lowering his voice. Comrade Xiao Su, it's not that I, old Liu, lack compassion, it's just that the waters run deep. He glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, leaned closer to Su Nan, and whispered, the fire was said to have been caused by a lightning strike. But some old forestry workers privately mentioned that the onset of the flames seemed rather peculiar, not like a natural occurrence. Moreover, the missing individuals included not only labor reform prisoners, but also knowledgeable intellectuals. When investigators arrived, their inquiries were loud but yielded little, and ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. We were all warned against discussing it. His words were fragmented and vague, laced with caution, yet the implications ignited a wild pulse in Su Nan's heart. The flame's peculiar onset, knowledgeable intellectuals among the missing, an investigation that led nowhere, a gag order. Each word struck Su Nan like a hammer. His father was a knowledgeable intellectual. Was there more to the fire than met the eye? The mystery of his father's disappearance. He yearned to probe further. But Deputy Commander Liu seemed to snap back to reality, abruptly halting his discourse. His expression shifted back to one of vigilance as he firmly patted Su Nan's shoulder. His voice returning to normal. Ahem. Let us not dwell on old matters. Comrade Xiao Su, thank you for today. If you ever need anything in the 5th Regiment, feel free to seek me out. Now let us drink. He lifted his teacup once more, clearly unwilling to utter another word. Yet it was enough. The few vague pieces of information revealed by Deputy Commander Liu that night acted as a key, unlocking a door to a deeper maze of uncertainty. Was the fire truly an accident? Were the disappearances of his father and other technical personnel shrouded in deeper secrets? Why was it suppressed? New enigmas surged forth. Yet the direction for investigation became clearer than ever. Su Nan suppressed the tumult within, maintaining an outward calm as he clinked glasses with Deputy Commander Liu. He understood that this arduous path of inquiry had finally commenced in earnest. Chapter 21. The return journey. Clouds of doubt linger, and a letter from home stirs waves. The technical exchange with the 5th Regiment concluded. Su Nan embarked on his journey back, filled with valuable insights yet burdened by heavier concerns. On the truck, the accompanying veteran technicians and regiment staff excitedly discussed their experiences, praising Su Nan's remarkable performance in resolving the technical challenges faced by the 5th Regiment. Su Nan offered a forced smile in response, his thoughts already soaring far beyond the confines of the present moment. Deputy Commander Liu's cryptic and alarming whispers echoed in his mind like an incantation. The flame's peculiar onset, the missing knowledgeable intellectuals, the investigation that led nowhere, and the gag order. Each phrase pointed to an unsettling possibility. The catastrophic fire that resulted in his father's disappearance might not have been a natural disaster. but rather a human-made calamity? Why would a technician like his father become embroiled in such circumstances? And why the deliberate cover-up? The fog of uncertainty was thick and impenetrable. Yet, he felt a vague chill, accompanied by a burgeoning resolve. Regardless of the truth, he had to pursue this matter, for the slender thread of hope, and to unravel this oppressive mystery. Upon returning to the 2nd Regiment's repair shop, he was welcomed with even more fervent praise and admiration. News of his success in resolving the precision machining dilemma at the 5th Regiment had already reached them via phone. Team leader Zhang was grinning from ear to ear, and even Director Zhao, usually reticent, wore an approving smile upon seeing him. Feng Qing was the first to intercept him, clutching a notebook, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Su Nan, you're quite impressive." After a brief excursion, he found himself once again shaking the foundations of the 5th Brigade. "Do tell me the details. This time, I must compose an elaborate report for you." At that moment, Su Nan was utterly disinclined to entertain such matters, so he feigned exhaustion from his journey, promising to discuss the specifics later, and hurriedly retreated to his small abode. As he pushed open the door, Bei Bei darted into his embrace like a little cannonball. "Brother, you're back." The child's voice rang out with exuberance, and his round little face had plumped up, evidently well cared for by Lin Shui. Su Nan lifted his brother, feeling the genuine warmth of reliance, which momentarily dispelled the gloom in his heart. "While I was away, was Bei Bei well behaved?" Bei Bei was exceptionally obedient. Sister Lin Shui even taught me to recognize characters. The little one proudly presented several sheets filled with crooked numbers and simple Chinese characters, gazing at his brother's innocent smile. Su Nan's resolve strengthened. No matter how arduous the path ahead, he must safeguard this warmth and strive to uncover the truth regarding another potential family member. That evening, Lin Shui quietly visited, bringing with her warm meals. Noticing the fatigue and worry etched upon Su Nan's brow, she gently inquired, "Was your journey smooth? Are you too weary?" Su Nan looked at this tender and thoughtful girl, and a surge of warmth and guilt welled within him. He could not reveal the truth, but could only vaguely respond. "It was fine, just a bit tiring. Thank you for taking care of Bei Bei these past few days." Lin Shui shook her head. "Bei Bei is very good. As long as you are well, that's enough." She seemed on the verge of saying more, but ultimately only urged him to rest well before taking her leave. Su Nan understood that an invisible barrier perpetually separated him from Lin Shui. His origins, his secrets, the heavy burdens he currently bore, all rendered him incapable of easily reciprocating that silent affection. The following day, Su Nan compelled himself to immerse in work once more. The generator required routine maintenance, and a backlog of repair tasks awaited him. Only amidst the flurry of activity could he temporarily cast aside his tumultuous thoughts. He grew increasingly taciturn, yet his diligence intensified. He integrated some new skills acquired from the 5th Brigade with his own ideas, making minor enhancements to several antiquated machines in the workshop, thereby boosting efficiency. He clandestinely delved deeper into the Japanese technical manual, and although much remained incomprehensible, he managed to decipher some useful insights by correlating them with schematics. Life seemed to revert to its previous rhythm, yet Su Nan was acutely aware that certain things had irrevocably changed. He felt akin to a bowstring gradually being drawn taut, accumulating strength beneath a placid surface, awaiting the opportune moment. Days later, Su Nan received a letter. It was dispatched from his distant hometown, the handwriting unfamiliar. Curiously, he tore it open. The letter was penned by a distant cousin, and its contents struck him like a thunderbolt. It informed him that his mother's new husband had recently passed away due to illness. Their family situation, already precarious, had become even more dire with the loss of their pillar. His mother seemed to harbor intentions of reconnecting with him, even hinting at a desire to come to him for refuge. The cousin had written to give him a heads up, allowing him time to prepare mentally. This letter landed in his life like a boulder thrown into an already turbulent lake, instantly stirring up a tempest. His mother? The woman who, within the original owner's memories, had decisively severed ties when his father fell from grace, abandoning her husband and child to remarry? The same mother who had callously departed when Bei Bei was still a helpless infant? She dared to return now? Where had she been during their most challenging times? Now that her household was untenable, she thought of her son? A torrent of indescribable sorrow and rage surged within Su Nan. He felt indignant not only for the original owner, but also for Bei Bei. Had this been in the past, he might have unhesitatingly rejected her, or even chastised her vehemently. Yet, having endured the potential hidden truths surrounding his father's disappearance, he had gained a more profound and resigned understanding of the complexities of human nature in this era. His mother's choices, though harsh, were not uncommon in such a fervent time, where many sought to protect themselves by drawing lines of division. Was there perhaps an unspoken suffering or coercion he was unaware of? More crucially, his mother was a witness to the events of that time. Did she possess knowledge pertaining to his father? Was she aware of the details surrounding his father's arrest? Did she even hear whispers of the distant forest fire? Once this thought took root, it became impossible to suppress. Despite his emotional aversion, reason urged him that his mother's appearance might present an unexpected window into the truth of the past. But how could he confront her? How would he accommodate her? What would Bei think? How would those around him perceive this? He had only just established his footing in the repair shop and gained the respect of his peers. Would suddenly accepting a mother with a similarly tarnished past invite further scrutiny and trouble? Emotions and reason, past traumas and present considerations, along with a yearning for the truth, clashed fiercely within him. Clutching the letter, he paced the room, his brow furrowed, unable to find tranquility. Bei, sensitive to his brother's mood, cautiously inquired, "Brother, what's wrong? Whose letter is it?" Sunan met his brother's clear eyes, and a pang struck his heart. He knelt down, stroking Bei's head, his voice slightly hoarse. "It's nothing. Just a letter from a relative back home. If Mother comes to see us in the future, would you be happy?" A look of confusion crossed Bei's small face. His memories of their mother were so vague that they were nearly non-existent. He tilted his head, pondering for a moment, then softly replied, "Wherever brother is, Bei will be. If brother is happy, then Bei will be happy too." The child's innocence and dependence pierced Sunan's heart like a soft blade. He inhaled deeply and embraced his brother tightly. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to make a decision. His mother's unexpected letter disrupted his rhythm, yet it could also signify a turning point. He needed time to reflect and weigh the pros and cons. However, the winds of fate were relentless. Just as he was embroiled in turmoil over this matter, Team Leader Zhang suddenly approached him with a grave expression. "Sunan, please come to the office." Team Leader Zhang's tone was markedly different from usual. Sunan felt a sinking sensation in his heart, sensing something ominous. Following Team Leader Zhang to the office, he found both Director Zhao and Officer Sun from the security department present, their faces serious. "Comrade Sunan," Officer Sun cut to the chase, his gaze piercing. "We have received reports that during your recent exchange with the 5th Brigade, you privately possessed and displayed foreign technical materials of dubious origin. Can you explain the source and purpose of these materials?" Sunan's heart plummeted. The risk of being reported, which had loomed before his departure, had indeed materialized. In this sensitive era, privately engaging with foreign materials, particularly those suspected of being from enemy nations, constituted a grave issue. He took a deep breath, compelling himself to remain calm as his mind raced to devise a strategy. The enigma surrounding his father, the letter from his mother, and the impending scrutiny all converged upon him at that moment, pressing down like an insurmountable weight. One must never acknowledge the uncertain origins of information. It is imperative to link it to official business, downplaying personal implications while showcasing its positive value. He inhaled deeply, his expression a calculated blend of astonishment and a hint of grievance. "Comrade Sun, Director Zhao, Team Leader, indeed there is such a matter. However, I carried the materials solely for the purpose of this technical exchange, with absolutely no selfish motives." "Work?" Comrade Sun's brow furrowed in stern disapproval. "What work necessitates your clandestine possession of Japanese documents, even presenting them to comrades from the 5th Regiment? Are you aware that this violates confidentiality protocols?" "Comrade Sun, please allow me to explain," Sunan implored, his tone earnest and structured. "That document consists of remnants of a maintenance manual for small diesel engines that we discovered during our exploration of the abandoned Japanese warehouses. I found the structural diagrams to be quite valuable, but I could not comprehend many of the Japanese annotations. I thought to bring it to the 5th Regiment's exchange, having heard they face similar issues with outdated equipment, hoping that perhaps an experienced craftsman, like Deputy Company Commander Liu, could provide insights. My intention was purely to repurpose what seemed to be waste, devoid of any ulterior motives. During the presentation, I primarily focused on the structural diagrams, without delving into any textual content." His words, half-truths yet artfully framed, deftly positioned his motives as being for the greater good. The exploration's intent was to seek advice, directed towards seasoned comrades like Deputy Company Commander Liu. He also emphasized his lack of understanding of the text, concentrating solely on the technical illustrations, significantly diminishing the political sensitivity of the matter. The expressions of Director Zhao and Team Leader Zhang softened slightly. Sunan's prior success in repairing generators and resolving the 5th Regiment's dilemmas had indeed demonstrated his unwavering dedication to technological innovation, making his explanation consistent with his established character. However, Comrade Sun was not easily swayed, pressing further. If this information was obtained through exploration, why was it not submitted to the archives as per regulations? Taking it outside without permission constitutes a breach of discipline. "This is my fault, Comrade Sun," Team Leader Zhang interjected, taking responsibility. While clearing the warehouse, there were numerous items, And when Sunan mentioned these diagrams, I thought they resembled machine blueprints. Considering they were merely scraps left by the Japanese and seeing his dedication to technology, I allowed him to take them for study, forgetting about the exchange protocol. It is my oversight. If anyone should be penalized, let it be me. Team leader Zhang's gallant defense provided significant support to Sunan. Sunan immediately responded, "Comrade Sun, team leader, the responsibility lies with me. I failed to uphold the principles." At that moment, I genuinely thought they were merely useless scraps of paper, intending only to learn something from the diagrams, never anticipating such trouble would arise. If the organization deems this a violation of discipline, I will accept any consequences. By adopting a conciliatory approach, he sincerely characterized the private possession as an oversight and a lack of understanding rather than a deliberate infraction. Comrade Sun observed the remorseful expression on Sunan's face and the accountability taken by team leader Zhang, then glanced at Director Zhao, pondering deeply. Though he was responsible for security and possessed a heightened sensitivity, he was not devoid of reason. Sunan's explanation was logical, his motives seemingly pure, and he had indeed contributed to the collective effort. To penalize a technical backbone over a few seemingly inconsequential old diagrams appeared somewhat excessive. Even so, discipline is discipline. Comrade Sun maintained a serious tone, though it softened considerably, reiterating, "Such a mistake must never occur again. All confiscated items must be submitted as per regulations." He turned his gaze towards Director Zhao regarding the matter of the diagrams. Director Zhao cleared his throat, making a resolute statement. The diagrams are to be submitted to the archive for registration and safekeeping. Although Comrade Sunan's actions stemmed from a public-spirited intent, the procedure was indeed inappropriate, warranting a stern admonition. This shall not be repeated. As for the technical references, future inquiries must be made through organizational channels. Understood? Understood. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Comrade Sun. I will certainly reflect deeply and ensure this does not happen again. Sunan promptly assured, feeling a profound sense of relief. He had narrowly escaped this ordeal. Comrade Sun offered a few more reminders regarding the importance of confidentiality before rising to leave. The office was left with only Director Zhao, Team Leader Zhang, and Sunan. Director Zhao regarded Sunan with a sigh. "Sunan, I recognize you as a promising talent, wholly invested in technological pursuits. However, there are certain red lines that must never be crossed. Especially considering your family circumstances, you must be particularly vigilant about the implications. Do you understand?" "Director, I understand, and will certainly be cautious in the future," Sunan replied, lowering his head in acquiescence. He recognized that Director Zhao genuinely had his best interests at heart. Team Leader Zhang also patted him on the shoulder. "You rascal, you gave me quite a fright. In the future, make sure to keep me in the loop about any matters." Though the crisis had been temporarily averted, Sunan understood that he must tread even more carefully going forward. The individual who had been secretly reporting on him loomed like a hidden thorn, reminding him of the complexities of his environment. Upon returning to the workshop, he sensed the subtle gazes of his colleagues, evidently having heard whispers about the incident. Sunan feigned ignorance, immersing himself in his work to prove his worth through actions. Days later, the turmoil gradually subsided. Yet, the distress brought by a letter from his mother weighed heavily on him. He mulled over the situation, weighing the pros and cons. Emotionally, he could not forgive the woman who had abandoned them. However, rationally, she might be the only living person aware of his father's past. To uncover the truth behind his father's disappearance, he might have to engage in disingenuous pleasantries with her. Moreover, from a pragmatic perspective, if his mother truly found herself in dire straits and sought refuge, could he bear to turn away someone related to him and Bebe? In this era, a woman without support could face a harrowing fate. What would Bebe think of this brother when she grew up? Ultimately, he made a difficult decision to remain inactive, neither extending an invitation nor issuing a harsh rejection. If his mother truly came, he would assess the situation as it unfolded, extracting information while ensuring that her and Bebe's lives remained largely unaffected. However, before he could catch his breath from these troubling matters, a new task arrived. The regiment headquarters issued a notification that, in preparation for the upcoming summer plowing and autumn harvest, each company must allocate personnel to form an emergency machinery repair team. Venturing into the fields to address agricultural machinery faults promptly, the repair unit was to dispatch technical experts to lead the teams. This kind of task was arduous and exhausting, fraught with the challenges of exposure to the elements, and carried significant responsibility. Yet, it also presented an excellent opportunity for training and building a reputation. Team Leader Zhang and Director Zhao almost immediately thought of Sunan. "Sunan, the organization has decided to appoint you as the captain of the first emergency repair team, leading 2 individuals to ensure agricultural machinery support in the areas of the 3rd, 5th, and 7th companies. Do you have confidence?" Team leader Zhang inquired during their discussion. Sunan was momentarily taken aback. Appointing him as the captain? Entrusting him, someone with a dubious background who had just faced criticism, with such responsibility? This was both a show of trust and a test, a chance for redemption. Without hesitation, he stood firm. I am confident. I will ensure the task is completed. Excellent. That's the spirit we need. Team leader Zhang nodded in satisfaction. Select your team members. The tools and equipment will be fully supported by the repair unit. We depart tomorrow. Leaving the office, Sunan inhaled the fresh air of the fields, temporarily suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. The challenge before him was tangible, and he must commit wholeheartedly. He first sought out Master Wang. With solid technical skills and an upright character, having him on board would provide assurance. Upon hearing the proposal, Master Wang agreed without hesitation. The other selection left him hesitant. Logically, he should recruit a young and agile educated youth. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself at the sanitation station. Lin Shui was drying gauze when she spotted him, surprised. Lin nurse, Su Nan began cautiously. The regiment has organized an emergency machinery repair team, and I will be leading it to the companies. This endeavor may last a month or so, exposed to the elements, and inevitably there might be some injuries or ailments. The team could use someone knowledgeable in medical care. Would you be willing to temporarily transfer here? Of course, it is certainly more arduous than working at the office. He concocted a grandiloquent rationale, yet the invitation for a female colleague to join a predominantly male maintenance team felt somewhat abrupt. Lin Shui was taken aback. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her fingers unconsciously twisting the bandage. She glanced at Su Nan's expectant yet anxious gaze, pondered for a moment, and suddenly nodded gently. All right. I will inform Dr. Sunday. Her acquiescence brought a sigh of relief to Su Nan, instilling a sense of inexplicable calm within him. However, unbeknownst to him, Feng Qing had caught wind of his plans to assemble a maintenance team and hurried over to find him. Su Nan, you're leading a team to the countryside? Why wasn't T.I. informed? I am a key member of the publicity team, perfectly positioned to gather frontline material. I've already coordinated with the publicity department to report with the team. Feng Qing stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of insistence that she must accompany them. Su Nan suddenly felt overwhelmed. With Master Wang, Lin Shui, and now Feng Qing in the mix, the composition of the maintenance team had become rather intricate. Tomorrow, they would face a new round of challenges across the vast fields. It seemed as if Su Nan's life had once again revved up, roaring forward into the unknown. Chapter 23. Encountering difficulties in the depths of the fields. Collective wisdom unleashes miracles. The agricultural machinery emergency repair team was officially established. Members included team leader Su Nan, technical advisor Master Wang, team medic Lin Shui, and external publicity officer Feng Qing, along with a mule cart brimming with tools and spare parts. This constituted their entire arsenal. On the morning of their departure, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Squad leader Zhang and technician Wu came to see them off, repeatedly reminding them to prioritize safety and to contact them promptly in case of difficulties. Bei Bei, held by Lin Shui, wore a forlorn expression, pouting as if on the verge of tears. Bei Bei, be good. Brother is going to treat the big iron oxen in the fields, and I will be back soon. Su Nan squatted down and hugged his younger brother tightly, urging him to listen to sister Lin Shui. Ultimately, he entrusted Bei Bei to Lin Shui's care, as the health station was relatively quiet and safe. Feng Qing, on the other hand, was brimming with enthusiasm, carrying her notebook and camera, circling the mule cart and snapping photos incessantly, murmuring, starting with a cart, relying entirely on teamwork, a wealth of talent. What great material. Master Wang, after inspecting the vehicle and tools, spat out the tobacco from his mouth and waved his hand. No more dawdling. Let us set off. The mule snorted loudly, pulling the heavy cart as it creaked out of the repair station courtyard, heading towards the endless fields. The black soil of early summer was teeming with life. Waves of wheat rolled, and green bean sprouts flourished, while tractors roared in the distance, and busy figures were scattered throughout the fields. Their first stop was the nearby third squad. Repairing machinery in the fields proved far more arduous than in the workshop. The faults were diverse, the environment rudimentary, often necessitating them to lie in ditches or endure the scorching sun. Su Nan and Master Wang complemented each other's skills. One was full of innovative ideas, while the other possessed extensive experience, and they worked in perfect harmony. Feng Qing proved to be quite resilient, not only documenting their work, but also actively assisting by passing tools and helping out. Occasionally, she engaged in lively conversations with the locals and machinery operators to gather material, quickly assimilating into the environment. Lin Shui quietly fulfilled her duties as a medic, preparing refreshing mung bean soup and basic first aid supplies. Offering a bowl of water to anyone sweating profusely, her demeanor meticulous and serene. However, tranquility was soon shattered. On the afternoon of the third day, They encountered a stubborn problem in the territory of the 5th Squad. A combine harvester that was in operation suddenly broke down and could not move. Upon inspection, they discovered that a crucial drive shaft at the end of the transmission had fractured. This was no minor issue. There were no spare parts available. Retrieving them from the headquarters would take at least 2 days, severely impacting the harvesting schedule. The commander of the 5th Squad was frantic. Pacing around the harvester, what are we going to do? The weather can change at any moment. If it rains, the grain we've worked so hard for will be ruined. Captain Su, Master Wang, you must come up with a solution. Master Wang examined the jagged break of the thick drive shaft, his brow furrowing in concern. This shaft has a special spline design with high strength requirements. We don't have the necessary materials or processing conditions. Unless we can weld the broken shaft, but it's subjected to significant stress. An ordinary welding method's simply 1T hold. It will break again. The atmosphere at the scene grew tense. Feng Qing ceased her photography, anxiously watching Su Nan. Lin Shui paused, her hand with the water poised in midair. All eyes turned to Su Nan once more. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he meticulously inspected the break, studying the structure of the transmission and the surrounding terrain. Knowledge of basic metal materials, welding techniques, and mechanical principles rapidly coalesced in his mind. Direct welding was out of the question due to stress concentration. It would undoubtedly break again. Could they devise a structure such as a clamp or sleeve to distribute the stress and strengthen the welding point, given the lack of conditions to process a new shaft? His gaze swept over the tools and spare parts in the mule cart, then to the discarded agricultural machine parts piled nearby. Commander, Master Wang, welding directly 1T work. Su Nan spoke with a calm demeanor, but I have an idea that we might try. We need to find a sufficiently thick seamless steel pipe with an inner diameter close to that of the shaft, or even better, 2 half-circular cast steel plates. Then we can align and weld the ends of the broken shaft. It doesn't need to be a perfect weld, just enough to connect them. The key is to create a reinforcing sleeve from the steel pipe or plates, heat it, and while it's hot, fit it onto the welded shaft ends. Once it cools and contracts, it will grip the shaft ends tightly, forming a robust reinforcement. Finally, we can drill holes in the reinforcing sleeve and insert several high-strength pins to further prevent rotation and distribute stress. As he spoke, he drew a simple diagram on the ground with chalk. Heating the reinforcing sleeve, Master Wang's eyes brightened. This method was theoretically feasible. It was akin to applying a splint to a fractured bone. But where could they find such a suitable steel pipe? And they would need to heat it. Let us search through the pile of discarded parts. Su Nan's gaze was resolute. Commander, could you please organize some people to help look for it in the scrap pile? Master Wang, let us prepare to clean the break and get ready for welding. All right, let us do it. The commander of the 5th Squad seemed to have grasped a lifeline, immediately shouting for assistance to comb through the scrap pile. Before long, a rusty but sufficiently thick seamless steel pipe with an inner diameter slightly larger than that of the shaft was unearthed. It felt like divine intervention. The scene transformed into an open-air workshop. Master Wang personally took charge, meticulously using the gas welding torch to heat the steel pipe to a dark red hue. Meanwhile, Su Nan and several sturdy young men carefully cleaned the ends of the broken shaft, aligning them for rapid spot welding by Master Wang. Sweat soaked everyone's clothing. Sparks flew, and the air was thick with the sense of rust and burning metal. Feng Qing nervously documented every step, while Lin Shui stood by with water and burn ointment, prepared for any eventuality. As the heated steel pipe was carefully clamped with long iron tongs and cautiously fitted over the freshly welded shaft ends, a soft hissing sound emerged, and white smoke began to rise. Once it naturally cooled and contracted, it indeed tightly enveloped the shaft ends. Su Nan then took a hand drill and symmetrically drilled several holes in the reinforcing sleeve, inserting several meticulously polished steel pins cut from discarded bolts. Let us give it a try. Su Nan wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice hoarse. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The tractor driver climbed into the cabin, took a deep breath, and started the engine, slowly engaging the gears. The harvester trembled slightly, then gradually, steadily moved forward. They had succeeded. It was operational. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. The commander of the 5th Squad excitedly grasped Su Nan and Master Wang's hands, shaking them vigorously. Incredible. Truly remarkable. We can't thank you enough. You've saved our squad. Master Wang laughed heartily, clapping Su Nan on the shoulder. Good lad. You've done exceptionally well. How did you come up with this idea? Feng Qing sprang up with excitement, her camera's shutter clicking incessantly. Lin Shui gazed at Su Nan, who was surrounded by the crowd, glistening with sweat, yet beaming with joy, a subtle smile gracing her lips and a gentle light flickering in her eyes. However, the euphoria of success was short-lived. As dusk fell, while the maintenance team was camped out, resting by a threshing ground outside a village and preparing a meal, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was a young messenger from the 7th Company, who rushed in on his bicycle, dismounting before it had even come to a complete stop. Breathlessly exclaiming, "Captain Sue, it's bad. That nurse Lynn in your team, her family has come, causing a ruckus at the health station. They say they want to take her back to marry her off." "What?" Sunan sprang to his feet, his bun dropping to the ground. Lin Shue's complexion drained of color, the bowl in her hands crashing to the floor, shattering into pieces. Feng Qing was momentarily stunned. Then her brows furrowed in indignation. Marry her off? What era is this? Do they dare to enforce arranged marriages? Master Wang narrowed his brows. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, Sunan's heart sank. He recalled Lin Shue's cautious demeanor and the occasional glimmer of melancholy in her eyes, realizing that such burdens lay hidden beneath her calm exterior. Who are these people? What is going on? Sunan inquired sternly of the messenger. It seems to be some distant uncle from her hometown, accompanied by a few others, and they are quite aggressive. They say the nurse's family accepted the bride price and that she ran away. Now they want her back. It's chaos at the health station. Dr. Sun is struggling to hold them off. Distant uncle? Bride price? Running away? The fragmented information coalesced in Sunan's mind, and he understood the gravity of the situation. It appeared that Lin Shue had not come to the northern wilderness solely for the sake of aiding in construction. It was likely that she was also fleeing an arranged marriage. Now, trouble had come knocking at their door. Damn it! How dare they? Master Wang struck the pipe against his shoe with fury, exclaiming, "Let us go back and see. I want to know which scoundrel dares to wreak havoc on our territory." Sunan's gaze turned icy. In a professional capacity, Lin Shue was his team member, a nurse at the health station. On a personal level, he could not stand idly by and watch her be thrust into a fire pit. "Master Wang, Feng Qing, you stay behind to look after things. I will return to handle this." Sunan made a swift decision. The assailants were targeting Lin Shue, and too many people would only serve to exacerbate tensions. "I'll go with you." Feng Qing immediately declared, "I can handle this. I can speak. I can write a report and expose them." Sunan glanced at her and nodded. "All right. Lin Shue, you come too. Don't be afraid. We are here for you." Lin Shue trembled slightly. Her eyes filled with fear and helplessness, but upon seeing Sunan's resolute gaze, she nodded firmly, as if clinging to a lifeline. Sunan instructed the messenger to lead the way on his bicycle, while he, Feng Qing, and Lin Shue climbed into a mule cart. Master Wang cracked the whip, and the cart sped toward the brigade headquarters. The setting sun elongated their shadows, heralding the arrival of a new storm. Chapter 24. Speaking out against injustice. A glimpse of true feelings. The mule cart jolted over the bumpy dirt road, threatening to fall apart. Master Wang snapped the whip, eager to give the old horse wings. Sunan gripped the cart's railing tightly, his expression calm, though the tension of his pressed lips and the coldness in his eyes betrayed the inner fury brewing within. Feng Qing fumed beside him, her cheeks flushed with anger as she railed against the remnants of feudalism and lawlessness. Lin Shue curled up in a corner of the cart, her face pale as a sheet, trembling slightly, her hands gripping the edge of her clothing as if reverting to that helpless girl who had been forced to flee her hometown. Seeing her in such a state pierced Sunan's heart. He softened his voice, striving to speak gently. "Lin Shue, don't be afraid. What exactly happened with your family?" Lin Shue raised her head, her eyes reddening, her voice choked with emotion. "I come from a very poor mountain village in Guanli. My parents died early, and I lived with my uncles. Last year, without my knowledge, they accepted a bride price from an old widower from a neighboring village. He is nearly 50 and has lost 2 wives before. I didn't want to marry him, so they beat me and locked me up. I had to run away, just as the brigade was recruiting nurses, so I signed up and escaped here, thinking I would be safe." Her fragmented recounting painted a suffocating picture. The specter of arranged marriage, human trafficking, and the lack of agency for women in these remote areas of the era still loomed like a heavy shackle. Feng Qing was filled with righteous indignation, slapping the cart's side. "This is outrageous. This is New China, not the old society. This is illegal." Sunan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions that surged within him. He understood that this was not merely a family dispute, but a struggle involving legal rights, ethics, and personal freedom. Since the assailants dared to travel such a long distance, they must have some backing. Either believing Lin Shue to be vulnerable or thinking that the brigade would pacify the situation to avoid controversy. They must not succeed. "Lin Shue, remember this," Sunan said, his gaze steady. "You are a nurse in the brigade now, a member of the revolutionary forces, not anyone's property. The organization will stand by you. We will all help you." His words acted as a much-needed tonic, stabilizing Lin Shue's panicked eyes, and she nodded vigorously. The cart finally burst into the brigade station, heading straight for the health station. From a distance, the cacophony of shouting and a man's gruff voice could be heard. "Where is Lin Shue? That wretched girl better come out. She accepted my money, so she belongs to me." No matter how far she runs, she must be brought back. Comrade, please calm down. This is a health station, a military unit. Let us discuss this rationally, came Dr. Sun's anxious voice in an attempt to mediate. What does it matter if it's a military unit? Can the army abduct people? If I don't get her today, I won't be leaving. The onlookers, staff. An educated youth had gathered in numbers, whispering and pointing. Sunan leapt from the cart, parting the crowd as he strode inside. At the entrance of the health station stood a filthy, middle-aged man in a black cloth coat, his face a mask of brutishness, shouting while flanked by two timid-looking youths, likely his sons or nephews. Dr. Sun and several nurses blocked the entrance, their expressions a mix of frustration and anger. I am Sunan, the captain of the maintenance team. Who are you? What is this disturbance? Sunan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority that silenced the chaos instantly. The brutish man sized Sunan up, noticing his youth and dirty work attire, and sneered. So you're in charge? Perfect. There's a nurse named Lin Shui here. She is supposed to be my future daughter-in-law. Her family accepted a bride price of 300 yuan, and now she has run away. She must be handed over today to marry my son. Daughter-in-law? Bride price? Sunan scoffed. This is a new society, where marriage is a matter of choice, and arranged marriages and bride prices are outlawed. The bride price you speak of holds no legal weight. Comrade Lin Shui is voluntarily participating in the brigade's construction. She is a proud soldier of the brigade. Not a commodity that can be bought with money. Nonsense. The brutish man roared in fury. I paid for her, so she belongs to me. What law? In our place. My word is law. If your army dares to protect her, you are harboring a kidnapper. Believe me, I'll report you to the authorities. Go ahead and report. Feng Qing pushed forward, raising her camera to snap a photo of the man, exclaiming, I'll capture your group of abductors trying to forcefully take a woman and disturbing a military unit, and I'll publish it in the newspapers, so the whole nation can see that such feudal bullies still exist in New China. The flash startled the brutish man and his companions, causing them to instinctively shield their faces. In this era, cameras and newspapers wielded immense power over ordinary citizens. What are you taking pictures of? The man barked, his bravado faltering. Capture your evidence of wrongdoing. Feng Qing asserted without hesitation, her voice resonating with clarity and strength. How many years has the marriage law been enacted? Do you still dare to engage in arranged marriages? Comrade Lin Shui is unwilling, yet you persist in coercion. This is outright illegal. The soldiers of the Corps defend the homeland and develop the frontier, and here you are, attempting to disrupt military marriages? I believe you must possess the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard. Feng Qing's words were swift and incisive, each statement striking like a hammer, leaving the man momentarily bewildered. Clearly, he had not anticipated confronting such a formidable young woman. Seizing the moment, Sunan stepped forward, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on the man. Did you hear that? Your actions are unlawful. Depart immediately, and we will not pursue this matter. If you dare to continue harassing us, obstructing the work of the Corps or threatening the safety of its soldiers, the security department will promptly invite you for AT session. At the mention of the security department, the man's face betrayed a flicker of fear. He may have felt emboldened to bully Lin Shui when she was alone, but he clearly lacked the courage to confront the military authorities. Yet, he was not willing to walk away empty-handed, defiantly retorting, leave? It's not that simple. What about the 300 yuan? That's the hard-earned money my whole family has saved. The bride price was given to Lin Shui's uncles voluntarily. If there is a dispute, you should address it with them. It has nothing to do with Lin Shui, and even less with our Corps. Sunan declared firmly. No money will be given. No one will be taken. Leave at once. At that moment, Director Zhao and Team Leader Zhang, accompanied by several Corps militia members, arrived. Their expressions grave. What is happening here? Who is causing trouble? Director Zhao inquired with authority. Upon seeing the situation, the man's bravado evaporated, his confidence waning as he muttered, I was just here to seek a relative. Seeking a relative? Is this how you conduct such inquiries? Team Leader Zhang scolded, glaring at him. Intimidating our comrades? You appear to be here to create chaos. The security department is on their way. Upon hearing that the security department was indeed coming, the man and his two companions panicked, exchanging furtive glances before muttering threats. You'll regret this. They hastily pushed through the crowd, mounted their dilapidated bicycles, and sped away. The disturbance finally subsided. The crowd gradually dispersed as Dr. Sun exhaled in relief, repeatedly expressing gratitude to Su Nan and the others. Lin Shui, watching the retreating figures, felt her strength wane, nearly collapsing to the ground until Feng Qing caught her. It's all right, Lin Shui, the villains have been driven away. Feng Qing reassured her. However, Lin Shui shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. They won't let this go easily. I know them. They will surely find another way. Sunan approached her, speaking in a steady tone. Do not worry. As long as you are with the Corps, The organization will protect you. They will not dare to act recklessly. In the future, try not to go out alone. Call upon us when you need assistance." He paused, observing the tears in Lin Shue's eyes. His heart softened, and his tone unconsciously softened as well. "Moreover, you are not alone. We are all your comrades, your friends." Feng Qing embraced Lin Shue's shoulders. "Yes, we are your support. Let us see who dares to bully you." Master Wang interjected with a snort. "If they come to cause trouble again, I'll greet them with my wrench." The support from her companions enveloped Lin Shui like a warm current, thawing her icy heart. She gazed into Su Nan's steadfast eyes, the fervent expression on Feng Qing's face, and Master Wang's unwavering demeanor. Tears flowed more freely now, but this time, they were not solely born of fear and despair. They mingled with profound gratitude and a flicker of rekindled courage. She nodded vigorously, choked with emotion, unable to articulate her thoughts. After this tumultuous episode, night fell. Su Nan decided that the maintenance team would rest at the Corps headquarters that night and return to the fields the next day. That evening, Lin Shue's emotions stabilized considerably, yet she remained somewhat restless. Su Nan asked Feng Qing to stay by her side. He himself sat beside the bed in the guest house, deep in thought. Although today's incident had been temporarily resolved, the underlying threat lingered. Bullies emerging from such places often wield clan power, and sometimes, for the sake of money and face, they would resort to any means. A more definitive solution was necessary. Perhaps they could leverage the organization's influence. Formally issue a letter to the government departments in Lin Shue's hometown under the name of the Corps, explaining the situation and asserting their position, thereby applying pressure from the root. Or could they help Lin Shui establish her household registration with the Corps, severing any ties to her past? These matters required careful deliberation. As he pondered, there was a gentle knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Lin Shui standing outside. She had washed her face and changed into fresh clothes. Her eyes were still slightly red, but her demeanor was much calmer. "Comrade Su Nan, thank you for today," she said softly, holding a small cloth pouch. "This is some wild chrysanthemum tea I dried myself. It's good for clearing heat and fire. Please brew it for yourself and Master Wang." Su Nan paused momentarily, accepting the subtly fragrant pouch. "Thank you. Are you feeling better?" "Yes," Lin Shui nodded, hesitating for a moment as if summoning her courage. She raised her eyes to meet his. "Comrade Su Nan, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead. If, in the future, my family comes again, or if I face other troubles, can I seek your help?" Her voice was soft, carrying a barely perceptible tremor and anticipation. Her gaze resembling that of a frightened deer, yet striving to meet his eyes. Su Nan's heart fluttered as if gently struck by an unseen force. He saw in her the delicate yet resilient young woman, recognized her courage in attempting to break free from the shackles of her fate, and perceived the trust she cautiously extended. Without a moment's hesitation, he earnestly nodded. "Yes. You can reach out at any time." In an instant, Lin Shue's eyes sparkled with vibrant light, akin to the first ray of sunshine piercing through a gloomy sky. Her cheeks flushed with color as she lowered her head. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Thank you." Having said that, it seemed she had exhausted all her courage and swiftly turned away, fleeing down the corridor. Su Nan stood at the door, watching her retreating figure vanish at the end of the hallway, holding the pouch of wild chrysanthemum tea, imbued with warmth and fragrance. A complex and tender emotion surged within him. This heart door, which had remained cautiously closed, seemed to have finally opened a small crack for him. Meanwhile, in the distant south, another letter regarding his mother's whereabouts was quietly on its way, altering the course of everything. Chapter 25. Teaching in the Fields, Passing on the Flame. News from home brings turmoil. That night, Lin Shue's courageous plea for help and the pouch of fragrant wild chrysanthemum tea acted like a stone cast into the lake of Su Nan's heart, sending out subtle yet lasting ripples. He carefully stored the tea, refraining from brewing it immediately, as if it represented not merely a token of gratitude but a trust deserving of solemn regard. The following day, the maintenance team returned to the fields. After the previous day's commotion, there seemed to be a subtle shift in the atmosphere among the team. Master Wang remained taciturn, yet his gaze towards Lin Shui now bore a hint of elder-like concern. Feng Qing, on the other hand, appeared more vivacious. As if protecting Lin Shui had become her new mission, she frequently approached to share light-hearted banter, attempting to dispel the lingering worry etched on Lin Shui's brow. Lin Shui herself, though still quiet, exuded a newfound sense of steadiness, less timid than before. She proactively engaged in logistical tasks, boiling water, cooking, and organizing the medical kit. Occasionally, when her gaze met Su Nan's, it no longer darted away as it once had, though she still blushed. She could accept his assigned tasks and suggestions with newfound composure. Su Nan observed all of this, feeling a sense of relief. He temporarily set aside his concerns regarding the potential troubles from Lin Shui's hometown. channeling all his energy into the pressing maintenance tasks at hand. During the summer plowing season, machinery failures were frequent. Today it was a plowshare, tomorrow a sewing machine, while none were as significant as a generator. They were tedious and labor-intensive, demanding both patience and technical skill. Sunan and Master Wang were busy from dawn till dusk, racing from one brigade to another. In the course of events, Sunan consciously began to mentor two apprentices, Fengqing and Lin Shui. Fengqing exhibited little interest in the technology itself, yet she possessed a keen sensitivity to storytelling. As Sunan repaired the machinery, he elucidated the principles behind the malfunctions and the problem-solving processes, explaining how these iron contraptions functioned on the fertile black soil and how they were tenderly cared for by the hard-working farmers. Fengqing listened with rapt attention, her notebook filled with vivid details, discovering that approaching from a technical perspective allowed her to better comprehend the resilience and wisdom of the land and its people. In contrast, Sunan adopted a different approach with Lin Shui. He recognized her dexterity and patience, noting her seemingly innate affinity for machinery. During a session to replace a worn-out bearing on a harvester, Sunan refrained from taking action himself as he usually would. Instead, he called Lin Shui over. "Nurse Lin, could you lend a hand?" Sunan gestured toward the grimy bearing housing. "The space is tight, and my hands are too large for the task. Yours are smaller. Could you use this hook to carefully extract the old oil seal? Do be cautious not to cut yourself." Lin Shui hesitated for a moment, gazing at the oil-soaked component. But upon seeing Sunan's encouraging expression, she nodded, accepting the specially crafted hook and cautiously crouching down to begin her task. Initially, her movements were somewhat awkward, but she soon grew steady and precise, patiently cleaning away the hardened, aged oil seal bit by bit. "Yes, that's it. Excellent work," Sunan offered timely guidance from the side. "The oil seal deteriorates, leading to leaks, and dust ingress accelerates bearing wear. Regularly inspecting and replacing these small components can prevent significant malfunctions." Lin Shui remained focused on her task, beads of sweat forming on her brow, yet her expression was one of utmost seriousness. When she finally extracted the old oil seal, revealing a clean bearing housing, a flicker of achievement crossed her face. "Well done," Sunan praised sincerely, handing her a piece of clean cotton to wipe her hands. "Next time, I'll teach you about the different wrenches." Fengqing, observing nearby, captured the moment with a snap, the young technician offering patient guidance, the composed nurse diligently at work. Sunlight glistening on her oil-stained hands and earnest face, against the backdrop of vast fields and roaring machinery. She felt certain this photograph would make the front page. From that day forward, Sunan would occasionally enlist Lin Shui's assistance, handing her appropriate tools, identifying simple parts, and even explaining fundamental mechanical principles. Lin Shui approached her learning with diligence, as if she had found another anchor for her existence beyond her nursing duties. She discovered that when she focused on these cold components and clear logic, the fears and anxieties of her past momentarily receded. Sunan's intentions were not solely rooted in goodwill. He harbored deeper considerations. He hoped Lin Shui could acquire some practical skills, however superficial, to bolster her confidence and independence. In the event of future turmoil, she would possess an additional means of safeguarding herself. One day, while they assisted the 7th Company in repairing a thresher, they encountered a peculiar malfunction. The machine operated normally when idle, but emitted a muffled sound and unstable rotation upon feeding in wheat, even producing black smoke. The seasoned farmer scratched his head, baffled. "Something's amiss. It was working perfectly fine yesterday." Master Wang inspected the transmission and motor, finding no faults. Sunan circled the machine, his gaze landing on the feeding trough and the internal drum. He instructed the farmer to start the machine while he carefully observed the process of the wheat straw being fed in and interrupted. His knowledge of basic mechanical principles and material mechanics began to coalesce in his mind. Suddenly, he noticed a subtle dent in the deflector plate at the bottom of the feeding trough, causing the wheat straw to enter the drum unevenly, with one side overloaded and the other spinning idly, leading to an imbalance in rotation and increased load. "There's the issue," Sunan exclaimed, pointing at the dent. "The deflector plate is deformed, causing uneven feeding. Stop the machine, and I'll flatten this plate." A simple yet elusive problem had stumped the experienced farmer. Sunan picked up a hammer and a steel rod, preparing to rectify the issue. Just then, a communications officer from the regiment arrived on a bicycle, this time directly seeking out Sunan. "Captain Sun, your urgent letter. It's from the south." The officer handed over an envelope. An urgent letter from the south? Sunan's heart skipped a beat. Was it from his cousin? Or perhaps his mother? He thanked the officer, stepped aside to a ridge in the field, took a deep breath, and opened the envelope. Indeed, it was a letter from his cousin, the handwriting hasty and fraught with urgency. "Young son, regarding the matter mentioned in my last letter, it seems unavoidable. Your mother has already set off toward you. She is expected to arrive in the next few days. Her stepson has cast her out, leaving her with nowhere to go, and she is determined to find you. I advise you to prepare yourself." The letter trembled slightly in Sunen's hands. The most feared scenario had come to pass. His mother was truly coming, and in such a desperate and disheveled manner. A tumult of complex emotions washed over him: anger, impatience, an instinctive aversion to past hurts, and a twinge of indescribable sorrow. Was the mother he recalled, vague and indifferent in his memories, now cornered by fate? What was he to do? To reject her at the door? Such a decision would seem too cruel, both emotionally and logically. Moreover, his deep-seated quest for his father's whereabouts required him to seek clues from his mother. To accept her? How would he accommodate her? How would he face Bei? How would he contend with the inevitable gossip and scrutiny that might ensue? Would his recently stabilized life be thrown into chaos once more? "Sunen, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Feng Qing perceptively noted Sunen's troubled expression and approached with concern. Lin Shui also paused her work, casting a worried glance in his direction. Sunen quickly composed himself, folding the letter and slipping it into his pocket, forcing a smile. "It's nothing, just a trivial matter from home. We've identified the malfunction. The deflector plate is deformed. I'll take care of it." He picked up his tools and approached the thresher, as if nothing had transpired. However, both Feng Qing and Lin Shui sensed the weight behind his smile and the flicker of distraction in his demeanor. The sound of the hammer striking the steel rod resonated through the fields, crisp and powerful. Sunen concentrated on straightening the warped iron plate, as if he sought to hammer all his tumultuous thoughts into the cold metal. The deflector plate was soon restored to its flat form. The thresher roared back to life, the wheat straw feeding smoothly, the threshing clean and efficient, and the black smoke dissipated. "Excellent. Truly remarkable, Captain Sun," the seasoned farmer exclaimed joyously. The surrounding workers echoed their praise. Sunen responded with a smile, directing subsequent precautions, yet his thoughts had already drifted far away. His mother was on her way. This woman, both familiar and estranged, both resented and perhaps deserving of a modicum of sympathy, was about to intrude upon the life he had painstakingly cultivated. A storm seemed to be brewing once more, and this time, it was a tempest rising from the depths of his own bloodline. He raised his gaze towards the winding dirt road leading south, his eyes deep with contemplation, rapidly devising every possible strategy for what was to come. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to maintain control, safeguard Bei, and confront the painful past that awaited him. Chapter 26. Preparing for the storm, addressing internal concerns, precisely responding to agricultural crises. The news of his mother traveling north loomed like a heavy cloud over Sunen's heart. Yet, he understood that in the fields, he remained the responsible maintenance team leader. Unable to let personal emotions seep into his work, he forced himself to regain composure, his mind racing with insights from trace analysis and information assessment and fundamental psychology. As he began to formulate a strategy, the primary concern was accommodation. He could not allow his mother to stay directly in the small house he shared with Bei, for not only would the space be cramped, but it would also shatter Bei's recently stabilized life and invite unnecessary scrutiny. An external arrangement was imperative. He immediately thought of a woman named Lu Guofu, the enthusiastic lady whose oil press had just been repaired. Her residence was situated on the outskirts of the regiment, where she lived alone in a relatively spacious house, known for her warm-heartedness. Perhaps he could offer her some compensation to temporarily allow his mother to stay at her home. Furthermore, he needed to consider how to confront the situation. He required a cohesive narrative that would delineate his stance without appearing overly callous, while also silencing his mother to prevent her from becoming overly entangled in the matter. More importantly, he sought to seize this opportunity to extract information about his father. Lastly, there was Bei. He needed to communicate with his younger brother in advance to prepare him psychologically. This child was sensitive and understanding. He could not allow him to be frightened. With his thoughts clarified, Sunen seized a moment during the repair work to excuse himself and ventured to the field of the 5th Company, where he fortuitously encountered Lu Guofu working diligently. "Sister Lu, are you busy?" Sunan greeted her with a smile. "Oh, Captain Su, what brings you here? Is there a problem with the machinery again?" Lu Guofu eagerly set down her hoe. "No, the machine is functioning well." Sunan carefully selected his words. "I have a personal matter to discuss with you. A distant relative from my hometown is facing some difficulties and may need to come stay with me for a few days. However, as you know, my place is small and dilapidated, especially with a child in tow, making it quite inconvenient. I was wondering if you might have a spare room available?" He refrained from directly mentioning his mother, obfuscating their relationship by emphasizing the distant relative and the temporary arrangement. Upon hearing this, Lu Guofu immediately patted her chest, saying, "Oh, Captain Su, you needn't say such things. Do you look down on me? You've helped me immensely. I wouldn't mind if they stayed for 6 months. Don't even mention rent or meals. It's just me at home, and I'm rather lonely. When will they arrive? I'll go tidy up the room right away." Sun felt warmth spread through him and quickly responded, I must insist on paying. Otherwise, I wouldn't be at ease. It will likely just be a few days. And I'll inform you once it's settled. I truly appreciate your help, Sister Lu. Don't mention it. Consider it done. Lu Guofu readily agreed. Having resolved a significant dilemma, Sun felt a sense of relief. On his way back to the repair site, he began to mentally prepare himself for the conversation with his mother. That evening, after completing work, he returned to the regiment's temporary quarters. Rather than heading straight to the guest house, he went to the health station. Bei was sitting quietly beside Lin Shui, engrossed in a comic book. Brother. Upon seeing Sunan, Bei rushed over. Sunan picked up his younger brother and nodded at Lin Shui, saying, Thank you for your hard work today. It was no trouble. Bei was very well behaved. Lin Shui replied softly, perceptibly noticing the weariness etched on Sunan's brow. Are you all right? I'm fine, Sunan smiled, hesitating briefly before deciding to share a bit of information with Bei. He took his brother aside and sat by the flower bed. Bei, I need to tell you something. He endeavored to keep his tone light. In a few days, a grandmother from our hometown may come to visit us. Bei's small face displayed confusion. Grandmother? Is she like Granny Lee next door? Not quite. Sunan carefully chose his words. This grandmother is a relative from our family's past. She might seem a bit unfamiliar and will likely stay at another place. He added, Bei needs to be obedient when the time comes, all right? Bei, though somewhat perplexed, nodded at his brother's earnest expression. Bei will be good. Brother, don't you like that grandmother? Children's intuitions are often acute. Sunan felt a pang in his heart and gently ruffled his brother's hair. Brother's situation is a bit complicated. All you need to know is that I care for you the most and will always be by your side. Having reassured his brother, Sunan felt a measure of calm settle within him. In the following 2 days, he immersed himself in work. As if only through busyness could he temporarily forget his troubles. The repair team traversed several companies, addressing numerous issues. One day, while at a high-yield experimental field of the 7th company, they encountered a significant problem. An imported precision seeder was malfunctioning. This sophisticated machine, capable of controlling planting depth and spacing, was crucial for increasing yield, yet was exceedingly delicate. The agricultural technician was in a state of panic, perspiring profusely. Captain Su. Master Wang, please take a look. The seeding quantity is erratic, and the row spacing is inconsistent. If this ruins the planting, the entire experiment for this season will be compromised. Master Wang examined the machine for a lengthy period, shaking his head. This foreign contraption is too intricate. I can't discern its workings. Sunan stepped forward, meticulously studying the adjustment system of the seeder. The knowledge of precision mechanics and agricultural seeding techniques melded in his mind. He discerned that the issue stemmed from multiple adjustment knobs being miscalibrated and interfering with one another, resulting in chaotic actuator movements. The problem was manageable. It required recalibration and synchronization. However, it necessitated 2 individuals working in tandem, one operating from the driver's seat and the other observing the seating conditions and providing timely feedback for adjustments. This task demanded exceptional patience and rapport. I'll operate. Feng Qing volunteered, leaping into the driver's cabin, clearly intrigued by the precision instruments. I can help too. Lin Shui softly interjected, her gaze shifting towards Sunan, a mix of eagerness and uncertainty in her eyes. A thought struck Sunan. This was an excellent opportunity for her to gain experience while also diverting her attention. Lin Shui, you have keen eyesight and are meticulous. Take a notebook to the field and record the spacing and depth of each row as it changes. Call out the measurements for me to hear. I will direct Feng Qing's adjustments, Sunan instructed. Me? Can I do it? Lin Shui appeared somewhat anxious. You can do it. Sunan assured her with an encouraging look. It was straightforward, just observation and recording. Master Wang, could you please oversee the overall situation? With clear divisions of labor established, Sunan positioned himself beside the seeder, akin to a precise conductor. Feng Qing, rotate the first knob counterclockwise by half a notch. Got it. Lin Shui, how is the spacing of the first row? It's too wide, approximately 2 fingers apart. Lin Shui's voice rang out, tinged with excitement following the initial nervousness. Understood. Feng Qing, rotate the second knob clockwise by 1/3 of a notch. Slowly. Understood. The spacing is correct, but the depth seems too shallow. Adjust the 3rd knob down a tad. Stop. The depth is fine. Oh, it seems the seeding quantity is a bit too dense here. Under the sunlight. Sunan calmly directed the operation. Feng Qing skillfully maneuvered the machine. Lin Shui diligently observed and reported, while Master Wang oversaw the overall situation. The 4 of them began to work in increasingly harmonious synchrony, resembling a well-trained small team. After nearly an hour of meticulous adjustments, the seeder finally returned to normal functionality, with even distribution of seeds and straight rows. Perfect. That's fantastic. Feng Qing exclaimed, jumping down from the machine in excitement. Lin Shui, clutching her densely filled notebook, rushed back. Her face illuminated by a rare, genuine smile, with a bit of soil adorning her nose. Comrade Su Nan, look. All the data is normal. In that moment, she seemed to shed all her timidity, radiating an undeniable glow. Su Nan, captivated by her smile and the charming speck of dirt, felt a string within him gently tugged. And he couldn't help but smile back. Well done, Comrade Lin Shui, you've made a significant contribution. Master Wang chuckled, stroking his beard. Heh, this young man certainly knows how to lead. The technicians and agricultural workers of the 7th Company were thoroughly impressed, marveling at how he could tackle even such an intricate imported machine. However, the cheerful atmosphere was soon shattered. The regiment's communications officer hurriedly rode over, his face etched with urgency. Captain Su, hurry. The sentry at the gate just called the station, saying there's an elderly lady with a southern accent, specifically asking for you. She claims to be your mother. She's causing quite a commotion outside the gate, and no one can persuade her to leave. The inevitable had finally arrived. Su Nan's smile vanished in an instant, his expression turning grave. He took a deep breath and said to Master Wang and the others, Master Wang, I'll leave the finishing touches to you. Feng Qin and Lin Shui, I kindly ask you to escort Bei Bei back to the health station and refrain from venturing out for the time being. He adjusted his oil-stained work attire, his gaze drifting towards the distant entrance of the brigade headquarters, his expression a complex yet resolute one. I shall confront her. The storm has arrived at the doorstep. He must face it personally. Chapter 27. Confrontation at the doorstep. A tumultuous scene had already gathered outside the brigade headquarters, where numerous staff members and young intellectuals had congregated. Drawn by the unfolding drama, at the heart of the crowd sat a middle-aged woman, clad in a faded blue shirt, her hair disheveled and gray, her complexion haggard. She wailed, pounding her thighs, her voice hoarse and piercing. My son, Su Nan, you heartless wretch. After all the hardships your mother endured to find you, you don't even show your face. Can you bear to watch your mother perish alone out here? Oh heavens, I can't go on living. As she cried out, her peripheral vision took in the growing number of onlookers, and her lamentations grew more fervent. The two young sentinels stationed nearby exchanged awkward and helpless glances, uncertain how to intervene, yet repeatedly imploring, Auntie, please rise. Let us discuss this calmly. We have already notified Comrade Su Nan. Notify? What good will that do? He's surely hiding from me. I knew it. He's just like his deadbeat father, cold-hearted. The woman continued her outburst, dragging her long-missing husband into her tirade. Just then, a calm yet clear voice emerged from the outskirts of the crowd. Please make way. Thank you. The throng parted instinctively to create a pathway. Su Nan, donned in the oil-stained work attire, approached with a tranquil demeanor. He did not acknowledge the wailing woman on the ground, but first nodded to the two sentinels. Comrades, thank you for your efforts. I'll take it from here. His composure exuded an invisible strength, quieting the raucous scene significantly. All eyes turned toward him, filled with curiosity, sympathy, and some with a morbid fascination. The woman, Su Nan's mother, Qian Guifan, ceased her cries upon hearing his voice. She abruptly lifted her head and beheld the son she had not seen for years. He had grown taller and sturdier, the youthful innocence of his face replaced by a sense of steadiness and detachment. Particularly, his eyes, when they met hers, held no excitement of reunion, no warmth of maternal connection, but rather an unfathomable tranquility that stirred an inexplicable anxiety within her. Yet she quickly suppressed this unease, replaced by a surge of grievance and anger. She scrambled to her feet and lunged for Su Nan's arm. Nanner, you've finally come. Look at your mother. I'm nearly starving. Your wicked stepfather is dead, and his son has cast me out. I have nowhere to go. You must take care of me. Su Nan slightly turned aside, evading her grasp, his voice unwavering yet tinged with undeniable distance. Comrade Qian Guifan, this is the entrance of a military unit. Please be mindful of the impact. If you have something to say, let us find a more suitable place to discuss it. The formal address of Comrade Qian Guifan struck her like a bucket of cold water, momentarily rendering her speechless. She had anticipated her son's anger, accusations, or even dismissal, but she did not foresee this bureaucratic coldness. Comrade, Qian Guifan's tone escalated, laced with incredulity and tears. I am your mother. You dare call me comrade? Su Nan, do you have no conscience left? Did I raise you for nothing? I have not forgotten the debt of gratitude for your raising me, Su Nan replied, his gaze sharp as a blade. But I also remember how, when my father was taken away, you hastily severed ties, abandoning me and Xiao Bei to remarry. I remember how, when Xiao Bei was gravely ill with a high fever, I knelt at your new doorstep begging for a bit of money to save him. And you allowed your new husband to throw me out. His voice remained steady, yet every word landed with the force of a hammer upon the still air, resonating deeply within the hearts of those surrounding them. A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Such a thing has transpired? My heavens. No wonder Su Nin behaves this way. Qian Guifan's face turned ashen, her gaze faltering, her bravado diminishing as she stammered, well, at that time. I had no choice as a lone woman, I regretted it later. Regretted it? Su Nin scoffed, a hint of icy derision curling his lips. You regret it now that you're in dire straits, and suddenly remember your son? Remember Xiao Bei? Qian Guifan, at a loss for words, could only repeat. I am your mother. I am your mother. You are my biological mother, a fact I cannot deny, Su Nin stated with a detached tone. However, familial bonds are reciprocal. You chose to abandon us, and thus you must bear the consequences of that choice. Legally, your obligation to support us ended when you remarried. Similarly, I hold no legal responsibility to support you now, especially given your ability to work. He referenced legal statutes, effectively elevating their personal grievances to a realm of rationality and rules, rendering those who might attempt to invoke filial piety speechless. Qian Guifan stood in stunned silence. She had never anticipated her son would wield such sharp wit, such cold detachment. Her accustomed tactics of weeping and wailing proved utterly ineffective in the face of such unyielding rationality. You, she pointed at Su Nan, trembling with rage. Are you truly so heartless? Will you watch your mother starve? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? I never claimed I would watch you starve, Su Nan interjected, shifting his tone. You came all this way. I want to drive you away. I've arranged temporary accommodation for you and provided funds for your meals over the next few days. You can settle in for the time being. A surprising turn of events left both Qian Guifan and the spectators momentarily stunned. Yet, Su Nin added with emphasis, his gaze piercing. This is merely out of basic humanitarian concern. You must understand, this is temporary. You must quickly find a means to support yourself or reach out to other relatives. I do not wish for my life or Xiao Bei's to be overly disrupted by you, particularly Xiao Bei. He is still young and cannot endure upheaval. I hope you will refrain from seeing him for now. His balanced approach, clear and logical, neither entirely devoid of compassion nor entirely unyielding, left room for negotiation while drawing a distinct line to protect his and his brother's lives. Qian Guifan opened her mouth, a torrent of words caught in her throat. Her son had offered her a lifeline, albeit a tenuous one, and she knew that refusing it could mean losing everything. Though reluctant, she recognized the necessity of acquiescence. Where will I stay? She croaked. Follow me, Su Nin instructed, offering no further elaboration. He turned to the onlookers, declaring, You may disperse now. There is nothing more to see. As the crowd, realizing the spectacle had concluded, gradually dispersed, their gazes towards Su Nin reflected a myriad of complex sentiments, understanding, sympathy, and even admiration for his handling of the situation. Su Nin led the despondent Qian Guifan toward Widow Lu's residence. The atmosphere between mother and son was thick with an oppressive silence, fraught with unspoken tension. Upon arriving at Widow Lu's home, she welcomed Qian Guifan warmly. Her curiosity tempered by discretion. Su Nin had prepaid for the stay and cautioned Qian Guifan to remain composed and avoid causing trouble. After ensuring his mother was settled, Su Nin exited Widow Lu's house, exhaling a long, weary breath. He had barely managed to regain control of the situation during this first round. Yet, he understood this was merely the beginning. Qian Guifan would not easily relent. She would undoubtedly seek ways to entangle him further, particularly in her desire to see Xiao Bei. Moreover, he needed to extract information about his father from her. This was destined to be a grueling psychological struggle. He gazed upwards, noticing the sun sinking towards the horizon. Rather than returning to the repair shop, he veered towards the health station. He needed to see Xiao Bei. Only by ensuring his brother's safety could he find peace of mind. As he approached the vicinity of the health station, he spotted Feng Qing pacing anxiously at the entrance like a distressed sparrow. Upon seeing him, she rushed over. Su Nan, are you all right? What happened? Is she truly your mother? Did she harm you? Feng Qing bombarded him with questions, her face etched with concern and anxiety. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shui emerged from inside, holding Bei Bei's hand. Upon seeing his brother, Bei Bei rushed over and clung to his leg, his small face betraying unease as he called out, Brother. Lin Shui remained silent, her clear eyes gazing at him with worry, silently conveying comfort. Observing the genuine care of his friends and the obedient presence of his younger brother, Su Nin felt as though a corner of the icy fortress around his heart had begun to thaw. He ruffled Bei Bei's hair and smiled wearily at Feng Qing and Lin Shui, his smile imbued with fatigue, yet tinged with warmth. It's all right, it's been resolved. For now, we're settled at Aunt Lu's place. Feng Qing let out a sigh of relief, but her expression quickly morphed into one of indignation. I've heard everything. How could she treat you and Xiao Bei that way back then, and still have the audacity to show her face now? You ought to, Feng Qing, Su Nin interjected. Shaking his head, let us not discuss that. He shifted the topic. Have you eaten? He was reluctant to delve deeper, at least not at that moment. Lin Shui softly replied, not yet. We were waiting for your return. The cafeteria saved some food. I'll go heat it up. I'll help. Feng Qing immediately offered. Watching the two girls busily prepare, and feeling his brother nestled beside him, Sunan suddenly realized how precious and tangible the warmth before him was. He knew he must safeguard this warmth. As night fell, the shadows cast by his mother were temporarily dispelled. Yet, Sunan understood that greater trials lay ahead. He needed to extract the information he sought from his mother as swiftly as possible, and then ensure she departed from their lives entirely. How could he pry open her lips? Perhaps a candid, one-on-one negotiation was in order? Sunan's gaze deepened and hardened in the encroaching darkness. Chapter 28. Confrontation in the shadows to settle his mother temporarily at Widow Lu's home was akin to casting a stone into a placid lake. While the ripples may momentarily cease, the underlying peril had already taken root. Sunan was acutely aware that procrastination would not resolve the issue. He must take the initiative to swiftly obtain information from Qian Guifan and subsequently ensure her departure. The following afternoon, he found time to visit Widow Lu's house. Qian Guifan sat on the edge of the Kong, staring vacantly out the window, her expression weary yet laced with a hint of restless scheming. Upon seeing Sunan, her face instantly broke into a forced smile, sweetly ingratiating. Ah, Nan, you've come. Have you eaten? Sister Lu's cooking is truly delightful. Sunan did not engage, placing a small bag of grain and some money on the table. This is for your provisions and living expenses for the next few days. Thank you for your trouble. Sister Lu. Widow Lu quickly waved her hands. Not at all, not at all. Captain Su, you are far too courteous. Sunan turned his attention to Qian Guifan. His tone flat. Comrade Qian Guifan, let us step outside for a moment. I wish to discuss something privately. Qian Guifan's eyes brightened, interpreting her son's demeanor as a softening of his stance, and she quickly stood. Oh, all right, all right. The two of them walked to the quiet edge of the birch forest outside the village. The sunset filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, and the surroundings were silent save for the rustling of the wind through the trees. Sunan halted, pivoting to face her, his gaze steady and calm. There's no one here, let us be frank. What exactly do you want from this visit? Qian Guifan rubbed her hands together, forcing a laugh. Nan, what does a mother like me want? I'm just getting old, without support, wishing to come find my son for a bit of comfort. Look at you now. You've made something of yourself. You're an official now. Isn't it only right for a mother to seek a hand from her son? Besides, Xiao Bei is my son too. I want to see him. Comfort? See Xiao Bei? Sunan scoffed, interrupting her charade. Cut to the chase. How much do you want? Or what conditions must be met for you to leave and ensure you never disturb my and Xiao Bei's lives again? His bluntness and coldness froze Qian Guifan's south smile in place. She hadn't anticipated such ruthless candor from her son. Can you really not tolerate your mother? She attempted to unleash a fresh wave of tears. Spare me that act. Sunan's eyes sharpened. There's no mother-son bond left between us. This is purely a transaction. You provide the information I need, and I will consider giving you enough money to settle back home. Otherwise, you can continue to linger at Sister Lu's, but I assure you, you won't receive a single cent and will never see Xiao Bei again. The starkness of the deal, devoid of warmth, rendered Qian Guifan's face a tumult of colors, finally shedding her mask. Her eyes turned shrewd and resentful. Fine. Good for you, Sunan. You've grown wings and abandoned your kin. All right, what information do you want? If it's worth something, I'll sell it to you. Sunan felt his heart chill, but this was precisely the outcome he desired. Only through self-interest could this woman be compelled to speak. About my father, Su Wenyuan. He fixed his gaze intently upon her. What transpired before and after I was taken? Also, regarding the great fire at the Xinganling logging site, how much do you know? How did he go missing? Upon hearing Su Wenyuan and the Xinganling fire, Qian Guifan's expression shifted noticeably, a flicker of barely concealed panic and fear crossing her features. She instinctively glanced around, lowering her voice. Why do you want to know this? It's been so many years. He's dead. What's left to inquire about? Her reaction confirmed that she indeed possessed knowledge. Sunan's heart stirred, his tone growing even colder. That's none of your concern. Just tell me what you know. If the information holds value, then the money will hold value. Otherwise, this conversation is over. Qian Guifan bit her lip, her gaze flickering as she clearly waged an intense internal battle. The incident seemed to be a nightmare she desperately wished to forget. I don't know much, she hesitated. Your father was very stubborn. He was resolute. If the higher-ups instructed him to say something, he would say it, all while maintaining his lofty ideals. He had long been targeted. Then it was just as you'd expect. He was taken away. Why was he taken away? What were the specific charges? Aside from his words, were there any other reasons? Sunan pressed on. What else could it be? They said he had ideological issues and was counterproductive. Qian Guifen's gaze darted. They also said he was involved with some drawings and had connections with the outside world. I don't understand. Drawings? Connections with the outside world? Su Nan keenly seized upon those two phrases. His father was a mechanical engineer, so handling drawings was not unusual, but in that era, having ties to the outside world was an extremely sensitive accusation. And what about the fire? Su Nan demanded. Genuine terror flickered across Qian Guifen's face. Her voice dropping to a near whisper. That fire was strange. It wasn't a normal lightning strike. It ignited too quickly. And the ones who went missing with your father weren't ordinary labor reform prisoners. They were educated individuals who had been under close watch. Before the fire erupted, there were reports of arguments and gunshots. Gunshots. Su Nan's heart tightened. Who did you hear this from? Are you certain? His voice was taut with tension. I only heard it later, eavesdropping on gossip. I don't know if it's true. Regardless, after that, the higher-ups sent people down and issued a gag order. No one was permitted to discuss it. I was terrified and quickly found someone to marry, fleeing far away. Qian Guifen recounted, her body trembling slightly, as if transported back to those fearful days. Though the fragments of information were hazy, they were profoundly alarming. An unnatural fire? Concentrated supervision of technical personnel? Arguments? Gunshots? A gag order? All of this pointed towards a dreadful possibility. The disappearance of his father and the others was perhaps not an accident, but rather a deeper conspiracy. It could even be a matter of silencing them. A chill coursed up Su Nan's spine. He forced himself to remain calm, continuing to inquire. Who was responsible for overseeing and extinguishing the fire? Were there any notable individuals or incidents? Qian Guifen struggled to recall, shaking her head. It's been too long. I can't remember clearly. There seemed to be a leading cadre in charge, surnamed who? Quite fierce. After the devastating fire, a headcount revealed that a crucial notebook or blueprint was mysteriously missing, leading to a prolonged and secretive search. Was it a notebook or a blueprint? My father had a habit of carrying a notebook to document his technical insights and data. Could it be? The clues seemed to multiply. Yet they grew increasingly elusive. Is that all? Su Nan fixed his gaze on her, probing for more. Any detail could be invaluable. Qian Guifen wore a pained expression. I truly have nothing else. That day, I was so terrified that I didn't dare to inquire further. Just getting out alive was a blessing. Su Nan assessed her demeanor and concluded she was not lying. Although fragmented, this information was already profoundly shocking and illuminated his next investigative direction. The team leader, possibly surnamed who? And the missing notebook or blueprint. He paused momentarily, retrieving a pre-prepared envelope from his pocket, containing a sum of money that was not insignificant but would not enable her to squander it frivolously. This amount should suffice for you to return to your hometown, rent a small apartment, and engage in a modest business to live a stable life. Su Nan handed her the envelope, his tone brooking no dissent. Take the money and buy a ticket home tomorrow. Do not return here again, if you honor your promise. Perhaps I will consider providing you with some living expenses in the future. Should you come back to pester me or spread these words indiscriminately, I assure you, you shall receive not a single penny, and the consequences will be yours to bear. Qian Guifen snatched the envelope, pinching it to gauge its thickness. Her face instantly illuminated with greed and satisfaction as she nodded repeatedly. All right, I will leave tomorrow. I promise not to trouble you again. Observing her avaricious demeanor, the last remnants of Su Nan's hesitation evaporated. Such a mother was unworthy of any warmth. Remember your words, Su Nan coldly remarked, turning away without casting her another glance. As he exited the birch grove, the setting sun cast a golden hue, yet Su Nan's heart was burdened with an immense weight. The whereabouts of his father seemed shrouded in an even thicker veil of blood-red fog. Technical blueprints? Connections to the outside world? An extraordinary fire? Arguments and gunshots? The missing notebook? What secrets lie concealed behind all of this? Did his father truly perish in that inferno? Or, he dared not contemplate further. Nevertheless, he was one step closer to the truth. His next target, to locate that team leader, possibly surnamed who. Additionally, he must remain vigilant for any clues related to his father's missing notebook. Just as he was lost in thought, Feng Qing rushed over, breathless. Su Nan, I've been searching for you. Hurry back to the office. There's been an incident. What now? Su Nan's heart tightened. Could it be that Qian Guifen had stirred up trouble again? It's not your family's business. Feng Qing exclaimed urgently. It's the equipment. The imported precision milling machine we just transported back from the 5th Regiment for a major overhaul. The lifting cable snapped during unloading. The machine fell. The exterior damage is minor, but the precision spindle seems to have been compromised. Director Zhao is furious and insists you return immediately to assess the situation. Truly, just as one issue is resolved, another arises. Su Nan sighed, collecting his thoughts. Let us go back and take a look. The domestic turmoil was momentarily set aside, and the technical challenges once again became paramount. His investigative journey appeared to intertwine with these cold machines in ways yet unseen. Chapter 29. Delicate craftsmanship determines fate. Subtle affections conceal hidden yearnings. As Sunan hurried back to the repair shop, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could drip with moisture. The expensive imported precision milling machine lay incapacitated in the center of the workshop, resembling an iron bird with broken wings. Director Zhao wore a grim expression, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, while the surrounding skilled workers and young intellectuals formed a circle, all wearing furrowed brows. What happened? Sunan squeezed into the crowd. Master Wang pointed at the spindle area of the milling machine, sighing. When unloading, the steel cable suddenly snapped, causing it to land on its side. While the exterior damage is minor, the spindle system is critical. It runs in idle testing but vibrates violently under load. Accompanied by abnormal noises, it's utterly unusable. This spindle is the heart of the machine, requiring utmost precision. It must have sustained internal damage to the bearings or transmission mechanism due to the impact. Have you opened it for inspection? Sunan inquired. We dare not open it recklessly. An elder worker interjected. This imported precision spindle has a complex structure and strict sealing. We lack specialized tools and blueprints. If we force it open and cannot reassemble it, or if we compromise its precision, it would be rendered completely useless. Who would bear the responsibility for that? Indeed, disassembling such a precision spindle requires a dust-free environment, specialized pullers, torque wrenches, and ample experience. Acting blindly poses significant risks. Seeing Sunan, Director Zhao seemingly grasped the lifeline. Sunan, think of a solution. This milling machine was procured with great effort from the regiment. It's intended for processing crucial components. And it just arrived. Everyone's gaze shifted back to Sunan, a mixture of expectation and anxiety evident. Sunan did not respond immediately. He first circled the milling machine, scrutinizing the impact area and spindle housing. Then he activated the machine, listening attentively to the sounds during idle and load attempts. Knowledge from basic mechanical principles, vibration analysis, and precision instrument maintenance intertwined in his mind. He noticed the vibrations were not merely due to imbalance, but exhibited a certain rhythmic impact noise, most pronounced within a specific RPM range. It was not a simple bearing fracture. Sunan preliminarily concluded it resembled the internal displacement or deformation of a precise gear or coupling due to the impact, leading to poor engagement and unstable transmission. Disassembling it directly posed too great a risk. Perhaps an external diagnosis and fine-tuning could be attempted. External diagnosis? Fine-tuning? Director Zhao and the elder workers were taken aback. Such precision machinery could be treated from the outside. A simple dynamic balance detection device and a high-precision reverse fine-tuning tool would need to be fabricated. Sunan's thoughts crystallized. Master Wang, please find a sufficiently straight and smooth thin steel rod, along with a dial gauge. Feng Qing, assist me in procuring the thinnest sheets of tin foil and a bit of beeswax. Others, prepare lighting and tools. Although bewildered, the crowd had developed a blind trust in Sunan and immediately dispersed to fulfill his requests. Sunan swiftly sketched a diagram for the simple tools in his mind. He intended to utilize the thin steel rod and dial gauge to create a rudimentary concentricity detection rod, measuring the radial runout at different positions of the spindle to indirectly ascertain the approximate location and extent of the internal damage. The tin foil and beeswax would be used to create temporary weights, attempting to achieve on-site dynamic balance correction. The tools were quickly assembled. Sunan carefully secured the thin steel rod to the spindle's end, attaching the dial gauge. He slowly rotated the spindle, meticulously observing the amplitude and pattern of the gauge needle's movement. The runout was severely out of tolerance, and the oscillation was not unidirectional. It exhibited periodic variations. Sunan recorded and analyzed, concluding that the damage was likely not in the bearing itself, but within the subsequent transmission chain, possibly due to eccentricity or surface damage of the second-stage reduction gear. Next, based on the detection results, he calculated the approximate imbalance amount and location, carefully adhering a minuscule piece of tin foil coated with beeswax to a specific position on the spindle flange, then conducting another dynamic balance test. This process was exceedingly intricate and required immense patience and a steady hand. Sunan was wholly absorbed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The workshop fell into a hushed silence, punctuated only by the gentle ticking of the dial gauge and the slow rotation of the machine. Feng Qing watched intently, hastily jotting down notes on this unprecedented method of precision repair. Lin Shui discreetly offered a damp towel, and without lifting his head, Sunan accepted it to wipe his sweat before returning it, the motion flowing naturally. Once, twice, thrice, testing and subtly adjusting the position and weight of the tinfoil counterweights. As time gradually passed, the sky outside dimmed. Just as someone was about to lose their patience, Sunan restarted the machine, slowly increasing the speed. And the abnormal noises markedly diminished. The vibrations during the load test significantly decreased. Although it had not completely returned to its optimal condition, it had reached a standard suitable for normal use. Success. The vibrations have truly lessened. The operator exclaimed in delight. Incredible. How could this work? It's as if the legendary physician BNK has returned, diagnosing this iron contraption with exceptional skill. The workshop erupted in cheers and astonishment. Director Zhao let out a long sigh of relief, firmly patting Su Nan on the shoulder, utterly speechless with excitement. Master Wang looked at Su Nan with a complex expression, ultimately transforming it into a sigh of admiration. I've truly grown old. The future belongs to the younger generation now. Su Nan smiled wearily, setting down his tools. This was merely a stopgap measure. A complete overhaul would be necessary once conditions permitted. Yet at least they had preserved this invaluable equipment, alleviating an urgent crisis. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring advanced skills in precision instrument disassembly and calibration, X1. Mini laser calibration tool, X1. The system's rewards arrived timely, flooding his mind with advanced knowledge, along with a groundbreaking miniature tool. Su Nan felt a surge of joy. He would now be more confident in handling such precision equipment. With the crisis averted, the crowd dispersed. Exhausted, Su Nan slumped onto a toolbox to rest. Feng Qing immediately approached, her eyes sparkling. Su Nan, you are amazing. This is definitely headline news. A local expert revives foreign equipment. I must write an excellent report. Lin Shui quietly handed him a military water bottle. It contains warm water. Please have a drink. She then took out a clean lunchbox with leftovers from the cafeteria, perhaps a bit cold. Should I heat it up? Her care was meticulous and heartfelt, forming a stark contrast to Feng Qing's exuberant enthusiasm. Su Nan took a sip from the water bottle, the warm liquid soothing his parched throat, and he glanced at the lunchbox, shaking his head. No need to heat it. I can eat it cold. Thank you. He opened the lunchbox and began to eat ravenously, starved as he was. Feng Qing was still excitedly planning her report nearby, while Lin Shui sat quietly at a distance, watching Su Nan devour his meal with a subtle, gentle smile gracing her lips. At that moment, a nurse rushed into the workshop. Lin Shui. There's an emergency at the health station. Dr. Sun needs you to return immediately. Lin Shui sprang to her feet. I'll go right away. She cast a quick glance at Su Nan before hurrying off. Feng Qing was also called away by the publicity department, claiming they needed to review her article. Soon, only Su Nan and Master Wang, who was tidying up his tools, remained in the workshop. Master Wang, with a pipe in his mouth, glanced at Su Nan and suddenly chuckled. Young man, you're quite the charmer. Su Nan nearly choked. Master Wang, please don't say such things. Am I speaking nonsense? Master Wang exhaled a puff of smoke and said, that Feng girl is fiery, full of vigor, and her eyes are all on your prowess. As for Lin, she is like warm water, few words, yet her gaze is thoughtful. What are your true feelings, young man? Su Nan fell silent for a moment and shook his head. I'm not thinking about such things right now. A multitude of troubles still looms ahead. He spoke the truth. The mystery of his father's disappearance weighed heavily on his heart, and although his mother had been temporarily sent away, the underlying issues remained. The technical challenges were relentless, and matters of the heart felt like an extravagant luxury. Master Wang sighed. Indeed, you're a thoughtful lad. However, some things that are meant to come will inevitably find their way. You cannot escape them. Just follow your heart. Follow my heart. Su Nan pondered this phrase. Yet his mind involuntarily conjured Lin Shui's quiet and concerned eyes, along with her gesture of offering him warm water and food. Perhaps Master Wang had a point, but he quickly dismissed the thought. There were far more pressing matters to attend to. The next day, Qian Guifan indeed departed as promised, and the widow Lu returned the remaining grain, conveying the news that Qian Guifan had boarded the vehicle to return home. A heavy stone lifted momentarily from Su Nan's heart. He poured more energy into his work while secretly reviewing the old employee records from the team, attempting to locate the team leader from years past who might have the surname Hu, as his mother had mentioned. However, this was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, requiring both time and opportunity. The maintenance team continued their tasks. Perhaps due to the buzz surrounding the miraculous operation of the precision milling machine, the various teams grew increasingly reliant on them, presenting an array of complex challenges. One day, they were urgently summoned to the 9th Company, notorious for its rugged terrain. There, the only old tractor, while cultivating a sloped field, had completely jammed its transmission, rendering it immobile. With spring sowing approaching, the entire company was as frantic as ants on a hot pan. Upon arrival, Su Nan's team found the aged Dongfanghong tractor precariously tilted on a steep slope, the driver wearing a face of despair. Upon inspection, they discerned a distinct metallic jamming sound emanating from the transmission, making it impossible to shift gears. It was likely a broken fork or stripped gears. Master Wang concluded that they would need to hoist the transmission for a thorough repair. But in such a remote area, it was impossible for a crane to reach. Were they expected to lift it by hand? That was simply absurd. The mood turned grim. Would the Ninth Company's spring sowing be delayed by this tractor? Sun furrowed his brow, surveying the terrain and the tractor's condition. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps they wouldn't need to hoist the transmission at all. He pointed to the steep slope, suggesting, we can utilize this incline. Chapter 30. Ingenious use of the slope to resolve the crisis. An old relic sparked suspicion. Utilizing the slope? Master Wang and the Ninth Company's commander stared at Su Nan in astonishment, glancing back and forth between him and the tilted tractor with its jammed transmission. Exactly. Su Nan's gaze sharpened as he analyzed the terrain, indicating that the tractor was currently tilted downwards on the slope, with its rear wheels suspended in the air. If we can secure the front wheels to prevent sliding, and then find a way to loosen the bolts connecting the transmission's rear cover, we might be able to slide the entire transmission assembly out from the back using the vehicle's weight and the slope's gravity. This would save us the immense hassle of hoisting. Upon hearing this, everyone pondered carefully, their eyes gradually lighting up. This idea was remarkably clever, yet it was indeed feasible. The transmission was connected to the engine flywheel housing by bolts, and the rear was linked to the drive shaft. If they could loosen the rear connection and release the transmission from its fixed points on the chassis, the heavy transmission could indeed be pulled out along the guiding shaft under the influence of gravity. Brilliant. Master Wang slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I've repaired machines my entire life, but never considered this approach. Kid, your brain is truly agile. The Ninth Company's commander became animated. Fantastic. Captain Su, how many hands do you need? How should we proceed? The entire company is at your service. Without delay, Su Nan assumed the role of on-site commander. Commander, please find a few sturdy logs to place in front of and behind the tractor's front wheels, securing them well. And then use steel wire to anchor the front of the vehicle firmly to that large tree. We must ensure absolute stability, with no possibility of slipping. Safety is our top priority. Master Wang, please gather people to prepare the tools, focusing on the bolts connecting the transmission's rear cover and the chassis. These bolts may have rusted and will require penetrating oil and an extended lever. Fengqing, Lin Shui, you are responsible for keeping watch, ensuring that onlookers maintain a safe distance, and prepare a first aid kit just in case. The instructions were clear and well organized. Everyone immediately set to work. The employees of the Ninth Company, brimming with enthusiasm, quickly procured sturdy logs and steel wire. A dozen strong fellows shouted in unison as they firmly secured the tractor's front wheels, wrapping the steel wire around the tree trunk multiple times and tying it into robust knots. Master Wang, accompanied by his skilled technicians, ascended beneath the vehicle armed with tools. Indeed, many bolts were severely rusted, making them exceedingly laborious to unscrew. Su Nan also crawled inside, personally addressing the most critical bolts. Utilizing his knowledge of mechanical principles, he ingeniously employed leverage and impact force in conjunction with a loosening agent, gradually loosening the stubborn bolts. Sweat soaked everyone's clothing, while grease stained their arms and cheeks. Lin Shui and Fengqing stood anxiously outside the safety line, with Fengqing's palm slick with sweat as he clutched his camera. And Lin Shui tightly grasped the first aid kit, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the industrious figure beneath the vehicle. At last, all connecting bolts were successfully removed. The pivotal moment had arrived. It was necessary to separate the transmission assembly from the engine flywheel. This demanded an extraordinarily precise maneuver, requiring the use of gravity while simultaneously preventing the transmission from suddenly dropping and causing damage or danger. Su Nan instructed the team to procure several stout iron bars to serve as levers and guiding rods, positioning himself in the most critical spot. On my command, Su Nan spoke with a steady voice. 1, 2, 3. Slowly pry. The group exerted their strength simultaneously, cautiously pushing the transmission backward with the lever. Accompanied by the excruciating sound of metal grinding, the heavy transmission began to move gradually along the guiding axis. It's moving. It's moving. Someone gasped in awe. Steady. Do not use brute force. Let it slide on its own. Su Nan was wholly focused, orchestrating the rhythm. Gravity was taking effect. The transmission was inching out. Everyone coordinated, ready with wooden blocks and jacks to support it, preventing any sudden drops. The entire process was exhilarating, akin to executing a delicate surgical operation. When the entire transmission assembly was smoothly placed onto the prepared wooden board, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. We did it. It's truly out. Incredible. Captain Su is phenomenal. The excited commander of the Ninth Company nearly knelt before Su Nan in gratitude. The subsequent tasks were relatively straightforward. Upon opening the rear cover of the transmission, the internal condition became immediately apparent. A main shift fork had broken, jamming the gears. Master Wong and his team swiftly replaced the parts, clearing away metal shavings and changing the gear oil. Then came the more arduous task of reversing the process. Utilizing a pulley system and lever, they meticulously pushed the repaired transmission assembly back into position, aligning it with the connecting shaft and tightening all bolts. When the final bolt was secured, Sunan leaped into the driver's seat and attempted to start the tractor. The engine roared to life with a smooth rumble. Engaging the gear and releasing the clutch, the tractor steadily moved forward a few paces. It's repaired, completely fixed. The crowd erupted in jubilation. The Ninth Company's spring sewing was saved. Sunan dismounted, gazing at the cheering crowd and the revitalized tractor, a look of relief illuminating his weary face. The sense of accomplishment derived from utilizing natural conditions and cleverness far surpassed any mere reliance on high-tech tools. Fengqing excitedly captured the scene of celebration. Focusing the lens on the oil-stained, beaming Sunan, Lin Shui approached, offering him a water bottle, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of success, the old accountant from the Ninth Company squeezed through, clutching a thick, worn ledger. Captain Su, we are immensely grateful to you. You've truly helped us out. Come. Please sign in this maintenance ledger so we can report the expenses for the parts to the regiment. Sunan took the pen and casually signed his name and the date in the ledger. His gaze inadvertently scanned the preceding pages, which chronicled past repairs and material requisitions. The handwriting faded and varied in age. Suddenly, his attention froze on a yellowed entry dated approximately 7 or 8 years ago. The recorded items included diesel, lubricating oil, and spare track plates, with the issuing unit being the regiment's special task force. The signature in the responsible person's column was a somewhat scribbled but still legible name. Who weighed on? Who? Sunan's heart raced. Was this the team leader mentioned by his mother, who possibly bore the surname Hu? He suppressed his excitement, feigning casual interest as he pointed to the name and inquired of the old accountant. Comrade, who is this Hu weighed on? The name seems unfamiliar. Perhaps he is not from our regiment? The old accountant adjusted his reading glasses and leaned in closer. Hu weighed on? Oh, you mean old Hu. He hasn't been with our regiment for a long time. This man is quite prominent. I've heard he used to be an officer in the security department of the division. Quite impressive. It seems he earned a commendation and was promoted afterward? I'm not entirely sure. Back then, he led a direct unit here for a while, apparently executing some special mission, quite mysterious. The security department of the division. Special mission. The timelines roughly aligned. All clues seemed to connect instantaneously. Sunan felt his breath quicken. He strove to maintain his composure, continuing to extract information. Special mission? What kind of special mission could there be in our remote area? Who knows? The old accountant shook his head. They're very tight-lipped about it. However, during that time, the northern forests seemed to be quite unstable, and there was a significant fire incident before they withdrew. It's all old news now. The northern forests. Fire. Sunan was almost certain that this Hu Weidong was indeed the formidable team leader his mother spoke of. He was also one of the key informants regarding his father's disappearance. He had found it. Finally, a clear lead. He forcefully restrained the impulse to immediately inquire about Hu Weidong's whereabouts, lest he alert the proverbial grass. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, he excused himself, citing fatigue, and departed with the repair team. On the return journey, Sunan was filled with a tumult of emotions, unable to quell his excitement. Hu Weidong? The security department of the division. If he could locate this individual, perhaps he could unveil the truth behind his father's disappearance. Yet, the division headquarters felt impossibly distant from his modest position as a technician in a repair team. How could he gain access? What rationale could he employ? He needed an opportunity, one that would allow him to reasonably approach the division headquarters and seek information. Perhaps the forthcoming technical competition for the entire division? Sunan's eyes sparkled anew with determination. It seemed that in this upcoming competition, he must give his all, secure a commendable rank, and strive to enter the purview of the division's leadership. Just as he was deep in thought, Lin Shui, walking beside him, suddenly exclaimed softly, picking something up from the roadside. It was a small, rusted metal object, resembling a battered nameplate or clothing button, with a peculiar shape and faint, indistinct engravings on its surface. What is this? Fengqing inquired curiously as he leaned closer. Lin Shui shook her head. I don't know. I almost tripped over it. It seems to have some age. Sunan instinctively glanced at it, his gaze locking onto the object. The shape and material triggered his knowledge of metal identification, revealing it to be a special stainless steel alloy, commonly used for the nameplates of precision instruments or critical equipment. The indistinct engravings appeared to be numbers and letters. A sudden bold conjecture flashed through his mind like lightning. The notebook associated with his father's disappearance. The one his mother mentioned that possibly contained crucial technical data or secrets. Lost after the fire. Could it bear a similar identification? This unassuming little metal plate, could it possibly be from that notebook? Or perhaps from other equally significant items that have gone missing? Why does it appear here? Is it merely a chance loss? Or does it hint at more clues yet to be uncovered? Holding the cold metal plate in his hand, Sunan felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. The path of investigation seemed perpetually fraught with challenges, yet it also promised glimpses of hope. He carefully tucked the metal plate into his pocket, as if safeguarding a rusted key that could unlock the door to the truth. It's nothing. Just a piece of scrap metal. He smiled at Lin Shui and Feng Qing, concealing the turmoil within. However, his gaze instinctively drifted northward once more, where it appeared that more secrets lay hidden, waiting for him to unearth them. Chapter 31. Preparing for battle, clues begin to emerge. The rusted metal plate, inscribed with indistinct characters, rippled through Sunan's mind like a stone cast into a deep pool. He stored it away with care, choosing not to delve into its mysteries just yet, for a more pressing objective loomed: the upcoming technical competition for the entire brigade. This was not merely a contest of honor. It served as the ideal springboard for him to engage with the headquarters and investigate who Weidong's whereabouts. He must seize this opportunity. The announcement soon came through officially. The brigade's technical competition was set to take place at the headquarters in a month, encompassing fault diagnosis and practical repairs for key agricultural machinery such as tractors, harvesters, and diesel engines, alongside theoretical assessments and innovative proposals. Each regiment was to select its finest technical personnel to form competing teams. Without a doubt, the slot for the 2nd Regiment was bestowed upon Sunan. Squad leader Zhang and director Zhao placed great hopes in him, yearning not only for his individual ranking but also for him to elevate the reputation of the 2nd Regiment's repair shop. Pressure translated into motivation. Sunan immediately immersed himself in a frenzied state of preparation. By day, he completed his repair tasks as usual, treating each malfunction as a practical drill. By night, he immersed himself in the workshop or the library, systematically reviewing mechanical principles, poring over obscure technical manuals, and even beginning to explore more intricate hydraulic transmission and circuit control knowledge, areas not yet widely applied in domestic agricultural machinery, though present in imported equipment. The advanced skills of precision instrument disassembly and calibration, and the myriad snippets of knowledge provided by daily check-ins were fervently absorbed, integrated, and put into practice. He scavenged various discarded parts to practice blind disassembly and reassembly, relentlessly pursuing the limits of speed and precision. He even began sketching simple improvement designs, contemplating how to enhance the efficiency and reliability of existing agricultural machinery. His diligence did not go unnoticed by those around him. The workshop lights were always among the last to be extinguished. Master Wang became his dedicated training partner and advisor, imparting decades of accumulated wisdom, much of which, although rudimentary, proved immensely practical. The pair often found themselves passionately debating technical details before burying themselves in experiments. Meanwhile, Feng Qing took on the roles of logistics minister and publicity officer, continually devising ways to provide him with nutritious sustenance and documenting every detail of his preparation with fervent prose, already hinting at his story in the brigade's internal newsletter, portraying Sunan as a dedicated technical prodigy rooted in the frontier. Lin Shui's care was consistently quiet and meticulous. She would often prepare an extra supper, assisting him in cleaning his grease-stained work clothes, and when he fell asleep on the table from exhaustion, she would gently drape a coat over him. Her gaze followed him always, imbued with silent support and a subtle hint of concern. Even Bei Bei seemed to sense her brother's busyness and significance, becoming more obedient. Engrossed in her books and toys, making no fuss, but insisting on a story from her brother each night before sleep. All of this became Sunan's greatest solace in times of fatigue. However, the tranquil preparation period did not last long. A few days later, an unexpected accident disrupted the rhythm once more. The regiment's sole large grain dryer malfunctioned while processing a batch of vital wheat seeds. The core temperature control system suddenly failed. The temperature surged dangerously, nearly igniting the wheat. Although the power was cut in time to avert a fire, the core component of the control system, a complex bimetallic temperature controller and a relay control box, was destroyed. There were no spare parts. Such precise temperature controllers had to be ordered from the original manufacturer, which would take an exceedingly long time. Moreover, this batch of wheat was crucial breeding material that must be dried and stored promptly. Otherwise, it would severely impact the quality of seeds for the coming year. The task once again fell upon Sunan's shoulders. Gazing at the charred, intricately structured temperature controller and the chaotic tangle of relay wiring, Master Wang shook his head. This thing is too complex. I can't fix it. It seemed hopeless. But Sunan, after a meticulous examination, felt a spark of insight. The core of the temperature controller was a bimetallic strip that deformed to actuate a contact switch. Although it was burnt, the principle remained unchanged. The relay wiring merely served as an actuator. We can attempt to construct a makeshift replacement system using basic components. Construct it ourselves? Everyone found this notion incredulous. Yes. Sunen's mind raced. We need a standard thermometer as a sensor, a few manual reset switches, several electric heating wires of varying power, and some resistors and capacitors. Feng Qing, quickly check with the publicity department to see if there are any discarded broadcasting devices. We can salvage some relays and potentiometers. Lin Shui, go borrow the most precise thermometer and an alcohol lamp from Dr. Sun at the clinic. He showcased his boundless creativity, grounded in solid theory. Without automatic control, they would resort to semi-automatic or even manual alternatives. The crux was precise temperature regulation. It did not need to replicate the original perfectly. Soon, the materials were gathered. Using the outer shell of the burnt temperature controller as a base, Su Nan removed the internal wreckage, securely fixed a standard thermometer inside, and ingeniously connected the manual reset switch and relay assembly. By calculating the power of the various heating wires and the series resistance, he established several critical temperature threshold points. It worked. Su Nan wiped the sweat from his brow. Although it couldn't adjust the temperature continuously, it could set fixed temperature levels. Manual monitoring would be required based on the thermometer readings, but it was sufficient to complete the drying task for this batch of wheat. The dryer was restarted. Su Nan stood vigil, his eyes glued to the thermometer, manually switching the controls based on the readings. Though tedious, the temperature remained firmly within a safe range. A batch of precious wheat seeds was saved. Everyone was once again awed by Su Nan's remarkable ability to transform the desolate into the miraculous. This makeshift temperature control system became another living testament to his technical innovation. After this urgent repair, Su Nan's understanding of automatic control principles deepened further. That night, he instinctively took out the metal plate, repeatedly rubbing and observing it under the light. The keen observational skills honed from precision instrument disassembly and calibration led him to notice an exceedingly subtle scratch along the edge of the plate, one that had not been caused by corrosion. Cautiously, he used the tip of a needle to clean it, discovering what appeared to be an intricately etched, minuscule arrow mark. The arrow pointed toward a specific edge of the plate. A spark ignited within him as he fetched a magnifying glass, meticulously inspecting the layer of rust along the direction indicated by the arrow. Suddenly, he noticed a small patch where the rust color seemed to exhibit a slight difference. Gently scraping away a bit of the rust revealed an extremely faint, nearly erased engraving beneath. A letter, D. D. What could it signify? A portion of a serial number? An abbreviation for a location? Or perhaps an initial? This revelation sent his heart racing. This metal plate was far from an ordinary piece of discarded material. It concealed information. He attempted to scrape off more rust, but fearing damage to this singular piece of evidence, he reluctantly ceased his efforts. However, the letter D lingered in his mind like an enigmatic cipher, deeply etched into his consciousness. He committed to memory the fragments of information regarding the nameplate and who weighed on, along with all other scattered details, as he immersed himself in the intense preparations. Days passed, and Su Nan's technical skills became increasingly refined, his theoretical knowledge more systematic. He brimmed with anticipation for the imminent grand competition. A week prior to the event, a working group was dispatched by the command to conduct preliminary assessments and guidance. Leading the team was a seasoned engineer from the repair battalion, surnamed Qian, a technical authority with a serious demeanor. Engineer Qian observed Su Nan's troubleshooting and repair demonstrations several times. Though his face remained impassive, fleeting expressions of surprise in his eyes betrayed his admiration. During a break, Engineer Qian engaged in conversation with Director Zhao and Team Leader Zhang. Su Nan, while tidying his tools, caught snippets of their dialogue. This competition is teeming with hidden talents, remarked Engineer Qian, sipping his tea. Especially those fellows from the command's direct unit. They are immersed in new equipment daily, their skills honed to perfection. I hear they've implemented some technical innovations, preparing to astonish everyone in the competition. Oh, what innovations? Inquired Director Zhao, curiosity piqued. The specifics elude me, but it seems to pertain to the feeding system of the combined harvester, enhancing efficiency or some such. Old who oversees them, has certainly invested heavily. Old who? Su Nan's ears perked up instantly, his heart racing with fervor. He feigned calmness, leisurely finishing up his tools while inching closer. Engineer Qian continued. Oblivious, you all know Hu Weidong, right? He previously worked in the security division, but later shifted to logistics for technical training. His temperament remains fiery, yet he possesses remarkable leadership skills. His subordinates are exceptionally proficient. Hu Weidong. Indeed, he was at the command, directly involved in technical training. This was a serendipitous discovery, seemingly effortless to uncover. Sun stifled his overwhelming joy, discreetly retreating. The information was clear. Hu Weidong, logistics technical training at the command, overseeing the direct unit, hot-tempered. The objective was now strikingly vivid. In the grand competition, he not only aimed to triumph, but to do so spectacularly, garnering sufficient attention to equip himself with the capital and rationale to approach the enigmatic Hu Weidong. The ultimate challenge loomed near, and the quest for truth hidden beneath the technical confrontations was about to unfold. Sun gripped the wrench tightly, his gaze directed toward the command's location, his expression resolute and piercing. A storm was poised to converge upon the grandest stage, and he was well prepared. Chapter 32. A gathering of heroes. The day of the grand technical competition arrived amidst tension and anticipation, as scheduled. The command's base buzzed with a livelier atmosphere than usual. With elite technicians and repair personnel from various regiments converging, the air thick with the scent of engine oil, sweat, and the palpable tension of competition. On the vast parade ground, an array of tractors, harvesters, and diesel engines stood in neat formation, akin to soldiers awaiting inspection. As a representative of the 2nd Regiment, Sun stood among the ranks, his demeanor calm, yet his gaze sharply scanning the scene, lingering a few extra moments in the area of the command's direct unit. He sought the potential presence of the elusive Hu Weidong. The opening ceremony was brief yet fervent. The commanding officer delivered a speech, encouraging everyone to showcase their style and skill, contributing to the unit's development. Following this, the competition officially commenced. The first event was a written examination on theoretical fundamentals, held in a temporarily arranged grand hall, the atmosphere solemn. The questions spanned a wide range, from basic mechanical principles and agricultural machinery operation standards to more in-depth inquiries regarding fault analysis and part measurement, even including several forward-looking essay questions on the application of new technologies. Many seasoned technicians from the grassroots units, rich in practical experience, yet lacking in theoretical knowledge, began to scratch their heads. In contrast, Sun's pen flowed with ease. His systematic knowledge acquired from basic mechanical principles and metal materials, coupled with recent intensive studying, rendered the questions crystal clear to him. In particular, he adeptly combined some vague concepts from his previous life with current practical needs to propose numerous innovative yet feasible ideas, such as improvements to prevent sinking for crawler tractors in marshlands and methods to reduce the loss rate of combined harvester headers. As the written examination concluded, some were jubilant while others were disheartened. Sun calmly submitted his paper, confident he had secured an 80% success rate. The afternoon brought the practical assessment of fault diagnosis. In a novel approach, the organizers had preset various concealed faults across 20 different models of agricultural machinery, challenging participants to identify and accurately document the fault causes and solutions within a stipulated timeframe, without making any repairs. This demanded exceptional experience, keen eyesight, and logical reasoning skills. The contestants dispersed to their designated areas as drawn by lot. Sun found himself in Zone 3, which housed 5 machines: an old Dongfanghong tractor, a newer Dongfeng harvester, a diesel generator, a water pump, and even a rare Soviet-made thresher. The timer began. Other participants immediately sprang into action, either starting machines to listen for sounds, crawling beneath vehicles to inspect, or circling the equipment. Sun, however, remained unhurried. He first made a swift round of each machine, utilizing his knowledge of trace tracking and information analysis to observe subtle details such as oil stains on the ground, signs of wear on parts, and fresh scratches on screws. Only then did he start the equipment. His grasp of basic mechanical principles enabled him to detect every slight abnormal vibration, sound, and odor. The Dongfanghong 75 exhibited an imbalance in the left track tension, with the guide wheel bearing producing an anomalous noise. The Dongfeng harvester had a loose balance weight on the cutter crankshaft, causing body resonance. The diesel generator showed a slight clog in the fuel filter, resulting in inadequate low-speed fuel supply. The water pump suffered from severe cavitation in the impeller, diminishing efficiency. The issue with the Soviet thresher was more concealed. Sun lingered before the hefty machine, attentively listening to the sound of its internal drum rotating. He discerned that a foreign object was lodged within, not completely jammed, but causing periodic fluctuations in rotational torque. He rapidly noted down his diagnostic findings on the answer sheet, even annotating possible causes and a prioritized order for addressing them. His swiftness and accuracy astonished the overseeing judges. As the fault diagnosis segment concluded, Sun was among the first to submit his paper. His composed demeanor sharply contrasted with that of some competitors, who were fidgeting and sweating profusely. The following day was the most critical and intense, featuring the comprehensive practical repair competition. Contestants would draw lots to complete designated repair tasks, competing on speed, quality, and craftsmanship. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly tense. Before the drawing box, the competitors held their breaths. The task assigned to Sunken made him raise an eyebrow slightly. To repair a 195 type diesel engine that had sustained damage to its cylinder block due to a broken connecting rod bolt. This was a substantial undertaking requiring the replacement of the cylinder block and piston connecting rod assembly, involving hoisting, alignment, precise measurements, and a series of complex operations. Exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. In contrast, his rival, a tall and robust young technician from the command's direct unit, drew a comparatively simpler task of replacing a gearbox synchronizer. The young man cast a glance at Sunken, a barely perceptible smirk of superiority gracing his lips. Begin. At the command, both workstations sprang into action. The technician from the direct unit moved with practiced ease, tools flying as he deftly disassembled the gearbox rear cover, clearly demonstrating the benefits of extensive specialized training. His speed remarkable. Sunken, however, was not in a rush for expediency. He meticulously organized his workstation, preparing all potential tools and spare parts, even crafting 2 specialized tools himself. Only then did he commence the disassembly. His movements, while less flashy than his opponents, were extraordinarily steady and precise. Each step was executed flawlessly, devoid of any superfluous actions. As he hoisted the engine block, he skillfully employed a clever system of levers and guiding devices, accomplishing the task single-handedly and rendering the eager assistance of Master Wang unnecessary. Every meticulous operation, scraping the bearing, measuring the gaps, and securing the bolts, was executed with unwavering precision, as if he were not merely competing but crafting a masterpiece. Time slipped away, second by second. The technicians from the direct unit had already completed the replacement of the synchronizer and commenced reassembling the gearbox, far ahead in pace. He cast a self-satisfied glance at Sunken, who remained unflustered, diligently making the final adjustments to the valve clearances and timing calibration, critical steps in the restoration of the diesel engine that would directly determine its performance and longevity. At last, the two raised their hands in simultaneous acknowledgement of completion. The judges approached for inspection. First, they examined the gearbox from the direct unit technician, noting its smooth shifting, absence of abnormal sounds, and high level of completion, all achieved in remarkably brief time, eliciting a chorus of admiration. Next came the assessment of Sunken's diesel engine. They connected the load and started it. The engine roared to life with a powerful yet steady rumble, emitting a faint exhaust and maintaining a stable RPM. Load testing ensued. The power output met the standards. Vibrations and noise levels were astonishingly low. The judges meticulously scrutinized every connection and process, finding no faults whatsoever. Even the torque of the Titan bolts seemed to have been calculated with precision, entirely consistent. Perfection. An elderly judge could not suppress a quiet exclamation of awe, remarking on the craftsmanship and calibration precision as extraordinary. Upon the aggregation of scores, Sunken achieved full marks in repair quality and procedural standards. Although he took slightly longer, his total score was surprisingly comparable to that of the rapid technician from the direct unit. This outcome astonished many onlookers. The technician's expression soured. He had anticipated a straightforward victory through speed and the advantages of resources from the headquarters, only to discover that this young man from the grassroots unit possessed such formidable skills. The scene erupted in enthusiastic applause. Sunken, with his impeccable technique, earned the respect of all present. In a corner of the stands, the commander and several high-ranking officials also took note of this thrilling contest. Which regiment does that young man belong to? What is his name? The commander inquired with keen interest. Report, Commander, he is from the 2nd Regiment, named Sunken. He also topped the written and fault diagnosis tests, an aide promptly reported. Oh, a prodigy is he? The commander raised an eyebrow in surprise. Old who? It seems this is a soldier from your old unit? Well trained indeed. Beside the commander, a middle-aged man dressed in an old military uniform, with a dark complexion and eyes as sharp as an eagle, slightly furrowed his brow upon hearing this, casting a scrutinizing gaze towards Sunken. His expression tinged with a subtle complexity. This man was Hu Weidong, the head of logistics technical training at the headquarters. He observed Sunken, not buoyed by the commander's praise, but instead replied in a stern tone, "The skills are commendable, but there is too much embellishment and not enough solidity. Repairing machinery is not akin to embroidery. Seizing time on the battlefield is paramount." His words, while seemingly critical, subtly conveyed a distinct concern. Sunken seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze to the stands, locking eyes with Hu Weidong's sharp and appraising stare. In that moment of connection, an invisible spark seemed to flicker between them. Sunken's heart raced. It was him, Hu Weidong, finally face to face. Hu Weidong quickly averted his gaze, as if merely glancing. Yet Sunken understood that he had garnered attention. In the forthcoming challenges, he must excel further to truly capture Hu Weidong's regard, even to the extent of instigating him to seek him out. The competition continued, with the ultimate champion yet to be determined. However, Sun Nen recognized that the most crucial stepping stone on his path to the truth was now firmly in his grasp. The next round would be a true showdown of titans, and he felt no fear. Chapter 33. In extreme conditions, true character emerges, concealed ingenuity beneath the olive branch. The final event of the technical competition, which tested comprehensive abilities and on-the-spot adaptability, was the simulation of extreme conditions and troubleshooting, finally arrived. After several rounds of eliminations, only 5 contestants remained, including Sun Nen and the technician from the direct unit, competing for the ultimate prize. The rules were straightforward yet brutally challenging. The organizers brought a meticulously modified Dongfanghong 54 tractor, riddled with various malfunctions, to the center of the arena, and contestants were required to take turns identifying and resolving as many issues as possible within a set time, aiming to restart the tractor and ensure stable operation. The judges would score based on the number and significance of the faults identified, as well as the quality of the repairs. The tractor exuded an intimidating aura. Its engine cover ajar, wires tangled haphazardly, and even the tracks appeared somewhat slack. Drawing lots determined the order of performance, and Sun Nen drew the last position. This was both a burden and an advantage. The pressure arose from the psychological influence of the preceding contestants' performances, while the advantage lay in his ability to observe their troubleshooting processes and the issues they uncovered, indirectly gaining insight into the machine's condition. The first contestant was an experienced technician from the 3rd Regiment. He quickly assessed the sounds and vibrations, determining that there was an issue with the fuel supply system. He adjusted the fuel injector and tightened the loose fan belt. The tractor sputtered and emitted a cloud of black smoke, but ultimately failed to start. Time elapsed. He identified 2 faults and repaired one. The second contestant hailed from the 1st Regiment and was even more meticulous. He inspected the electrical system, discovering a loose connection at the ignition coil. After making repairs, he also adjusted the valve clearances. The tractor roared momentarily before stalling, the exhaust pipe spewing a few drops of fuel. He identified 3 faults and repaired 2. Next was Zhao Dagong, who strode forward with confidence, his movements swift. He evidently noted the starting problems that his predecessors had failed to resolve, focusing on the fuel and compression systems. He replaced a suspected clogged diesel filter and addressed the blockage in the air filter, also discovering and remedying a minor leak in the cylinder gasket. After completing these tasks, he leapt into the driver's seat, took a deep breath, and turned the key. The tractor emitted a more powerful and sustained roar than in the previous attempts. The vehicle shook violently for a moment, black smoke billowing from the exhaust, but it ultimately roared to life. Gasps and applause erupted from the crowd. Zhao Dagong wore a victorious grin, jumping off the vehicle and casting a taunting glance at Sun Nen, who had yet to perform. The judges recorded, for faults identified, 3 repaired, successful start. The 4th contestant faced immense pressure. Upon entering the stage, he appeared flustered, although he also found a faulty electrical connection. He failed to resolve the starting issue before time ran out. His performance was mediocre. Finally, it was Sun Nen's turn to take the stage. All eyes were fixed upon him. Zhao Dagong crossed his arms, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, seemingly eager to witness how this technically adept, yet slightly slower contestant would surpass his already successful machine in the glaring spotlight. Sun Nen approached the tractor but did not rush to take action. Instead, he methodically circled the machine, his gaze scanning every detail with the precision of a scanner. His skill in trace tracking and information analysis was operating at its zenith. The wear marks on the engine cover, the method of securing the wiring harness, the shape and color of the oil stains on the chassis, the degree of wear on the track pins, all details were rapidly synthesized in his mind. Then, he opened the engine cover but did not hasten to listen or touch as the others had. Instead, he examined the old diesel filter that Zhao Dagong had replaced. Scrutinizing it against the light and even sniffing it, he checked the cylinder head bolts that Zhao Dagong had tightened, slightly furrowing his brow. Finally, his gaze fell upon an inconspicuous spot on the fuel pump return line, where an additional small filter had been installed. That filter appeared pristine, seemingly newly added. In the midst of a carefully orchestrated ruse, Sun Nen harbored a silent smirk. The organizers had indeed proven to be cunning, presenting a series of seemingly trivial issues that were, in fact, insignificant distractions, perhaps even capitalizing on the subtle traces left by the previous contestant during repairs. A minute elapsed, and Sun Nen remained motionless, prompting whispers among the audience. Were they stunned? Being the last to perform must have weighed heavily upon him. It seemed that Zhao Dagong had already secured victory. The smirk on Zhao Dagong's face deepened. Meanwhile, in the stands, Hu Weidong's gaze remained sharp, yet now tinged with curiosity. He was eager to see how this young man, singled out by his mentor, would navigate the challenge. At that moment, Sunan made his move. His actions, though steady, quickened in pace. Surprisingly, his first step was to remove the newly added filter from the fuel pump's return line. This decision left both the judges and the audience momentarily taken aback, while Zhao Dagong nearly burst into laughter. After all, that contraption appeared designed to protect the fuel pump. How could he possibly remove it? Following this, Sunan did not attend to the fuel supply and compression systems that Zhao Dagong had already addressed. Instead, he retrieved his tools and began examining the connection between the transmission and engine's clutch. Swiftly, he dismantled the clutch inspection cover, illuminating the interior with a flashlight, and promptly adjusted the clearance of the release bearing, replacing a severely worn clutch plate. Upon completing this task, he shifted his focus to the engine. Rather than tampering with the fuel injectors or valves, he employed a specially designed long-handled wrench to delve into the engine's depths, carefully adjusting the oil pump's pressure regulator. Finally, amidst the puzzled gazes of onlookers, he seized a large screwdriver, pressing it against the engine block, his ear close to the handle, listening intently for several seconds. Then, with alacrity, he removed the generator belt, manually rotating the generator pulley to gauge its resistance, and measured the generator's output with a multimeter. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, with a clear objective, honing in on the core issues. Time was called. The judge announced. Sunan set down his tools, inhaled deeply, and leaped into the driver's seat. The tension in the air was palpable. He turned the key. The engine roared to life with a powerful, resonant hum. With a crisp and steady roar, the tractor shuddered slightly before stabilizing. The smoke billowing from the exhaust rapidly lightened, transforming into a nearly invisible pale gray. The engine's RPM stabilized, its sound rich and full, devoid of the previous vibrations and noise. In stark contrast to Zhao Dagong's hesitant, shaky, and smoke-belching start, the difference was glaring. He had succeeded. The sound was so smooth. What had he repaired? The judges rushed forward to connect their diagnostic equipment. The power output surpassed Zhao Dagong's by nearly 15%. The fuel consumption readings were significantly lower. The operational noise and vibration data were exemplary. After meticulously reviewing Sunan's operational records and fault diagnoses, the judges announced an astonishing result. Contestant Sunan had identified a total of 6 faults. Of these, 3 had been previously identified by the earlier contestant, but had not been thoroughly repaired or were repaired in a manner fraught with risk, while the other 3 were deeply concealed, independent faults. All repairs were completed with superior quality. In the overall assessment, he claimed first place. Silence. A deathly hush enveloped the room. Then, like thunder, applause erupted. Everyone was astonished by the outcome. Not only had he repaired the equipment, but he had also precisely pinpointed all the traps and hidden issues, optimizing them in the process. This had transcended the realm of ordinary repairs, reaching the level of a diagnostic master. Zhao Dagong's grin froze, his complexion shifting from red to white, then to a pale shade of green. Ultimately bowing his head in defeat, he accepted his loss with grace, recognizing the vast chasm between them. In the stands, Wei Dong abruptly rose, his gaze fixed intently on the young figure below who calmly accepted the accolades, muttering to himself, "This young man is quite intriguing. His insight and thought process are remarkable." His mentor chuckled heartily, clapping Wei Dong on the shoulder. "Old Hu, what do you think? I told you he was a good seedling, didn't I? Should we recruit him for the logistics technical department?" Wei Dong refrained from providing a direct answer, instead turning to an aide with a serious expression. "Go. Retrieve all of Sunan's information, including his records and responses from this competition. Make sure it's detailed." During the award ceremony, Sunan undoubtedly secured the title of overall champion in this technical competition, receiving a certificate and a set of high-quality repair tools as a practical reward. However, what mattered more to him was the honor and the ensuing attention. Just as the ceremony concluded, as Sunan prepared to return to the 2nd Regiment's base with Master Wang, a young officer clad in military uniform and wearing glasses stopped him. "Comrade Sunan, please hold on." Sunan paused. "Hello, is there something you need?" The officer handed him a note, which bore an address and a time. "Section Chief Wei Dong wishes to invite you to his office tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Sunan's heart raced, though his expression remained impassive. "Section Chief Hu? May I ask what he wants?" The officer adjusted his glasses, revealing a hint of a formulaic smile. "We can only guess at the leader's intentions. He might appreciate your skills and wish to discuss them further. Remember to arrive on time." With that, he turned and departed. Master Wang leaned in, excitement evident on his face. "Little Su, that is impressive. Section Chief, who is a technical authority in the division. His personal invitation must be a good sign. Perhaps you'll be transferred to the division headquarters." Sunan clutched the thin piece of paper, his heart tumultuous. Wei Dong's initiative to seek him out was undoubtedly a significant step toward his goal. Yet, was this first step a blessing or a curse? Was it mere admiration, or did it carry deeper implications? The note felt as though it bore the weight of the world. He raised his gaze toward the division office building, determination rekindling in his eyes. Regardless of the outcome, an opportunity had arisen, and he must seize it. Chapter 34. A clash in the modest chamber, uncovering the truth, a thunderous revelation in the father-son bureau. The logistics office building of the division exuded a heavy Sioux-style architectural aesthetic, with remnants of mottled slogans adorning the walls. Hu Weidong's office was located at the end of a dimly lit corridor on the second floor. At precisely 9 o'clock, as agreed, Su Nan gently knocked on the deep green wooden door. "Come in." A distinctive, metallic-tinged voice permeated from within. Su Nan entered. The office was modest, furnished simply with an old desk, a few wooden chairs, and a metal filing cabinet, while large diagrams of agricultural machinery and maps of the military corps adorned the walls. Hu Weidong sat behind the desk, engrossed in writing, and did not immediately look up. Sunlight streamed in from a side window, casting intermingled shadows across his graying hair and chiseled features. Su Nan remained silent, standing quietly before the desk, his gaze swiftly scanning the surface. An open file, red and blue pencils, an enamel mug, and beneath a glass pane, an old, somewhat yellowed photograph. The picture depicted several young men in vintage military uniforms, arms draped over each other as shoulders, their smiles radiant against a blurred background, rendering their faces indistinct. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for several minutes, the only sound being the scratching of a pen against paper. This unvoiced display of authority was meant to instill pressure. Su Nan understood the underlying intent, yet he was unperturbed. Instead, he utilized this moment to scrutinize Hu Weidong and every detail of the office. His knowledge of trace tracking and information analysis had trained him to extract information from his surroundings. At last, Hu Weidong set down his pen and lifted his gaze, his eagle-like eyes locking onto Su Nan's without any preliminary pleasantries, diving straight into the matter. "Su Nan? From the 2nd Regiment? Have a seat." His tone was neutral, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Thank you, Section Chief Hu." Following his directive, Su Nan took a seat across from him, maintaining a straight posture, composed and respectful. "I watched yesterday's competition." Hu Weidong leaned slightly back in his chair, his fingers drumming rhythmically on the table. His technical prowess was commendable, particularly evident in the final troubleshooting session. His discerning eye and clear thought process were not characteristic of a mere youth who had spent less than a year in the brigade. The probing had begun. A warning bell rang softly in Su Nan's mind, yet he maintained an appropriately bashful smile, tinged with the modesty of someone receiving praise. "You flatter me, Section Chief Hu. It is primarily due to Master Wang from our 2nd Brigade. He has imparted his knowledge well, and I have a penchant for delving into things, observing and practicing diligently." Delving into things? The corners of Hu Weidong's mouth quirked in a semblance of a smile, as if he were bemused. Can one truly discern the subtle anomalies in the oil pressure regulating valve? Recognize the additional load caused by an issue with the generator bearings preload? Or see through the trap of that return oil pipe filter? "Su Nan, your depth of insight is anything but ordinary." His words sliced through the inconsistencies in Su Nan's demeanor with surgical precision. Prepared, Su Nan responded with poise. "Perhaps it stems from my attention to detail. Back home, under less than ideal conditions, I had to attempt repairs on my own. Through disassembly and reassembly, I became attuned to the normal and abnormal states of certain components. As for that filter, I merely noted its incongruity with the surrounding greasy environment, and given that the organization had devised such a multitude of complex faults, it seemed illogical for them to have included a protective device, so I decided to remove it for inspection. To my surprise, I was correct." He cleverly attributed his reasoning to necessity and keen observation while subtly downplaying his own abilities. Hu Weidong fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes sharp as if to penetrate Su Nan's soul and discern the veracity of his words. The atmosphere in the office grew tense once more. After a moment, Hu Weidong abruptly shifted the topic, his tone remaining flat, yet dropping a bombshell. "Your father is Su Yuanshan, correct?" Su Nan's heart jolted. Here it was. He endeavored to control his facial muscles, suppressing any overt signs of shock, though the slight constriction of his pupils betrayed the turmoil within. After 2 seconds of silence, he slowly nodded, his voice tinged with a deliberately restrained hoarseness. "Yes." "Does Section Chief Hu know my father?" He neither confirmed nor denied. The records were explicit regarding his background. Hu Weidong refrained from providing a direct answer, instead picking up a porcelain cup from the table and leisurely sipping water, his gaze never leaving Su Nan's face. Su Yuanshan was quite the technical prodigy among our cohort, sharp-witted, skillful, albeit a touch obstinate, and set in his ways. His tone conveyed no overt judgment, merely stating an objective fact, yet Su Nan keenly sensed a complex undercurrent of emotion, perhaps regret, or something deeper still. "I do not know much about my father's past," Sunan carefully considered his words, mindful not to appear overly eager or too indifferent. I was quite young when he left home. My mother mentioned a few things, particularly regarding issues related to his speech. Hu Weidong set the cup down with a soft thud. Issues related to speech? Humph, who can clarify matters from that time? He abruptly shifted gears, becoming more aggressive. Have you learned any of these technical skills from your father? Or has he left you any notes or materials? The truth lay bare. This was indeed one of Hu Weidong's primary motives for summoning him. He suspected Su Nan's technical acumen was linked to Su Yuanshan, potentially involving sensitive technical documentation. Su Nan's mind sharpened, and he resolutely shook his head, speaking with conviction. No, absolutely not. My father's departure was abrupt, and he left nothing behind. Our home has been searched multiple times since, and any valuable books or papers are gone. All my repair skills have been self-taught and learned from Master Wang. He understood the necessity of cutting this thread completely. The existence of the system must remain an undisclosed secret. Hu Weidong squinted, seemingly assessing the truthfulness of Su Nan's statements. Silence enveloped the office once again, the only sound being the ticking of the wall clock. Suddenly, Hu Weidong rose abruptly, striding toward the enormous agricultural machinery schematic on the wall. Pointing at a complex transmission section without turning back, he asked, if this planetary gear set produces periodic abnormal noises under full load but runs normally when idling, where should one prioritize the investigation? An unexpected technical examination. Without any warning. Su Nan, momentarily stunned, swiftly mobilized his brain. Knowledge from courses like elementary mechanical principles and gear transmission and fault analysis surged forth. Without hesitation, he blurted, the first priority should be to check whether the splines connecting the planet carrier and output shaft are worn or loose, as well as to confirm if the retaining ring at the end of the planet wheel shaft has failed, causing axial movement. Under full load, increased torque could amplify minor looseness and movement, resulting in impact noise. His response was precise, rapid, and directly addressed the crux. Hu Weidong abruptly turned around, genuine astonishment flickering in his eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper scrutiny. He returned to his desk, sitting once more, his gaze now less evaluative and imbued with an indescribable complexity. He non-committally grunted, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table, as though grappling with a difficult decision. Long moments passed before he spoke again, his tone regaining its earlier firmness yet laced with an undeniable insistence. Su Nan, your skills are wasted in the 2nd Brigade's repair class. The technical department under the headquarters has a reform task force in urgent need of a young person like you, with solid fundamentals and innovative ideas. I intend to submit a report to transfer you there. A transfer order, from a grassroots unit directly to the headquarters technical department. This was akin to a meteoric rise in the brigade, a coveted opportunity for countless youths and technicians. However, after the initial shock, Su Nan's heart swelled not with elation, but with a deeper vigilance. Was Hu Weidong's move a genuine appreciation of talent, or did he wish to keep a watchful eye on him, facilitating the observation and exploration of any connections he may have with Su Yuanshan? Yet, regardless of the motivation, it was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity, granting access to higher-level technical documentation and equipment, as well as a more convenient avenue to inquire about his father's whereabouts, particularly from Hu Weidong himself. Risk and opportunity coexisted. Su Nan swiftly weighed the pros and cons, then stood tall, straightening his posture, responding with a demeanor befitting a subordinate addressing a superior. I am grateful for Section Chief, whose trust and promotion. I shall comply with the organization's arrangements. I will endeavor to learn diligently in my new position, working diligently to contribute all my strength to the construction of the brigade. His response was impeccable, resonating with the fervent slogans of the era, yet clearly conveyed his acceptance. Hu Weidong regarded Su Nan, and for the first time, a semblance of a smile flitted across his face, albeit fleeting and quickly vanishing. Good. Await further notice. Until the transfer order is issued, keep your lips sealed. Yes. I understand. Su Nan stood at attention in acknowledgement. Dismissed. Su Nan saluted again, then turned, striding steadily out of the office, gently closing the door behind him. The instant the door clicked shut, all expression drained from Hu Weidong's face. He picked up his pen once more, yet it lingered above the paper. His gaze returned to the yellowed old photograph beneath the glass, his finger gently brushing over the face of a young man, his eyes deep and contemplative. Su Yuanshan, your son bears a striking resemblance to your former self. Yet, whether this is a blessing or a curse. A barely audible sigh dissipated in the stillness of the office. Outside, Su Nan walked through the empty corridor, sunlight streaming through the windows and warming him. Yet he felt a fine sheen of cold sweat forming on his back. This encounter with Hu Weidong, seemingly tranquil, was in fact perilous. He had barely passed the test and gained an opportunity for advancement. Yet he had undeniably placed himself under a more glaring spotlight. The shadow of his father appeared to be not only closer than he had ever imagined, but also far more intricate.